But when it comes to times like Korea, there's no one more red, white, and blue. So love me, love me, love me, I'm a liberal. I vote for the Democratic Party. They want the UN to be strong. I attend all the Pete Seeger concerts. He sure gets me singing those songs. And I'll send all the money you ask for, but don't ask me to come on along. So love me, love me, love me, I'm a liberal. Sure, once I was young and impulsive. I wore every conceivable pin, even went to socialist meetings, learned all the old Union hymns. But I've grown older and wiser, and that's why I'm turning you in. So love me, love me, love me, I'm a liberal.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
When the Union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the Union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving mid the wonders we have made, but the Union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of atoms, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
boss's way, sir. The union forever defending our rights. Down with the black label workers unite. With our brothers and our sisters in many far off lands. There is power in our union. Now I long for the morning that they realise brutality and unjust laws cannot defeat us. But who'll defend the workers who cannot organise when the bosses send their lackeys out to cheat us? Money speaks for money, the devil for his own. Who comes?
All right. Welcome everyone to our teach-in. Yeah, we're getting started. Day long. As you might know, today is the day that tuition is due at Columbia, and thousands of students are withholding tuition, saying, we want, first off, Columbia to lower tuition, to realize that this is a nearly unprecedented economic crisis we're going through on top of already completely absurd cost of education, but also to respect the broader democratic will of students, faculty, and the broader community. Instead of just allowing administrators with multi-million dollar salaries to make decisions for our lives, instead to have a real kind of inclusive democratic vision of what a university can look like. So we really appreciate everyone being here. We're going to get started today with this panel, The University in Crisis, that I think has a lot to do with this. We'll continue having panels all day long through the night, as well as a panel tomorrow and another on Sunday that we hope you all can make it to. Today we have Dan Denver hosting this panel. He is an author. He hosts the Dig podcast on Jackman Rodeo, writes for The Appeal, wrote the book All American Nativism. We love him, so we're really excited to have him and all of our panelists. A few quick logistical notes. Everyone should feel welcome to put intros in the chat. Just drop where you're at, what you're doing. If you're with any organizations or anything, we'd love to hear. And then we'll be also having questions through the Q&A function. So please feel free to ask any questions you have. Again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to our panelists for being here. And I'll hand it off to Dan.
Thank you very much. And thanks for having us all. I'm used to doing interviews, not as used to doing them with my face visible. So we'll see how this goes. I have a great face for radio, as they say, Dutch. I'm going to introduce all of our panelists. First, Jess Karen Dillon is an anti-colonial scholar and organizer whose work has been published in The Guardian, The Nation, Feminist Formations, and Social Texts, among other venues. She's the author of Prairie Rising, Indigenous Youth, Decolonization, and the Politics of Intervention, and co-editor of Standing with Standing Rock, Voices from No DAPL Movement. Jaskaran is a professor of global studies and anthropology at the New School in New York and president of the New School's AAUP chapter. Simon Torresinta is a PhD candidate at Yale and a member of Local 33 of Unite Here. And Daniel Bessner, in the shortest and most cryptic bio of all, is a historian and concerned academic. Thank you, everyone, for coming, and let's dive right in. I guess I want to start just by asking where things are at now, nearly a year into the university experience of the pandemic. I spoke to Simon and Daniel along with Tithi Bhattacharya about this in September. So I'll start with you, just Karen. What did the fall semester look like? Was it what you did all of the bad things that were predicted come true? And what are you seeing? What are you worried about this semester? Where do you see the university, public and private, heading in this spring?
Thanks for that question. And I just want to quickly thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this today and to just share my appreciation and support and solidarity with all of the student movements, both at Columbia and then elsewhere across the country too. And I'm speaking to you today from my home in Philadelphia on Lenape territory. So the fall semester at the new school was incredibly chaotic and incredibly challenging and very, very, I think, indicative of the current moment that we're in around higher education kind of writ large. So we were faced with a whole series of austerity measures, salary cuts, massive layoffs for staff, reductions in part-time faculty support, and also curriculum revisions and sort of impending restructuring and quote unquote reimagining of the university. And so I feel like we've really been at sort of on the front lines of what a pandemic, ostensibly pandemic imposed set of austerity measures has initiated in higher education. But the reality is that these are very long-standing issues in higher education that have just become exacerbated and brought more to light in the wake of the pandemic. And this semester, we're a little bit unsure about what to expect, but likely more of the same kind of advocacy. And actually the AUP chapter at the new school emerged in the summer in response to austerity measures that were being initiated and introduced in the spring of last year.
Daniel, Simon, since we spoke in September with Tiffy, how have things turned out?
Yeah, I can jump in. And first of all, again, so thankful to be here and so excited about this action and this strike. So thanks for inviting me. I think, maybe just one point I would underscore that's been revealed in this sort of first COVID semester is it's kind of been a kind of X-ray of all the inequalities of higher ed in this country, right? I mean, I'm a grad student at Yale and with a $30 billion endowment, and they've been able to ride out this crisis okay, right? They have the resources and means to, have more or less entirely remote teaching and not worry about, charging full tuition while doing that. And for the students who did have to be on campus, regular testing and that kind of thing. But all kinds of other institutions, right? Be they public universities who are having their funding cut, or even private colleges, but with less resources, have been forced to take very dangerous measures, right? Of having large amounts of students on campus, of exposing people to COVID potentially, just because the model requires that the tuition dollars and rental dollars come in every year, right? And the sort of financialization and neoliberalization of higher ed has really made that a necessity year on year. And COVID, in some sense, has sort of, I guess, really demonstrated that inequality. And I think a lot of schools are really struggling, and we could see a lot of closures coming in the next couple of years if there isn't more aid forthcoming. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Daniel, you're at a public university. You're at the University of Washington. What's the experience been like?
Yeah, it's very similar. And just before I get into that, again, I want to thank everyone for having me. Thank Dan for hosting, and say hello to my co-panelists. And it's good to be back at Columbia, my alma mater. I remember one of my first exposures to labor agitation was the 2005 graduate strike, and it's great to say that to see that sort of radical action still happening. And I used to tell Columbia I won't donate because of the graduate students, but now I'll say I also won't donate until they lower tuition. So thank you for giving me another excuse not to ever donate to Columbia University. But I just want to say with my co-panelists, I think that's exactly right. And I think that in addition to the sort of proximate things that we've seen just because dealing with this extreme emergency, I think we've begun to see the shaping of what is going to happen in a post-COVID world. And I think the structural adjustments that began in 2008 with the decreasing public support, the increasing reliance on foreign students who pay tuition, the collapsing academic job market for particularly people with PhDs and particularly people with humanities PhDs is just going to be totally destroyed. And I think that we're going to see the fundamental restructuring of the American university from its post-World War II basically social democratic model into the academic capitalist model come fully home with neoliberalism. Now the question is, has the university become so grotesquely unequal both within institutions and between institutions that there is going to be some sort of concordat in a way that saves it. I don't know, but I think we're really on the precipice between the American university turning into a totally institution that does little but reproduce class. And so I think we're at a very interesting moment, and hopefully these sorts of radical actions will at the very least raise people's awareness of what's actually going on in this hollowed American institution, and even with its ties to the state, and even with its ties to fundamental structures of oppression, was at least for a time a genuine engine of some sort of social mobility, not for everyone, but some sort of social mobility, and some sort of real production of knowledge. And, you know, I think this is that turning point exactly.
Just jumping off of Daniel's comments, just hearing, what sort of fork in the road do you think that academia is at? What sort of possible futures, good, mediocre, or dystopic, do you see ahead?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And in fact, it is, I think, the question that's on all of our minds, those of us that are, you know, have been deeply committed to higher education, and really thinking about what kind of university we actually think is possible in this specific kind of historical moment, right? And I'm not feeling overly hopeful in the moment about the kind of university that is possible given the current state of the world, but I do think that there are possibilities for a kind of larger set of social movements that can work together to reposition the place and purpose and meaning of education. So I think we really have to ask ourselves, you know, what we want our educational institutions to do, right? What role do they play in this kind of society that we want to create, right? How do we address the long-standing and deeply corrupt foundations of educational institutions in places like America that were built through the theft of indigenous homelands, through African slavery, right? On the contemporary resonances of various forms of, you know, both structural and symbolic forms of violence that continue to exist in these places, you know, and how do we push back against the neoliberalization and corporatization of our universities that have actually decimated faculty, student, and staff governance in these institutions and created places that are incredibly alienating for all of us to be part of. So I think we have to actually look at the sort of historic role universities have played in a place like the United States and think hard about whether or not universities as they exist now are worth saving, or whether or not that's even possible in this moment.
It's probably music to Daniel Bessner's ears. Simon, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just on the crossroads question, you know, I think at least for as long as I've been in higher ed, like, you know, ever since I was an undergrad, there have been these prophets from business schools saying, you know, online education, MOOCs are going to absolutely transform the landscape. We're going to have creative destruction, and some schools are going to go down and others are going to expand rapidly. And maybe, you know, half the country will be taking courses at Harvard or, you know, online. And, you know, I think this has been a sort of interesting crash course, forced experiment in all of that. And I think, again, I want to stress this inequality question, which is that I think we've seen that on the one hand, you know, teaching remotely and doing, you know, this sort of COVID model is extremely unsatisfactory, but it's also a lot cheaper, right? And so I think we're at a crossroads of a much greater stratification where you'll get a sort of luxury securitized experience in the top tier in the Ivy League, in places like Columbia. And at other, you know, for instance, state schools where, you know, administrations and state governments are always looking to save money. I think that, you know, this might be used as an excuse to further roll out a kind of minimal experience of these huge lectures, maybe all kinds of sort of hybrid and online teaching. So that's my real fear. But on the other hand, I have some hope in the sense that, you know, we've seen a lot of increasing labor militancy in higher ed in the last couple of years. You know, I was celebrating a couple of days ago because the Columbia decision that allowed grad students to unionize successfully survived 4 years of the Trump administration. And that was because of coordination of grad unions across different campuses. It couldn't have happened if there wasn't communication across the country of grad unions. And that was a kind of remarkable achievement. And it means that we have a kind of green light for further organizing now, right, under the new administration. So I do think that there are some things that could move, but I'm really worried about the further stratification. Yeah.
Daniel, I wanted to ask you about what Simon just mentioned, to mix some metaphors. Do you think that this is a kind of virtual bell that cannot be unrung, Zoom classes, and what does that mean, if so?
It's a really interesting question. My guess would be that at Ivies and elite institutions like, you know, the selective liberal arts colleges, it's going to go back into almost in person. I think that'll probably be true for a lot of flagship state schools. So like, for example, the University of Washington at Seattle prides itself on being the flagship. And my guess is that that campus will have mostly in person, but I'm not sure if the same will be true of Tacoma or Bothell. So I think we'll see increasing stratification, not only between public and private institutions, but also within public institutions. So in California, where I am now, Berkeley, UCLA, and UC San Diego will probably be just fine. Whether the Cal States will be, I think, is a much more of an open question. The same could be said for some community college. But as Simon just said, there is some grounds for hope, at least in the sense that academics at this point can no longer deny how precarious their lives are, and academic staff who have been experiencing that for a long time are well aware of the precarity. So one could see some sort of extra industrial organizing. I don't see how the university could save itself, but I could only see how university workers in coalition with other workers could do that. And I think the barrier between, you know, so-called intellectual work and other forms of work is just being broken down slowly but surely due to the reality of precarity.
Just Kieran? Anything to add on that before I?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I got a bunch of great ideas for questions from the student organizers, and one is how, and this has been touched on a little bit already, what has the neoliberal model meant for faculty and student governance, and why is it? What role ideally should students and faculty, and I would add, you know, workers in general at an institution play in governing an institution, and who actually governs in the American university today, both private and public? You guys can take that in any order.
I'm happy to start, and then there's so many different angles on this that I'm sure everyone will have their own piece to say. So I'm just going to mention maybe one actor that is less mentioned in the who governs question, but I really want to point to rating agencies, bond rating agencies, as a central actor in higher ed, and I want to make my case for why, which is that increasingly, a lot, you know, especially a lot of, you know, lesser funded institutions, but in public institutions as well, which are having the funding cut. So much construction, so much expansion of the model requires debt finance, and that requires bonds, right? And all these institutions are given targets by banks and rating agencies for things like tuition increases, for things like governance, for future projected rental income. So in some sense, we have all these financial actors, right, that are able to dictate terms to universities that are almost completely unaccountable, right? And the sort of traditional structures of academic governance, right, be it through the faculty or even the administration, as bad as they are, even they are sort of come under pressure from above. So I just wanted to, you know, there's many other things we could talk about in the neoliberal university, but I just want to mention that as a kind of new, you know, actor that we often don't talk about. But yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Just Karen, Daniel?
Yeah, so I would say that, you know, faculty governance in the wake of neoliberalization of universities and student governance and staff, also governance of our institutions, has been systematically eroded. And so I think what you have, for example, at our institution is a board of trustees and a higher level administrative structure that goes about the business of making decisions around the university's future without any active consultation or process for ensuring faculty governance. And so I think that, you know, what we're finding is that we're all a kind of worker in the university, some waged and some unwaged, who have very little power over how decisions about the university and its future are actually made. And so one of the things that I think, comes across clearly in the university demands, or the demands that are put forward by the students at Columbia and in many other movements across the country, is the importance for decision-making power, right? Not just tokenistic kind of participation and consultation meetings that don't lead to anywhere, but what does it actually mean for the constituents of the university to have a say and to have power to make decisions about their institutions and the role that our institutions play more largely in society?
I think that's exactly right, what just Karen said, so I don't want to just repeat, but I just want to emphasize the pure historicity of that and how it was a choice made in the 1970s and 1980s to do things like invite business leaders onto boards of trustees, to do things like embrace an economic logic. So the university is just so embedded in its own social context, which is why actually, and Dan will probably be surprised about this, I do have some hope, because I do think that there's a general recognition in the United States that these sorts of structures can't be allowed to wither in the way that they once did. My fear, and Dan will also know this, is that we'll get a renewed funding of the university through things like a new Cold War with China. So I just think there's opportunities, and there's pitfalls in what looks to be a strange couple of years. And one of the things that we have to do is always rethink about, basically what I would just refer to as democracy. Who gets to make decisions about things like allocation of funds, about, who is hired, what type of faculty is hired, what types of students are allowed in. And I think there just needs to be a general push to democratization through things like tuition strikes, through things like labor organizing within the university, and also, perhaps most importantly, through things like labor organizing without the university, connecting to other anti-capitalist movements in different industrial sectors, from the Teamsters to, actors. And I think that sort of trans-industrial organizing is going to be central if we want to get what we want in the coming years.
So where do undergraduate students fit into this all, and how does undergrad organizing fit into what the neoliberal university makes undergrads out to be? Like, what are undergrads supposed to be in the neoliberal university, and how can student organizing contest that? Anyone can go.
I could take that very briefly. I would say undergrads are supposed to be students, but they're trained to be workers. And I think that's a general cultural shift that's happened over the last 40 or so years, where the American university, at least in its mid-century model, which is the structure that we're still like the desiccated structure we're living in, like it was a place for a certain type of learning. At least the idea wasn't that you're going to necessarily just become a worker. But I think in the last, since I've been in college, I entered in 2002, it's been, especially at a place like Columbia, which is centered in New York City, the heart of international finance, it's very much about becoming a worker and much less about thinking through some of these questions about what it means to be human. And I think that undergrads lose an enormous amount in this experience. I mean, it's fun, there's a summer camp aspect, especially to places like Columbia, not everywhere, but especially places like Columbia, but that sort of deep engagement and deep learning, I found, at least both as a student and in my own experiences, has always been tempered in recent times by this emphasis on pragmatism and this emphasis on finding a job, and which oftentimes is, a so-called bullshit job, as Graeber told us. And so I think there's like fundamental cultural things we need to rethink about what we're doing. And then I'm just going to end on this, to the point where that emphasis on pragmatic work has been so strong that even the humanities, sort of a disciplinary framework organized around studying the human, has actually been tried to reframed with an emphasis on skill. And I think everyone loses in that proposition.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from just Karen and Simon, and just add this whole question of what the neoliberal university has done in terms of creating a certain hierarchy of certain types of useful and less useful knowledge, and what that's done to the forms of knowledge and learning that are deemed less useful.
Well, I can speak to this quickly too. And I want to just, echo a little bit of what Dan has already said, and add that, our undergraduate students are also positioned in a neoliberal model as consumers of education, right? education becomes a commodity that they consume, and the entire relationship. So I want to add sort of a dimension around relationships, right? How we relate to one another as people in places of learning also becomes radically transformed, right? So my students, in the wake of COVID, are asking me questions about the value, the market value of their education as it relates to an online learning experience. So the relationship that we have translates to a much more transactional kind of engagement, right? It positions our relationship as one that is based on a consumer model and that is tied directly to a self-regulation and a self-disciplining in order to become the kind of worker that Dan is alluding to, right? So again, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of political and social subjectivity are we producing in our undergraduate students when they move through a neoliberal educational model, whether it's in the humanities or it's in other more traditional formulations like in the sciences, right? What kind of work are we producing them to do in the world, right? As what kind of people? Who are we cultivating and for what purpose?
Excellent point. Simon?
Yeah, I mean, I think in some ways I'm just going to be echoing or repeating what Danielle and just Kieran are saying, but just to say that in some sense, students are responding rationally to the incentive structure, what we've created, when given sort of skyrocketing tuition, undergraduate education's become in some sense these like massive human capital investments, and so you are then forced to treat yourself like a balance sheet, right? I mean, is it worth it to spend this much money? And in that case, how do I sort of like make up for it later? And often the answer is to go into finance or consulting or whatever, or tech or whatever it is. And I just think that often we, in higher ed, we kind of bemoan this attitude that we get from our own students, right? But they're also kind of responding to the sort of subjectivities that's being created for them, and in a very sort of cold hard cash kind of way, sort of the financial logic that's been imposed on them. So and that that's a very long running thing, right? That's been a sort of accumulating for decades, but we've really reached a sort of crisis point of some of that, I think, especially given the fact that in today's economy, actually getting that return is absolutely not a given, and I think that's a source of a lot of the kind of leftward turn of millennials and Zoomers and all that we've seen.
How do we politicize these questions over, the kind of stigmatization and devaluation of, say, the humanities? What's the way to talk about why that matters in a way that's kind of politically weighty and not just, oh, it's sad that people don't read novels anymore?
Well, I mean, the way that I would frame it, and not to be sort of like too out there or pie in the sky, is that the humanities are just fundamental to literally being human. Like you live one of these better lives by studying these things, and that, broadly speaking, the type of economic logic that has structured and engendered and sort of defined the neoliberal era is really problematic, and just you see it in all sorts of cultural spheres. Just to take one, this sort of obsession with quantification, that Nate Silver is sort of this politics guru and someone, as opposed to someone who knows something about politics. The idea that someone can move from baseball to politics is just, a reflection of the age and this obsession with numbers, this obsession with quantification. And I think the humanities needs to fight back by using its own language and using its own language about what it means to live a meaningful life, and that not everything in existence should be about getting a job.
Amen. Anything to add?
I can jump in and then. I guess I would say that, if you read the editorial pages of the Chronicle of Higher Education, the sort of like main defense of the humanities that you will encounter there from professors and tenured academics is that, we need to defend the liberal arts model, and as it's been practiced for centuries in the United States in small liberal arts colleges and, Ivy Leagues and all that. And I just think that's fundamentally misguided and is not going to save the humanities. That, if we are able to save the humanities at all, it will be part of a much broader vision of extending the public goods of education, higher education, to a much larger group of people. I mean, we're in this contemporary political situation where, even something like higher education has been really politicized as part of the cultural cultural war where, people like Josh Hawley get, score points off Twitter by dunking on Ivy Leagues receiving federal aid. And that populism in some sense is part of, is sort of a downstream effect, right, of how unequally the benefits of higher education trickle down in this country, right? And I think that, in other words, I guess what I'm trying to say is that we're not going to save the humanities just in these sort of like ivory tower institutions. If we're going to save them, we're going to have to make a case for, their worth, the sort of them being intrinsically worthwhile to much larger numbers of people, and tie them in with a bigger vision of education as a public good, right? And one that we extend to as many people as possible.
Yeah, and I would just add to what has already been said by Simon and Dan, is that one of the things I want to say is that part of what we have to be able to articulate is what the stakes of this kind of politicization are, right? So we're facing like really, really, really challenging political and social, economic, and environmental issues across the globe, right? And so part of what is at stake is the kind of world that we're going to be able to inhabit in the coming years, right? What kind of planet are we going to be able to live on? And there are so many institutions of higher education that are very, very strong at the branding of social justice, of public intellectualism, of being responsive to the current social and political moment that we find ourselves in. And one of the ways that we politicize, I think, our roles is by drawing or sort of position within these institutions is to draw attention to the inherent contradictions that exist within them, right? And to actually create a space where all of us together collectively are able to understand and see what those contradictions are, so that we can collectively advocate and challenge for a different kind of institutional experience, right? And so, universities, of course, education, of course, is not a privilege or a commodity and should never be conceived as such, right? It's actually a right that enables people to develop a specific way of living and being in the world. And I think unless our students and our faculty and staff and everybody that's involved in these institutions understands and sees it that way, we're fighting a losing battle.
That's a really good point. I'd like to kick it to Simon and Daniel. Do you see there being, how do you see approaching kind of the just extremely woke social justice rhetoric that we see coming out of university presidents everywhere? Is there an opportunity there to exploit the contradiction between kind of progressive rhetoric and reactionary profiteering practice in the university? And does that relate to generally a way that maybe the left should be relating to liberals, which is pointing out and exploiting the contradiction between liberal rhetoric, which can sometimes be very good, like we heard at the inauguration the other day, and then the practice, which, well, we'll see.
I mean, I'm pretty cynical. I think we're going to see a lot of anti-racist seminars, things along those lines. But I do think we do have to, like you said, point out the contradictions, build a base within the university. I just think that base isn't quite there yet, and it'll be difficult to overcome the juggernaut of sort of money going into funding what I would generally say to be our liberal anti-racist programs and diversity programs and things along those lines. Things that oftentimes don't often address the structural issues that produce the inequality. So I think right now, like you said, it's very important, within the various meetings we attend to point out those structural issues. But I don't have a strategy about how to sort of highlight them in a meaningful way. But I'd be happy to hear one.
Simon?
Yeah, it's a really good question and an interesting one. I would hope that that's possible. I mean, I'm thinking of a moment at Yale between around 2015 and 2016 where there were sort of two simultaneous campaigns going on, and one was the grad union campaign I was a part of, and we tried to create a crisis for Yale, and it sort of worked and it sort of didn't. And then completely separately, a number of undergraduates organized under a group called Next Yale really forced the issue of the sort of racist history of the university, and the question, like that undergraduate colleges were named after slaveholders, that Yale's relationship with New Haven remains, like colonial, and that was their movement, right, was the biggest crisis I've ever seen on campus while being there. And I think that if we're going to see success in the future, we're going to have to find a way to bring those two halves together, right? I mean, the sort of like the social justice side, right? But but that's also much larger, right? The community side, the race side, together with the labor side, the economic side. And I think movements on campuses across the country and elsewhere, right, have been trying to experiment at bringing those things together, but it's been difficult. But I really think that there's a real potential to sort of bring demands together and think about what they would mean if brought together, especially given, as we've been talking about, right, the sort of way in which administrators are very good at talking the talk, right? So if they,
there's both this like huge opportunity for kind of an imminent critique of the liberal university, but also the university is just so dynamic and powerful in terms of reabsorbing these critiques and re-articulating them in ways that are safe for the neoliberal university. There are a bunch of good questions rolling in. One, Anthony O'Brien noted that who governs CUNY is a board of trustees appointed half by the governor and half by the mayor. And I'm wondering if there is a way, particularly with public universities, that we can expand the politicization of this crisis beyond the university and make it part of a broader educational justice politics that connects, pre-K, K through 12 to higher ed, because these things tend to be very compartmentalized. And aside from Bernie's very popular call for free higher public ed, which really, resonated for obvious reasons, and the debt, student debt elimination movement, there hasn't been really a public politics that's gotten that much attention calling for this new sort of university that's not only free, but that centers things like humanities. How do we kind of make a public politics around it, especially given that public universities are public and responsive to people who are elected by voters? That doesn't seem to be a lever that's being taken advantage of very much in these fights.
I can take one small stab at that and let others talk. I mean, I would just say that I think one thing that has given me the most hope in the last couple of years was the K-12 teacher strike wave, which was extremely successful in putting the question of public education on the table and really forcing that as a issue of debate, and even forced some red state legislatures that you would never imagine to increase funding or accede to some of their demands. I don't know exactly what that looks like for higher ed, especially public higher ed, but that seems to me the only model I can see out there for something that we can look to. And I do think that, especially in places like New York, where SUNY is, or CUNY is really the backbone of a kind of education for so many people in the city, and a kind of line for sort of working class people. I just think that there is a possibility there of really using labor action or other kinds of action to sort of force this demand around public funding, and to maybe tying that in with an electoral campaign or something. But anyway, so just to return to this fact that for me, that the sort of like the teachers, K-12, right, not higher ed teachers, were supremely successful at this, and that was very encouraging, and I really hope that we can sort of learn from them.
A quick side note for viewers is that Kim Phillips Fine's history, Fear City, is really great on a lot of things, but including sort of the social democratic promise of CUNY and how that was dashed by neoliberal reaction. Jessica?
I mean, I think part of what we have to do, obviously, and I think Simon alluded to this as well, is that we have to position education as a public good. Struggles in institutions of higher education don't happen in isolation, and they're not disconnected from struggles around housing, around policing and criminalization, around poverty, around K-12 access to education, increasing providing free tuition at universities is not going to be a solution in and of itself, right? Universities also have to be reflective of the communities that they serve. They have to be attentive to the social and political issues that are sort of the most the most important in a country at any specific moment. And I think part of this is linked to how we sort of stop the sort of isolated, siloed kinds of social struggles that we engage in, right? All of us that work in institutions of higher education should actually know a great deal about what's happening in the K-12 system, right? Because that's where our students are coming from. And there are clearly long-standing racial and class divisions around access to public education in the K-12 system. So I think this is one of the ways that I think we have to build stronger coalitions across different forms of organizing platforms that allow us to actually see the linkages as opposed to the separations.
It seems like perhaps, I mean, Columbia is a pretty glaringly obvious example of this, that one way to make the connections is to link up the struggles of people who face a common enemy, which in large parts of Manhattan is Columbia. I mean, they're spending billions of dollars right now on this new Manhattanville campus, which is near two large housing projects uptown, where there's also, in what is perhaps a coincidence, perhaps not a coincidence, been enormous gang raids and mass prosecutions in recent years of young people who live in the two projects there. How do you all have concrete ideas, especially for these massive neoliberalized wealthy universities that are enormous landlords and, for reasons I don't entirely understand, feel compelled to develop billions of dollars in property? This is also true of Yale and New Haven, I'm guessing. Like, what do you do with that? The university as a massive gentrifying landlord and employer. Is the seed of the struggle linkages there?
For sure. I mean, the first thing to do is to overthrow capitalism. And then the second thing is to build a utopian society. I mean, I honestly think that where academics might actually have labor power is in the so-called gig economy. We're still one of the few, until the pandemic, one of the few professions where people actually meet and have the potential to build social bonds, right? It's difficult to do with Uber. It's difficult to do when you're an Amazon warehouse worker, et cetera, et cetera. So that's actually unique about the sort of adjunct position, the adjunct subjectivity in the gig economy. And I think the only way to sort of prevent that is to have a coalition within the university that crosses job categories, from professor to staff to janitor to cafeteria worker to whatever it may be. I think that is the only way to do that. The problem, though, as I'm sure everyone on this panel knows, is that a lot of academics, particularly tenured, i.e. the ones with power, don't quite view themselves as workers. That's changing for people who are younger, for people who are, let's say, under 40 or so. But I think that's still a real hurdle. But in the next 5-10 years, a lot of these people will be retiring. It's clear that the neoliberal consensus faces a legitimacy crisis. So I think building those sorts of labor bonds within the university, not only without the university, will be crucial to challenging something like Columbia or NYU or Yale or many of these sorts of universities cum real estate developers. And of course, Columbia has been doing this since I've been there. So it's been 20 years at this point. I can't imagine that those raids are, I mean, obviously we don't know. I can't imagine that they're a mistake. And the city, I mean, this is a problem when the real estate developers are backed up by the literal violence apparatus of the city. So then in that case, connecting very specifically with BLM protesters and anti-police protesters and things along, and anti-police activists, not protesters, sorry, and getting along with them is, I think, crucial to these sorts of actions that Dan is talking about.
First, thank you for classifying all of us under 40 as on the younger side. I appreciate that. Simon, in New Haven, what have you learned in terms of successes and failures and the sort of partnerships between community labor struggles and on-campus struggles?
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, or I guess just two. One is that I think the sort of flip side of the fact that, the upshot of the fact that universities are fixed in place, and that creates these sort of perpetual town gown problems and problems of gentrification displacement, is that they're fixed in place and vulnerable to political coalitions, be they from workers inside the university or community members or alliances between them, in ways that other employers aren't, right? I mean, Governor Rick Scott invited Yale to move to Florida during a strike in the some years ago, but that seems like a very unlikely prospect, right? So it does afford possibilities that say, you know, a textile factory or whatever doesn't, that can just pack up and move somewhere else. In terms of New Haven, I guess I'm just going to sing the Unite Here gospel here, but you know, my union, the grad union, is part of one local, and the other locals are blue collar workers and service workers, right? So there's a kind of clerical and technical workers union, and there's a service and maintenance workers union. We are all in the same union, right? We have different locals, and that has many employees, right, are part of the community, have families in the community. And so, you know, one of the ways that the union has built power is, first of all, by building links, right, between different grades of work in the university, which has been tremendously powerful, even between, you know, staff and faculty, or at least teaching staff like grad students, but also taking over city government has been a tool that has been used against the university, right, by blocking construction and things like that. Now that's easier in a smaller place like in New Haven than it is in New York, but I do think that you know, in some sense, the fact that universities are stuck in a particular place does make them vulnerable from pressure from community groups, from workers, from elected officials, and when those coalitions come together, they can actually be pretty powerful. And I really think industrial unions, right, that can, or at least links between the different kinds of groups that find themselves on campus, are super important for that.
Jessica?
I'm not sure I have anything more I could add to that than what's already been said. I think these two have covered the ground of basically what I would say around coalition and thinking about, I mean, universities unfortunately operate as corporations in the realm of property and accumulation, wealth accumulation. It's one of the ways in which they, you know, are able to function in terms of revenue and expansion and social reproduction. It's you know, it's built into the fabric of these institutional structures.
Here's a question from the organizers, which I think a lot of probably socialist and leftist undergrads at private universities ask themselves, which is sort of like, is the private university worth saving? Should students at private universities be organizing with an eye towards expanding public higher education, or should, like, I mean, in the short and medium term, I think private institutions are here to stay. So there's kind of the utopian question of should they exist, but then more pragmatically, short term, even as you're fighting within a private university, should your organizing be in some way linked up to expanding the public university?
Just to be categorical about it, no. I mean, I think it's clear in a socialist utopia there won't be private universities. So I think that is the end goal in mind. So I think that is an easy one. And I think of necessity, these sorts of coalitions need to be built. But I do think, like Dan said, it's a short and medium term project. So I think one of the things that we have to do is think about the abolition of the private university is something that'll take at least 5 years, if not longer, at least, you know, 25, 30, 35, 40 years. So one of the things that people who are listening to this could do is, you know, particularly if they go to Columbia, and particularly if they go on to like hyper elite spaces, as many of you people know, no doubt probably will, is begin to sort of change the politics and policies that make it so profitable for some people to run a private university. You know, if Bernie had won, he could have set some sort of executive order, even if it was turned over in court. It sets the tone. You know, you have to have a certain percentage of tenure track faculty vis-a-vis a certain percentage of administrative faculty, that if funds in your state can't all go to a private university, which receive an enormous amount of government funds as opposed to public universities. So there are actually short-term measures that people could undertake to begin to weaken the stranglehold of the private university, first on the American imagination, and then second on literal dollars that should be going elsewhere. So I think that, Dan, that is a perfect goal that someone could do.
Cool. Yeah, Jessica?
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think that's incredibly well said, Dan. I mean, I think that we absolutely have to be fighting for public institutions and abolishing private institutions, right? There are all kinds of things that privatization of institutions of higher education signal, right? And it also completely negates the possibility for families and students who have parents who can't pay for them to be able to go to school, right? One of the things that major investment in public education offers in higher education is that students are not necessarily connected to their parents in terms of that determining their ability to be able to attend higher education or not. So we know that this privatization shifts the responsibility away from public responsibility and state responsibility onto individual families. And of course, we also know that private institutions, as Dan mentioned, still get massive amounts of state subsidies, right? So there are public funds that are entering private institutions, even though they're deemed to be, private institutions. We're actually subsidizing those institutions as well. And I think we have to look at, several people in the comments have mentioned that, people can remember the time when access to higher education was free, right? When public education at the higher educational level was actually free, right? So what do we learn about why and how the divestment around those things have happened? And if there's many people, of course, that can speak to this in the panels that people are going to be listening to today, but right, there are clear reasons for the divestment of public education on the part of state and of federal governments, right? So we have to be looking closely at that history and thinking again about what kind of role do we want our educational institutions to play in the society that we wish to create, right? And who is the public? Who is the public that actually is able to access these kinds of institutional spaces, right? Historically and in the contemporary moment.
Simon?
I mean, I think my two co-panelists have really said it all. I would just say one very small thing, which is that the fate of private universities and public universities are linked, right? I mean, one of the reasons that tuition is so high at private universities is because the secular decline in public funding on the public sector has meant that there isn't like a free or very cheap alternative, right? I mean, like the differential is there, but it's not as big as it used to be. And that, that sort of allows for runaway costs and tuition in private as well. So, there are these knock-on effects, right? And if we make progress in one area, we affect the other.
For the last question to close out, I'll ask one from Willem Morris, who I think is one of the organizers, which is about the tactic that they're engaged in today. Does the tactic of a tuition strike have the ability to make meaningful change at universities if it spreads beyond Columbia, or is it too difficult to have meaningful leverage for a strike without having actual labor to withhold?
I guess I'll take it. I mean, I think it's absolutely meaningful action. Will it be as necessarily powerful if there were like a gigantic coalition of unions directly challenging university administrators and state officials? Probably not. But that doesn't mean that it's not really important work, incredibly important work. At the very least, it's hitting universities where they care. Which is, in the breadbasket as it was, which is the money. So I think it's an absolutely important thing, at the very least, to expand the imagination of people who are entering college, people who are in college, people's parents. Just thinking about the sheer explosion of costs and what taking that away from a university would do is, I think, a very useful tactic. And especially if over time, if this begins and it spreads, and connecting that to very concrete labor struggles with staff members and adjuncts on a university campus, is, I think, incredibly important work. And I just want to say, as my final thing, is I'm incredibly proud that people who came after me or Columbia are doing such really important work. And I just want to say it was an honor to serve on this panel, and I wish you all, the best of luck and extreme solidarity in taking on the Columbia administrators, which has a long history. And actually, going back to, I'll end on this, the reason the New School for Social Research was founded was because two Columbia University professors refused to sign a declaration in favor of World War I. So at least back into the 19 teens, Columbia has been a font of radical action. And I just want to say, keep it going.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I mean, first of all, I went to, my undergrad was in the UK. I cut my political teeth. My political awakening was the fight against tuition increases in 2010. And that was totally transformative politically for the country, right? I mean, we lost that fight, but it totally created a political generation, right? And I know so many people that were first involved in that, that then went on to have, sort of like long careers as activists. So that's the first thing. And the second is, I think, the upshot of the customer system is that, you actually do have a lot of power. Tuition money is super important for universities, even rich ones, because it's the only thing they can use for anything, right? They can use it for debt payments, they can use it for rent, they can use it for this and that. Whereas all these other kinds of money that come in from donors and federal funds have all kinds of strings attached. So you really have a lot of leverage here, and I encourage you to use it. And again, thank you so much. It's been very fun, and I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thanks. And I'll just add to, what's already been said, which I think is going to be a reiteration, but I'll say it again. I think that we can't anticipate necessarily at the beginning of these kinds of organizing and organizing moments and mobilizations, what the impact is going to be. And I think this is absolutely a meaningful set of organizing goals and also mobilizations. And I think that universities across the country are going to have a much harder time contending with mediating a student struggle that is nationwide, right? And so I think that this has a potential to generate a kind of, a sort of, what's the word that I'm thinking of? A sort of countrywide sort of ripple effect. Ripple effect is what I'm thinking of, right? Like there are all kinds of ways in which political consciousness can be raised. Students can begin to connect one another. We're already seeing that in the rise of advocacy chapters in universities, in the politicization of faculty and staff and students at universities. So I think it's absolutely a moment to pay attention to and to continue to support and to really, and I think one of the things I'll sort of close by saying is that, right, there are precedents for these kinds of social movements all over the world, right? And we can learn from movements in other places, right? We have the Maple Spring in Quebec. Of course, there's the very, very strong student movements in South Africa, that were all about, tuition reduction and access to free education. And so I would just say, solidarity to all of the students that are organizing. I'll also say that students do an incredible amount of unwaged labor in institutions. Even though they may not consider themselves workers, they're actually doing a tremendous amount of unwaged labor in their institutions as well. So yeah, solidarity to everyone. Good luck with the fight, and looking forward to seeing how the next few months unfold. And thanks, Dan, for moderating.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. And I'll just close by saying, to echo what the panelists have said, that I got politicized as a student. In my case, a high school student. I was a little precocious, but I think all of us on this panel were probably had important political experiences in campus fights. And so not only is what you're doing important in terms of this ongoing struggle over the future of the university and of universities, but also organizing on campus is teaching a rising generation of people how to organize political skills and political ideologies that they'll hopefully take with them throughout their lives. And that's really important. Thanks for organizing this, and thanks, panelists, for joining me.
Thank you all. Yeah, we want to say thank you once more to all of the panelists, and I truly can't imagine a better way to start off this teach-in. And we do want to propose some next steps that everyone attending can take to, build this kind of power that we need to transform higher education. It's really just like Daniel and the other panelists said. The university will not be able to save itself, and it's up to workers and all the constituents of university activity to save themselves, to restore the governance of workers and the governance of students in the surrounding communities. So we want to encourage you to look into how you can support worker organizing in your own local context. I specifically want to give a shout out to the work of the New School Labor Coalition and the AAUP, as well as the Local 33 Unite Here, the Union of Graduate Employees at Yale, and also to the unions fighting for workers at our very own Columbia. So we'll hear from the GWC and the CPW about their work in our next panel. So definitely stick around to learn more. But in the meantime, you can sign on to their current petition, which calls for an extra year of funding for graduate students and non-service fellowships for graduate students who are not able to conduct research during the pandemic. And then finally, we need to think about all of the various constituencies who have a stake in challenging the university in this complex role. So student organizing, community organizing, tenant organizing, and we'll be talking about this all day, but I think it brings us really seamlessly into our next panel, which will bring together YDSA, Mobilized African Diaspora, the graduate workers, and the postdoctoral workers unions, as well as Columbia University Apartheid Divest, who can't join us today, but are definitely here in spirit. And they're all going to speak about their organizing and the demands of the tuition strike. So before I pass things off to our moderator for this next panel, I want to highlight a few other announcements and ways that you can support the tuition strike. So first off, we are running a letter campaign in support of the strike. So please go and send your message to all of the university administrators with the click of the button. And I also want to highlight our strike fund, which will go to students who indicate that late fees impose a financial burden should the university choose to impose late fees on striking students. And otherwise leftover funds will be donated to a mutual aid fund for academic workers at Columbia through the Graduate Workers of Columbia. And we want to encourage you all to join DSA or YDSA if you're a student, and you can learn more about these organizations through the upcoming winter conference. And then finally, if you haven't yet, please sign Mobilized African Diaspora's petition to President Bollinger, calling upon him to support Black students in the West Harlem community. So without further ado, I'll pass things off to Lena, and she'll get us going on our next panel, which is about the demands of the tuition strike.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and be speaking with everybody. Apologies for the mask, I'm in a library. But yeah, so today's panel is going to be on the demands of the tuition strike. What I heard from the panelists in the last one is kind of this overarching importance of student activism. And I think what we're trying to do in our movement is kind of coalesce various student movements and really push for the things that students have been fighting for, not just for months, but for years. So I'm so happy to have all of our amazing panelists be here with us today. So I want to go around briefly, if everybody here can introduce themselves. We have GWC here, CPW, MAD, Sunrise, and so if everyone can go around and kind of say their name and then what their organization is and what they're fighting for currently, that would be lovely. And we can start with the GWC.
Hey, I'm Susanna from GWC. I'm a fifth year PhD student in the history department and department organizer. Yeah, nice to meet everyone.
And then we'll pass it off to Joe.
Hi, my name is Joe. I'm a postdoctoral research scientist in the Department of Psychiatry at the Columbia Medical Center. I was on the bargaining committee that negotiated the first postdoc private university union contract here at Columbia. and I'm currently a steward for my district and an organizer for my district as well.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Joe. And then we'll pass it off to Mad.
Hi, sorry the video is off. We're trying to be like a little bit anonymous, not that anonymous though. Anyway, I'm a senior at Columbia Engineering. MAD is an organization of mostly undergrads, but we have some like grad students and TC people who are involved. And we're pushing for a lot of the same things that Black students have been pushing for since 1968. So like a less exploitative relationship with Black community members, more Black faculty, more support for Black students. And these are demands that have been around for so long, and like Lena said, are things that people have been pushing for, not for months, but for years. And so if you care, I guess, about like Black lives and about Black students, sign our demands and also support the tuition strike.
Thank you so much, Mad. And then I'll pass it on to Towns from Sunrise.
Howdy, y'all. My name's Towns. I am one of the organizers with Sunrise Columbia Barnard, and also one of the organizers with Sunrise YDSA. So kind of doing double duty here. But yeah, I'm just want to talk a little bit about the demand for divestment, for fossil fuel divestment, that is, I think, integral to this petition. We want to make sure that we're, using the university's resources to their maximum extent to try and make social change. And that's something that students have been fighting for dozens of years. And I'll give a little bit of background on today. So thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Towns. So perfect. I'm so happy we got to go around and do introductions, and I'll introduce myself. My name is Lena. I'm the coalitions coordinator for YDSA, and I'll be talking for a little bit about kind of how the tuition strike formed and what the past few months have looked like. And then I will pass it over to our coalition partners to kind of do presentations on their demands and how their movements came about. So I'll go through quickly the demands of the tuition strike, just an overview. So our first demand and kind of what came about first was the demand to alleviate the economic burden on students through a tuition reduction and financial aid increase. And this also includes for some schools a waiver of the student contribution that students are charged. The next demand is for the university to fulfill its responsibilities to the people of West Harlem, including affordable housing, education, and employment. The third demand is to defund public safety and invest in community safety solutions that prioritize the safety of Black students and West Harlem residents, and also to cut ties from the NYPD. The fourth demand is to commit to complete transparency about university investments and respect the democratic votes of the student body regarding investment and divestment decisions. And the fifth demand is to bargain in good faith with unions on campus around their key demands for improved compensation, benefits, and protections. So I really want to emphasize here that most of our demands come from like the amazing work of our coalition partners over the past few years. And there are movements that Columbia has had going on for so long. And so we are really trying to work together as like a formidable coalition to push Columbia to adequately acknowledge and respond to all of these things. So kind of how the tuition strike got started is over this summer and earlier this year after the pandemic set on. YDSA talked to a lot of students across campus and was asking basically, what was the largest burden that they felt, or what did they feel needed to be changed about the university? And kind of across the board for all students, tuition was a huge burden that they felt. So we kind of knew we wanted to do a campaign on that, but Columbia has a track record of disregarding student movements and of inadequately responding to things. And so we knew we needed to place like very strong pressure on the university. So kind of what better to do that than a strike? Because students are not just students, we are funders of the university, we are tenants of the university, we are workers of the university, and we have been continuously, our voice has been taken away from us. And so we need to kind of affirm our power through a tactic like a strike, because we do function in all those other ways through the university as well. So we started organizing over the summer around this demand for a tuition reduction and financial aid increase. And we wrote a petition at the beginning of the school year to the university asking for it, with 400 students signed on, and the university did not respond. So after that, we continued organizing and our numbers continued to grow. And as they grew, we realized that we had the potential to address all of these other student movements that Columbia had not adequately responded to. And in kind of researching the university's financial investments, we realized that part of the reason it was so resistant to reducing tuition was because it had all these other predatory and exploitative investments in other areas, like in gentrification in Harlem, in human rights abuses in Palestine, in fossil fuels. And so kind of to win our demands, we needed the liberation of investments from all of these other places and the liberation of all these other groups. So once we realized that, we had the potential not only to address these, but almost like an obligation to, because these movements had all kind of contributed to the student activism on campus that bubbled into ours, we voted on the demands to include, and we included all of these, and all of our signatories voted in a majority to include all of them. And since then, a lot of students have been inspired and signed on, and we have over 4,250 students on our pledge currently. And we hope to continue to fight until Columbia addresses all of these demands. So that's a bit of kind of an overview of how the tuition strike came about and how each of these demands got folded in. And I want to give space to each of our coalition partners to talk about their movements and how they kind of formed and what the history of their demands have been. So I will first pass it on to MAD to do that. They'll be sharing a presentation. And if you have questions, please send them in as we go, and then we'll address them at the end in a Q&A session that we'll have.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Lena. All right, cool. So I'm going to be talking on behalf of Mobilized African Diaspora. We have some contacts in the lower corner if you guys ever want to contact us. So I wanted to give a brief overview on what is MAD, because a lot of people aren't really familiar with our organization. Maybe you know like BSO or other Black student groups on campus, but I wanted to give a brief background on who we are and then why it's so important to support the work we're doing right now. So here is our mission statement. We're a coalition of Black people at and affected by Columbia University, committed to organizing against racism and structural oppression on campus and beyond. And so we don't represent the voices of all Black people within the community, but we want to function as an open platform to combat violences and also amplify those who aren't being heard by Columbia. So MAD, a little bit of history, was started by a group of Black Columbia students around like 2014, 2015, and then was operational for a couple years before going on break. A lot of people graduated, and we resumed operation last spring after Alex McNabb, I guess it was 2 springs ago now, after Alex McNabb was racially profiled and restrained by multiple Baltimore public safety officers while trying to enter Milstein Library. And so MAD published a statement to Columbia, and then some of the previous actions that we were involved in was around 2015, in response to the non-indictment of Daniel Pantaleo in the murder of Eric Garner, the Columbia BSO, as well as with MAD and some other coalition partners, organized a die-in, which occurred during Columbia's tree lighting ceremony. And during the ceremony, hundreds of student protesters dressed in all Black and laid down across College Walk, holding tombstones bearing the names of various victims of police brutality, including Mike Brown, Tamir Rice. And after the demonstration began, in true Columbia fashion, they called the NYPD, who arrived on the scene to like a very calm student protest, nonviolent student protest, in riot gear with several police wagons and communications vans. So that was one big action for MAD. Another one is the one that you see in the background of this slide, which was called the TJB Day campaign, which sought to remove the Thomas Jefferson statue that currently stands outside Pulitzer. Organizers draped a KKK hood over the hat of the statue and held signs that read, "Memorializing this rapist makes sexual assault on this campus acceptable, and Columbia is and has always been anti-Black." So right now we are currently organizing against anti-Blackness and NYPD ties in public safety, like Lena mentioned, as well as focusing on Columbia's exploitative relationship with West Harlem. And so here's like a quote a little bit from the founder. MAD is committed to like a radical queer feminist lens because our founding was influenced so much by Black women on campus. And so also she talks about Orgo Night and those protests that happened in around 2012, and also about the history of Black student movements on campus since 1968, since like the apartheid protests, the tent cities, like Black students have been organizing for so long. And so now MAD is adding, like she says, mechanics or formal consistency to Black student organizing that has been cultivated and also unappreciated the work of Black queer women. All right, so to really put our demands into context, I wanted to give a little bit of background on Columbia's relationship with West Harlem. I don't think it's something that you really learn as a student, and I don't know, it's really frustrating that you can pass through 4 years at this university and not understand the neighborhood in which you're living or where your buildings came from or who lived in your dorm before you did. So for a couple things to note, when you talk about Columbia's relationship with West Harlem, a lot of times people think like, oh, Columbia is a very liberal school with progressive students, like its administration, that's the reason why the university is capable of doing like some pretty terrible things. And I want to push back on that because Columbia students were not passive actors in the gentrification of West Harlem. Like maybe now the politics have changed, but back in the 70s, they were very, very active participants in resident evictions and were also huge supporters of efforts to clean up the community. During the war on crime era of the 1970s, students pleaded that if the university did not occupy land, which is the exact words they use, in Harlem with the backing of police, Columbia would weaken and ultimately be destroyed. And so it was Columbia students who ultimately advocated for the expansion of their university as well as the over-policing of Harlem. They wrote op-eds, they wrote petitions, and they used and drew from very similar myths of Black criminality, which accompany lynching, which accompany instances of police brutality. And so Columbia University students are on the record demeaning and erasing the surrounding community and also naming Columbia itself the savior of quote unquote deteriorating neighborhoods. And so I have some like spec articles. I can put them in chat later, but they talk a lot about the, not even complicit is not the word because they were like actively participating, but the way that students pushed Columbia and encouraged this sort of exploitative relationship. So slums, blight, foci of infection, these were all phrases that Columbia students as well as administrators used to describe the surrounding community. And for example, in 1947, a spec article described Manhattanville as a breeding ground of poverty, disease, and crime. And it was this characterization that was used in the creation of a group called the Morningside Heights Incorporated. So Morningside Heights Incorporated was an urban renewal group that consisted of Columbia, Barnard, JTS, the Manhattan School of Music, and a couple other uptown wealthy white institutions. And so in 1958, a report from MHI stated that redevelopment and the acquisition of local buildings was the only way to secure the future of the neighborhood. And I bring this up because yes, it's from the 60s, like it feels kind of long ago, but also this is exactly what Columbia did. If you read the 1958 report, they have like step by step acquired all the single residency occupancy buildings, turned those into student dorms. And if you go back, they laid out the entire plan. Like they laid out the entire plan for what they wanted the neighborhood to be. And that's where you are right now. Like this was planned. This was not some sort of natural process of like, oh, universities need more space or the way they try to spin it. Like, no, there was an urban renewal group called Morningside Heights Incorporated that published reports on like the successes of Columbia in changing the neighborhood and renewing the neighborhood, as they say, and also in occupying more and more land. Additionally, MHI, or Morningside Heights Incorporated, also laid the foundation for our current public safety system. They architected it as a community patrol. And I don't know if you've read the spec article that talks about students and their role in promoting gentrification, but to acquire private property and to police it is like, I don't know, the most common form of like anti-Blackness that we've seen across. So to acquire slaves and then to use like slave patrols, to acquire private property and use police to prosecute it in the same way, to acquire land within the neighborhood and then create a community patrol to keep people out of it. Ooh, sorry, okay. So now that we have like a little bit of history, I wanted to also talk about moving forward. So Columbia's most recent expansion is Manhattanville. It's the one that the YDSA demands refer to when they talk about a $6.3 billion expansion. That is Manhattanville. It's mostly built now, I want to say. If you walk down, you can see like the Zuckerman Center, the Mind, Brain, and Behavior Center. And so after doing this and after this great big expansion, Columbia created this thing called the Community Benefits Agreement. But like I said, once again, Columbia fashion, it's not a good faith document and it expires in 2040. And so while Columbia will continue to make money from this campus uptown for, I don't know, this campus has been around since what, 1789? So for hundreds of years, they only, I guess in their minds, need to support the community until 2040, which is kind of crazy. And so that was where MAD actually started this summer, was to try and develop alternatives that are stronger, more binding infrastructure, as well as more robust replacements to Columbia's current relationship to community, which is literally just cash payouts. It's almost like a debt. Like they're like, okay, fine, we expanded. We're going to do these cash payouts that support nonprofits. We're not going to create a fund. We're not going to create something that we invest in that's long-term. We're just going to pay out whatever $100 million we need to, and then we're going to be done with it in 2040 and never pick it up again. And so that's one thing that talks about Columbia's relationship with community. The other thing is affordable housing, which if you follow the fund, Columbia has not been able to provide any affordable housing because, well, when you gentrify, the property values go up and the original amount of money that they set aside to build affordable housing is no longer viable. You can't buy anything in West Harlem now for $9 million or $10 million. And so, but there is some remaining affordable housing in MCD 9, which is Manhattan Community District 9, where we are located, mostly in the form of HDFCs, co-ops, as well as Grant Manhattanville public housing. So that's kind of the situation that we're in right now. All right, so this is where we started this summer after the murders of George Floyd and after like everything happened, which was a really, really crazy time. We extensively researched and compiled our demands from a multitude of sources, including Morningside Heights Community Coalition, Community Board 9 members, Columbia Spec reports from like a lot of older CB9 members who aren't as active anymore, as well as Community Board 9's 197A plan for the Manhattanville expansion. So the Community Board actually understood that Columbia was going to do the expansion and created a plan, one that was much more supportive and much more equal and less exploitative. Columbia ignored their plan and went along with whatever they wanted to do. And so our demands focus, number one, on community. And so you can actually go and see the demands. They're super, super detailed, but within the community in West Harlem tab, we talk a lot about employment and also affordable housing. So if Columbia wants to be the anchor institution within the neighborhood that it claims to be, two of the things it should provide to residents affected by displacement are gainful employment as well as affordable housing. And so we talk a lot about that, about like union pipelines and different ways that Columbia can support West Harlem residents. The second thing we talk about is NYPD ties. So Columbia doesn't contract out to the police, but they also used to run this program through the business school called the Police Management Institute, which was for NYPD executives. And so even though this is not contracting, it's still supporting the development of careers of people involved with a super racist institution. Next, we want to talk about reimagining public safety. And so we talk a lot about divesting, but what's really most important to us is divestment from public safety and also investment into Columbia Health and SVR and the creation of 24-hour in-person healthcare. And so we talk a lot about how Columbia perceives safety and perceives danger to be mostly Black, male, and non-affiliate, when really, if you look at the experiences of students, a big and like ever-present threat of danger is literally just sexual assault on campus, and something that Columbia isn't putting enough, not just funding, but also support in for survivors. I know there was that CU Survivors Instagram account like over the summer that was really trying to shed light on the experience of survivors at Columbia. And so we want Columbia to stop focusing on this like, number one, just abjectly racist, but idea of Black criminality and of these non-affiliates that are going to come in and commit crimes, and actually focus on supporting the survivors of like sexual misconduct within campus. The fourth is talking about banning the box for criminal history. So Common App actually banned the box for undergraduate applications, but it still exists on Columbia's secondary app and also exists on the law school and the GS application. So we are definitely on board with banning that. And then the fifth is talking about faculty hiring and departmental allocation. So this is about supporting Black students, Black faculty, graduate students, all of that. Okay, so just to close, I wanted to talk about why we as MAD joined in with the tuition strike. And so we actually released our demands over the summer, actually not the summer, in September. And so we were able to get a meeting with Columbia, with administration this fall, but it was really unproductive. They were really not interested in actually fulfilling our demands. And they were more like, well, thank you for bringing this up, but like, there's nothing we can do. And it was really hard because we didn't have the leverage that we needed. We were just like Black students and we were just frustrated with the university. But now by joining the tuition strike, we've been able to unite with other Columbia students and build power with one another. And so like 4,200 people, that's a ton of people, and like tuition is a big thing. So I don't know, I think it's been really meaningful and important for us to join on to the tuition strike and add our demands. Okay, and the last thing I wanted to talk about also was just ways to reconnect longer term with the community. So we exist in a structure that actively drains resources from our surrounding neighborhoods, yet many Columbia and Barnard students fail to engage in processes of advocacy or even just interact with like, I don't know, beyond like the steps, like beyond Morningside Park. And so some potential actions include attending Community Board 9 meetings. These are public. And by attending meetings, you can kind of see like what community organizers are doing, how to support their work. So supporting CB9 resolutions. Sometimes they have like public demonstrations. And I know it's amazing, like if Columbia students can show up and support those. Another example is to volunteer at Black-run nonprofits in West Harlem. And then even easier is just to support local Black-owned businesses or BIPOC-owned businesses. Like this is not hard. And that was one of the things that we talked about in the demands is like, for example, for ordering from the vendors list, just to increase the number of BIPOC individuals that are on the vendors list so students can support. But yeah, thank you so much for having me. This is the MAD Contacts. I'm so sorry people have been saying things in the chat. I'm like really bad at checking it while I'm doing the presentation, but thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you tremendously, Mad, for giving us that like insanely important history and context for your movement. Every time I hear that presentation, I feel like I learned 10 new things. And I also want to emphasize the portions at the end about building, sustainable and long-term power. We as students really have an obligation to participate in our communities for as long as we are in them. And we've heard as YDSA in these meetings that we've been going to that residents are still very frustrated with what's going on. So next I'll pass it to GWC to talk about a little bit of their history and how they came about and what they've been fighting for actively.
Hey, thank you guys so much for including us in this action. We've been truly blown away by your organizing and are thrilled to be a part of this. And yeah, we're here to support you in solidarity going forward through any actions that happen after this. But yeah, to talk a little bit about GWC, which is the Grad Student Union. I want to stress how long this fight has been and how consistently anti-union Columbia has been. The only times where they've done the right thing seems to have been in the face of a strike. So it took us decades to get to this point where we even had a union. The first attempts to organize were in 2004. And in fact, actually, Professor Mainai in the history department was a part of those original efforts back in 2004. That sort of died with the Brown decision from the NLRB, which said private university students can't organize. But we began organizing regardless again in 2013 and publicly in 2014. As a union, we won the right for private university students to unionize in August 2016, so right on the cusp of the Trump administration, and 3 months later, we voted for a union. Columbia, as you'll see as a pattern, delayed relying on the legal system for 2 years to avoid bargaining in our certification. And we were legally certified in 2018. They again illegally refused to bargain. So we went on strike, 93% majority vote to strike in April 2018. And then facing another strike deadline, and so we had that 1 week strike. And then in the fall of that year, we began organizing an indefinite strike. And facing that strike deadline, they offered a framework for bargaining in November 2019 to us and the postdoctoral union. We've been bargaining with Columbia for almost 2 years at this point, the majority of which time they have not bargained in good faith. They've mostly been patronizing and obstinate in the face of our very reasonable demands to try to win better working conditions and a living wage in one of the most expensive cities in the world. And so we began organizing yet another strike this fall. And in response to that, they've sort of begun bargaining in good faith more recently. But 2 years of bargaining will be in February 25th. And so we're building towards a strike sometime after that. One thing I really want to highlight to this audience is that as part of the Columbia decision in 2016, the NLRB ruled that undergrads are part of the union if they TA. And one of the sticking points in our negotiations has been that Columbia wants to kick you out of the unit and to avoid paying you more and to avoid being accountable for your working conditions, which is shameful, especially since you do the same work as us. And this is one of several issues that our entire unit is prepared to strike over. Beyond that, we have several other sort of reasonable outstanding issues at bargaining. So the first is obviously recognition. We want you and master's students in our union. We want you to enjoy the benefits of a higher standard wage and like working protections, including protections from harassment and discrimination. We also want union security. So Columbia is trying to embed basically right to work in our contract, which is something that we would never accept, but it's something that other grad unions have been forced to accept in the time of COVID, just because it's harder to organize. We also are waiting for them to, we are also hoping that they will cave on non-discrimination and harassment. We have a very good grievance procedure that they've agreed to that involves neutral arbitrators, discrete timelines, and union representation, but they're trying to leave discrimination and harassment as non-grievable so that we wouldn't be able to use that very good grievance procedure to address harassment and discrimination, which has been a real problem. There are several like New York Times blockbusters about harassment, especially for grad students, and there are many more that obviously don't make the newspaper. Another main sticking point is international workers' rights. We really believe, since much of our unit is international workers, that they deserve protections. We want to ensure their ability to work from abroad and timely work authorization, timely pay, and support from the university when because our international students are somewhat more vulnerable. And so this is another issue where Columbia is trying to refuse access to grievance procedures for international workers issues. And I don't know if you guys were following over the summer, but over the summer, Columbia threatened not to pay workers abroad when they couldn't return to the US. And that's something that they want to be accepted from the grievance procedure. So it'd be something that we couldn't enforce and couldn't enforce well. So that's something that we, again, are hoping to fight. Another main sticking point in our contract are health benefits. We need lower health costs, especially in the context of a pandemic. We want expanded coverage and a formal mechanism to have an ongoing voice in determining our benefits through our union contract. Columbia needs to prioritize student worker input and stop cost-cutting practices, which happen when it comes to healthcare. Because actually 2 years ago, they cut our health, or maybe a year ago, they cut our healthcare during bargaining, which is technically illegal, but we couldn't take it to the NLRB because it was mostly Trump appointees. And we were worried that they would overturn the Columbia decision, which seems to have made it through the Trump era, which is exciting. And then in terms of compensation, Columbia still hasn't put a reasonable or serious proposal on the table. We need, a living wage to make it in New York. And Columbia hasn't offered anything remotely like that. We want a common baseline hourly pay, guaranteed yearly raises, and cost of living increases. These are issues that we've been fighting for a long, long time, both within the union and outside it. But they're more important in the context of the pandemic. And there are several demands that have actually come out of the pandemic that are incorporated in our contract and that we're planning to strike over as well, such as the petition that we sent, which is for an extra year funding for students affected by the pandemic, and specifically non-service funding, that means non-teaching funding for students who have been unable to conduct research, such as, like people who go to the archives or have to do field work. They haven't been able to do anything. And so they need more time to do that. And this is a particular issue for parents and other primary caregivers who have had no support because of the conditions of the pandemic. And they need more time to finish and funding to support that. So I'm gonna wrap up and be brief, but I wanted to say that we need the Columbia community support to win a fair contract. You are essential to our chances at victory and winning, these very reasonable demands. We're in the middle of strike planning, which you should hear about more soon. And we really hope we have your support. Historically, YDSA and undergrads as a whole have been incredibly supportive of our efforts, and we look forward to that tradition continuing. And we hope that you have our solidarity and support through this strike and any other actions you may take in the future. We're definitely there to support, you guys. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Susanna, for that absolutely amazing kind of rundown on what the GWC has been doing. And thank you so much for kind of just the overall fight of the union. And we are entirely in solidarity. It's absolutely absurd that Columbia has disregarded the very, like you said, just basic needs of graduate students. So we're entirely in solidarity and we're happy to support the movement. I will pass it off now to Joe, who will be speaking on the CPW. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll pass that off to you.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and talk to you all. Love this forum. This is a really great movement to have, especially at a university like ours. I am a postdoctoral research scientist, and I am a steward at this union. One thing that I just want to make clear is the postdoctoral union really occurred because of the work of the graduate worker unionization effort. And a lot of what we accomplished really was only possible because of all of the extensive leverage, pressure, and organizing that the grad workers pushed on Columbia. So, it's kind of funny and a little bit ironic that we got our contract before the graduate workers did. And I don't think that was by accident. I do think that there is a bit of scheming there on the part of the university in terms of saying, look, this group, they've got their contract, they were able to close up the negotiations. Why don't you be more mature and do the same? And so I do want to say, continue to push Columbia, whether you're at the graduate worker union bargaining table or at the tuition strike organizing efforts. I'm really grateful that you all interact with us. I think we need more interactions. I think that I don't have specific petitions or actions that CPW UAW is currently pursuing. So I'm not going to present any petitions to sign or link, but we are really, really speaking for myself and many of my comrades in the union. We're really interested in getting more engagement and interactions with people who are doing this kind of work, like MAD, CU tuition strike or GWC UAW. And it's super, super healthy for our union to see that other people who are also on this campus and on this community are doing kind of the work that we have not possibly seen or engaged with in our careers as postdoctoral scientists. So one thing I think is important is, yeah, we voted 99% for our contract in July, but there's some key differences between our union and the GWC union, for example. So we're postdoctoral researchers, and a lot of us are actually in STEM fields, and the minority actually are in humanities. So there's a bit of a flipped distribution in terms of the types of experiences that people are coming in with. And the other thing that I want to emphasize is, and I think I'm saying this because it's so important that, you know, we actually get education from a lot of you all, is that a lot of postdoctoral research scientists have been sort of filtered to get to this stage that we're at. And we are almost at this stage, or many of us are at this aspirational stage of becoming, you know, the management tenured aspirational faculty members. And so, you know, there is definitely a lot of work done by the university to sort of funnel any sort of politicization that we may encounter towards, you know, pro-university activities. A lot of our volunteer efforts are funneled towards Columbia-run initiatives, which then, of course, the university can bask in the reflected glory of, you know, look at these budding young scientists. They're such brilliant contributors to the community, and a lot of people without the proper education will just feel like appreciated, right? That's a natural response. And I think I have been really insistent on getting a lot of my postdoctoral colleagues to come to, for example, when MAD put on a talk in the fall, and I, you know, made sure that we do go and get exposure also to that history of Columbia, because a lot of postdoctoral scientists and researchers come to Columbia in their like late 20s, early 30s. They may be coming from another country, so they have no idea. And so one of the things that some of us in the union are working towards is to be able to educate some of the incoming postdoctoral researchers just about the history of Columbia, specifically things like the Manhattanville expansion. And so one of the things that I think is really relevant is that the Manhattanville expansion's crown jewel building currently is the Zuckerman Institute. And the Zuckerman Institute is this neuroscience institute, which on its ground floor opened up a community wellness center as part of the agreement for the community development. And this community wellness center still has not opened up. When it does open up, if it ever opens up, the benefits that it provides to the community are kind of like the sort of neoliberal self-care, health insurance apparatus aligned activities. And I think as people who continue to work in that institute, so despite the wellness center being shut down for the pandemic or for whatever reason, everyone continues to work in the building doing science and research. So I think, you know, I think it's important for the union, where we have actually over 200 of our postdoc union members are in the Zuckerman Institute in this building that is kind of at the frontier of the Manhattanville expansion. I think it's really important that you know, we work together with groups like MAD to make sure that you know, both the youngest undergraduates and graduate workers are aware of that history, but also that the people who may be managing them, overseeing their effort and working with them in the laboratories are also aware of that. So I think I just hope that people continue to get invited to come to speak at postdoctoral union membership meetings. When we start to have more activities, I really encourage any or all of you who are interested to just continue to reach out and try to shape the direction of this union and make sure that we are doing more than just providing services for our unit, which we're doing. We have the highest minimum salary now out of all New York City universities for postdoctoral researchers. So we're doing great things for our unit members, but I think it's really important that we keep the lines of communication open, and that you all, or whoever is interested is able to just continually come and update us on what you're working on, how we can contribute, and how we can support the ongoing efforts of the graduate workers and the undergraduates and the community that we inhabit. So thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you so much, Joe. The work that you guys are doing is so important. And I think it's really important that we all kind of stand together, undergraduates, graduates, and postdoctoral workers, because I think what Columbia likes to do is kind of like separate us, right, and decentralize us. And that's why I think the tuition strike is so important too, because we're really trying to build a more centralized like student movement against all the different ways that Columbia is, kind of just messing with all of us at once. So thank you so much. I'll pass it to Towns right now to do a brief presentation on Sunrise and the demand for divestment from fossil fuels.
Howdy, everyone. Yeah, I'm Towns. I'm an organizer with the Sunrise Movement. And I just want to speak a little bit about divestment. So the language in our demands letter is that Columbia must commit to complete transparency about the university's investments and respect the democratic votes of the student body regarding investment and divestment decisions. That kind of goes back to the point Lena and Joe were just mentioning, which is like, this is about a broader vision of democracy and about transparency, about having the people who actually engage with the university, the students, the faculty, the community, the people themselves, the masses, have that kind of democratic control and insight into the decision making that goes on behind the scenes made by multimillionaire administrators right now. So why divestment though? I would say that divestment is kind of the most concrete means that Columbia has of influencing society as a whole. Columbia has kind of two responses to how they think they influence society, what they think they can do about climate change. The first is just kind of to orient themselves entirely towards individual responsibility. They want to focus on their own energy consumption on campus. They want to focus on students' consumption, recycling. They want to give everyone these nice green water bottles that were made biodegradably or whatever. That's not how it works. Climate change is a lot bigger than that. And the kind of neoliberal logic that focuses on individual responsibility misses the societal forces that have actually created climate change. 100 companies are responsible for 71% of all emissions. If we don't take action on the level of society, we're not going to be able to change it. Each of us doing our part isn't enough. We need to band together and actually change the institutions that govern us. So that's how Columbia would first try and address it. The second way, though, is this kind of nebulous idea of Columbia being a leader in a public intellectual space. That's why, like last year, Columbia announced the creation of its climate school. It wants to kind of be at the forefront of some sort of intellectual academic discourse. And yet I think no issue better illustrates the inadequacy of this position than climate change itself. The research is in. We know that it's happening. Climate change is real. It's a scientific certainty. We're seeing the effects around us. The question is not about making more research or finding better ways of convincing the public. The question is like, do we have the political will to come together and take real action to change it and stop these kind of effects? And Columbia is an institution that is necessarily political, and the way it invests is necessarily political. And we're demanding it use its full weight to kind of throw that investment behind actual societal change. Columbia itself, they know this. They know that investment where they put their endowment is meaningful. That's why they established the Advisory Committee on Socially Responsible Investing. In 2015, that committee recommended that Columbia divest from prisons, which it became the first school, I think, in the nation to do so. And then in 2017, it recommended that it divest from thermal coal. Yet that was still entirely inadequate. It was just from companies that have 35% of their revenue from coal and didn't mention anything about fossil fuels at all. We all kind of know coal is already a fixture of the past. It's not actually something that when we're looking forward is really we're going to deal with. So that is to say, Columbia's rear guard and they're taking the minimum amount of action. And ultimately, this lack of action is the product of Columbia's ability to just disregard and denigrate the democratic will of students, faculty, and the surrounding community, exactly what Lena and Joe and others have been talking about. In 2018, Columbia College students voted overwhelmingly, 85%, in favor of carbon neutrality by 2030. And in 2020, Extinction Rebellion held a hunger strike with about half a dozen students in Butler Library demanding that Columbia divest from fossil fuels. Both of these demands were, completely supported by students, and yet Columbia has still yet to actually do anything. Where we're at now is that Columbia hasn't disclosed exactly how their endowment is invested. We don't actually know how much stake they have in fossil fuels. They're giving us mixed signals, talking about like what is direct and indirect investment. And we as students have no kind of like democratic input in this process. They've created a climate school. They have pledged to be carbon neutral by 2050, which is far too little too late. That would basically be in line with the Paris Accords, which would see us reach, 3 degrees warming, and which no one is following anyways. But I think the most encouraging thing is the Committee on Socially Responsible Investing has encouraged Columbia to divest from fossil fuels. And so we, need to keep pushing them, but we're hopeful that that is in the works coming down the pipelines. And, I think the broader point is we shouldn't be sort of at the will of these administrators. We shouldn't just be begging them to give us, any kind of resolution they want, that instead we should be taking direct control over these aspects ourselves. And I think I would be remiss if I didn't mention CUAD and Students for Justice in Palestine. Just this fall, they also passed a divestment resolution that also passed overwhelmingly to divest from companies that were involved in human rights abuses in Palestine. And we really think that, that is the same struggle that we're taking part of, which is we need students to have a role in making these decisions, not just begging administrators. So that's fossil fuel divestment. Dozens of other schools have already done it. We think Columbia, is doing the bare minimum and not taking any actual action to address climate change, and more broadly is just an illustration of the kind of like anti-democratic, completely elite organization and government that runs this university. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Towns. And I do want to mention a little bit what Quad and Students for Justice in Palestine were working on. We are running a bit behind time, so I'll be brief since unfortunately they couldn't make it. And then we'll try to hit one of the questions that we have. And then we'll do some announcements and next steps we can all take to support our awesome coalition partners. So basically, Quad is Columbia University Apartheid Divest, and they are a joint campaign that launched in 2016 by Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine and Columbia Barnard Jewish Voice for Peace. And they basically champion the BDS campaign, which advocates for one, ending the occupation and colonization of all Palestinian lands and dismantling the wall, recognizing the fundamental rights of Palestinian citizens of Israel to full equality, and respecting, protecting, and promoting the rights of Palestinian refugees to return to their homes and properties. So students were very much in support of SJP's demand for Colombia to divest from companies that commit human rights violations in Palestine. And this past fall, there was a referendum held in Columbia College that got over 60% of the student vote in favor of BDS to divest from these companies. And the response from administration was merely to send a letter saying that they could not do it. On top of that, Kim Liu, who is the leader of Aerial Investments, which invests in Lockheed Martin, which is a rocket and warplane supplier to Israel, was just elected to Columbia's management company, which manages Columbia's portfolio, which is a blatant disregard of student demands again. I just wanted to mention that briefly, and I really encourage you to look at the Quad's website and to look more into Students for Justice in Palestine, and I'll also be sharing some of their fundraisers that they have going on. I'm not sure if we have time for the questions, unfortunately. I hope if the people who ask questions, maybe if those who are comfortable can put their contact information in the chat for people who are curious and want to talk more about their organizations. You can maybe DM our panelists or email them your questions afterwards. I do really want to share some next steps that folks can take to support our organizations that we have here. So give me 1 second to go to that. So for the Graduate Workers of Columbia, Susanna mentioned a petition that they have going on, calling for an extra year funding for grad students and non-service fellowships for grad students who couldn't research during COVID-19. And we really encourage those to sign on and support those who can. For MAD, they have, of course, the petition from Black students to support Black students in the West Harlem community that we really encourage you to look into. And it's also linked in our demands letter. And Matt and Cooney for Abolition and Safety are circulating a survey for NYC students and faculty to share their experience with police on campus and what public safety looks like to them to get more input from the community. So we really encourage you to, if you have an experience, to speak up and look at that survey. For Students in Justice in Palestine, I've linked 2 fundraisers here that they have that are tremendously important. The first is to support a Palestinian family in Gaza that's suffering due to the occupation and COVID-19. And they have a very young boy who is in school. And so I really ask that you support them. And then the second fundraiser is to support a Palestinian college student whose home was destroyed. And so these are have been, championed by Students for Justice in Palestine and just the few students who have had the capacity to champion them right now. And we really want to uplift them since they're so important. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I'm really sorry that we didn't have time to get to the questions. I hope, and personally for me, our panelists' presentations were tremendously informative, and I am so happy to be working with them in this space, and so happy that YDSA is in partnership with everyone. So thank you again for your time, and I will pass it over to Emmeline.
I think Willem's moderating.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much for that last panel that was focused on the Columbia tuition strikes. And thank you so much for all of our speakers. We are now going to move on to our next panel, one that we're very excited about, which is focused on internationalist solidarity. So at the Columbia tuition strike, we've been really grateful and lucky to meet different organizers, different student organizers. I think there are people across the world right now who understand that there are problems in which the way that our society currently operates, and students are starting to take these problems into their own hands with the tuition strike at Columbia. And there's also a massive series of rent strikes that's taking place this January in the UK at more than 50 different universities. And so for this panel, there are 2 politicians, one from the UK and one from the US, who are going to introduce this panel. These 2 politicians are named Julia Salazar and Zara Sultana. Zara Sultana is a British Labour Party politician who has been a member of parliament for Coventry South since 2019. And Julia Salazar is a member of DSA, and she is a New York State Senator from the 18th District. These are 2 politicians that really inspire me personally and give me hope. And really happy to have them here to introduce this panel and speak about our student movements. So first, Zara Sultana is going to speak, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Willem, for introducing me and also inviting me onto this panel. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be with you all today virtually. I've never been to New York, but I'm glad that we could do this, despite the geographical distance. Hi, everyone. My name is Zara Sultana. I'm the Labour Member of Parliament for Coventry South in the UK. And firstly, I just want to extend my solidarity to you guys in your strike action. Here in the UK, university students haven't just been forgotten about by university management and the government. They've been scapegoated for rising infections. They've been sent to their halls of residence only to be locked in and with, in some instances, cages put around their accommodation, all for universities to simply extract rents and fees. COVID has exposed the worst features of a marketized education system, and it has shown the disregard to the welfare of students and staff. Above all, it has shown how private interests are put above public good, and I know that this is even more entrenched in the US. So solidarity in your struggle against fees and rents, against a university management that ignores the democratic vote of student bodies and their decision to divest from fossil fuels and human rights abusers in Palestine, and against a university management that segregates and pushes people out of West Harlem. I'm going to let that phone finish ringing. The timing of these things. I'm very proud to also be here alongside speakers from Young Labour, an organisation which I was part of only until a couple of months ago. Now I'm too old. I'm now Old Labour, as well as the University of Manchester Rent Strike, who have been doing amazing organising for students here in the UK. And I'm so excited to hear from them. And I really appreciate you guys also giving UK organisers a platform on your panel. And this fight particularly feels quite personal to me, because one of the first things that politicised me was when the Conservative and Liberal Democrat coalition government in the UK trebled tuition fees in 2010. I was really angry and I threw myself into the student movement immediately. At university, I got involved with the Free Education Campaign, as well as the Palestine Solidarity Society, Kashmir Society, and the Black and Ethnic Minority Association on my campus. Together, we were fighting for free education and still are fighting for free education and a better world. While in 2010, we didn't win, a whole new generation of socialist organisers were formed. And it's how I know some of my oldest friends and comrades, and Barnaby, who is teaching at Columbia and also connected me to Willem, is one of those, and I'm sure he appreciates the shout out. So what you guys are doing here today, standing up to university bosses and carrying the banner of justice against racism, imperialism, climate chaos and capitalism, you should never underestimate how important that is. And in the UK, more so than pretty much anywhere else, we know how hard it has been in terms of for the cause of socialism. And of course, on the other side of the Atlantic, you guys know that well too. The march forward for Labour certainly has taken a knock, but we know so clearly that the centre doesn't have the answers, never has had the answers, and never will have the answers, because it won't tackle the conditions that gave to the rise of Trump or offer solutions to avert the climate emergency. Our future is not in unity with racists or a more competent management of the status quo. It is not in the system slightly tweaked, it's in the system completely overhauled. The work of activists and socialist politicians in the US campaigning for a Green New Deal has inspired and popularized the cause here in the UK. It has helped grassroots movements push for the Labour Party to have a radical socialist green programme in our last manifesto, something we still have to fight for, of course, now, because it promised windfall taxes on big polluters, huge state investment in green industries, and the creation of 1 million good green jobs. It's in this campaigning that our future lies, and no matter how much the right try to co-opt this, we know and recognize that banning plastic straws isn't enough. Plastic bags and bags for life aren't enough. because we identify the climate crisis as a capitalist crisis. And we know that the climate struggle is a class struggle across borders. Just as capital extends its reach across the globe, so must our resistance. Decisions made mainly by white men in suits in boardrooms in New York and London pollute rivers in Bangladesh and destroy rainforests in Brazil. So our global Green New Deal can't be fueled by lithium batteries mined by exploited workers in the global South. It must be a truly global Green New Deal that dismantles the fossil fuel industry and brings resources into public hands for us to plan our own future. When we make this argument, those in the center sometimes call us naive. They tell us we don't know what we're talking about. But the real naivety is to pretend that we have another choice. The real naivety is to pretend that there is an alternative. Our generation grew up watching global leaders bail out bankers, but ignore the warnings of a planet on fire. To stop that, we must finally make good on the promise of an old socialist hymn. With a global Green New Deal, we will bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old. Solidarity, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. That was fantastic. Next up is going to be State Senator Julia Salazar.
Thank you very much. I'm so deeply honored to be here with all of you, to follow MP Zahra Sultana. And, you know, this is especially meaningful to me to get to support you all in the tuition strike in a personal sense, both as a DSA member and socialist in the legislature, but also as a former Columbia undergraduate student myself. I'm really inspired by you all. This truly is about ending the university's exploitation of communities in Harlem and expansion into these communities, and trying to repair the damage that has been done to working class communities uptown in the area where Columbia has expanded and continues to expand. It is, you know, you all truly are demonstrating through this strike the power of direct action and the power that results from confronting capitalism and greed and profit and exploitation by withholding your resources, by withholding your tuition. You know, you are confronting capitalism with the tools that it relies on in order to continue, right? This is about, I think, even, you know, it would be sufficient for this strike to be about demanding that the university fulfill a community benefits agreement. It would be sufficient for this strike to be about the demands that you all have laid out. But what is really incredible, and what I hope all of you know and keep in mind as you stand up to the bosses and the administration, is that this is actually part of a bigger movement against austerity by the universities. It is a part of a better move, or rather a bigger movement nationwide and internationally, right? But a bigger movement against austerity and you know, against student debt, against the current reality of wealth being amassed by elite institutions and by the ultra wealthy in our city, in New York, in our state, and in our country. So I hope you all know how critical the work is that you're doing, that you know, it's even more than seeking to use your position and privilege as Columbia students and as people with this connection to an ultra wealthy and powerful institution in our city. You know, it's even larger than that, and that you're part of a movement and you're inspiring students all over the country to use their position and their resources, their tuition, their access on campus to continue this movement. So I really applaud you all, and I look forward to hearing from the panelists more in detail about this fight.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and what a great way to start this panel. And thank you both to Senator Salazar and MP Zara Sultana. As I mentioned before, at Columbia YDSA, we've been very fortunate to have different interactions with student organizers from across the world during our organizing for our Columbia tuition strike. And so next up, I'd like to give all of these student organizers a chance to introduce themselves. We will start with the organizers from the United States. We have someone here from Howard YDSA, from the National YDSA chapter, and as well as Columbia YDSA.
Hello. My name is Ethan Hayes. I am from Howard University. I'm a junior supply chain management major. I'm a part of the Howard YDSA, and I'm fairly new, actually, just joined this year. Some things about me, really, what triggered me to join the YDSA is my overlook over Bernie's 2016 and 2020 campaign, where I was kind of awoken, in a sense, to a society that was working actively against Black people, people of color, rural white people in a way to perpetuate and help the 1% against everyone else. So that's why I joined. Some specifics about the Howard YDSA are, we believe that a strategy must recognize the intersectional nature of oppression as it pertains not only to class, but also to countless marginalized identities who are alienated by the status quo, in particular to the African diaspora. Our goals right now, we've been planning our own tuition strike, actually. We're getting ideas together, and we're planning to link with the George Washington University YDSA and several others in the area to go ahead and plan that. And as we look back and reflect on Martin Luther King Day and his dream, we pushed, as Howard YDSA, we pushed those to look forward and see this capitalistic system that cannot exist without racism and exploitation of Black workers by the corporate elites. And we celebrate radical Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s message, where he warns us of the white moderates and neoliberals who he stated are more devoted to order than to justice. And so that's just some things about me. I'm looking forward to the panel today and to everybody's message.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. And Labiba can go next, followed by Emmeline.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Labiba Chowdhury. I'm the national co-chair of YDSA. We're currently organizing a national student debt cancellation campaign to demand that Biden cancel all student debt via executive order. Right now we're organizing bi-weekly phone banks on Mondays and Thursdays, 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern, and we're organizing more actions at the national level. If you want to get involved, you can sign up to volunteer. I'll send the link in a second. And also, I'm incredibly excited to be here and for the amazing work Columbia YDSA has done for the student strike. I cannot, the fact that over 4,000 people have pledged to withhold their tuition blows my mind. I mean, I'm sure the numbers changed at this point. But yeah, so I think I'm just incredibly excited for this historical moment. The fact that there are strikes sprouting up across the country already. There's one happening in the Bronx, actually. There's a Teamsters local that's on strike right now, and there's strikes sprouting up across the country. And these strikes are not only an opportunity for, not only is the Columbia strike an opportunity for organizing Columbia students and developing lifelong socialist organizers through Columbia YDSA, but also the world is watching. And they're watching you wield your power and demand better for the working class. And that's a more important lesson than I've ever learned from a textbook at school. And I'm incredibly excited to be here and to support the strike in any way that I can.
Yeah,
I'm so excited to be here. I'm also a member of the YDSA National Coordinating Committee along with Viva, as well as co-chair of Columbia YDSA. And it's been, the most inspiring experience of my life, being involved both in planning out the student debt cancellation campaign at the national level, and also being involved in the Columbia tuition strike. I think it's been so inspiring to be involved in this work of like really demanding that education be treated as a human right, and that we, not only eliminate that, but also, take the steps towards making education free for everyone, which I think is really the long-term vision is, as Astra Taylor put it in her book, like, not just debt cancellation, but ultimately debt abolition, and like fighting for a future where we all, are denied, all are guaranteed what we're currently denied under capitalism. And I think that's really why, I'm part of YDSA, like and DSA as the largest socialist organization in the US, is, all of these crises that we're facing, from the climate crisis to racial oppression, other forms of oppression, the exploitation of the working class, all of these are interconnected, and so they can only be fought in an interconnected way through this, these collective acts of resistance. And I think that, encompasses student organizing, and it encompasses labor organizing, all the forms of leverage that we can use to exert against this, small minority of people who are hoarding all the wealth and preventing the rest of us from having what we should be guaranteed as human beings. So I think that, that's my pitch for, being involved in socialist organizing. And I think that what we're doing is, in terms of like demanding things like student debt cancellation, is like a really important like path towards that ultimate goal. And so I would really encourage you all to be involved, and yeah, just to sort of be involved in the struggle in the long term. As well, I think that YDSA is doing important work in terms of developing, as Viva said, like lifelong socialist organizers who are going to go on to continue for these things on the factory floor, on the strikes, like what the Teamsters are doing right now in New York City. And yeah, all of these struggles are interconnected. So yeah.
Great. Yeah, it's so exciting to have people from different YDSA chapters across the country here. But we also have students from the United Kingdom here. Ben McGowan has been really important for the Columbia tuition strike. He's come to 7 or 8 meetings with me and the rest of the organizers and giving us advice. And we really appreciate this solidarity. There's also Fraser Amos from the Young Labor Committee, and I'd like them both to introduce themselves.
Hello, yeah, I'm Ben. I'm from the Manchester Rent Strike, and also now the National Rent Strike Organisation, which now represents over 55 rent strikes at universities across the UK, which is about a third of all our universities in the UK at this point. I think what's been really powerful about this movement is, first of all, the immense trauma that this pandemic and the situation students have been put through has caused this movement to be led almost entirely by first-year students. This isn't, seasoned activists running this campaign. This is almost entirely led by 18 and 19-year-olds who turned up onto campus and within a month had been put into such an awful situation they felt they had no choice but to go on rent strike. And we've proven, and I think we've been quite successful in taking on landlords and private accommodation and multi-billion universities and actually getting wins. And I think, the past few years, particularly in the UK, victories for students and for the left can feel quite few and far between. And so actually savouring these victories and taking that momentum and using them as inspiration to keep going, I think is really important. Part of why this movement's become so mainstream and managed to break out maybe those traditional student activist circles, I think, is because students around the country have really realised that it is possible to win through collective action and through solidarity. It is possible to defeat these institutions. They're not invincible. And we've proven that so far. We've had lots of wins in the UK for the rent strikes, and we're going to keep going. And I think also, hopefully, what's really happened is, last year, the idea of a rent strike was very fringe, very radical. I don't think it would have got really much of a look in the mainstream media or outside of, traditional left circles. And now I hope that it's really normalized as part of, into into that discourse and into student activist minds and into all students' minds as something that is achievable and isn't something that is just out of the realm of possibility. But obviously these issues around rent and, you know, awful treatment of students have been going on for years and decades. And it's only that this pandemic has really, I guess, shone a light, push those conditions to the absolute limit and breaking point that we've been put in this situation. But as Zara and lots of others have said, you know, this is about fighting against wider austerity and the wider marketization of our education system. And I think that's where our fight's going to go next is, you know, we don't just stop here because we've got rent reductions or because we've made some changes to those conditions. This is about changing really the institution and the parameters of those debates and what we see as education in our country and what we think the value of it is and the merit, and that it isn't just about having students as consumers and fighting back against that rhetoric.
Great. And Fraser, if you want to go ahead.
Hiya, thanks so much for having me. It's really great to be here with you all together, comrades. So I'm Fraser, I'm a student activist at the University of Warwick, where I've been helping organise our rent strike campaign. And I'm also one of the 3 new Young Labour student reps, recently elected to represent student members of the Labour Party in Britain. Jess, who is going to be here today, who's the chair of Young Labour, can't make it. So I'm going to try and give you a quick overview of what's been happening in Britain and what Young Labour's been doing. So it's been a difficult time to be a student in Britain. Working class students in particular have lost work that they depend on to cover the cost of study in the absence of any real government support. Studying has become increasingly difficult with the necessity of online teaching and the pandemic and lockdown exacerbating a student mental health crisis for which you find little support. Students were lied to at the beginning of this year about what it would be like to keep us paying extortionate rent and fees. But it's also an exciting time. We're experiencing the biggest wave of student rent strikes since the 1970s. Thousands of students at over 55 universities are on strike. Students definitely have not resigned ourselves to this mistreatment. We've already won real concessions from our institutions, rent rebates at multiple universities. But as well as this, we're blowing a hole in the broken funding model of our higher education system. Students aren't just angry at our treatment this year, there's also growing disillusion with a system of higher education that's run on market logic and puts revenue raising above student well-being every year. What was once free and public higher education in Britain just 20 or so years ago has been under attack for decades. A project has been underway to turn our education into a commodity. Tuition fees have tried to refashion our degrees into a product. Reams of metrics have tried to quantify it and make it intelligible in terms of market exchange. Endless private capital investment has corporatized university spaces. And all this makes for a system where students are treated as little more than revenue streams. As rent strike organizers, we've come together to form a national network, as Ben said, and we're beginning to point the blame squarely at this system of marketization. Through Young Labour, we've given support to the rent strikes where the new Labour leadership has refused, demanded the support of Labour MPs, created a guide to launching a strike for our members, and demanded the adoption of socialist higher education policy, with publicly funded institutions run democratically by workers and students. For the context of student organising in the Labour Party, until just over a year ago, this would have been unimaginable. Our party student affiliate was a deeply anti-democratic organisation that did little more than build the careers of young neoliberals and obstruct socialists in the student movement. When it was abolished last year for corrupt practices, our positions as Young Labour student reps were created to replace it. We won on a platform of building a socialist, liberated and democratic student wing, but we have no student structures within the party that we're fighting for this. We just have grassroots Labour Club groups. So we're building from the ground up, and we're starting by throwing ourselves into rent strike organising. I'm sure we have a lot to learn from YDSA, and it would be really great to continue some of these conversations after this call, because I'd love to hear how YDSA has been organising in Colombia and across the country. Our intention over the next 2 years of our term is to build up an organised socialist student wing within the party that's oriented towards the Labour Party, where we can be a bulwark against the rightward shift in policy, and orientation to the student movement, where we can fight for a free and democratic education system not subordinated to the needs of capital, and an orientation to the labour movement, where we work to organise students in their tenants and workplace unions. So yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'm really looking forward to hearing everyone's contributions, and solidarity to all of you in your strike action.
Great. And after that round of introductions, we're going to open up several questions for the student organizers here today. And first I want to start, this question is directed specifically to Ben and Emmeline, and then we can open it up to everyone. But with the organizing and the successful rent strike at Manchester and the tuition strike at Columbia, which has already started to win some concessions, what have you learned about the power of direct action outside of electoral voting as a means to making change politically? And as students, how can we use this power in the lessons we've learned as students to turn this kind of direct action into broader organizing after we leave the university? Emmeline and Ben, you're welcome to join in, and then we can open the floor to others.
Yeah, so I think obviously there's immense power in, tried and tested methods of striking and that sort of solidarity. But one thing we should never really forget on the left in terms of what we have over the right is our creativity. And I think it's really possible to, be disruptive in your action, but also be creative in it and in those events. And I think creating those events can play a really important role in sort of taking hold of that narrative and making sure you're the one setting the narrative. At the University of Manchester rent strikes, one of the big things we did was we occupied a 19-story tower for 2 weeks, and there was massive protest when the university put fences up around, and within that same day they put the fences up, we had 2,000 students out protesting and tearing down the fences. And I think those moments and those events, especially in COVID, it's really hard to be traditionally disruptive and use those traditional methods of disruption. And so what I think can be really important is creating cultural moments and events that sort of bring the media in. And once you've got that media in and once you've brought them in, you're the one that gets to set the parameters of debate. Every time an event happens at University of Manchester, any other university doing this rent strike, and it's because the rent striker brought them in, it's them who gets to set the narrative, and we get to reframe that debate, and the university is reactive and responding to us rather than the other way around. And I think that's really important for any activism, and especially small and grassroots activism groups. It can be really hard, and it almost sometimes near impossible to sort of just completely cripple an organization through simple disruptive actions. That's not something that's entirely possible, especially now. And so I think taking bold actions and not being afraid to be creative in those actions can be really helpful. And definitely in terms of what we found, the biggest tool we have against these massive universities is, they have billions and billions in their budgets. No matter how much we rent strike, the reality is we can only withhold a certain amount. It's probably not going to be enough to financially cripple them, but what we can go after is reputation of these institutions. And that's what they care about most. And the way, because of marketization, the way it's set up is that what they care about most and what most of our fees go towards really is the name of that institution at the top of a piece of paper. And if you go after that name, there's very little they can do to protect it. And I think that's something that all sort of movements should definitely be using in terms of whichever your opponent is or your institution that you're fighting against, is really hammering that reputation and that image. And I think using the media in that as well is really important. I think right-wing populists have quite a talent in terms of creating their own mythologies and their own sort of image within the press and the media. And it's, the onus is on us. We don't have control of, the media apparatus or whatever within our country. Then the onus is on us to try and, take it as much as we can and create our own image and create our own roadshow within that, rather than just rely on the media to paint their own image of us.
Yeah, and just to add on, I guess, sort of some takeaways from student organizing at Columbia. I think one really important thing is first, understanding the university as a site of class struggle. I mean, they often try to present themselves as having students' interests in mind, or being this sort of place where you can have sort of just this kind of disconnected academic experience, but that's not at all the case. I mean, universities are just like any other corporation, especially like in this era of neoliberalized higher education, where they are, despite their nonprofit status, are ruled by the profit motive, trying to just, produce as much wealth as possible for, higher level administrators, board of trustees members. And so I think that understanding it as like a site where people like can take up forms of class struggle, designed to wrest power away from these like very wealthy elites who like actually make most of the decisions about how universities run and transfer power towards students and workers. And I think that to sort of get to Willem's question, I think that it's not necessarily that electoral organizing isn't important. I mean, we have two fantastic, socialist electoral activists with us on this panel, but it's just that we have to sort of like pair it with other forms of class power and, to sort of like use all of the sources of leverage at our disposal to, fight against this unjust system. And so I think that, it has to be paired with things like labor organizing. And I think COVID also sort of like opened up all of these like other like potential forms of leverage that we as working class people can use as well. Like in New York City, there were widespread rent strikes, there was a utility strike. And I think of the tuition strike as sort of like a form of these kinds of, something similar to the rent strike or the utility strike, where you are sort of expected to like make a payment to this, very wealthy institution that doesn't actually like really need your money. Columbia has an $11 billion endowment. Their endowment grew by like 300 million just during the pandemic. So they're clearly profiting from this situation, and sort of like trying to disrupt that in whatever way you can, and saying, actually tuition should be reduced. Ultimately, it should be free tuition. And all these exploitative private universities like Columbia should come under social control, and no longer just be profiting a small number of people. So I think that's sort of some of my key takeaways from that. And I think ultimately like the main source of leverage we have like does lie in the sort of like realm of like the workplace. And so I think that's why building ties with unions is so important, and actually like engaging in rank and file labor organizing after graduation is so important as well. But in terms of like the current state of the tuition strike, I just think, it's kind of like staggering, honestly. So 4,310 Columbia students at the most recent count have supported the tuition strike. And by our estimates, today was the day that tuition payments were due for the spring semester. And by our estimates, based on the very like extensive one-on-one outreach that we did to people, at least 1,000 students are continuing to withhold tuition, possibly much more than that. So that's, a huge disruption to the profits of the board of trustees. And so hopefully, this will be, the first step towards finally winning all of our demands around, not only reducing the cost of education, but also democratizing university around all these different realms of investment, divestment, changing what public safety means, disrupting the gentrification of Harlem, and finally bargaining in good faith with campus unions. I think that it's a really promising movement, and one that I hope will spread to other schools. And I'm very excited about the situation with Howard YDSA and excited to see how that will develop.
Great. Would any of the other panelists like to add anything to this question? If not, we can move on to our next question.
I'll quickly come in. And my point is the importance of extra parliamentary movements, because in Parliament at the moment, the Conservative government have an 80-seat majority. So you could be a sitting duck essentially as an MP, as a Labour MP, unless you really harness the power outside. We've seen the effectiveness of the climate strikes and Extinction Rebellion forcing the climate conversation within politics. And more recently, we had an A-level scandal where the government's rigged algorithm disadvantaged working class students in state schools, and young people, students organized to make sure the government was forced to U-turn. Recently, the National Education Union also organized creatively, digitally, incredibly, and forced the government to close schools when they were very reluctant to do so. So essentially, it's in the streets, it's in our workplaces, and in our communities where we have power, especially if we don't have it within political structures. And like Emma was talking about, there is a class war, there's a class struggle happening, and it's really important that we organize in every possible way to fight back.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much. If no one else has anything to add on this question, I'd like to move on to the next. And the next question is, how is the fight for socialism connected to the broader struggles for racial, gender, and sexual equality? If anyone would like to start in on this, you can type your name in the chat, or you can just start speaking.
I can start on this actually. So with Howard YDSA particularly, we focus on the African diaspora, and we see that a lot of Black Americans have shifted toward neoliberalism because of things like, I don't want to say because of like Barack Obama, but because of like the identity politics of a Black man as a president. You feel me? And it's just like throughout history, Black Americans have had a more skew towards socialist policies and socialism in itself. So I feel like toward racially, led by reparations, tying in Medicare for all, canceling student debt, ending mass incarceration, private prisons, are widely popular policies that Black people support, but is not supported by the neoliberalism movement that right now is sadly, taking over like the Black community. So to accomplish this, I feel like we as the left need to organize more people of color and Black American voices and create leaders that can stand up for leftist policies and bring them into the mainstream to get rid of the false narrative that Black people and people of color don't support leftist policies, when that could be farther from the truth.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for that comment. I definitely think that's a great addition. And if Fraser wants to come in next.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as a queer person, I'm not so much concerned with equality, with being equal with cishet people or being equal within cishet society. I'm more interested with overturning it. I'm more interested with abolishing patriarchal gender relations, the gender division of labor that underpins capitalism. And I think that we can't just see these questions as kind of discrete vectors of oppression that only like meet at the level of the individual. We need to understand that race, gender, class, these things constitute each other. We can't see these things as add-on or just superstructural. There's nothing more material or fundamental than our bodies and how we're embodied in the world. Capitalism is a system that rests upon colonialism from when it began until today, and that's always going to be the case. I think that the context of America and the Black Lives Matter movement demonstrates it so clearly that, as Stuart Hall says, race is the mode in which class is lived often. And in setting itself against the racist American state, the Black Lives Matter movement is also setting itself against the same apparatus that crushes militant labor, which super exploits the working class in the global south, that polices the bounds of acceptable gender. The state and the ruling class that oppresses all of us is the same. We have one enemy and multiple struggles. And I think that that's the kind of best way to see it. And we need to see that all of these struggles are interdependent and different aspects of overcoming kind of cis, heteropatriarchal, racist capitalism.
Great. And Labiba, would you like to go next?
Yeah, totally. I obviously agree with everything Ethan and Fraser have said. Yeah, so winning socialism and building a truly democratic society also means overcoming racism. It also means overcoming sexism. The capitalism that we experience is a political system, it's a social system, it's an economic system that produces sexism and racism. And this sexism and racism works in the capitalists' favor because it continues to divide the working class. In order to overcome it, we need to build a multiracial working class movement, and we need to fight for transformative reforms. Like Ethan said, like Medicare for all, like that's something that would create real material change for the working class, especially for the most vulnerable members of the working class, which tend to be more likely people of color and more likely women. And also like the way we really like build this like multiracial working class movement is through building a mass organization of workers of the working class. And the closest thing we have to that, to a mass organization of workers in the US, are through our unions. Unions, we need to build more democratic unions from the bottom up, and we build class consciousness through the organizing that we do in our unions after we graduate. And we need to enter strategic industries that hold strategic political, social, and economic power to continue to build like mass organization of workers in this country and have an actual stake and power as a larger multiracial working class movement in the fight against sexism and racism, and so that we can win real transformative reform in these fights. One thing that YDSA is doing is we are organizing a rank and file school, which is a great way for students to learn how they can organize after graduating and how they can enter these strategic industries and organize to build more democratic unions from the bottom up. So I can send a link in the chat right now for how you can get involved with that.
All these responses so far have been fantastic, and thank you to all of our panelists. Would any of the panelists who haven't spoke yet like to add anything else? If not, we can move on to the next question. Okay, for the next question, we are going to ask, why is it important for socialists in the United Kingdom, in the United States, and across the world to continue to work together in their organizing? Anyone is welcome to comment on this question.
I'll go first. I think it's really important that we organize collectively across borders. We know capitalism is a global system. We know capitalists learn from each other and they work together. We only have to look at the partnerships between Thatcher and Reagan, Blair and Clinton. And similarly, we also need to be learning from each other, inspiring each other, being motivated by each other and linking our struggles. And when we see what you guys are doing in Colombia, and you guys are looking at what's happening in Manchester and Warwick and across the UK, I'm sure that gives us all hope and confidence in our fights. And when we win, that also motivates each other. So I think it's really important that we recognize the way capitalism works, how we can also be organizing in a similar way the 1% do, but for our people, the working class.
Exactly, and that's something that Ben and I have talked about in our conversations as well, is that capital doesn't understand borders, and capital doesn't follow the logic of borders. And capital, because capital doesn't do this, labor organizing shouldn't as well. You know, you see this with companies offshoring their production to countries, underdeveloped countries, where they're able to exploit the workers there. And so that if you don't have this international organizing to combat this international movement of capital, you're not going to have a strong labor organizing at home as well. Anyone else would like to comment on this question?
I definitely think like it's, well, in the US specifically, as a fairly, not really new, but as a fairly like new popular movement of the left, we need to be able to organize with other countries on the left to be able to say, okay, this is what they're doing right. Let us try to transform that and take that home and see if we can, you know, implement that here, because I think that's one of the biggest problems on the left in the United States is the lack of leadership. And I really think that would be, looking at other countries would be a great step to move forward and organize better.
Totally agree. All right. I'll leave the floor open for a couple more seconds for other questions and other answers, and then I'm going to ask the next question. Okay. And so for this panel, we have students here from the United States and the United Kingdom, and we have students from all different backgrounds. And this is obviously really important to this kind of solidarity. But the United States and the United Kingdom are both developed countries that have been grown wealthy off the exploitation of underdeveloped countries in the global South. And as we mentioned before, you see this outsourcing of production from the trade deals in the United States, which offshore production to countries like Mexico and the rest of the global South. And so how can student organizers and just organizers in general in developed countries like the United States and the United Kingdom work towards a more international solidarity? And what role do these organizers have in ensuring that this kind of international solidarity creates true equality, not just in the countries like the United States and the United Kingdom, but across the rest of the world?
I could come in. I think that what is really important to understand from the United States and the UK, both imperialist countries, is that every concession to imperialism, every time AOC equivocates on Venezuela, or every time you kind of give something into whiteness, is also a concession to capital and is a step back for the socialist movement, because it's whiteness and it's the redistributed profits of colonialism that are used to try and buy in people to the project of American imperialism and British imperialism. And I think we need to understand understand international solidarity not as a kind of charitable act, as like helping people that are underdeveloped or anything like that, but we need to understand how our liberation is bound up together. There's this quote by Lilla Watson that if you've come here to help me, you're wasting your time, but if you've come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. And so I think we need to understand that imperialism and racism go to the heart of how capitalism functions, and we can't give an inch.
Fantastic. Labiba, would you like to go next?
Yeah, totally exactly what Fraser said. The US, like, through its like imperialist policies, protects the power of the like global capitalist class and global ruling class. So the actions of the US has like global implications for the international working class. So we need to like continue to like build an international like socialist movement to counteract that. It's the only way to counteract a global threat. And yeah, and I think like we start by doing things like this, right? Like having events where we're communicating with each other and learning from each other. I think that's always great. But really like the organizing work that the working class in the US does also has global implications, right? Like the organizing work that we do here is also being watched by the rest of the world, and we're learning from each other from our struggles, and our struggles are linked globally. And I think like really like the way to fight imperialism comes back to building again mass organization of the working class. And we just don't have the level of mass organization necessary to really like stop the US government from like violently protecting the interests of the global ruling class right now. And the only way to build true power, to be able to do that, is through building mass organization of workers. And we do that by organizing as rank and file workers. We do that by building more democratic unions from the ground up, so we can actually have a say when the US decides to when the capitalist class decides to violently protect its interests globally. So again, pitch to join our rank and file school so that you can continue to organize in this fight, because after you graduate, we need you to enter strategic industries to build economic, political, and social power for the working class here in the US, because that has international implications in the end of the day. So I'm gonna send the link again in the chat. But that's what I'll say about what you can do to build power for the international working class and what we can do to work together to build power for the international working class.
For sure. And I wanted to, before we move on to Emmeline, I wanted to speak, specifically to what Fraser and Lapita were saying, but I appreciated the point from Fraser that we are not here to help out other people. We're here because all of our struggles are connected. And so for me, I'm from Montana, and my whole family on my father's side are copper miners. And the copper mining in Montana was a huge union industry up until 1971. And one of the most important things in breaking this union strength in Butte, Montana, was that the Anaconda Company, which is the largest copper company in the United States, which held the mines in Montana, also held the mines in Chile. And so every time the workers in Montana would go on strike, the Anaconda Company would maximize their copper production in Chile to offset these losses that would be usually taken by the labor movement in the United States. And so you have this very tangible effect of these workers in the United States, in Montana, who might not have even been aware of the international effect of capitalism, whose labor organizing has been weakened by this international capitalism. And so this is, for me, a personal reason why it's so important to have this international solidarity, because if you have workers across the world who are coordinated in their organizing, you can have these international movements that can counter the power of international capital. So that's just, I guess, me from Montana and my input on this. But I know Emmeline would like to go next.
Yeah, I really wanted to, really emphasize what Zara said earlier about how capitalism is a global system, and so it can only really be challenged on a global scale. And also what Fraser said about our liberation is bound up with one another for that reason, because capitalism is a total system, and because we are all sort of interconnected with each other through these sort of global chains of production, consumption, and through these imperialist ties, and currently globalization, what we call globalization, is really structured in such a way to benefit the rich, but what we want is global working class unity, and that's really what we need in order to overthrow capitalism. So I think that socialism without being anti-imperialist and internationalist is totally a contradiction in terms. So socialists should absolutely be at the forefront of opposing US imperialism, opposing US wars, opposing US economic hegemony in the world, as well as all the other wealthy nations who are trying to just sort of exploit the global working class to benefit a small few in these very wealthy countries. It means opposing US imperialist allies like Israel, who are engaged in an active process of settler colonialism and military occupation through movements like the BDS movement, boycott, divestment, sanctions, which we have a lot of power to contribute to as people living in US who, especially as US working class, to sort of disrupt those imperialist ties, because US is sort of actively propping up these oppressive systems. And really, like Mark said, the working class has no borders. And so we need to fight for a world without borders, because currently this is just sort of, a way to sort of make it easy for capital to flow around and go wherever, it's most profitable for the capitalists to do so, whereas the working class is, shut out by, border walls and put into refugee camps. And we really need to fight for a world where everyone has a right to, live wherever they want to and have what they need to live and not be denied their rights. And, none of us will be free until all of us and the whole international working class are free. And we really need to fight for that. And like Viva said, the US working class, in this like imperial core has like a lot of power to bring about this internationalist vision. And so we need to fight for that. We need to fight not just for the US working class, but for the whole working class around the world. And that means building those ties and engaging in those anti-imperialist struggles, whatever we can.
I just want to add on to that. Like, I really think the United States has potential to really like make a change, and the left really has potential to like make a change. And it really has leverage now. Like, self-proclaimed progressives need to make a hostile takeover of the Democratic Party, or they either make their own party and make it a populist party with the left and the right, because they all support the same policies. So I think it's just going to take that. We're just going to need to make a substantial investment into how we politic, into how we organize. And as a first world nation, we need to make an example to what the possibilities of socialist policies, what the popularity of it would be, and how we can spread that across the world.
Great. And so this has been a fantastic panel. And before we wrap things up, we do have a huge announcement to make. On the first day of the largest tuition strike in American history, Columbia has just announced that it is going to meet one of our important demands, which is divestment from fossil fuels for now and in the foreseeable future. This is a huge victory, and this shows this power that students have when they stand together. This is the case at Columbia, it's in the case in the United Kingdom, and we hope that it can be the case at Howard and universities across the United States. Students do have power when we stand together, and we hope to continue to organize students across the country to continue to make this change. This is really exciting news for us. And we also have an important divestment demand, which is divestment from companies that enable apartheid in Palestine. This next panel is going to be hosted by a very close friend, Mehrdad Darush. We're very excited about this panel. And I'm going to hand off now to Mehrdad to moderate this panel. I encourage everyone who came to this panel to stick around. We have an incredible array of experts on this panel. It's going to be really informative. And thank you so much for being here today.
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Willem. I'm very excited to hear the news about the university's commitment to divest from fossil fuels. So for right now, I'm just waiting to make sure that we have all our panelists. If you are, you can just, I think one of our organizers is going to give you speaking or hosting access, and
Can you all hear me? Mehrdad, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I think Noura said she'll be here in a minute. So I think we should just get going. So hi, everyone. My name is Mehrdad Darush. I'm an MA student at the Kevorkian Center for Near Eastern Studies at NYU. I'm excited to be moderating an amazing panel as part of the Columbia Tuition Strike Coalition teach-in, which we've titled Justice for Palestine, Justice for All. Thank you all for being here. So in October of 2020, the student group Columbia University Apartheid Divest, which was launched by Columbia Students for Justice in Palestine, or SJP, as well as Barnard Columbia Jewish Voice for Peace, organized a student referendum at Columbia College on whether or not the university should divest from companies that profit from or engage in the State of Israel's actions toward Palestinians. The referendum demands align with those of the global boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, also known as BDS. So 61% of Columbia College undergraduates voted to divest. Yet, in a statement after the results, Columbia President Lee Bollinger refused to take the student vote under consideration. And as we know by now, the Columbia student strike is about more than a mere tuition reduction. This is about making the university transparent. This is about making the university democratic. That's why the strike coalition, which is proud to include Columbia SJP, lists as one of its 5 key demands the university's divestment from human rights violations against Palestinians in support of BDS. So we're honored to have 5 remarkable scholars and activists speak to us today on the question of Palestine and its centrality to the universal struggle to organize for equality, justice, and peace. We have Sumaya Awad, who's a New York-based Palestinian socialist activist. Sumaya is the co-founder of the Against Canary Mission Project and the co-editor of the recent book, Palestine, A Socialist Introduction. And we have Omar Barghouti. Omar is a Palestinian human rights defender, writer, the co-founder of BDS, and a Columbia alum. We have Noura Irakat, who is a Palestinian-American human rights lawyer and assistant professor of Africana Studies at Rutgers University. Noura is the co-founding editor of Jadaliya magazine and the author of Justice for Some, Law and the Question of Palestine. We have Rashid Khalidi, the Edward Said Professor of Modern Arab Studies at Columbia University. Rashid is the editor of the Journal for Palestine Studies, and most recently, the author of The 100 Years' War on Palestine, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance. And finally, we have Barnaby Rain, an activist and intellectual historian writing his PhD at Columbia University on the history of socialist thought. Barnaby has written extensively on the question of anti-Semitism in the UK and the US. So before we begin, I invite our audience, however you're watching, to submit questions to our panel, which we'll try to get to at the end of our, unfortunately, far too short of discussion. But now to introduce us to the BDS movement for Palestinian rights, I hand it off to Omar.
Thank you very much, Mehrdad, and everyone for hosting me. I'm honored to stand with your inspiring tuition strike, which is setting a crucial example in democratizing higher education and challenging the corporate power structure that prevails. I salute your intersectional endorsement of what Angela Davis calls the indivisibility of justice. Trump is gone, but going back to the neoliberal, military-industrial, hegemonic business as usual should not be an option. The hibernation of progressives while waiting for justice to rain on us from Washington, D.C. is not an option. Inhibited dreams and tamed activism are not an option. The South African Black consciousness leader Steve Biko wrote, quote, "The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed," end of quote. Indeed, through sustained violence and racist dehumanization, or stubbornly denying our rights, our oppressors try to colonize our minds with hopelessness and to sear into our consciousness rigid limits to our visions of freedom and justice. We fight back with hope that emanates from our strategic and unassailably ethical praxis. In this spirit, allow me to share some of our experiences in the BDS movement pertaining to reconciling ethical principles with strategic, goal-oriented effectiveness in our struggle for Palestinian freedom, justice, and equality. I hope this modestly contributes to your indispensable campaign at Columbia. Inspired by the South African anti-apartheid movement and the US civil rights movement, BDS was launched in 2005 by the broadest coalition in Palestinian society. It calls for ending the 1967 occupation, ending the institutionalized and legalized system of racial discrimination and domination, which meets the UN definition of apartheid, and upholding the right of return for Palestinian refugees to the lands from which they were uprooted in the 1947-1948 Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Anchored in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the BDS movement has consistently and categorically opposed all forms of racism and discrimination, including anti-Black, anti-Indigenous racism, sexism, homo and transphobia, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism. Identity should never diminish or restrict one's entitlement to rights. Our movement, therefore, targets complicity, not identity. Human rights defenders often face the dilemma of whether we should, in our campaigning, prioritize ethical principles over goal-oriented efficacy. But these are not necessarily mutually exclusive. In fact, opting for one extreme or the other can be detrimental to any justice movement. If we set our objectives too high in order to meet our utmost ethical and political standards, we would undoubtedly condemn our struggle to ineffectiveness and perhaps become addicted to marginalization. We would lose sight then of the real objectives we had set out to achieve. We would become delusional, celebrating every noise we make in our comfortable revolutionary bubble as if it were the roar of a nearing and resounding victory. On the other hand, if our objectives conveniently responded only to the pragmatic requirements of current circumstances and balances of power, without much regard to our principles and long-term goals, we would run the risk of being co-opted by hegemonic oppressors, while basking in the limelight of their recognition that we've become moderate and responsible enough to be granted a low seat at their high table. We would, in that scenario, disconnect at once from our roots of struggle and our vision for a just, dignified future. Rather than breaking the chains of our oppression, we would be settling, in effect, for simply making those chains more comfortable, as Archbishop Desmond Tutu once warned. Being revolutionary, then, is not about raising the most radical slogans that are not implementable and that therefore have little chance of contributing to concrete processes aimed at ending oppression. That would be unethical, not just unstrategic. What is truly revolutionary and ethical is raising a slogan that is principled and realistically ambitious, yet conducive to action on the ground that can lead to real change towards justice and emancipation. I truly believe that your tuition strike, just as the 2018 Barnard referendum and the 2020 Columbia College referendum on divesting from Israeli crimes against Palestinians, meets this definition of being ethical and truly revolutionary. To reconcile principle with effectiveness, the BDS target selection criteria are, quickly, the level of complicity, targeting the most complicit companies, intersectionality, targeting companies that oppress more than one community, mass appeal, targeting the more well-known brands to reach the mass media and the mass public, potential for success, which means we only campaign against a target when there's a reasonable chance of achieving our most important objectives. And the three corresponding operational principles that guide our campaigns are gradualness, sustainability, and context sensitivity. Regardless, we must always ask ourselves whether we are really being both principled and strategically effective. In our context, Israel's siege, ethnic cleansing, killings, home demolitions, theft of land, and so on are all intensifying. Some of the companies that your tuition money is invested in are still complicit in these Israeli crimes against us. So how do we assess the effectiveness of BDS? Assessing impact is, in my view, a sophisticated art and an inexact science. It is context sensitive and always evolving. We know we need to periodically evaluate our strategies, partially to assess to what degree we've achieved our objectives. Quantitative assessment of impact is crucial, but so is qualitative assessment, such as gauging our influence on the narrative in the media, in academia, in the cultural sphere, on raising awareness beyond our comfort zone, on impacting policy, and that's key, and so on. Planting seeds and caring for them with patience is key in social justice struggles. When the BDS movement pioneered mass education about apartheid, being part of Israel's entire regime against the Palestinian people, this analysis, for instance, was shunned by the mainstream. Now, we're finally mainstreaming the apartheid analysis with a lot of help, one must admit, from Israel's unmasked far right. One point of caution though, our enemies' vicious attacks on us often indicate our impact. But how do we know they're not playing us with strategic decoying, diverting our resources and attention away from possibly more effective paths of resistance and solidarity? We need to assess then whether they're accompanying their severe rhetorical attacks with a commensurate investment of resources in fighting us. We also need to examine whether our impact is independently verified through data and research to confirm the movement's effectiveness. To end, throughout our struggles for justice, we must adhere to inclusiveness and intellectual humility. And we must always insist on defining ourselves and our aspirations. Toni Morrison once said, quote, "Definitions belong to the definers, not the defined," end of quote. Let's never let them define us, confine our dreams, or defile our struggle. Let's be the definers of our peace, our justice, and our destiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad, for these wonderful remarks and this framing of what we're organizing for. We're here to redefine what this struggle is, and I'm so excited as we proceed in this discussion to be able to, do the part of, decentering those false narratives. So I want to turn to Rashid and say, if we want to be successful in our organizing today, there are historical misconceptions about Israel and Palestine that we have to displace. So I want to ask you, how is Palestinian history instructive to the current stage of this struggle? I'm thinking specifically of your argument in your recent book, The 100 Years War on Palestine, which describes the Palestinian struggle as one against the twin processes of settler colonialism and this exclusivist nationalism that we know as Zionism. So could you outline this history for all of us?
Thanks so much for inviting me to address this group. And I join Ahmad in saluting the students who have taken an enormously important initiative in standing up, not just against the callousness of an $11.5 billion endowed university in charging students the highest tuition of any American university for what we know to be an educational experience that is really lacking given the circumstances, but also for stressing the undemocratic nature of the way in which this university operates and the callous ignoring by the university of a very clearly expressed view of an overwhelming majority of students in favor of the university divesting from companies that harm people, not just in Palestine, in many places, as Ahmad pointed out. And I think that I'm touched that in the midst of all of the travails that students are undergoing, they should have seen fit as a central part of their demands to insist that the university pay attention to student views, and for that matter, faculty views on issues like divestment, and also on issues like climate change and other things that your strike has touched upon. I think it shows a high level of responsibility and a high level of militance on the part of the students and a political consciousness, frankly. In 8 minutes, I can't summarize how important I think the history of Palestine is, you said, to make it brief, and I will try and make it brief. But I think that Palestine serves as a sort of a touchstone for so many of the issues that concern us as citizens in the United States and of the world. What happened this summer in the United States, the uprising over Black Lives Matter in the wake of the murder on video of George Floyd, raises issues having to do with racism, systematic racism, racial discrimination generally. A core part of the problem of Palestine is racism. It's been obscured that this is what's at stake, but as Ahmad pointed out, structures of racial discrimination are the basic bedrock of the system that has been imposed in Palestine over more than 70 years. I think it's absolutely essential to talk about this. I think it's essential to talk about this in Minneapolis and New York, but also in Ramallah and Tel Aviv, and also in London and Paris. You are students at Columbia. We are faculty at Columbia. We're concerned with the United States, but we're also concerned with the world. The corporations that the university invests in are doing harm. They are serving to provide the weapons, the bulldozers, for the oppression of an entire people in Palestine and in many other places around the globe. So the first thing is racism. The second thing is colonialism. We live in the midst of one of the great colonial projects of modern history, the United States of America, where the indigenous population was systematically destroyed in order to implant this project. There is a kindred spirit to this in many other parts of the globe, in Canada, in Australia, formerly in South Africa, in New Zealand, but also in Israel. And I think that bringing this up is important in terms of struggles in the United States over the Keystone Pipeline, over indigenous rights, as well as in Australia and Canada and other places where settler colonialism has established a viable national project, but where the sequels of it, the harm done by it, is still not been fully addressed. It hasn't even begun to be addressed in Palestine. And to address it, we have to diagnose the problem. The problem is not just one people and another people, or two national movements, or right against right. These are essentially nonsensical obfuscations to prevent us from seeing that Israel is the result of a settler colonial project, which has erected a structure of racial discrimination, where one group has rights that another group is not allowed to have. Very simple. Jim Crow, apartheid, the Israeli system created by Zionism. Finally, this ties us in to issues that should concern all of us as Americans. We just had a transition from one administration to another, but something that has not changed and will not change is the appetite for eternal war abroad. Part of that eternal war abroad is being waged in Palestine with almost $4 billion annually of American military support for an occupation. That's what that money is going for. And that is why we don't have a proper train station in New York City. That's why we have the worst airports in the world in New York City. That's why we have the kind of so-called budget problems that we have, because tens and tens and tens and hundreds of billions of dollars are spent on supporting a war machine that's engaged in wars all over the planet. And by proxy is engaged in suppressing the Palestinian people. So if we want to have forgiveness of student loans, if we want to have an annual minimum wage that gives people the right to dignity, we need to have a complete change in the priorities of this country. And one of those changes has to be an end to eternal wars abroad, one of which is the war that Israel wages every single day on the Palestinian people, with $4 billion almost annually of military aid, and with many, many billions of dollars in tax-free 501c3 donations to things like the Friends of the Israel Defense Forces and colonial settlements being built on Palestinian land, stolen from Palestinians day by day, every single day of the year. So I think that Amma very aptly put it. We're trying to balance between what you can do and what is ethical. What would be ethical is to oppose everything. You can't oppose everything. You have to pick your strategic targets. And I think that the strike has done that extremely effectively, stressing not just the way in which they're screwing students and their parents by demanding outrageous amounts of tuition in a situation where other universities have done much more to relieve the strain on students, and where other university presidents have taken a cut in their enormous salaries, which our president unfortunately hasn't seen fit to do. So I think that bringing all of these things up is absolutely appropriate, as has been something that I'm very grateful for, a recognition of the fact that overwhelming majorities of Columbia and Barnard students have voted in favor of something that the university has simply disregarded in the most arrogant possible way, showing how things are run around here and showing why a strike like this is necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rashid. We really appreciated your support. So I wanted to ask Noura now, but this is also a question for you, Rashid, if you're able. But Noura, in your recent book titled Justice for Some, You explain how we got to the present political situation in Palestine through the deployment of law as both a tool of oppression, but also resistance. I just wanted to ask you, when we speak about settler colonialism, when we speak about apartheid in Palestine, what do these things look like? What is the present political situation? You use terms like ghettoized local autonomy, Israeli legally legitimize total sovereignty for Israel. What do these mean and how did we get here?
Thanks so much. I want to echo also my absolute awe at the student organizing and total support for the rejection of what is essentially the neoliberalization of higher education at a moment when movement that ushered the removal of a neo-fascist in the form of Trump and his base, which remains because this is a structure around us, is owed something and has been demanding the cancellation of student debt. And yet the response of Columbia University is not only to disregard that, but to add insult to injury by diverting their losses onto the students themselves as if they were consumers of a product, which also feeds into the lack of academic integrity and the diminishing of academic independence, right? Which has been used in order to smear Palestinian academics and Palestine studies altogether. I mean, so all of this fits into to this framework of, you know, the relationship between the neoliberalization in the university, hyper militarization, and US imperialism, which has one of its focal points in Palestine. As Rashid has emphasized, we have to remember that Palestine is both exemplary of a universal condition of settler colonization, resistance to native erasure, resistance to imperial expansion, and hegemony, as well as the specificities which the Palestinian experience has that is in fact unlike any other because of the temporal moment in which it happens and the way that anti-Semitism has been weaponized and perverted into a project that has not only failed to protect Jewish peoples in a broader struggle against white supremacy, from which the mass scale of atrocity against Jews develops, but also in a way that eclipses how Zionism is basically obfuscates the way that the United States can speak out of one side of its mouth that it both opposes anti-Semitism and in order to cover for itself to expand its imperial project in the Middle East. And so I think that it's great that students have emphasized the need to place Palestine as part of this broader teach-in, which is a teach-in about capitalism, which is a teach-in about racial capitalism and a teach-in about imperialism, and to emphasize that, you know, militarism abroad isn't just about the profit-making mechanisms of US weapons manufacturers, the DoD, and the industries of transport, right? It's not just the weapons themselves, but the pieces of the weapons, how the weapons are transported, which is depriving a model of universal healthcare, depriving a model of the cancellation of student debt, but also a way of reifying American exceptionalism at home. If the United States is in fact purported to be a flawed democracy and not in fact a white settler colony, then it can place itself as a global police in the world that obfuscates ongoing settler colonization, that obfuscates the subjugation of American Blacks in the United States, not as a form of a lack of inequality, but as a form of a colonial system that it continues to oversee, from which they can extract and exploit those bodies, and as a way to continue asserting geopolitical control, even when there is no extraction of resources, in order to prevent other powers from access to those resources. So then what about Palestine then, about the history of the present? What I want to say is, you ask, how is it that we get here? And so when I emphasize the idea of what is this history of the present, the worst thing that the United States has done in attempting to appear as somehow, right, a moral offering a moral good in the world, is to frame this as an issue, a conflict between two peoples, an intractable conflict. They just have to figure out how to get along, right? So it's the same thing that we do in the United States, that rather than tackling racial capitalism, we want to give CEOs and police officers diversity training instead of actually getting into the weeds of what does power have to do with it. And in this case, the power that has to do with it is the fact that, as Rashid has pointed out, Zionism is not a Jewish national liberation project. Zionism emerges from an imperialist context in order to further what is considered a civilizing mission and an economic enterprise. And so how that evolves, how Jews define themselves as a nation is not here what's at issue, but what Zionism, political Zionism, it in fact is a settler colonization movement that is facilitated through imperial sponsorship, first by the British and then by the United States, which is the current phase that we're in, that is predicated on the implantation of settler sovereignty that requires the removal and rejection of a nascent native sovereignty that preceded it. And so this, we don't want to complicate it with big terms. It's basically the idea to remove and replace, which is precisely what Palestinians continue to battle against. And all of that diminishes, is gone when then the United States refracts it. Even the liberal, right? Even the liberal parts of the US political establishment, which are not by any means, even if they are better than the right, they are by no means radical or revolutionary, want to frame this as conflict and necessitating conflict resolution, and not turning, wanting to blame Trump, for example, for the transfer of the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, wanting to blame Trump for the ending $364 million of humanitarian aid to Palestinian refugees, wanting to blame Trump for, they don't even talk about Gaza. They're not blaming Trump for Gaza. Nobody does, because of the extreme forms of dehumanization that happens to Palestinians as a result of the targeting of the Gaza Strip, and the ways that we don't even attempt to understand what Hamas is. But the idea of making Trump into the bad guy in a way to absolve the United States for what it has done and wants to continue to do has been made clear by the Democratic National Committee, that has said, right, and instructed Biden, don't return the embassy. They want to keep the embassy, right? And on all the previous administrations, Democrat and Republican, made that possible, made that embassy move possible, made the colonization of all of Palestine possible, not just impending annexations possible, and have also said that they want to oppose boycott, divestment, and sanctions, notwithstanding all of their commitments to liberal ethos like First Amendment rights of free speech, right? And here we see the exceptionalization come up again around Palestine. So what I would advise for us to think about is, this is not something far away, but is something entwined with a US system that is still committed to expanding settler colonization, that is still committed to maintaining white supremacy as a system, is still committed to the universalization of European sovereignty of political governance and European societies, which it imposes on all peoples, which thereby creates a racialized hierarchy that we can't escape from unless we reject it and create those alternatives. And so that also means liberating the university as a space that's not only based on a consumerist model of, training students in order to be cogs in the wheel of, a neoliberal economy, but training critical thinkers who rise to the challenge of actually confronting it and creating alternatives. And we've seen that the most in movements that have articulated what abolition means in the form of creating mutual aid, communities of care, defunding the police, dismantling a war on terrorism apparatus, demilitarizing the US, some form of reparations, right, to holding administration officials to account. And here I want to lay full accountability on the feet of the Obama administration, which absolved the entire Bush administration for constructing a war on terror that continues unabated, and for inflicting torture, for maintaining the, this black hole of Guantanamo Bay. And that has held no one to account for torture, right? It's this kind of amnesia that when I'm in the classroom talking to my students and I mention Guantanamo, and the students, sophomores and juniors, look at me like I'm nuts. Like, what language did I just speak, right? That's not a mistake. And that's what I think, I'm very honored to be part of this, and I'm glad that we center Palestine not as the exception here, but as part of this broader framework in challenging this university model, and also of challenging imperialism.
Thank you so much, Noura, and thank you to both of you for centering the role of US policy in the history of settler colonialism in Palestine, which, we have the power to change through support for BDS. I want to turn to Samaya now. So your book, Palestine, A Socialist Introduction, brings in a number of brilliant scholars and activists, including yourself, to situate the Palestinian movement for liberation within a universal struggle guided by socialist principles. My question, how do we, as members of the left, see Palestine through this socialist lens? And how do we organize for it alongside other anti-capitalist struggles?
Thanks, Mehrdad, and thanks, Noura, Omar, and Rashid. It's a little intimidating to follow the three of you, I have to say, but I'm going to do my best. I think one of the main things that the book puts forward is that Palestine is not going to be liberated in isolation. And I think that's what the previous three speakers have also alluded to. But I actually want to start by taking us to the Middle East for a second and just debunking, I think, a common assumption that it's only now that people are asserting socialism in Palestine in the same conversation. That in fact, there's like a very rich tradition of Marxism and of socialism in the Middle East that spans decades. And that's sort of what the book is based on and is trying to bring to light. That said, of course, there's a lot of lessons that we should learn and take from, there it is, that we need to take from and learn from these previous movements for liberation that often posited socialist and communist ideas, because clearly they didn't work and they had many, many faults, but that it exists. And so what we're doing now is just building on that. And I think one of the main things about that I really want to drive home is that our goal for Palestinian liberation is not simply to get rid of the occupation. It's much more than that. It's about envisioning what kind of free Palestine we want to build. Well, in the same way that here in the US, that's what we're doing when we're talking about a new world, when we're talking about defeating capitalism and US empire. And so when we think about what new type of vision we want to posit, we have to think about who is going to replace the existing structures in Palestine, right? That we don't want to just replace our oppressors, but we want to build something new. And this year marks 10 years since the start of the Arab Spring, right? When Arab masses across the region came out and demanded the fall of their regime, demanded a new vision, a new type of society. And although they didn't all posit socialist views explicitly, they were fighting for this new kind of world that isn't built for profit, right? Where profit is not the motive for everything that we all deserve, the basic rights that we have. And I think that's what we mean with the book and what my organizing does, which is to focus on what does it mean to build a different kind of world in Palestine and the Middle East? What does it mean to think about Palestine being liberated, not in isolation, but as part of the liberation of the masses across the region and of course, globally. And what that really means is material change rooted in economic and political systems that don't serve to elevate the upper rings of Palestinian ruling and middle classes, but actually serve the vulnerable in Palestine, the refugees, the workers. Those are the people that we want to build a free Palestine for. Those are the people that are building and fighting for a free Palestine. And we're going to come up against capitalism as we do so. And I think that's very clear. And we certainly learned that in the 90s, when what the Palestinian leadership was doing was engaging in all sorts of negotiations that failed completely and actually set us back. And that's not what we want to try to do again. That's not what our goal is. So that's the thrust of the argument that it is important for us to think about socialism as we organize to free Palestine and to integrate anti-capitalism into all of our decolonial movements. And then just to get at the second part of your question, I think it's very promising that this burgeoning left, the socialist movement in the US, is positing Palestine as an important issue in its political struggle. I think that people are really connecting the struggles they go through here in this country as workers, as Black people, as people of color, as immigrants, to the injustices elsewhere in the world that the US is propping up. And certainly Palestine is one of those. And they're making these connections, I think, more so than ever before in a very material way, not abstractly as, discussions, but actually in their everyday lived experiences, connecting to these injustices abroad, to what workers abroad are facing beyond our borders. And I think that's huge. And I think what that means is that we are winning the ideological battle. It's slow. We're not there yet. We have a lot of work to do. And I think a lot of the questions that Ahmad posited about strategy and tactics are crucial to us actually fully winning. But I think that this is a big step, that people in the US who want to challenge the status quo want to make Palestine a priority, because what's happening in Palestine is a massive human rights violation. And it's supported by the US government, right? It's being propped up by the US government in so many ways with political, commercial, military, diplomatic support. So it's intuitive that people here who want to stop home demolitions in Palestine, want to put an end to the blockade, to the indiscriminate killing of Palestinians, as they advocate for these issues, there's an understanding that actually the decisions made in DC, the various policies that exist in the US, from curtailing freedom of speech, in New York is a good example of this, Cuomo's blacklist, right? That blacklists organizations, nonprofits, et cetera, that boycott Israel, or legislation that's pending in New York and across the country that threatens to penalize financially and otherwise individuals or companies or schools that engage with those who boycott Israel. And that's because these boycotts are a direct attack on capitalism, right? They threaten the very structure of how the state is able to reproduce itself. And for Israel, that means its ability to reproduce its apartheid state and its occupation. So I think that when people say, why are we singling out Israel? It's like there's this grave injustice that's been unfolding for over 7 decades, and that the US has a major role in sustaining it. So it's actually intuitive to single out Israel. Our government is singling out Israel. And we're sort of following that. I'll just end by saying that I think, as Ahmad mentioned, I think, and maybe we'll get to this later if we have time, but I think this attack that's happening right now against Palestine activists, the censorship of advocacy on college campuses, is because of how we're winning this ideological battle. And I think college campuses in particular play such an important role, because that's often where the state injects its ideas, right? A lot of institutions, certainly institutions like Columbia, they play a very important role in sustaining the priorities of US empire, right? And reproducing them. After all, it's the students at these elite universities that then go on to become workers and administrators. So interjecting ideas and sort of really cracking down on freedom of speech, on any idea that threatens to shake the priorities of US empire or question them, have to be shut down in order for the state to be able to reproduce the kind of workers that it wants. And that's why it's such a threat. But it's also why this campus organizing that you all are doing is so incredibly important, and has a reverberating effect, I think, for many years to come that we will see in the future. So really props to you on that, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Somalia. Actually, if it's okay, I'd like to stay with you for just a few more minutes, as you brought up the opposition that activists face, like the intimidation tactics. And so I would like to ask you about your work, the mission behind the Against Canary Mission project. So why did you feel the need to create Against Canary Mission? What does it try to accomplish?
Yes, and I'll try to be quick, but feel free to tell me to stop talking. I won't take it personally. So Canary Mission, for those who don't know, is an online blacklist that was founded in 2015 and that now has a little over 2,000, I believe, profiles of student activists and professors, but the majority are students. And the aim of the Canary Mission blacklist, and there are other blacklists, but I think Canary Mission is one of the largest, is to censor, silence, intimidate, threaten, chill students speaking out against what's happening in Israel and the complicity of the US government. And it's actually, you know, it sounds, when you hear it, it's like, oh, wow, that's bad, that's horrible. But when you really start to study what it does, it's absolutely horrifying and it's incredibly dangerous. Because what it does is it makes students, it sidelines them, and it ultimately tries to push them out of the social and political circles of campus life, right? It's saying, if you do this, you will be shamed because we're gonna say you're anti-Semitic, right? It's a form of shaming students for their activism. If you're a student that's not a citizen, your immigration status is at risk because you are labeled on the internet as a quote unquote terrorist sympathizer, right? As anti-Semitic, as having links to Hamas, etc. And so it's a form of silencing and ultimately dismantling student activism on college campuses. And when you look through the list of profiles, you'll notice very, very quickly that the majority are people of color, right? They're people that are already very vulnerable in society and already attacked and sidelined and silenced. And as I mentioned before, why I think Canary Mission focuses on college campuses because of that particular role that they play. But against Canary Mission, the idea behind it was to allow students and others that were profiled to, in their own words, talk about the activism and the work that they did in a way that made them proud of the fact that they have a principled stand for human rights, right, for justice, against oppression, and making it clear that when it comes to criticizing Israel and criticizing Zionism, that what it's really about is criticizing a state, right? A government that is oppressing millions of people in Palestine and then denying millions more around the world, Palestinians around the world, their rights, their internationally recognized rights, just outwardly denying them. And it's I think what Canary Mission does is it actually builds on a whole list of McCarthyist tactics of censorship and suppression, but in the modern day. And more recently, and maybe Barnaby will get into this, but I think that the new definition of anti-Semitism, the IHRA, that is now being implemented, that Trump passed an executive order sort of implementing it in the US in 2019, is now being used to further suppress student activism and to delegitimize it. And again, shame students for their principled stand for Palestinian freedom. And I think I'll just end with two things. One is that I think what's clear with this censorship, these attacks on Palestine activists, is that no matter what Palestinians do, they're going to be characterized as instigators, as violent, aggressive opponents. And I mean, it's very clear that our existence as Palestinians, no matter how dismal it may be, is considered a threat. And as a result, we're indiscriminately killed, and that is justified. And instead, we're forced into these conversations about, can you say this or that? Can you say Israel's a racist state when it has Jewish-only roads and Palestinian-only roads? Instead of us being able to talk about the oppression that we're going through on a daily basis, the fact that Gaza is under blockade for over 10 years, the fact that there is no freedom of movement in Palestine. Just today, we woke up to the news that a young child was pelted with rocks from Israeli settlers living legally on Palestinian land. We're not talking about these things in the mainstream. Instead, we're debating, are you even allowed to talk about being oppressed? Are you given that right? And just the way that it distracts from the oppression that is happening is so egregious and so infuriating. And I think that's what we need to be talking about. That's what we need to be fighting against. We have a right to talk about our oppression, and that's how we're going to end it. And so I think it's really important, as we discuss these different ways of censorship, of chilling free speech, to talk about what it's distracting from. Because I think that's one of the goals of how IHRA Canary Mission and others that are attacking Palestine activists. That's one of the aims of that is to distract from the ongoing reality of Israel's occupation, which, as it stands, is just completely incompatible with justice, right? Israel, as it stands as an ethno-nationalist state, is incompatible with justice. And I think we need to say that and say that over and over again. And we are winning people. People in the US are making connections between the fight for against climate change here, for Medicare for all, for better border policies, for immigration. They're connecting it to Palestine, and that will keep happening because it's an instinctual, it's an organic connection, and it's there. And it's up to us to keep fighting for it. And I'll stop there.
Thanks so much, Maya. That was wonderful. So now I'd like to turn to Barnaby to just build off of what's been said about, this the universalism of this cause, but also how, the IHRA and Canary Mission try to conflate criticism of the state of Israel with anti-Semitism. Barnaby, can you help us correct the narratives that purposefully confuse anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism?
I can try. It's a very, very great honor to be on this panel with, the speeches from everyone have just been really, really exceptional. I echo what Rashid said in holding up the book, that everyone should buy the book that Samaya co-edited because it's fantastic, and also should buy Rashid's book, and also should buy Noura's book. It's really amazing to be on this panel with all of you. And the first thing I have to say is we got to talk about the announcement Colombia just made on fossil fuel divestment, because it's a very powerful model for us. It always seems impossible until it's done. So take the lesson, right? And remember that when students pushed for this with petitions and with sit-ins and with protests and with occupations, they were dismissed by Columbia University. And now, of course, they won't get any credit. The university is not going to release another statement saying, thanks so much to the students for embarrassing us and pushing us and protesting against us so that we had to divest from fuels which are literally destroying the planet. This is simply a question of survival, nothing more. Students and organizers who spent years on Columbia's campus pushing for this, just as students have across America and the world, are not going to get any credit. Power concedes nothing without demand. We know that. But then when power concedes, it usually tells us to thank its beneficence and its wisdom for the concession, as if it knew what was right all along. So don't let all the activity that produces these concessions disappear. And when it seems like a very long night in Palestine organizing, and when it seems that victory is far away, know that it once seemed like that in the campaign against apartheid in South Africa, and it once seemed like that in the campaign against divestment from fossil fuels. We won in South Africa, we'll win a survival and a greener world, and we'll win too in Palestine. Okay, so why? What's the anti-racist core of Palestine? Well, Samaya touched on this in talking about the attacks that people get for singling out Palestine. I think it's very inspirational that you have, as Rashid said, that you have connected the question of COVID and the university's marketizing corporate response to students in the middle of a global pandemic, where it shamefully refused to spend its $11 billion endowment supporting students because it says that endowment's reserved for an emergency. Well, what do you call this if not a global emergency? It's really inspirational that you, as students who put together this teach-in and this strike, have connected that question to the university's systematic cleansing, social cleansing of Black communities in Harlem, have connected it to the question of the climate, and have connected it to the question of Palestine. And I think the reason you've done that is because you're right that the universal message of the Palestinian struggle is simply a demand that people everywhere should live in dignity. That's why Palestine inspires people all over the world. It's an unflinching, uncompromising demand that people should be able to have freedom, to have homes, and to have dignity. And in a world framed by colonialism, in a colonial planet, this is an active site of settler colonial violence where an indigenous people say simply, we will not disappear. And to say that is to demand a wholly different kind of world. It's not just to demand a fragmented, semi-sovereign polity, as in the imaginary of the Oslo process, right? But it's the recovery of older revolutionary aspirations to think about what it would mean to have a world where the safety of some is no longer dependent on the dispossession of others. That's the radicalism and the global universalist radicalism of the Palestinian demand for freedom. And part of the attempt to disappear settler colonized peoples, which is not unique to the Palestinians. It's the history of Native American populations, for example, that fourth world of the indigenous disappeared and destroyed. Part of the attempt to disappear is an attempt to silence. It's a kind of double assault where first you're ethnically cleansed from villages and towns and cities, and you hold on to keys as evidence that once you were there, while Israel says it found an empty desert. And then having been disappeared from your homeland or put in refugee camps or living in Bantustans under occupation, even the discussion of your history of colonization is censored or, unsurprisingly, cast as terrorism and extremism and fanaticism because the status quo recognizes that the Palestinian struggle is not simply a demand that some people in one corner of the Middle East should have a state of their own, but is in fact a radical opposition to a world in which the safety of some requires the dispossession of others. And that is the revolutionary call that I think terrifies the status quo and that inspires people all over the world to fly Palestinian flags from Belfast to South Africa and to empathize with that struggle. So you asked me about the IHRA, this definition of anti-Semitism. Well, what is its message? It is a relatively anodyne definition that then appends to it a list of examples of potentially anti-Semitic behavior. And one of those examples is the view that I hold, and that I'm sure others on this panel hold, that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. We're told that to believe that a state founded, just like lots of other racist endeavors, Israel's not the only racist endeavor. Apartheid South Africa was a racist endeavor. The foundation of North American polities and Australasian polities are all racist endeavors, right? Founded on the dispossession of indigenous peoples. But to say that's true of Israel, just as it's true of lots of other countries, we're told is anti-Semitic. Now, the really, really damaging, terrifying message of that is that it tells us that Palestinian freedom is a threat to Jews, which is of course what Zionists have long believed. But it tells us that therefore to oppose anti-Semitism, you must oppose Palestinian freedom. Now, these kinds of definitions are not really about anti-Semitism. In Austria, you had a far-right party, the Freedom Party, entering government, talking about banning shechita, kosher slaughter. So my family wouldn't be able to buy the meat that we want to eat. That didn't violate the IHRA. The Austrian government, which wanted to ban Jews from eating our meat, was signed up to the IHRA, but they supported the state of Israel, so that's what mattered. It's not really a definition about countering anti-Semitism. It is about conscripting Jews quite cynically as a kind of bulldozer for imperialism. And that, you might say, is what Zionism has always been about. Not really about protecting Jews, often putting us at grave danger, but about conscripting us as a weapon in the arsenal of international imperialism. Now, lots of Jews are Zionists, of course. When I say it's a conscription, I don't mean that it's always kind of involuntary. Of course, lots of Jews empathize with this project, and after the experience of the Holocaust, it became ubiquitous in a way it hadn't previously been for all sorts of very understandable reasons. So I think we should think about what vision of Jewishness is involved in Zionism and in anti-Zionism. Now, I'm coming to this as my little corner on the panel. Of course, it's not the most important question when we talk about Palestine, but it is something that matters to me. And I think about the process of ending apartheid in 1994 in South Africa as a process that demanded the transformation of identities, really in a very, very seismic way, because there were not in South Africa before 1994 South Africans. There were legally codified whites, coloreds, Africans. There was no single South African identity. And what it meant to be an Afrikaner in South Africa was not simply to lack a common national identity with Black South Africans, but to see them and their identities as a threat to you. In Israel today, there is actually no Israeli national identity. There was a case before the Supreme Court in Israel about people seeking to have the national identity Israeli on their passport. It doesn't exist, right, on their identity card, sorry. You're Jewish or you're Arab, as Israel would say, Palestinian. In South Africa, what was required in the end of apartheid was the construction of a whole new identity in which white South Africans came to recognize themselves when they take their children now around the museum of apartheid, came to recognize that the heroes who liberated South Africa were liberating them too, because they were providing the possibility of a country in which they no longer lived in terror and fear of their neighbors, of their fellow countrymen, but instead forged a country together. And that is a vision of inclusive, liberated identity, which we hope to see one day in Palestine too, so that Jews and Christians, Bedouins and Druze, all of the people who make up Palestine can be part of a project of forging a better future. I hope it will be a socialist future and all kinds of other things together, rather than being threats to one another. And so that is a vision that I find very inspiring as a Jewish person for lots of people who are Jewish in one corner of the world. They're not, I'm not Israeli or Palestinian, but for lots of people who are Jewish, who I hope some of them are, go to synagogue and are good Jews like I try to be. They don't all have to be, many of them are not. But like it's a vision for the future which is not a paranoid vision, and which doesn't any longer feel the need to fear to fear others around you. Zionism is a wholly different kind of vision, and a vision that has become endemic in Jewish communities around the world. It is really the culmination of a kind of language of bourgeois assimilationism, which wanted Jews to be like everyone else. And Zionism was merely the recognition that being like everyone else in Europe meant having a nation state, ideally a colonial nation state, so you had to leave Europe in order to become truly, properly European. It was a vision in which Jews became colonists, colonizers, men with guns, batons, castles in the sand. It was a vision that tried to turn Jews into a good Frenchman and a good German and a good Brit by leaving France, Germany, and Britain, but becoming capitalist entrepreneurs like them, colonizing soldiers like them. My hope that the Palestinian freedom struggle inspires in us is that we can have a different kind of world without capitalist entrepreneurs and without soldiers policing colonized peoples. And that will be a world that liberates the Palestinian people. It will be a world that inspires the people of the world. And it will also actually be a world that liberates the Jewish population of Palestine too.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Barnaby. We are running out of time, but if it's okay with the other organizers, I'd like to fit in just one more question. And this goes back to the divestment vote from fall 2020 at Columbia College. I want to start with Omar, who is a Columbia alum, who was at Columbia when students were organizing against South African apartheid through tactics like divestment. And just to ask him for his take on this divestment vote, and to ask Omar, but then all of you, I see Rashid has raised his hand there, just why is it so hard for the university to engage its students' democratic opinion on the Palestine question?
Thanks so much. I'll try to make it into 60 seconds because I know we've run out of time. Yes, during that struggle, it also seemed impossible until it happened. I was a tiny little part of this anti-apartheid campaign at Columbia, trying to push the university to divest. And from all the official statements we heard then, it sounded impossible. Many of our fellow students felt it was impossible. I mean, we were in a minority still at that time, fighting against apartheid, not like now. This amazing strike of yours seems to have a majority support. During the apartheid era in South Africa, no, that wasn't the case. So it sounded like an impossibility until it really happened. But it happened not just through organizing on campus, but through building enormous community networks. So involving Harlem in the struggle at Columbia, involving the churches, involving many other groups to pressure Columbia, involving alumni, of course. So this struggle was extremely important at that time for me as well. I said this before, but I also did not feel that South Africa would end its apartheid regime in my lifetime. I was doing it out of a moral obligation to stand with justice everywhere. But it did happen in my lifetime. And this is enormously inspiring to me in my current contribution to the struggle for Palestinian liberation.
I'll just add one thing, which is as a member of SJP at UC Berkeley in 2001, when we launched divestment against apartheid Israel. And for the years after that we were engaged in that struggle, the primary cornerstone, I mean, we never passed divestment, but we ended up building one of the largest intersectional coalitions on campus that created a cultural shift that continues to ripple, resonate to the present day. We also inspired other campuses to do the same. So I just, want to remind people that there is victory even what appears like a loss. And then the second, in terms of what was the primary opposition to actually getting divestment passed, was the administration. was absolutely the administration. It was the response. It was the same response that we saw at the administrative level with university presidents in response to the American Studies Association academic boycott resolution, right? It's the administration which is entwined hand in hand with hegemonic power structures that represent the status quo.
Can I just say two quick things? The first is I just want to stress what Noura just said. The reason that the students won in the divestment campaign here and at Brown and at University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, was because they understood that this was not just an issue of Palestine. They understood that intersectionality is not just a popular term and fashionable. That if you talk to other people who have similar issues, you can get them on your side, and that's why they won. That's why this campaign is winning on American campuses. The second thing I want to say, and this is an answer to Mehrdad's question, the reason the university doesn't respond on this issue is because, of course, not only is it not democratic, and not only is it a typical neoliberal institution run from the top, it is part of a structure which is not democratic. One reason Palestine is facing such trouble in the struggle to achieve liberation is the undemocratic nature of most Arab regimes, sustained, supported, backed, and maintained in power by the United States. The Egyptian regime, the Saudi regime, the Emirati regime are the most absolute dictatorships on earth, almost. I mean, there are a couple worse, perhaps. And those are among the reasons why Palestine is not being liberated. And I know it seems like far stretch to talk about the fact that they take actions that affect students and they take actions that affect the faculty in spite of faculty governance. We govern nothing. We have no control over anything. It's a sham. The Senate, all of it is a sham. They make decisions. We're told your pensions we're not going to contribute to. We're told we're not going to increase your salary. We're not suffering. I'm not complaining on behalf of the faculty. I'm simply saying that if they treat us this way and we're supposedly involved in governance, it's not a surprise that they're completely undemocratic and completely untransparent in all of their actions. So this is part of a broader struggle for democracy, not just on this campus, but more broadly speaking, and for people's rights and against the kind of oppressive structures that this capitalist system has imposed. And the university is, of course, part of that.
Barnaby, Sumaya, I'd love for your thoughts as well.
I mean, just very briefly, I think I just want to repeat something I said earlier about the role of the university. I mean, it is no surprise that they refuse to accept this, and it's because the role of these universities, and I think particularly institutions like Columbia, is to produce a very particular type of student, right? A student that's going to go on to become an administrator in a place like Columbia, or to occupy specific offices and roles that then in turn suppress and censor and squash democracy in other areas of society. So it's a very particular role. So what does it mean when they accept a divestment like this that threatens their very ability to reproduce themselves? They can't do it, right? Because it's a direct attack on the identity of the institution as it stands. And that's also why it's so powerful and why Israel is dumping millions and millions of dollars to combat this type of activism on college campuses in particular. So that's, I'll just say that.
The intriguing and powerful and beautiful thing about institutions, elite universities, like the law that, as Noura has told us so often, is that these are zones of conflict and contestation. That exactly as Sumaya says, these are forces that exist to reproduce the order of a class and imperialist society. But there are also spaces of challenge to that, and it's really worrying to power that there exists within these spaces challenges to that. So I want to sort of finish by giving you a name that I wish people knew and would remember. It's a guy called Robert Burke, who was a student at Columbia in the 1930s, who was expelled from Columbia. He was expelled for protesting against the Nazis. He wasn't Jewish. He was a working class Irish-American New Yorker who came to Columbia, became a socialist, and thought that it was disgusting that the university was complicit with the Nazi regime. Now, it might sound hyperbolic that I say this university, Columbia, was complicit with the Nazis, but the details are pretty scandalous. The university president at the time halved the number of Jewish students through an anti-Jewish quota that he instituted at Columbia in the 1920s, and he invited Hitler's ambassador to campus, referred to him as an honest, well-mannered gentleman who should be treated with the greatest courtesy and respect. And when a Columbia professor who was Jewish, Jerome Klein, added his name to a letter opposing the invitation of the Nazi ambassador to campus, the president had him fired for that. He referred to student protests against the Nazis and against his sympathy for them and for Mussolini as mob action, and, does this sound familiar, as an attempt to shut down the free exchange of ideas. So we should remember those histories today, because this teaching takes place, I think, linked to the main library at Columbia, which is Butler Library. And Butler Library is named after Nicholas Murray Butler, and he was that president. The president of Columbia, Nicholas Murray Butler, whose name everyone on Columbia knows because a library is named after him. He built the library, right, was a fascist and a Nazi sympathizer who collaborated with the Nazis. So here's a story for you. When a few years ago there was a book out about the Ivy League universities' collaborations with the Nazis, Lee Bollinger, the current president of Columbia, was invited to come to the event and give an apology, talk about that history. He said he couldn't go. He was given months' notice. He said he couldn't turn up. He couldn't be bothered to be there to account for the university's complicity with violent anti-Semitism in the 1930s. Now, when students organize on campus for justice in Palestine, he says he's concerned about the safety of Jewish students on campus. The hypocrisy of these people is galling. It's offensive. We should remember names like Robert Burke. We stand in their tradition. And one day, when we win, Butler Library is going to be renamed Burke Library after him. So there are great futures ahead of us.
I'm really looking forward to that day. That's wonderful. I think we are out of time. We have a climate justice panel right after this. When I was asked to moderate this panel, the scariest thing was trying to jam pack all of this into an hour, but I think we've done a great job. And so thank you to all of our panelists for graciously speaking with us today, and thank you to everyone that's tuned in to learn about this crucial issue. The message that we're trying to drive home is that this strike is about democracy. It's about democratizing this university and all the universities in this country. The Strike Coalition's goal is to emphasize that to the university on this question of Palestine, that justice for Palestine is a precondition for justice for all. So thank you all for being here.
Wow. Yeah, this I've been looking forward to this panel all day. I wanted to say thank you so much to my close friend Mehrdad for moderating this panel. Thank you so much for the panelists. And like Mehrdad said, and I think Samaya and other panelists as well, it's really important for us as students that this issue of Palestine is recognized by groups like YDSA and larger groups on the left as a larger struggle, because as many of the panelists pointed out, all of these struggles are linked. And if you recognize this and you have more and more people taking this up and normalizing this struggle, it can be very powerful to include students in the tuition strike who might have signed on just because they wanted a tuition cut at the university. But now they have been learning about these different injustices, and once people are exposed to this history and these speakers, I think it's very difficult to ignore the realities in a place like Palestine. And we hope that we can continue this education, because we understand that this isn't a fight that's going to last just this semester, probably much longer than this year. It's going to be decades. But with all of the people here today, I feel really inspired that this is something that we can continue to work forward to. So thank you all, everyone. And our next panel is going to be about climate change and capitalism, which is something, again, that is directly related to this larger issue. Before we move on to the next panel, we have a couple of announcements to make. And a big announcement that one other student is going to make about the tuition strike and the divestment is going to come up in just a second. But before we get to this announcement, I'd just like to say that we have some links that Emmeline is going to drop into the chat on ways in which you can support the tuition strike. The tuition strike has already begun to win important victories, but it's important that we continue to keep this pressure up, because students at Columbia have real momentum right now, and we want to continue to capitalize on this. So we have a letter campaign in support of the strike. You can send letters just for the push of one button. There is we're hoping to have people join more student movements, so not just YDSA, but also SJP, different student groups. One of the great things about organizing is that we've had 150 new people in the last month volunteer to join YDSA because they've been inspired by our organizing. And so this is something that you can take this organizing efforts and use it to inform the next generation, which is really important to us. And finally, we have some different petitions from different student groups, specifically Mobilize African Diaspora, one of the coalition partners for YDSA, specifically about the treatment of Black students and the surrounding students in Harlem. And so these are going to be put into the chat. And then we are going to make a brief announcement of some really exciting news that was just announced about an hour ago about divestment. We have today one of the students who inspired this tuition strike at Columbia with her role in the hunger strike that took place. Savannah Pearson is going to speak about the announcement of divestment from fossil fuels at Columbia. Thank you, Savannah, for being here.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, so I don't know if you heard, but about an hour ago, we actually got a very exciting announcement, which was that as of an hour ago, Columbia University is fully divested from the fossil fuel industry. So I will ask you to come speak about sort of the state of divestment and where it stands for this panel. But the good news is that, yeah, divestment just happened about an hour ago. So we're very excited. People on campus have been working towards divestment for years and years and years. Columbia Divest was a group that organized for about 5 years or so, and they staged a sit-in that lasted multiple days in the library. And Sunrise also has been organizing the past years with us. And so we're just really grateful. We're really grateful to YDSA for including divestment as one of their demands for this tuition strike. And you can see that the strike is already having its effect and making change. So yeah, we're just really grateful to YDSA, and we're looking forward to seeing what more changes are made thanks to the strike. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much, Savannah, for joining us today. And as on the topic of divestment, and with this exciting news of Columbia's announcement to divest from fossil fuels, we have this great panel lined up before us to talk about climate change, talk about divestment, and talk about how climate change and the fight for climate change is linked to a much larger struggle against capitalism and the ways in which climate change affects the most vulnerable people in unequal ways. We have a really great panel here today. We have Chase Iron Eyes from the Lakota Law Project. Mr. Iron Eyes has been influential in organizing against the Keystone Pipeline, and we're really excited to have him here today. Ajay Singh Chowdhury, the founder of the Brooklyn Institute, is also here today to speak. We also have Joe Goldie, who is a professor at SMU, as well as Alyssa Battistoni. Alyssa is the co-author, along with Thea Ria Francos, Daniel O'Day Cohen, and Kate Arnoff, of A Planet to Win, a book about the case for the Green New Deal. So we're really excited for the panelists here today, especially with this really exciting timing of the announcement for divestment from Columbia. Before we start, I'm just going to put into the chat the announcement that we just put out for Columbia YDSA. Actually, I can do this at the end of the panel, but we just put an announcement about the divestment at Columbia. That'd be great if everyone could share. But yeah, before we, I guess, with all of that behind us, I would really like to get started on this panel. And we are going to start with one question for each of the panelists before opening it up to the audience and letting the panelists respond to each other. And so to start off with, we're going to ask Chase Iron Eyes. And this question is, how do the consequences of the climate crisis unequally affect minority groups in the United States? And what is the role of direct action in combating this inequality?
Thank you. Thank you for that. And congratulations on all the organizing work that is going on right now. As you may or may not know, I'm sure a lot of you do, just 4 years ago, when thinking about how the human caused climate collapse or financial extractive induced ecological collapse, how does that disproportionately impact indigenous nations who, were here for a very long time. We don't know how long, but we signed treaties with a fledgling United States of America, and we recognized a foreign presence. The right of foreigners to be in our homelands was recognized through internationally binding treaties. So when the Dakota Access Pipeline, now this was 4 years ago, and it's just right around the same time that Trump took office, which seems like some long drawn out dream or nightmare or whatever, that it just ended. And in this, line of work, in this place where it's not just indigenous nations that are born into struggle anymore. Every single person that is alive right now is born into this struggle to deconstruct this set of circumstances that has given us a shelf life, and it is causing us to behave like a virus. But in terms of that big financial extractive complex instigating against all of our people and those elements that were here before us, indigenous nations are a lot of the times kind of just expected or forced to live in the sacrifice zones of these projects. And that goes for disempowered people, marginalized people, working class people. We are called to protect Mother Earth, because a lot of times this comes right through our treaty territories, right through our homelands, and it caused myself and 850 others to cross that line of civil resistance, to make ourselves arrestable, to become part of that frontline sacrifice. And we were about to do it again with the Keystone XL pipeline, but fortunately, President Biden kept his promise, and we are currently asking for help to shift attention to a project called Line 3, another tar sands project. You can Google that or check it out on Twitter, Line 3. And above the border, the Tiny House Warriors are in a fight for their lives with the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And additionally, we've got a gentleman named Oscar Hyelt, who's facing 23 years in prison for Keystone XL pipeline resistance. Another young lady named Jacelyn Charger. And so these struggles will continue. They will continue to escalate. There's no sitting this out. There's no such thing as sidelining ourselves or sitting on the bench while this fight is happening. But in the meantime, I know that everybody's just trying to make it through school. And so the climate extractive fight and that struggle and that crisis is connected just as much to student loan debt relief. I, for one, am completely saddled with student debt. It's akin to the fight for an increased minimum wage. It's akin to the fight for Medicare for all. It's all connected. All of our struggles are connected. And I really just thank you for hosting this panel and this session. And once again, I congratulate you on your forward movement. This is a lifelong process. It's a struggle, yes, but that doesn't mean we can't celebrate. That doesn't mean we can't smile. Doesn't mean we can't be happy. But we are also very cognizant of that challenge that is presented by those forces which seek to continue to colonize our spaces. And that includes usurping our sacred understanding of our place in this universe. That is a fight that we have to show up for every single day. So once again, thank you, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for all your work. I think that for all of us, the indigenous struggle against the pipelines was honestly a turning point and an inspiration point for me and for climate change organizers across the country. And so thank you so much for being here. I was really excited when you let us know that you could be on this panel. And next up, we're going to go to Ajay. And Ajay, when writing about the climate crisis, what do you mean when you say, we are not in this together? And how will people outside of the United States also be unequally impacted by climate change?
Thank you. It's a great question. The first thing I want to say, though, as every time I'm invited back in any capacity to speak at Columbia University, I always like to point out that Columbia University and institutions like it are essentially tax-free hedge funds. That is their basic function in society. And to reproduce, it was talked about in the last panel, to sort of reproduce a certain kind of person, but basically tax-free hedge funds. And without being too reductive, the greatest power that capital has is the power over the decision on investment. So I can't emphasize enough actually how important this sort of, even what might seem like a very small or narrow victory is in terms of limiting what is essentially a financial institution's power that you all have achieved, right? To make investment decisions. So I just want to say, like, utterly underline what I think Savannah just inserted there very quickly, that is actually a very important and very powerful thing that you all have done. So to answer your actual question, when I say, so I've written about this, and I'm currently writing about this at much greater length in a manuscript. When I say we're not in this together, I think that there's a sort of very common misunderstanding about climate. That it's sort of like apocalyptic, and B, that there aren't sort of really competing interests that are both kind of actually weirdly rational. And so what do I mean by not apocalyptic? At some degree, it is in fact absolutely apocalyptic. And we're actually seeing the play out of that in many ways as you know, in real time. But there are different groups of people who would be more than thrilled to live in a like change of 3 degrees world or so, a change of 3.5. And you actually see people writing about this pretty openly. That's discussed pretty commonly, for example, in like discount rate debates and stuff. Like that is like very normal. And yet you have this idea, I think in the piece you're referencing, I can't remember every bit that's in there, but I can think of like pretty wonderful people on the left who I really like respect their work, like someone like Ellen Meiskin Wood, like had written an article about climate like back in the 90s, I think, that was like, oh, this is too universal for you to develop a politics around it, because basically it affects everyone equally and capital's going to have to do something about it. And then Deepesh Chakrabarti is, I think, probably more contemporary people probably know his work. It made a similar thing. It's like, oh, this is the thing that finally is going to make everyone have to act together universally because, you know, we all have the same interests. And I can go on and on. As I said, it's there in the mainstream debates. And I think it's there in a lot of the very sort of, even very well-meaning, and I sort of mean this in the bottom of my heart, like very well-meaning, like liberal commentaries, where it's like, oh, like we're going to reach a tipping point. Guys, we're just there. We're at this tipping point where like it's going to hurt everyone more than it helps. And so we're all going to like decide, but we're not. Like, that's the thing. Like, I feel like we're at a tipping point. The people of Micronesia feel like they're at a tipping point. You know, like much of Central Asia, like, is not going to be livable and pretty soon. Like the southern half of India is not going to do so hot. Like there's like a huge swath of the world, and to pick up on something that Chase said, right? Like there are colonized spaces we also want to think about domestically, in addition to internationally, right? So this is a transnational phenomenon where like that urgency is right the fuck now. And for other people, it's like, no, yeah, we do have to deal with this, but like, it's okay if we deal with it by 2060. And like, if we do change a little bit. And this is the sort of groundwork, I think, the basic fundamental groundwork for a political conflict. These are fundamentally irreconcilable differences. They are not, there's no happy medium between them. So it must be fought out on these terms. And I think it's very hard for a lot of folks for ideological reasons, but also for very good ones, even for some of my really close colleagues in the natural sciences, for example, who I'm always like trying to get my fellow like political theorists and social scientists to be like, read more natural science. But then I want to like shake my science friends and be like, no, guys, that's not how politics work. It's not just like, we'll give them just one more raft of facts and they're gonna be like, oh, okay. Like, so this I think is very vital. Seeing how we are not in this together is really vital in order to understand this as a political struggle. And I also think, you know, I wrote that piece before the pandemic, but I also think the pandemic and the experience of it has just highlighted how much reality there is to that. Like literally every fucking commercial, every statement from a government official was like, oh, we're all in this together. But like, you can clearly see this like radical divergence of experiences between different groups. So I think that answers the question, I hope.
For sure. Yeah, it's something that I think that is an important debate on the left. And I'm glad that you brought in the response to COVID, is communication on issues like climate change or COVID. And you mentioned Dipesh Chakrabarti, also, you know, William McNeill, or like the ideas of big history, and that if you convince humans that they are all part of this larger struggle, then you might be able to galvanize them into working together. But, you know, as we saw with something like COVID, if we are not in this together, then if you have rich people that can escape to their second homes in Whitefish, Montana, or Jackson Hole, Wyoming, then you don't have the urgency. And so if you ignore this like dialectic, it comes at the expense of the people that are most vulnerable and the essential workers that are forced to be exposed. So yeah, I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation throughout the panel. But next, I'd like to go to Alyssa Battistone and talk more a little bit about the Green New Deal and bring the focus back to the United States. And so much of the Green New Deal, at least what people think about it, is focused on achieving a just climate transition within the United States. But in A Planet to Win, you and the other authors also write about supply chain justice. So how can climate policy in countries like the United States ensure climate justice both for vulnerable Americans and people affected in other countries?
Hi, first of all, thanks for just inviting me to be here. It's really, the tuition check is really great. And it's so terrific to hear that you've already won a big victory on divestment. Congratulations. So yeah, I think the question is a really interesting one. And I'll say what we try to do in A Planet to Win, our book on the Green New Deal, which is sort of a vision of a radical Green New Deal, and trying to push sort of like what a left version of the Green New Deal is, since we have a lot of different, I think, visions of what the Green New Deal could be floating around. But what we really, I think, try to do is reframe the question of the global a little bit, or the relationship of the US to the global. Because as you say, you know, the Green New Deal usually is treated as a domestic policy. And certainly I think that like one of the major things the US can do for global climate justice is just to reduce emissions within the US and to stop extracting and selling and exporting or using internally fossil fuels, because the US is a major fossil fuel producer. So I think, you know, certainly there are a lot of I think obvious things that we know the US can do, and that US action contributes to global climate justice. So you know, that's always there. But we also try to look at the ways in which domestic policy is also, you know, has an international component, has a global component, and what the green transition, the sort of international and global effects of that are. So rather than, usually when we talk about the global with respect to climate change, it's in the kind of, we talk about like the UN and global climate talks and these spaces where kind of, you know, that in a way, I think reflect what Jay has just been talking about, where like the whole world comes together to like hash out like a climate solution or something. You know, those I think have not been terribly effective so far. But we try to shift focus actually instead to another way that the world is connected, and that's through the supply chains of global capital and the trade networks of global capitalism, and to look specifically at the supply chains of the green transition. So what that means is we're starting to look, we look at the places where, you know, where we get the minerals and other resources that go into green and renewable energy technology specifically. So cobalt and copper and lithium and nickel and rare earth minerals. And in particular, we look at Chile, where the lithium for batteries used for storing renewable energy is mined. And about 15% of lithium reserves globally are found in Chile. Presently about 30% of lithium that's produced is mined in Chile. And that has, you know, that has, like other forms of extraction, has local social and environmental impacts. Lithium's mined from the salt flats, the Andean salt flats, the Salar de Atacama, which is a very dry region. So there's a problem potentially with mining affecting with the water supply. And it's been protested and resisted by local communities, and particularly local indigenous communities. And so we think that we have to take all of that into account when we're thinking about the green transition, and not just sort of ignore the fact that like what we call green technologies also have their own environmental impacts, that there are, you know, that is, you know, it might be green in the sense of like lower carbon or reducing carbon emissions, but that doesn't mean that we just go and like, you know, dig up the whole world to make it into batteries to power SUVs in the US. So the point for the Green New Deal is there's, I think, a couple of ways that we could think about bringing that into like domestic policy like the Green New Deal. And one is that I think it really matters not just whether we achieve some kind of like transition away from fossil fuels, but how. And so if we transition away from fossil fuels by just like replacing every petroleum fueled car with an electric vehicle, so like everyone just has like their own private electric car, that's a much more resource intensive form of transition than if we start, say, moving away from like a car oriented model of transportation towards public transportation. And that same point holds for a lot of other kinds of like individual versus collective forms of consumption and goods. You know, the more that we can consume collectively, the less resource intensive that consumption is. And that means, you know, if we're talking about building like electric buses rather than everyone having an electric SUV, that's a really big difference in terms of like what kinds of demands for things like lithium we're making, and what the sort of repercussions of that are for the places where that lithium is being extracted and obtained. So we want to lighten in general that, you know, the sort of how heavily our demand is, that also frees up, you know, like we are going to be extracting some amount of minerals, but we want some of that to be available for not just the US, like for the US to hog sort of all of the, or to use like a huge amount of these resources for like our own energy transition. I think is also a problem we want, to the extent that we are using things like lithium, that should be available to other countries that also need to, you know, to use renewable technologies. So, and I should say, you know, that's actually a place, something like the public goods provision is someplace where we really, there is like, I think a real like an overlap between how we can address like this problem of supply chain justice and just transition in the US, because, you know, if we expand things like public transportation, other public goods and services, and these forms of like collective consumption, that is a way of, you know, that addresses people's needs here in the US. That is a way of meeting needs of vulnerable Americans for, you know, things like how do you get around? You still need to get around. So So I think that can really, there are places like that where you can kind of, to reduce resource use doesn't have to mean that you like just, that people here aren't able to do, again, things they need to do, like get from one place to another. But we also really want to focus on the importance of, the piece I mentioned about trade and how to focus on, setting new labor and environmental standards in the trade policies that govern how these, these resources and goods move around the world. And right now, trade rules are generally written by and for capital to ease the, the movement of capital. They're written by, as Ajay said, capital controls investment decisions and also generally controls the rules about how those investment decisions are made and how, how and where investment happens and the structure of sort of the circulation of the goods produced by that investment. So that, we have a global system of trade. Basically, I think organized by capital. So far, the right has really been at the forefront of challenges to that system. There's been obviously a lot of sort of rhetoric against like globalism and free trade and all of that from the right. There obviously is a history of that on the left too, with like the alter globalization movement and so on. But we want to, we argue for thinking about how do we bring some of those those ideas and that history into the present, and thinking about how can we like make a trade policy where things like that prioritizes human and labor rights and environmental protections, how can we organize around and for that? And I think some of the, I think something like both thinking how can we organize like along the supply chain so that, maybe people, communities affected by mining in Chile and like Tesla workers at the factory in California are both part of the same supply chain for the green technologies and the green transition. How can we think about connecting those dots some more? And I think this is someplace where things like, the kinds of direct action that Chase was talking about is a really important component. Obviously, it's been very effective in stopping the circulation of fossil fuels like oil and gas. But I think it can also be a powerful tool for things, like lithium mining, for example, is really concentrated in a few areas. So that kind of like makes it vulnerable to, these bottlenecks basically, and that makes it really vulnerable to disruption. So like if you can organize disruptions of that supply chain, maybe you can have more power and say like, okay, you have to, we need protections to be in place around how this is for workers, for the local environment, and so on. And that can put more power into the hands of labor, environment, indigenous groups. So I'll stop there, but yeah, that's the basic idea. How can we think a little bit differently about like what that global piece of the climate picture is, and how things like the Green New Deal are always global, even if we're talking domestically.
Yeah, that was so informative. Thank you so much. I want to return to the question after we hear from Joe Goldie. I want to return to this idea of an international approach to climate change. But before we move there, I would just like to ask for our last question for Joe, what historical precedents should we know about tackling problems of the international scale of climate change?
Thanks, Willem, and congratulations again on this wonderful achievement. And so I want my answer to kind of weave together. Chase, Iron Eyes, and Ajay were talking about the power of the people, and Alyssa kind of took us on a journey into international relations, policy, and trade, and two very different levels of change. And I want to kind of connect those two. Using a story about freedom, on international freedom, land and water, that you might not know. There are lots of stories in the longue durée about capitalism and its relationship to the environment. And there are some great people probably teaching in this at other times who can tell you that story about how bound up with capitalism and Western empire the history of the climate tragedy is. But I want to look back into history and see if I can fish out for you some freedom songs. So the success of blocking the Keystone Pipeline is a freedom song. The civil rights movement was a freedom song. But I want to think about an even bigger freedom song. It might not be on your horizon. I want to make some connections for you. And that's a story of struggles for control over land and water in the moment of decolonization. So the story that I'm going to tell you begins in 19th century India and Ireland, two different parts of British Empire, connected by a history of exploitation. These are two parts of the world where people have been victimized by land theft, displacement, slavery, and genocide. And they've been rebelling by putting the only thing they have left on the line, which is their bodies. And they're refusing to work, going on strikes, refusing to pay the rent, staging mass meetings and marches. So in what this phenomenon is called in the 1880s, the land war. And British administrators see the land war happening at the same time in India and in Bengal. The same people using the same tactics, in part because they're meeting in London and they're actually Roman Catholic Irish and Bengalis, radical Bengalis are sharing tactics. They're talking about a rent strike. What happens if we just stop paying rent to the landlords? The land war is successful. They declare a land war against the crime of colonial theft of land. A land war can only be solved, not by piecemeal negotiations, not by suspending habeas corpus, not by punishing people. The only way you win a land war is by winning the land. So what they're saying is we need reparations. We need native peoples of India and Ireland. We need the land back. And they're talking about actual land theft, right? So in 1881, they're successful, at least piecemeal successful in Ireland. 1881 is the story of the first land redistribution measure in modern world history, the Land Act of Ireland. It's the story of 1881 is the date of the first modern Rent Control Act. And Ireland gets it. India nominally gets it in 1886, but it's not enforced. Scotland nominally gets it, but it's not enforced. The displacements, they never get their land back. But in Ireland gets it. Ireland, the peasants get the land. The landlords are bought out by the state. They're paid off, and the land returns to Irish smallholders. And this moment opens up a new period of history, global period of struggle of native peoples for control over their territory, which is the moment that we know is decolonization. And it's often talked about in terms of race and ethnicity, and there's certainly truth in that, a story about identity, but it also took the form in many, many places of struggles over rent, not paying rent to absentee landlords, and the ownership of local people of the land, and the conditions for sustainably living there without paying rent that keeps on going up and up and up. It takes the form of natural resource localization so that the people of the nation own the ore underneath the surface. They own the water. All of that is going to be taken back from European colonization. So famously, there's the Mexican Revolution, then there's India, and then there's virtually every nation in Latin America and Africa and South Asia, Southeast Asia, and land reform, some form of land reform or other, is typical of almost every one of those revolutions from 1880 all the way through the 1970s. They're coordinated, they're international, they're sharing tactics. And for a period of time, those decolonial movements and their ambitions of giving land over to small farmers are coordinated by a body of academics, social scientists, economists working for the United Nations, the arm of the United Nations known as the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, which is a form of international government built in the service of the peasants. It's a contentious remark. Parts of the United Nations were definitely not. That arm was. And this they continue to advise member nations, decolonial nations, about how to effectively, economically support agriculture by the poorest of the poor until 1974, when there's an American coup at the World Bank that wrests back control of the United Nations by snatching the purse strings. And that coup needs to be understood in the context of what's happening in America at the same time. What's happening in America in the 1970s is Black agricultural cooperatives claiming the land as reparations for 40 acres and a mule. That never happens. Native peoples movements claiming the land, invading Alcatraz, squatting in upstate New York, refusing to move. And what do you think McNamara, who's fighting in Vietnam and is then in charge of the World Bank, thinks of all of this? He thinks they're coming for our land, for white America's land. We have to stop this. You stop it by cutting off the fowl. So there are many stories in the 20th century about how social science has been used in the service of empire. There are many stories about how agricultural science has been used in the service of empire, but we have not heard the story about how all of those forms of science can serve the peasant, can serve the indigenous, can serve land redistribution, and effectively economically holding on to the means of manufacture, agriculture, sustainable livelihoods. We need that kind of international vision again. There are many wonderful piecemeal and decentralized initiatives going on right now to do land redistribution in the United States, focused on North America. And I encourage you to look into them and to support them. Initiatives like Minnow, which is raising philanthropic funds to give over farms to people of color and to Native people. The Agrarian Trust, which is trying to sponsor small, decentralized organic farming. They're wonderful, but we need an international vision. We need a vision of scale that can weave agriculture and livelihoods and rights to land and water, clean, healthy land and water for the people, by the people, at an international level, making common cause of all of these Native people's land claims. So I encourage you, students at Columbia, take history classes. You have some of the best historians of international relationships and international governance at your university. Susan Peterson is the historian of the League of Nations. Mark Mazauer is the historian of the UN. Ask them questions about what went wrong. Ask them questions about what could go right. And think big, dare to think big on behalf of all of these people's movements, to give them the rights to land and water that they deserve and that history says they have claimed in the past.
Wow, yeah, thank you so much. And thank you to all of our panelists. And we're definitely running a little bit short on time, especially for such a difficult follow-up question. But I would like to ask, this kind of relates and something I've been thinking about. Alyssa, you mentioned copper in Chile. This is something that is very interesting to me. I'm from Montana, and there's a long history of copper mining in Montana. And one thing that is interesting about the shift for climate change is that if we are going to successfully convert to renewable energy, there's going to be an increase in copper demand by 150%. And so as you have this increased copper usage, there's pushback in places like Montana, in places like Alaska, against these new copper mines, which target resources that Americans value, such as rivers and fishing. But if you have successful environmental resistance in Montana, in Alaska to these copper mines, the copper still has to come from somewhere. And so you're pushing the copper mining away from the United States, but you're pushing it somewhere else, like you talked about with the supply chains. And so Ajay, you tweeted the other day about how global North industrial unions are never going to be in the vanguard because you have these American unions that don't have the same values as the rest of the world. And so I would like each of the panelists to just very briefly and we can go in the same order we started with, to answer, is it possible for the United States to be a zone of climate resistance, or because of the United States colonial past and because of the way that it exists as this hegemon, are we unable to lead on something like climate change because of our position of global dominance? And so, Chase Iron Eyes, if we could start with you. It looks like Chase might be frozen. While we wait for him, if Ajay, you'd like to speak just for a couple minutes on this question.
You picked out probably my most like controversial position. Okay, can the U.S. be a leader? Okay, so I think there's 2 or 3 ways, and I really want to thank everyone else. Like, it's nice to see you, Alyssa, too, by the way. I thought everyone's has put so much on the table, and it's all really very, very brilliant. And I was so glad that Alyssa sort of put the supply chains and like how this shit actually works, like on the table. And Joe was really putting like empire and the history of anti-colonial movements and struggles. Like this stuff is so relevant. And when I think about something, I think we have to first think about where there are, in fact, very, very powerful climate movements already in the world. They are more prolific in a lot of, frankly, more peasant-driven places. And in the global South, more broadly speaking, there is much more oomph in a sort of towards a green politics, a real green politics, what I would say. When I'm thinking about the U.S., and I think this touches on some of the things that Alyssa was mentioning, I think there are things that can happen, right? Like very small things can make a big difference. Like, for example, if the U.S. stopped enforcing international IP law, this would be a tremendous boon to global green transformations. At the same time, what you just mentioned, Willem, well, it's got to go somewhere, is both true and also indicative of a problem that I think a lot of people like to avoid, which is that there's no way, global, like we're in basically a post-growth era. So like growth-based solutions, things like that are essentially done. This is sometimes I think missed in the we are growth, we are anti-growth debate. So like it's going to have to just be different, like in places like the US. And when if there was popular sovereignty, like in a place like, I don't know, fucking Congo, if a US empire was not constantly stoking conflict in a place like that, the price of their lithium would shoot through the roof. Right? These kinds of things are really vital. And I'm sorry to say this because I know this is a deeply felt position on many parts of the contemporary left. And I'm literally saying it during a fucking strike. But this sort of very simplistic model of you unionize the workers and then we all we are all workers and then we all blah, blah, read Adam Jaworski's Social Democracy and Capitalism. This has never worked. This was never the sort of Marxist theory of change. This has historically not been how revolution. I'm so glad Joe sort of pointed it out. This is not the way change has normally actually happened. This has theoretical limitations. This also has historical problems. And when so often people are oh, I want to, no, I want to redefine the definition of the working class. And it's actually going to be this much more broad thing. And we're going to talk about unwaged work and care work. And we're really going to break through the racial and gender divisions that somehow they always end up talking about industrial workers in manufacturing plants. And it's that is I think maybe 7% of the US workforce at this point. And it's oh, we're going to get them on board. Well, you're not. I'm sorry, in the current configuration, and this is making me sound like I'm a Marcuse in 1974, but they are closer to they're more likely to go with the like the hot bourgeoisie, then they are likely to be like, I want popular sovereignty for the people of Congo. Like, because it will in fact mark a decrease in their standard of living as measured today. Although I would argue that there is, I don't think this is a necessarily like regressive thing, and I don't think this is about the working class. I like fucking hate those kinds of like people are dumb kind of arguments. That's fucking retarded. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. That's a bad word to use there. But like, it's not like it's a completely lost cause, but I think people want it to be the vanguard for arguments that are like a century dated. And we really have to think along, I think precisely, I'm so happy that Joe raised this, like along the models of like the anti-colonial movements, which in addition to all the tactics that Joe listed there, I will just to triple down on the controversialness of this, point out all, even in India, all used political violence to achieve parts of their ends.
Awesome. Yeah, so that's, if anyone wants to end on like a more uplifting American Union note, Ajay's definitely correct on a lot of these points. But if anyone else has a alternate take on this, Alyssa, Joe, or if Chase wants to come back in.
I just want to say I am pro-union. Everyone deserves a union.
No, but it is a really good point. It's something that I've thought a lot about as well. Is like, what is the place of the United States or places like the United States in this larger international movement for like climate equality? So Alyssa, Joe, sorry, we're running pretty short on time, but anyone else?
But it'll have greater dramatic effect if I try to defend the United States after everyone attacks it. Do you want to go for all the attacks?
I don't know if we have. Alyssa, what would you like to add?
Well, I'll add my piece and then Joe can sort of take it however you will. So I guess I'll say I agree with a huge amount that Ajay says. In fact, I would say I probably agree with all of it, but I also think that we have to figure out, like, the US is not leading, it's not going to lead, it's way too late. The ship has sailed on leading, no matter how much, Joe Biden or any of our other political figures talk about like the US time to lead, blah, blah, like we're way behind, we're like at the back of the pack, which is like what you would expect, right? Like for all of the reasons that you, Willem, and Ajay have just laid out. That said, right now there are not many mechanisms by which people who are leading climate movements in other countries are able to sort of enforce any of that on the US, both because of lack of sovereignty over their own countries, but also certainly like there's not any way there's no like global sovereignty. There's no sort of way to restrict US like carbon emissions in the name of the global good. So like it or not, we have to figure out some ways that a country in which many people are not naturally positioned, I guess, naturally is a bad word, whatever, but like, are not sort of like positioned to be in a like climate vanguard and are not the climate vanguard. But we still have to, I think, figure out how we can like have a force of for climate action, and I would say like a popular force for climate action. And that's a lot of what we try to do with the Green New Deal idea, which like I think has runs into limitations along exactly sort of these lines. But also, I think is practically speaking, in terms of cutting emissions here, but also things like, you talked, Willem, about things like copper mining in Montana, and obviously the US is like the site of a lot of extraction still, but also we're going to need to build out a lot of like of energy production, like wind and solar and so on. I guess you could think of that as like a form of like extraction of solar and wind resources. But in any case, like it is going to be an imposition on communities that currently don't have that kind of production, like industrial production of energy taking place, that will have potentially challenges for things like water and air and so on. So I think there's like less air, more maybe water or landscape or whatever. Anyway, the point is, I think we're going to see the same kinds of, these are real challenges that are going to be emerging in a lot of places. And I think we really do have to take that very seriously. But I also think that like, this is another place where I guess I would want to disaggregate like the ways that people sometimes, people's interests do and don't align with those of capital, and resistance to like the thing itself versus like a company coming in and saying, we're going to do this here, we're doing it the cheapest and shittiest way that will make the most money, versus like I think there are sometimes things that people don't necessarily want. Like people may not want like a windmill, but they're really not going to want it if you just don't consult them about where it goes. They don't get any of the money that is being taken in from it. It has no benefits for people living there, and only harms. If you're extracting lithium or copper and paying like very, very low wages to workers, giving the country where it's extracted very low share of that resource and so on, whatever. So there's like a lot of different things that I think factor into those, and that goes through unions too. Like I guess I would say like on the union piece, like unions are not like in the vanguard of climate action necessarily. Unions are really different, but also like labor protections and environmental protections are often posed as opposites, but they go together. Like when companies have the power to like override worker protections, or where there aren't unions, they usually also, there are very little in the way of environmental protections. So like basically resistance to capital and capital doing whatever it wants, I think is much more aligned across like environment and labor than it's usually made out to be. So that may not appear as such, like people will still be like, oh, the pipeline is costing jobs, or sort of like the cancellation of the pipeline costs jobs and so on. But like, we actually need to think about, I think, try to be really like explicit about like, look, capital is, when capital can do what it wants, it's bad for labor, it's bad for everyone else, it's bad for nature, it's bad for like, it's bad for anyone that comes into conflict with the interests of capital. So I will just leave it at that.
For sure. No, and this is actually a great segue. And I'm going to let Joe give the final word, but I'd like to also introduce the people coming in to watch our next panel, which is going to be on organizing. We have a fantastic panel of organizers who are going to speak about the importance of organizing and hopefully touch on some of these questions as well. Thank you so much for everyone that's tuning in now for that panel. But I would like to give the final word to Joe Goldie to defend the United States and its role in the taking on climate change. And then also just thank you everyone for being here. This panel, I've been looking forward to it all week and it's been fantastic. So thank you.
Thanks, Willem, again. And I'm just going to run further in the direction that Alyssa sketched out. People in South Dallas, where I live, know that their landscape has been poisoned. They mistrust the public water in the schools. Many of them are sick all the time, and that's made them into great organizers. People in Houston know that their houses are being poisoned because big oil put stuff in the ground years ago and they're not taking responsibility. And they've tried reaching out to the EPA, and they know that the EPA has been declawed and the whole process is corrupt. So they know, and they are wonderful organizers. They are wonderful organizers who need more tools. They need tools to map their neighborhoods. They need tools to track what is and isn't being said in their legislature, their city council, and the state legislature. They need people who have text mining skills to keep a constant eye watching people who are in power. That's what we all need. And that's something that people with Ivy League education and skills can provide. And so for the big defense of what America can do, I think Alyssa is right, spot on, that people care about being inhabitants. It might not be and Jay is right, we're not going to organize people like we were in the 19th century around membership in a guild. Like that world is gone. But you can organize people around being inhabitants of a neighborhood. They want to be safe. They want their kids to be safe. You can organize them around being tenants or having an affordable place to live. All of that is a big issue. Famously, the United States of America didn't have a revolution because it had land for many people, mobilized through the Homestead Act, which was which was a radical act if you were a white settler, and then through the GI Act, which was a radical act if you were white and working class and typically male. But those gave land and housing and safe housing to a lot of people. And we've seen that politics even in the last 5 years. Nobody was talking about halting evictions until Matt Desmond's book Evicted came out. And now not only Biden, but Trump had no problem putting into place an eviction moratorium because they knew, could you imagine the outrage, unemployment and rent checks going through the ceiling? That is something, the will of inhabitants, people as inhabitants, as occupants, that's something to mobilize. It's something to work with. I just want to commend my fellow panelists for being so spot on, and to thank Willem. It's an honor to join you. I want to thank all of the students who have been here and say good work, everybody, and good luck to the next panelists. We'll check you out later.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm looking forward to following up. But before everyone leaves, if everyone could please share our most recent tweet that I put in the chat on Twitter about the divestment decision at Columbia. This is huge news for us, and it's really important that we use this moment at Columbia to inspire further direct action across the country. With that, I'm going to hand it off to Emmeline in our next fantastic panel that I've been looking forward to as well. I encourage people who stayed for the climate change panel to stay on for this next panel about organizing, and I'll give it to Emmeline from here.
I was muted. Thank you all so much for coming. So really quickly before we transition, just wanted to again make some quick announcements, other steps that you can take. We're doing a letter campaign in support of the strike. It's really easy, just takes a second to send letters in support of the strike to the administration. We also have a strike fund to offset potential late fees, and also really want to encourage everyone to join DSA or YDSA if you're a student, and also to sign up for our YDSA Winter Conference at the end of February. We're also having a panel on student debt cancellation on February 5th, as well as to sign the petition of our coalition partner, Mobilize African Diaspora. And all of those links are on this slide, and I'll drop them in the chat later. But yeah, so I'm really excited for this panel. We have some amazing organizers and writers. So Micah Utrecht is editor of Jacobin, as well as author of Bigger Than Bernie. Eric Blanc is author of Red State Revolt. Jane Slaughter is former editor of Labor Notes, as well as a DSA member. Robbie Nelson is a member of NYC VSA and a public high school teacher. Barry Eidlin is a sociology professor at McGill University, and author of Labor in the Class Idea. And Bianca Cunningham is former co-chair of NYC DSA and a staff organizer at Labor Notes, as well as co-founder of the Afro Socialist DSA caucus. So this is going to be a really awesome panel. Stop screen sharing. So our first question is, which I'll direct to Eric, is how would you define what socialism means to you?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, it's great to see everybody, and I'm glad you all are organizing this and the tuition strike. So solidarity. Socialism, I think the simplest way to answer it is that socialism means the creation of like a real economic and political democracy. The myth that we're taught growing up in this country is that we live in the beacon of democracy that the whole world, looks to. I think now actually that's probably even that. I don't know if anybody actually believes that now after Trump and all of the everything. But even before that, it wasn't close to being true. Not only because the U.S. political regime is so anti-democratic, even compared to like other capitalist democracies, like Electoral College, Supreme Court, but just for the more basic reason that any capitalist democracy we have is really stunted because of the economic dictatorship of big business. And that's really what socialists want to end. Because when you go to work, unless you have a really strong union, and sometimes even when you do, you're basically giving up your rights. You don't have any say over what your work life looks like. And just generally working class people in this country and in other capitalist countries, we don't have a say over how resources are distributed, not in any direct way. So we don't get to choose if Amazon, pays a living wage. We don't get to choose whether Instacart, which just fired the union members that wanted to unionize, whether they're allowed to do that. So really what socialism would be is to take that dictatorship, that rule of a small minority of billionaires out, take it out, and put resources and that we need to survive under democratic control. And that would in turn allow us to have a real political democracy, because as long as you have such a small minority of people with so much wealth, they can distort the political process. And I imagine most people on this call understand how that works, through lobbying and just threats of capital strikes. It's very hard to have real substantive democracy without economic democracy. That's what socialism is for. And then socialism as a movement, really briefly, and I think that's what we're going to be talking about, is I think the self-emancipation of workers. So I think what distinguishes socialists from maybe other progressives, that we really look to the organized working class as the central agent of radical and progressive change.
Go ahead, Robbie.
Yeah, so hey everyone, Robbie, thanks again to Emmeline, Willem, and everyone else who organized this and solidarity with this struggle. Yeah, I mean, I won't, I think Eric, I really agree with everything Eric said, and I'll just sort of maybe try to reframe it a little bit, right? So socialism is both a goal, right? A type of society that we are trying to move towards, and it's the movement that seeks to bring that society about, right? So a socialist society, like Eric said, right? It's a society in which that features democratic governance of society, of the state, of the workplace, and of civil society institutions led by the working class majority. But even more deeply than that, right? Socialism is an analysis of where our problems come from as a society, what are the primary obstacles to overcoming them, and then a sense of what forces we can actually marshal, we can actually bring to bear to overcome some of these obstacles. So, basically any problem that our society has, right? You can sort of chalk up to, I'll rewind here for a second, right? Most of the solutions to the problems in our society require the redistribution of money and power. And what socialists say is that the reason that society is like that is because people actually benefit from the social situation. A liberal explanation often talks about the problems of our society as being either accidents, right, not made of bad will or of misunderstandings, whereas socialists understand that the inequalities of our society aren't accidents or misunderstanding. They're the outcome of a social system and a system of production that puts profit and privately held property in the hands of a few people. And the reason that socialists look to the organized working class as the agent of change is because of an analysis of where profit comes from. Right? Profit comes from workers. Workers produce the value that capitalists, the owners of those companies, of those banks, of those firms, skim off the top of our surplus labor. And so because capitalists depend on workers to produce their to produce their value through labor, it means that workers have a lot of capacity to stop the flow of profits. And just as you guys are seeing in this tuition strike, right? People in power don't do things that are good for the people in their institutions because they're nice people. They do so because because we have to raise the cost of their, of their intransigence, right? We basically have to say, it's going to cost you if you're trying to screw us over. We're going to go on strike. We're going to stop the flow of profits. We're going to stop business as usual until you give us what we want. So I think that's the main difference between a progressive liberal versus a socialist understanding of where problems come from, the extent to which they're sort of accidents or misunderstandings, and how we can bring power to bear on solving some of these problems.
Great, awesome. That was great response. So the next question I have is how and why did you become involved in socialist organizing? And I'm gonna direct that to Bianca.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. So I became involved in socialist organizing, recently, actually. So a combination of factors. First and foremost, I was working a retail job for Verizon Wireless. We were dealing with all of the isms, the racism, the classism, you know, just feeling oppressed as retail workers, like so many other service workers around the country. And, you know, looking at the differences and people who had union representation. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. So looking at people who had union representation, people that we'd see go on strike and fight for improvements, and that they seem to have like somewhat of like a middle class, like comfortable life. And comparing that with our own plights as workers, most of us were in our 20s and 30s, still living with our parents around Brooklyn, unable to afford to really move out and like gain any real financial independence. And when it did seem, we worked off a commission, when it did seem that we could gain some independence, it was always our boss's job, it was always the company's job to knock us down a peg and take away what we'd worked for, right? And so they dangle things in our faces, threaten to take them away. And we just really felt like our livelihoods were at the whim of our employer. And so we decided to fight back. We decided that we wanted to join the union. And so we, filed for a union election and took on that fight. Throughout that fight, I remember thinking like we were the first Verizon Wireless workers in the country to be seeking a union. And there's a huge employer. And we were wondering like, why isn't media paying attention? Like, why don't people think this is a big deal? We're going through hell at work. They're flying in the CEO of the company. They're flying the CFO out. They're taking us in the basement and doing one-on-ones and captive audience meetings. And we were like, this is a story, right? But only we didn't realize that it wasn't a story because like capitalism and like owns the media, right? And like, they don't want that story to get out. But who were supportive, who was telling our story, who were the people who were amplifying our fight happened to be socialists, happened to be folks like at Labor Notes where I work, where they were like, tell us your story in your own words. This is really exciting, and like really like supporting us in a lot of ways. It was Micah Utrecht with the and others at Jacobin doing Jacobin reading groups and talking about strikes historically and teaching us that we were part of this long history, right? And this was a socialist community that came together to rally around workers. And so that really opened my eyes to see like, wow, these people, like we share a struggle, we share an analysis about, the struggle. And this really feels like a family that I could fight with. And so that's how I came to socialist organizing, that and Papa Bernie the first time. But I think it's so important, and I'm so lucky that that was rooted in class struggle for me. And not to say I didn't, experience other isms, like I said, there was racism and all of that work together in that system. But that is what gave me a political home to say I can fight back and we can actually win against these things.
Well, like Bianca, I also came to socialism pretty recently. I was radicalized during the Vietnam War. That's a joke. While I was in college. Actually, Bianca, I like your way of getting radicalized through class struggle better than my way, but it was a way that happened to many, many, many people in the 60s. So we had Vietnam, campuses are burning. The more I learned, I could see how the dots were connected, and I wanted to be the most radical that I could be. And as far as I could tell, socialism was about the most radical thing there was. So I was in various Maoist study groups. And then I met some socialists who actually had a fairly worked out plan for how we would get from where we were to socialism. It involved working in unions, which I think we're going to talk about later. And it made a lot of sense to me. So I joined this group, the International Socialists, in 1974 and moved to Detroit to become an auto worker. Well, as you guys know, that well worked out plan did not work out. We do not have socialism today. But I happen to think that some of the elements of it are still valid today, and we can talk about why. But in any case, we do need a plan. We can't just be all doing, our individual little things and having community gardens. And I will say that DSA is a big part of that plan.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks again. It's great to be on such a panel. And this is Wallace, by the way. He's my research assistant. But anyway, so we are, I'm in a bit of a weird situation. So I think it's an interesting mix here, because Bianca sort of represents sort of like a common experience for a lot of people these days who are fairly new to socialism and who have had this experience of the Bernie campaign over the past 5 years, and this sort of resurgent movement that really hasn't existed for 50 years or more. And Jane is sort of on the tail end, I guess, of that previous movement, right? The New Left, right? Where there were these large movements that were radicalizing people. And I came of age in between these periods. So I'm a real weirdo in that there are very few people my age who are socialists. And so I guess I'm an outlier, and I guess the way that happened for me was an outlier experience. I happened to be in high school. I spent some time in high school in France, and as often is the case in France, when you're in high school, your teachers go out on strike, and so I had the experience when I was like 14 years old of being, confronted with this mass of students sort of like marching from high school to high school, calling everyone out in the streets, and like marching through the streets of Paris and facing down the riot cops and getting tear gassed. And so that sort of like exposed me. And then, obviously through that, getting exposed to all these new ideas and talking to people. And then, and then that sort of lit the spark, if you will. And then when I was in college later on, I got involved in helping the campus workers organizing, and that was another sort of, I wasn't directly experiencing what the campus workers were experiencing, but I was certainly involved in sort of getting an inside view of that, and so that sort of ultimately convinced me after graduating to go work in the labor movement as an organizer, and ended up with a group called Teamsters for a Democratic Union. Actually, I started off interning at Labor Notes. That I think I need to mention that for Jane. And that sort of obviously exposed me to this idea of the importance of the working class, and that sort of rank and file organizing that has really informed my sort of my socialism, if you will, ever since. So that's sort of the capsule summary.
Okay, awesome. So many varied and great experiences on this call. So my next question is, what role does student organizing play in the struggle for socialism? And I'm going to hand it over to Micah for that.
Great. I first wanted to say thank you. It's an honor to be here on a list, an agenda full of speakers that is totally stacked with some of the best people on the American left. I'm just honored to be included on it. And I'm also very glad to be here with all of you who are waging this extremely important fight. And your fight has multiple angles to it, but I have a direct personal interest as somebody with $30,000 worth of student debt that I would like to disappear. And so I know that we're not going to get rid of that debt by, me publishing 50 articles in Jacobin about it alone. It's going to take people like you, students like you all, engaging in the kind of fight that you are currently engaged in order for us to win that kind of relief. So I'm definitely rooting for you for multiple reasons. So I came to radical politics through the student organizing. When I was in undergrad, I went to two different colleges, one called Aquinas College in Western Michigan and another Loyola University in Chicago. And in college, I had my eyes open to a million things. I got involved in anti-racist struggles on my campus in response to incidents of racism on campus, got involved in Latin American solidarity stuff and part of the fight against the School of the Americas, which was very big at the two Catholic colleges that I went to. I became involved in the labor movement for the first time through United Students Against Sweatshops. And that set me on the course that the rest of my life has taken in the labor movement and in the socialist movement. And I would never want to downplay any of that because it was crucial to me. It's crucial to some of the other people on this panel. It's crucial to huge numbers of people around the world. And students obviously can play a really important role both in fights like the one you all are waging right now. I mean, forgiveness of, moving towards free college tuition for everybody and full forgiveness of all student loan debt is a really critical working class demand. That's essential. And obviously it's going to be students who are the ones who are at the forefront of that fight. And then of course there are many examples of students being at the playing key roles in whatever the movements of the day are, whether it's students in the 60s being on the front lines of the civil rights movement, the anti-war movement. So obviously students have a really key role to play in all kinds of struggles that we're waging to win this better world that we all know is possible. But it's also essential to sort of to not take your to take your activism off the campus, basically, to understand that as important as the fights that you are waging are now. I mean, what's most important about what you're doing, I think, is getting a sense of your own power as an actor in the world. Learning about how the world works, how the problems that you face as a student are interconnected with all of these other problems that we have in society, and really dedicating yourself long term to this struggle for this better world that will go for a much longer amount of time than you are spending at Columbia or any other educational institution for your life. I mean, what happened with me was, I guess, the best case scenario, in that I sort of got a taste of the world and what the problems were, and I learned how to do things like get petition signatures and deliver a demand letter to my university administration. And I did a hunger strike at one point in our administration building over a decade ago. And I took all of that and then have like learned, use those as lessons to try to continue that fight for the rest of my life. And so that has to be an essential part of how I think you view your student activism. It's not just that you are trying to wage this very, very important fight at your own campus, at your own university, but that you dedicate yourself to continuing these kinds of fights, these kind of working class fights, long past your graduation date.
So I'll just add something quick. The first is, I agree with Micah, but I kind of want to give the other side of the coin there, because my impression is that a lot of times, because students, particularly maybe at a university like Columbia, are often relatively privileged compared to the rest of the country as a whole, there can be a tendency to like not want to take action actually sometimes because of like a sense of privilege. And to me, it's actually the opposite, is that students, across the board have a structural position which generally gives them a little bit more time, not always, obviously, depending on what your background is, but it's precisely because students are somehow a little bit more freed up generally from the constraints of class society. Then that actually is an opening that we need to seize, and that you all should seize, and that can provide an inspiration for other folks to fight back. And there's just so many examples of that throughout history. So I think it's true that, in the long term, it's going to be, the organized working class that has power. But like just at this moment, it's so amazing what you're doing as far as like fighting around tuition locally. But, just think about the role that students could play right now in setting a precedent for people across the country to fight, to demand that the Biden administration fulfill, the promises or the potential that it's sort of indicated, right? And imagine if there were student strikes and occupations across the country, that would have an effect beyond just the campuses. So I just, I would consider the role of like students as catalyzers, even if you're not like the big battalions of the working class. It doesn't mean that you can't have a big political role at this moment and in general.
Yeah, and I just wanted to build on what Eric and Micah were saying to add that, historically, Coco, in that basic, sorry, my daughter's, anyway, okay. So basically that the student movements are, have historic, so I'm a historical sociologist, so I study movements historically, and historically speaking, students have played this central role in popular struggles, right? There's been a lot going on in Latin America now, but then, obviously the New Left of the 1960s, in France, the May 68. So students have played this central role, and so it's important to understand, and that's for those reasons that Eric was mentioning about the space that you have to think, to act, that broader society might not have as much of. And it's also important to recognize there that in the same way that in workers' struggles, this goes back to this privilege question, I think, that in the same way that in workers' struggles, it's often the more quote unquote privileged layer, like more workers who are deemed more skilled, who have a critical role as these catalyzers, for organizing, entire workforces. It is often students at these more privileged campuses that end up playing certain leadership roles. Now, some of it is because, it's a function of their privilege. I don't want to say that it's all good, but there is a good reason for it. And it's not something to beat yourself up about, right? In the same way that I think it's not at the same time that you need to be understanding that student movements are at their most powerful when they are able to move off campus and create those linkages with other social groups, particularly workers. It's not productive as student activists to sort of spend your time beating yourself up about your current position. You need to sort of view it for what it is and take advantage of the structural advantages it gives you.
All right, awesome. These are all such insightful responses. So the next question is, what role does labor organizing play in the struggle for socialism? And I'm gonna toss that to Jane first.
Okay, well, first, what Robbie said. Labor is going to play an absolutely central role because the working class is where the ruling class gets its profit from. And we have the structural position in society to be able to bring it to a halt, and also to learn how to run society on our own, because we've already been running it. The working class is not necessarily the most oppressed part of society. There's been a tendency on the left to look for the most oppressed. It's not, at this point, the most radical or the most easy to radicalize, but it's a strategic question. The working class has got that structural place. So to me, if you're thinking about putting the working class at the center of your strategy, then it makes sense to talk about unions. Now, you can come up with reasons for why not unions. Unions are only 10% of the workforce right now. Don't many union leaders tend to be pretty conservative? Don't they sometimes only look out for the interests of their own members and not for the whole working class? Yes, all those things are true. But I'll go on to say, we have to have some way of figuring out how to close the gap between the socialist ideas that people were talking about earlier and the vast majority of the working class. Because right now, it's like two trains passing in the night. The YDSA has grown hugely in the last few years, but it's still pretty small, very small in comparison to the population. And it tends to be concentrated in just one part of the working class, the more highly educated part of the working class. So how are we going to deal with the fact that the vast majority of workers are not socialists? They're more friendly to socialism than they used to be, believe me, when I started out, but still there's this big gap. And related to that, how do we create the actual power to get rid of capitalism? So I could go on and on. I think I should try to cut this short so somebody else can contribute. But part of it is, well, it would be great if we had a huge militant, class-conscious movement of workers right now that was just always out in the streets, always fighting the employers. But that doesn't exist. It's there in little bits and pieces, but not enough. And so one of our jobs as socialists is to help create that movement. How do we do that? We can't do it by standing on the sidewalk and holding up our publication with a beautiful socialist program. Believe me, people have tried this. It does not work.
Some of us are still trying.
what we need to do is actually be in those struggles and helping to foment those struggles. We need to be working alongside the rest of the working class so that we can help them to organize, help them to do all the things that you need to do to make the labor stronger, and also to be there when people start wondering about socialism. They have somebody to ask. You know, it's their buddy that's been working alongside them all this time. Just say one more thing about unions and stop, is that there's 13 million union members. This is not a number to sneeze at. And unions are the most racially integrated organizations in American life. Try to think of another one. They bring people together who would not otherwise have anything to do with each other at the heart of production, where they're forced to cooperate simply to get their daily work done. So unions, I'm arguing, are the place to find workers who are already at least somewhat organized and thus in a better position to begin the fight.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Jane said. Unions are a great place to start. I feel like when I think about the working class, I don't think about unions because I think the majority of working class, like Jane just said, are not in unions. And I think that also, like, oftentimes I think about what the project is to get people to think about themselves as working class, right? So that we can start to expand what that means. And what people think of when we say that, like, who could be a union member? I remember when I was a retail worker, you know, my manager was saying stuff to me like, it doesn't matter that you guys are fighting for a union. Unions weren't made for retail workers. That's for people who work in factories. That's for people who work public sector jobs. It will never work for you. And I think that, like, you know, we wanted to fight back against that, but also had our own doubts about, like, does this union structure work for if I'm a bartender, for instance, or, you know, if I work, you know, at a veterinary office, or, you know, like, who is the union for? Is, I feel like, a question that I'm glad that is being explored, and I'm glad that we're talking about different kinds of workers and being a part of the union, but also that they could join the union. I really love the Google example that came out recently. You know, I think that we should just, like, find more solidarity and find more things in common. You know, I was speaking on a panel a couple of months ago to some WNBA players, and I was like, you all have a union too. Like, you all are depending on the capitalist power and, like, the ruling class to give you endorsement deals and, like, pay your salary. That we all depend on, like, our labor to have a wage. We're working class, right? And so finding those, like, threads in common more often, I think, will really be important. And you see unions taking this question on, unions like the CWA, and they're organizing gamers and others. CWA is also like, really involved in the LA stripper strike and trying to figure out a way to get these folks a union. I think that kind of union is, like, that kind of organizing is really exciting to me because it's pushing the limits of what we know. And I think it's incumbent upon socialists to, like, provide that momentum, right? Because I think that a lot of times in these unions, like Jane says, you know, they are racially integrated, but they're a bit conservative. You know, sometimes they need a little kick. And I feel like the socialists, we're the kick, right? We're the ones that make it, you know, be so. We're the ones, you know, where they lack the will, we have the action and the analysis. And so it's on us to work together to push and make sure that these kinds of institutions are fighting for everyone, and that we can redefine what it means, right? And be imaginative in our organizing. So I think they go hand in hand.
Hey, I'm just gonna build on what Jane and Bianca have said, and you know, I'm a professor for better or for worse, and so I might delve into a bit of the theory behind this. So basically, the key thing to understand about labor and the struggle for socialism is that, and going back to what Robbie was saying about the difference between a sort of socialist perspective and a sort of progressive liberal perspective, is that it is based in a materialist theory of how change happens and how people develop consciousness, sort of understanding of the world around them, right? And I think that and you know, it's very easy. because again, as students, and as academics, it's important to understand that we are kind of outliers and that we spend our lives sort of like discussing these big ideas and like trying to convince each other. But for the most part, that's not how the world works, in the sense that most people don't make sense of their lives through debating it out with other people. They make sense of it by their lived experience. And social change doesn't happen by sort of convincing people one after the other that this is sort of this is the right idea and you should believe what I believe. And then people say, oh yeah, that's great. Okay, now we're all gonna believe this new idea together. We need organization, and we need organization in particular parts of society amongst people who are most likely, whose struggles are most likely to bring about the change that we want, right? And so that's why we focus on labor, because that is the place where we can actually organize workers into a collective force. And when workers are in struggle, that is actually when they become more open to seeing new possibilities, new ideas, and sort of seeing that a different world is possible. It's not through being convinced of it, through talking it through, it's through action. And so that's really, so it's a strategic vision for why we focus on it, not because we want to help the most oppressed people, not because we want to, we want to go around convincing people of this idea. It's because this is the strategic vision for getting to where we want to go.
So people have been talking about big picture questions here that are obviously the most important answers to this question. I just wanted to contribute my own personal answer to this question, which is that currently I am an editor at Jacobin. I write and edit other people's writing about socialism all day. I wrote a book about the labor, about union. I'm like a full-time socialist intellectual. But the thing that I did when I graduated college, the first thing I did was I worked as a retail worker at O'Hare Airport and organized a union with 200 of my coworkers, and then worked for 2 years as an organizer trying to organize car wash workers. And I eventually learned that I was not particularly good at that, and I should not be an organizer, and no one should entrust union organizing in my hands because I'm actually not very good at it. But in doing so, it totally transformed my ideas about how social change happens. I mean, to be frank, in hindsight, I was pretty full of shit in how I thought. Like, I spent a lot of time reading books and crafting arguments well, and through actually being engaged in the day-to-day stuff of the labor movement and organizing a union with my coworkers, and then trying to organize a union with car wash workers, the magazine stuff is nice. It has its place, but like, that's not the way that you craft arguments to move people into actually changing the world is actually very different when you're like in a workplace, and it's based on other stuff. It's not based on how beautiful your prose is coming out of your lips as you're speaking to them. It's based on relationship building, trust building. And so, that experience in the labor movement was really central to me, just understanding how social change happens. And, as I said, has hopefully made me a little less full of shit as an editor as a result.
Yeah, and I'll just sort of wrap up this section and kind of make a pitch, right? So, it's so important that the labor movement and the socialist movement have full-time organizers like Bianca, like Jane, right? Like Micah, people who work full-time in the socialist and labor movements. We need organizations, and it's not a volunteer operation. If you're serious about changing the world, it's not something you do after you clock out of work. Not everyone can do it after they clock out of work. However, there has been a tendency for socialists to concentrate themselves in staff union jobs, and not enough socialists who are actually out there among the rank and file, right? Like working with your coworkers who you want to bring about to who you want to convince them to vote for Bernie. You want to convince them to go on strike. You want to convince them to get in the car and go up to Hunts Point to support the Teamster strike, right? You want to move them to any kind of political action. It's actually so much easier to do that if, like Jane said, you've been working next to them for 5 years, for 10 years, right? right? And so it's really important, and this is part of something that Barry and others have written about, and that Jane has also written a lot about, called the rank and file strategy, right? And it means a lot of things, but one key, and one of the things it can mean is, like I said, going to support the picket line at Hunt's Point right now. But another really important thing that it means is socialists intentionally getting jobs in industries, either with an eye towards organizing union, or more likely into an industry that's already heavily unionized, right? And we see important avenues for the growth of the left. So for example, I'm a teacher in the New York City public schools, right? There's a lot of problems with that union, the UFT, right? And I can sit here and talk to you all day about it. But right, being a public school teacher at a working class high school in Brooklyn means that I am in daily contact with hundreds and thousands of my coworkers, of my students and their families who live, work, and have our, worship, socialize, and have our community here in Brooklyn. And it's important for socialists to become rooted both in the neighborhoods and in the workplaces of people, who we want to become comrades with, right? We want, like someone said before, working class self-emancipation is at the heart of socialism. And if socialists can't, socialists need to be alongside workers where production happens and where community happens. And so, just to pitch to all of you, right? Like if you're going to graduate college and you're thinking about, what kind of job you want to get, I would highly recommend that people consider taking jobs in workplaces that have union representation, that are large or strategically important employers. So, Teamsters, teachers, nurses, social workers, right? City workers. If you want to look, and again, to be slightly cynical about it, right? If you want to stay and live in New York City and you're not from here, being a teacher or a nurse or a city worker is a pretty good way of actually being able to do it, right? In a sustainable fashion. And it's going to be a way that's going to put you into contact with, the types of working class people that we need if we want a real working class movement for self-emancipation.
Absolutely. That is a great pitch for rank and file strategy. And I, decided to also become a teacher because of being involved in YDSA, and because I think labor organizing is how we're going to win socialism. So we have an audience question. Someone asked, so is there a point to the intellectual side of the left? Do we need to think about things like Marxism or ideas? And they say, I guess it's sort of an obvious question, since I don't think anyone would say ideas don't matter at all, but I'm wondering how it does or doesn't matter. And I'm going to give that to Barry to answer.
Yes, give it to the sociology professor, of course. So this is a really crucial question, particularly in the US, and I would say Canadian left, it's also true, that there's a tendency on the left to devalue ideas. And it's possible to read the comments that we've been talking about today, and the sort of importance of like engaging in active struggle and organizing in the working class as a sort of reinforcement of that idea. But I would caution against that. In fact, I think that ideas are important, and intellectuals play a critical role. There's a division of labor in movements, and that's a good thing, right? They need to be tied together, right? So I think that this sort of like cut off intellectual that just is sort of off in their own ivory tower or whatever, that's one thing, but movements need intellectuals. And I think that there's a culture in US movements recently of, that I forget who it was who wrote that great piece, but there's something called activistism, right? Where the idea being that, the way to be an activist is just to like move from one action to another. And you're not really thinking about what your broader strategy is, where you're going. And with that, if that's what you end up doing, you end up not going, you're not getting anywhere. And it's important to recognize, I mean, just in terms of like the if we're thinking about the broader socialist movement and the people who have built this movement historically, like no one would accuse Rosa Luxemburg of being some sort of like cut off head in the clouds intellectual, and yet she had the time amidst organizing the Spartacus faction in Germany to write a several hundred-page book on the accumulation of capital, right? Which was not you would look at that and say it's very highly theoretical, but yet it was deeply informed by the questions that came out of her activism, right? And so I think that, I mean, that's an extreme example maybe, but this idea that intellectual work does not have a role or should be devalued in the movement and in favor of just more action is a real problem that we need to pay attention to.
All right, thanks so much for addressing that. So the next question that I had was, what role does electoral organizing play in the struggle for socialism? And I'm going to give that to Eric first.
Yeah, so this is a really good question. I'll just maybe preface it by saying, up until recently, if you were on the left in the United States, your answer to this would probably have been like, electoral organizing is not that important. That, you know, for instance, when I was a student activist, and even when I was still like more of a labor activist, that was really common, which is understandable because politics in this country, as we experience it, you know, through like the Democrats and the Republicans, is dominated by corporations, and it's just kind of shitty all around for the most part. But you know, I think that it's pretty easy to prove that over the last 5 years, really since the Bernie campaign in 2015, 2016, we've seen how important electoral politics is to socialist organizing and why that is. And I think there's a couple of different reasons. You know, if you want to sum it up, what electoral politics allows you to do is engage with the arena that the vast majority of people in this country see as like really the only avenue through which they can have some sort of like political intervention. That's not actually a good thing. We wanted that people to intervene at work and their community, but you know, the reality is that for most people, elections is the one thing that they can do in their mind to change the political system. And so the problem is, if we don't engage where people are at in that avenue, what we do is we let our class enemies and the, you know, corporate puppets dominate that space. And that has just like horrible repercussions that we've seen over the last 80 years. And so what Bernie and AOC and on a local level, a lot of other candidates, like in New York City, we just, DSA just elected a clean slate of our candidates to Albany. What it shows you is that by intervening in elections, you can build class power and build class organization and win real important material gains in the lives of the multiracial working class. So, you know, just to give some examples of that anecdotally, I don't know, for student activists today in Colombia, like presumably it's not that controversial to say you're socialist, but you know, it's just, it's such a game change. People take it for granted now. They're like, oh yeah, Bernie's democratic socialist. You know, if anything, it's cool to call yourself a communist now, right? Because it's a little bit like amongst some radicals. But the reality is Bernie created this huge space in the electoral arena that changed the ability for socialism to even be like a legitimate avenue in American political life. And so that's just like one concrete example of how consciousness can change. And as far as the growth of organization, we've seen Democratic Socialists of America grow massively, in large part because of the prominence of people like Bernie, AOC, the Squad, and others, right? And that's concretized then in the organizing we're able to do year-round, including in workplaces. And I would just say, to maybe the end, the real crucial strategic tension for the socialist movement has always been, and it's not an easy one to resolve, is how do you combine electoral politics with organizing at the workplace and sort of in the streets? And the major limitation is if you go too far in one direction or the other, because you're not going to be able to win the things we need just in the streets or in the workplace. But you're also not going to be able to do that even if you elected Bernie president or if we had more socialist politicians. So the real kind of like central strategic thing that hopefully can tie a lot of what we've been talking together is how do you build power within the state to transform it and to win the gains we need, but combining that with building independent organization outside of it. And I think that it's going to be kind of up to a lot of us and a lot of you who are involved to work that out in practice, because you know, the fact that we're not living under socialism yet kind of shows how hard it is to do that.
I think a lot of us on this call, some of us who have been socialists for a long time, had our ideas of what electoral politics can be in the United States totally transformed by the Bernie campaign. I mean, several of us come from traditions in the socialist left that rejected electoral politics almost entirely for many years, many decades. And Bernie came along and showed us that we were wrong about a lot of that. Not wrong about that there are these huge structural barriers to wielding electoral politics in an effective left way, not wrong to say that there are real limits to what we can accomplish through elections, that we do need this other grassroots movements piece, building working class power on the job, in the streets, etc. All of that, of course, and the limits, Lord knows, the limits of the Democratic Party, this horrible party that we're stuck with. Like, we can talk about all of that stuff, and that's definitely true. But the terrain of American politics has been completely reshaped over the last 5 years by the first Bernie Sanders campaign. And it has helped, it's part of the reason why we are having this panel right now, and why people are getting together and talking about socialism in the context of this fight that they're leading on their campuses. I mean, the electoral politics has had these kind of knock-on effects all over the place. I mean, in workplace organizing, you read Eric's book. I mean, he can talk about the role that the Bernie campaign helped play in bringing together the folks who helped organize the West Virginia teacher strike that then spread across the country. I mean, there are tons of examples of this all over, and we're seeing how it's not a question of do we do elections or do we do some other stuff. Like, it is possible to run electoral campaigns and get people who are elected to office that then serve to strengthen and to energize these movements in the streets and at the workplace. And that's what we need to be doing. And so, I mean, just it's hard to overstate how much the terrain has shifted because of these electoral campaigns that nobody would have guessed. If you had asked any of us who were already radicalized 6 years ago, if we thought that we would be in the situation we're in 2021, where we have a revitalized American socialist movement, where we have some, the labor movement's still really weak, but we have some really promising stuff happening. We've got left elected officials getting elected in key places around the country, and importantly, in places like New York, like playing a key role in putting substantial wins on the board for working class New Yorkers. I mean, like, socialists like Julia Salazar played a key role in getting the recent spate of rent laws passed at the state level in New York. Not the sole role, not even maybe the majority role, but played a key role in making that happen. So we've seen that, and everyone on this call can emphasize to you, it's not just going to be through elections that we do all this stuff. We do need to be doing the rank and file strategy. We need to be doing a million other things. But elections are absolutely critical, and we're going to have to continue using them in a strategic way that can build the left and build the working class movement going forward.
Great, awesome. And then the next question that I had was, what is the relationship between the fight for socialism and the fight against racism and other forms of oppression? And I'm going to hand that to Bianca.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to take this question. When people join DSA and they get political education, we often, if you take the training, we often talk about something called the problem tree, which has its roots, right? And the roots of the tree are patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy. And we acknowledge that all three of those things are working together to oppress a certain class of people, right? And so, like, I'll just talk about my own experience and why I think it's so important. Like, when I was organizing with my coworkers to join the union, we were like 98% Afro-Caribbean or, Black workers. We did have like one store that was Russian speaking in Bensonhurst, South Brooklyn, for those of you who are familiar, Brighton Beach, for those of you who are familiar. And, it's important to that we talk about these things all together, not like Barry said, because we're like, not for the reasons like I agree with what Barry said earlier, but also because this is the way that we experience oppression, and these are the tools that the ruling class uses to oppress us. And so, for instance, when we wanted to unionize, one of the very first things the company did, was replace all of our white managers with Black managers, even up into our district manager, whose name was Mike, a white guy. They replaced him with another person, the same title, Mike, a Black guy, and we would make jokes about it and say, do they think we're idiots? And why do they do that, right? They do that because that was an attempt to make us soft on the union, say, let's put people in there that look like you and that can talk to you and maybe carry a message, right? And so then you would feel like you don't really want to fight your own people, right? So that's the first step they did. And that's using racism and division. The second thing that they did was they went to that one Russian speaking store where there was maybe 5 to 7 white workers and said, hey, you guys, you have it really good here. You get to speak your own language and have tea in the basement. It's kind of a slow store because it's just catered to Russian speaking customers. You really don't have anything in common with these other workers all around Brooklyn. They're lazy, they're just complaining. You guys shouldn't be involved. Many of the people in that store then got promoted, agreed to work with management and got promoted to be managers, or assistant managers over us to be snitches and report back to, the upper management. That store was the first one to close. After we won the union, they were the first ones to close. They were the first ones laid off, and many of the people that they had as being these assistant managers that chose to snitch on us were laid off as soon as we won. And so it's like they used them, right? And they obviously they fell for that bait. And so we just have to recognize the way that the ruling class uses these tricks to just store it and keep the activism and the momentum stifled. And so that's why it's important that we talk about all these things. That's because we need people to see themselves in our movement. We need people to we need people to be prepared. It wasn't enough that the union said yes, you are workers fighting back and we're all workers together. They had to address yeah, that was really dumb that they did that. Why did they do that? We have to answer these questions. And so it's not good enough to leave one or the other out. We have to talk about it as a totality, in my opinion.
All right, awesome. Yeah, go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something. I really liked Bianca's comments on this, and I just want to sort of, in a broader context, sort of emphasize that, the fight for socialism has been the fight against racism has been integral to the fight for socialism for much of its history. I think that if you think about the third world liberation struggles of the middle of the last century, they were deeply informed by Marxism and socialists, and it wasn't just a sideshow. I think their analysis of their anti-colonial oppression, of their colonial oppression, came out of their understanding of the fight for socialism. And in the same way in the US, the Communist Party of the 1930s was the civil rights movement of that time period. And it wasn't just because they happened to be communists. Their communist ideology, their communist politics informed, made them the leading fighters against racism and Jim Crow in the 1930s. And so I think that it's important to understand that these two struggles are integrally linked.
All right, amazing. And then I have one last question, which is, what advice would you give to young people just getting involved in the socialist movement? And I'll give that to Robbie.
Hi, everyone. I'll be brief. Thanks again for having us on this panel. Thanks, Emma and all. I'll just be really brief and concrete. Find something you want to get involved in and get involved in it. But I think that's obvious. I would say seek mentorship, right? Socialists want to mentor you. I would like nothing more than a young socialist who came to me saying, I want to get more involved in the socialist movement. Do you have time to mentor me or give me advice? That is that's what older socialists want to hear. That's what younger socialists need. And it's what older socialists need too, right? So building relationships with people already active in the movement and actively seeking mentorship, I would say, is the number one thing to do. And it's something that I benefited from a lot and something that I would love to, pass on to another generation of socialists. I feel old even saying that, Jesus Christ.
Jane, you're muted.
I will add to that, join DSA or join YDSA. There's no such thing as an individual socialist or even an online socialist. You have to be working with other people if you expect to get anything done. And then I would say strongly consider, after you graduate, getting a job where you can contribute to the class struggle, as people have talked about already. Most people think of politics as something they do on nights and weekends, but if you have a job And you can be doing politics all day long. That may not appeal to everybody, but if it does appeal to you, and think about places where there already are socialists working. In DSA, people, mostly what I hear them talking about are teaching, healthcare, and logistics, especially UPS. But there are, of course, many other places where you might be able to help organize your coworkers. I also would add, it's easier if you change your major now. I know a lot of socialists who decided on this course after they graduated and they had to go back and take more classes. It can be done. So talk to members of your local YDSA chapter, because YDSA is strongly committed to helping you do this. They are going to create a pipeline where people can get jobs together so you won't be isolated, to help you decide where you want to go and help you figure out how to do it.
Well, one thing I was going to say was also get a job, but clearly you've heard that advice enough. So I'll just say lastly that, I am a socialist principally because I want to build a better world. And I think that socialism offers the analysis about how to get to that better world, the tools for how to do it, et cetera, et cetera. And that's as it should be. That should be the principal thing that keeps me in the socialist movement. But that is not the only reason that I stay a socialist and stay involved in the socialist movement. The experiences that I have had in the socialist movement are some of the most meaningful experiences I have ever had of any kind in my entire life. I do not regret a single moment, unless you count like fighting on Twitter sometime when I shouldn't have been engaging with people. I don't regret a single moment of the time I have spent in this movement. It has led me to, I have undertaken alongside my comrades astonishingly difficult tasks to remake this world that is one that is currently characterized by oppression and exploitation. We're rolling this giant boulder up a hill. It's extremely difficult. We drop the boulder sometimes and got to go back to the bottom of the hill. And I would not give up a moment of that. It has been a fantastic way to spend my life. It has introduced me to some of the most beautiful people I have ever met. I don't think it's an accident that it's tremendously wonderful people who are engaged in this this struggle, including some people who are on this panel right now. So I don't regret a second of it. It's been a fantastic way to live a life. And I would suggest to other people that you also live your life this way, because you'll get a lot of, it's not easy. You don't get paid a lot of money. Sometimes it's annoying, but I would not change it for the world. And I would want you to have that same life of real real meaning and of fulfillment in the same way that I have gotten from dedicating my life to the socialist movement.
All right, thank you all so much. This was such an inspiring panel, and I'm so excited to be organizing with you all. So yeah, at this point, we're going to transition over to Astra Taylor, who has kindly offered to speak for our YDSA reading group, which we sort of impromptu integrated into this teach-in. So yeah, I'm going to hand it over to Astra.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. It's a real honor, and I'm so happy I got to catch some of the last panel and see some of my friends and comrades and get some of that energy, and I'm cheering everybody on. I guess I just want to begin by expressing my total solidarity with the Columbia tuition strikers and the solidarity of the group I organize with, the Debt Collective, which is a union for debtors. And we just really want to say that we're with you 100%. And this is something that it's a kind of movement we've been waiting for, an effort we've been waiting for a long time. So I just want to say that before I begin. We're so accustomed. We've been steeped in an ideology that tells us that education is a commodity, right? That it's something we have to pay for. In fact, the heftier the price tag, the more prestige it must have. And to say, we're not going to pay, and to just call that bluff, I think is incredibly important. I wrote a piece years ago, I can't keep track anymore, that was about the way that our schools are increasingly hedge funds with classrooms attached to them, right? So we've gotten far away from the sort of purpose of education. So we also, I think, feel a lot of solidarity with your attempts to sort of think what other forms of strikes we could have. And I use the word solidarity. I'm thinking about that word a lot lately because I'm actually writing a book on it. But solidarity, if we go back to the ancient roots of that phrase, it actually meant debts held in common. It was when groups of people had debts, and if one person failed, they all failed. So they bailed each other out. So solidarity always has a kind of material dimension. It's not just like an attitude. It's not just a tweet. Solidarity is being materially connected and being on the hook for each other and for your well-being. I think that's kind of a neat thing about the roots of that word, and its echoes with the debtors movement that I'm trying to build. So of course, when we think about strikes, we think about the labor movement, and labor strikes are incredibly important. That's where regular people have the most power under capitalist economic conditions. But a whole lot of us aren't in a situation where we have the opportunity to join a union, to start a union, and working people can't afford to leave power on the table. That's why I'm for a proliferation of all kinds of unions, all kinds of forms of economic resistance, or what we call at the Debt Collective economic disobedience. So whether that's seeing more and more tenant unions and more rent strikes, whether that's seeing tuition strikes like folks at Columbia are doing, or whether that's seeing all kinds of debt strikes potentially, debtors coming together to wield economic leverage. I think we have to think about where we have economic power, where we can use, where we can come together and build power to challenge capital and to make demands. And so, tuition strikes, of course, in a way are a kind of preemptive student debt strike because it's a way, it anticipates what's coming, right? Which is, having for most people, for most students, the average student borrower graduates, I think, with like $35,000 of student debt, anticipates the economic scenario to come. And, I think the idea that a tuition strike is more about, it's about more, as you all are saying, right, with your demands. It's about more than just wanting a discount. You're making demands about the entire university, including, demands for fossil fuel divestment, which Columbia agreed to today, which is really powerful. It shows that using these creative forms of economic leverage can lead to a broader set of victories. So I guess what I want to do is tell you all a bit about the Debt Collective and Can't Pay, Won't Pay. I tried to be like a real webinar person, put my little book right here, that's how they do it. I've seen it on the internet. Can't Pay, Won't Pay is our manifesto. It's collectively authored manifesto by some of us who founded the Debt Collective. And once again, the Debt Collective is a union for debtors. And the book is called The Case for Economic Disobedience and Debt Abolition. We use that phrase abolition really purposefully. And I wrote the preface to, in a more sort of personal vein, I'll tell you a little bit about that. But essentially, we're trying to think of forms of building economic power. Where can people come together and have leverage? So one way of telling the sort of story, the history, the backdrop that gets us here is looking at the history of what we often call financialization. So beginning in the late 70s, right in the 80s, think about Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, our economy financialized. Sometimes people talk about this in terms of neoliberalism. But basically, these financial games became more central to our economy. And wages stagnated for working people. There was a conservative backlash that had different facets, but one was that there were attacks on welfare, on state services, attacks on labor unions, and the state was kind of captured to protect and insulate the market from democratic demands from regular people. What happened at this point is wages stagnated for people, is that easy access to credit kind of covered that up. So that's when you see this explosion of household debt. You see people borrowing to make ends meet. So one way of thinking about this is, people are underpaid at the job. and then they're forced to borrow the difference. So we're robbed twice, right? You're underpaid by your boss, and then you have to take out a payday loan at the end of the month. You have to put your rent and groceries on a credit card, your medical debts, which are a huge part of what people put on credit cards. And the data shows this. There's always going to be the stereotype of people putting stuff they can't afford on their credit cards, right? But it's just, research doesn't bear that out. People put necessities on their credit cards. And the typical reason people take out a payday loan, well, it's often a single mother who wants to not be evicted so that her kids and herself don't have to sleep on the street. So that access to credit kind of created this illusion of shared prosperity. But what it really did was drive people into debt. So, the American dream, which used to be owning your house outright, is now just getting to $0 for lots of people. And we see records being broken, so even before the pandemic, household debt reached over $14 trillion. So that's, a record sum. And of course, this system, basically concentrates wealth and power because, the banking sector, something like 30% of their profit, it's one, the biggest industry, or one of the biggest industries, along with fossil fuels, big tech, these sort of extractive industries, 30% of their business is just fees. It's not even interest, as though like they're not getting paid for intelligently allocating capital or something like that, right? They're basically charging rents for access to the resources people need to survive and thrive. So financialization was a way of reorganizing the economy, but it also opened up new possibilities for organizing people. So the whole point is that our debts are somebody else's assets, right? Our debts are owned by somebody else. They're bundled together. Sometimes they're securitized. Sometimes they're traded on Wall Street, and people profit from them. People who didn't provide any service to us. So this happens in a really mundane way. When a debt collector calls you on the phone and says, you owe me $300 for that trip to the emergency room, that debt collector had nothing to do with providing you an actually valuable service, right? They're just a middleman who bought your debt and is trying to make a buck off of it. So one thing we're trying to do is sort of dispel some of the illusions of the system to try to show how it works and how exploitative it is. I mean, debt is basically a way to profit off of people's economic desperation and profit off their poverty and profit off of their pain. So it opens up new ways of organizing us. How? Because again, our debts are somebody else's asset. They can be withheld. They can be used as a form of leverage. And so that's where the slogan on the cover of the book is, can't pay, won't pay. The fact is a lot of people cannot pay their debts. They're not paying their debts. And of course, there's the ways in which debtors who can't pay are punished by the system. So your credit score is destroyed, which means then you're charged even more when you try to borrow. In some places, if you default on your student loans, the state can take away your driver's license, right? I mean, it's quite a punitive system for debtors. But nevertheless, we believe that there's something about people responding to this. There's something powerful about people who are in this desperate economic condition saying, I can't pay, I won't pay, and I shouldn't pay. That there's a kind of politicization that happens, and then we can tap into that potential economic power and economic leverage. And we've had enough success, showing that this can be done through our sort of pilot campaigns, which have focused specifically around student debt. So I want to talk a little bit about that. I mean, for me, in a way, this started personally as it did with so many debtors that we organize with. So we often talk about student debt in these big abstractions. It's $1.7 trillion. Over 1 million debtors default on their student debtors default every year. But each one of these numbers is a person who's struggling and who's being stressed out. In fact, there's lots of research that shows that being in debt, really has damaging consequences for both body and mind. It actually makes people sick. Being in debt makes you even less likely to go see a doctor. It has mental health consequences, all these things. And so, 10 years ago, that was me. I defaulted on my student loans. I went to the new school, so not Columbia, but not far. I went to the new school and I couldn't pay my student loans. And I remember I got this phone call and they're like, "You're in default." And I said, "Oh," and they said, "Well, now your principal has gone up. 19%. So it went up something like another $15,000 or something like that. So, and it was just this illogic, right? Of, okay, I can't pay. And so your solution is to destroy my credit and to bury me deeper in a debt hole from which I will never escape. But at that moment, there was no collectivity. There was no political consciousness or analysis around debt. So I was alone in that. I was mad. I felt in my bones that this was a political problem, and that I kind of knew from reading history that education had been free or basically low tuition, low fee for most of American educational history. In fact, that is the principle on which American public universities were founded. But just like the last speaker said, you can't be a socialist alone. So I was by myself with my frustration at my economic condition. It took Occupy Wall Street for me to realize that there are other people who felt the same way. So the Debt Collective has roots in Occupy Wall Street. 2012, some of the founders of Occupy Wall Street launched something called the Occupy Student Debt Campaign, and they had a protest called One Tea Day in November 2012 when student debt surpassed $1 trillion. I note that because we're probably going to be protesting 2 Tea Day under Joe Biden unless he freaking cancels all student debt, which he has the power to do this afternoon. So that just also shows you how fast this problem expands, and it shows you just the reality of compound interest, right? So we are approaching 2 Tea Day. So some of us got together out of that original mix at Occupy and had this vision of a debtors union. And we launched in 2015, we launched the first ever student debt strike. We worked with students from a predatory for-profit college called Corinthian Colleges, Inc. These for-profit colleges serve hundreds and hundreds of thousands of students at one institution. They charge people the max that they can get from the federal student loan system, and they bury them in debt for worthless degrees. They lie to them. They're very fraudulent entities. We launched a strike with the Corinthian 15 student debt strikers. Their numbers swelled. And then we created a creative legal strategy. We basically looked at the laws and realized that people have lots of rights on the books that are not being respected. So what if we, bureaucracy is so often weaponized against the poor. It's hard to access your rights. It's hard to dispute your debts, whatever. What if we tried to weaponize it for a progressive aim? So we created a way to dispute these fraudulent debts. We made it really easy. We made it so people could do it on their mobile phone because poor people don't have computers or printers, right? You can't skip work to go to the library to use some broken system to print something out. And what we did was we flooded the Obama administration with legal disputes and created a crisis that led to a rulemaking session, changes to federal law. There were lawsuits, and we won over $1 billion with a B of debt cancellation for the Corinthian students. And through that campaign, not only did we prove mass cancellation could be done, and we normalized this idea that student debt should be canceled, not that everyone accepts it, but we got it onto the public agenda. And some of our policy work eventually was picked up by Senator Elizabeth Warren, and our policy work basically identified what the precise legal mechanism by which any sitting president can cancel a student debt. So flash forward to now. On the first day of the Biden administration, we launched something called the Biden Jubilee 100, which it's symbolic 100 strikers. Symbolic in that they represent his first 100 days. They come from all walks of life. People should check out the Biden Jubilee webpage to kind of see, again, to see the people, right? Not just these abstract numbers. They're young, they're old, they're Black, they're white, there's doctors, there's a pastor, there are gig workers, there's a grandma, there's young people just starting their lives out. And they're basically saying, we can't pay, we won't pay, and we demand that the Biden administration cancel a student debt using compromise and settlement authority, which is this authority that our organization has helped identify and normalize and sort of push. And it's a way of calling the bluff of power and saying, we know you can do this, right? We know that you actually can do this, because the Democrats, all politicians, but Democrats, love to say we can't do this and that, or, the Republicans won't let us, or whatever it is. So this is something where we're being very specific and very precise and saying, actually, this is not just some overreach of executive authority to say Joe Biden should cancel a student debt using compromise and settlement. What it is actually, it's more interesting than that. In the Higher Education Act of 1965, Congress already granted the Department of Education the ability to cancel student debt. The ability to create debt implies the ability to cancel it. So we're saying use the power that's been in the presidency's possession for decades to admit that this is a policy failure. And when I say policy failure, I mean, I don't think I'll be telling people here what they don't know, but again, public education was not always so incredibly expensive, right? So in a way, what people are demanding is just parity with previous generations who were able to graduate and not be buried in student debt. We also know that part of the shift in that system, I wrote about this in a piece for the New Republic called The End of the University, it was a right-wing racist backlash led by then Governor of California, Ronald Reagan, who wanted to suppress the student movement at Berkeley, who wanted to suppress the rising Black Power movement that was emerging at free community colleges in the Bay Area, and who saw, along with sort of neoliberal economists, James Buchanan was one of them, basically saw the imposition of debt financing as a way of disciplining students. Basically, if they have to pay tuition and go into debt, they won't play their psychedelic games, right? This is a way to suppress radicalism and using finance as a kind of form of social control. And this was something that Reagan was very committed to. And of course, it was part of the beginning of this neoliberal economic era. And so I think people who are in debt are right to feel that it's not just a bad economic arrangement, but that it creates conditions of unfreedom, right? And that there's a political dimension to that. So again, I just want to reiterate that student debt cancellation is something that is absolutely possible. It took a movement to put the idea on the map. It took a movement to win $1 billion of debt relief for defrauded for-profit college students. It'll definitely take a movement to get all $1.7 trillion of student debt canceled, but it's possible. And as Micah said, we're pushing the boulder up the hill. I feel that we've pushed the boulder of saying we deserve debt abolition a bit. We've pushed it up the mountain, and I want other people to come and join us and help us push it. We need that collective power. And then, right-wingers love to tweet, well, what's next? You cancel student debt. Are you going to cancel medical debt? Are you going to cancel credit card debt? Are you going to cancel payday loans? Are you going to cancel mortgages? Are you going to cancel rent? Are you going to cancel municipal debts to our communities? And the answer from us is yes, that is the plan. We need to build a movement demanding medical debt cancellation and Medicare for all, right? It's a trickier thing in the sense that there's not just a kind of kill switch in the federal government that can be pressed easily, but it's something that can totally be done with legislation. What we need to do is connect people's lived experience. This is the solidarity part, your lived experience of indebtedness to these political problems. That's part of why this is powerful. And I'll end here and take any questions. Your debt is not your fault. There's a whole ideology of shame and stigma that is around, it's about making us feel that we are alone and isolated. That's why the Debt Collective slogan is "You are not alone," LOAN, but it's also about not being unique. Others are in the situation. So part of what we need to do is overcome that stigma and not see ourselves as debtors, but see ourselves as entitled. We're entitled to free education. We're entitled to having our debts canceled. We're entitled to having those credit cards written down. We're entitled to a job guarantee, to a Green New Deal. So this is also a movement about encouraging a kind of entitlement to shared prosperity, to freedom, to equality, to all of these things. And so that's why I take such joy in the tuition strike and people saying, no, we deserve to be treated better than this, because we all do.
Okay, amazing. Thanks so much. And we are so glad to have you here and your support. And so I guess, not sure if we have audience questions yet, but I guess one thing that I really appreciated about the Can't Pay Won't Pay book was how sort of in depth you went into this question of financial capitalism and sort of also how it impacts our organizing. So I guess one question that I had was like, if you could talk a little bit more about, I guess, sort of the causes of that financialization and sort of like how it impacts our organizing.
Yeah. I mean, I think one thing that led me on this path personally was that I was reading a lot about the changes to our economy. So again, what we could call financialization, neoliberalism. So reading David Harvey, reading all this economic history. And, my question is always, okay, well, what are we gonna do about it? And, at the heart of that, analysis is just the way that a financialization has become, it's sort of infiltrated all of these domains that I think democratic socialists, as a democratic socialist, I think this, and many do, should be decommodified. They shouldn't be treated as commodities. They should be democratized. They should be public. And so you see this in when you kind of zoom in, you see this in almost every realm of our life. And it's interesting because financial power can be kind of big and abstract and hard to see, right? Where is it? And so you have to follow those threads down to your daily life, to your lived experience. Again, it's, the fact that instead of education being a public good covered by grants from the government, like it was for people who studied on the GI Bill, or it was for those students in the 1960s before Ronald Reagan tried to ruin their lives, right? It was just something that you're entitled to and the state paid for it. It's how it is in many other countries. But now there's a complicated system of lending. So there's all of these loan servicers and all of these middlemen who profit, but also make life much more make things like much more complex. I think this is also part of the Debt Collective's project. We're not just in the red, which is a way of saying we're in debt. We're also in the dark. A lot of people we find when we begin organizing with them, like they don't even know who they owe money to or what they owe money to. They sometimes don't even know exactly how much. So financialization, this is an aspect that's rarely discussed, but just that it adds all these layers of complexity and bureaucracy and confusion, and that's part of its power over us. Another area that we're beginning to work on that I think you can see this in is even around criminal justice or criminal injustice, however you want to describe it. So we have a suite of tools on our website where you can dispute debts. Again, this whole principle of making challenges to your economic condition easier than they would be normally by making debt dispute tools that are user-friendly, that are on your phone and legible. So we're building a tool that will help people in California dispute bail bonds and immigration bonds. And, the prison system is the prison jail systems are public, but they're public in obviously a really terrible, oppressive way. But people in California, basically there's still a cash bail system, and that's kind of a misnomer. It's really a credit bail system. So what happens is people go into debt just to get their loved ones out of jail, right? So there's a kind of way in which these financial entities even have their tendrils in that domain of life. So what we're interested in is sort of following these chains of debt up so that we can identify new targets and figure out how we can rein in the power of the financial sector at this moment. And of course, we have to do lots of things, right? It's not just the banks that are our enemies, but they do fund they have outsized power, they direct investment, they fund a lot of terrible things. Fossil fuels are one of them. As I said, they do not allocate capital in any reasonable way. They allocate it to maximize profit and in ways that impinge and control and limit our lives. And so it's an extremely important area for us to address, given the reality, given the economic conditions and the way our economy is organized at this moment. And I think it's interesting to, we're at a moment where I was reading yesterday, where the Biden administration is staffing up their agencies, and one question is, are we going to now see, and we will, a bunch of people in positions of power and oversight who basically were, part of the 2008 banking crisis. which was the last big opportunity to rein in this sector. And so, we know that, again, this is a way in which our debts are never, it's not an individual condition, because we know that in total, that these shenanigans and these games, what happened in 2008 was basically, there were a bunch of predatory mortgage given out, and then they bought and sold them and gave them AAA ratings when they didn't deserve them. And it brought down the economy, decimated the wealth of Black and Latino families in particular, but plenty of other people. Millions of people lost their homes. And so we know that this is also a system that has devastating consequences.
Hi, Astrid. Thanks so much for speaking with us again today. I'm going to ask a question that Mike put in the chat and that I echoed and elaborated. So Mike asked very simply, why not tax the rich to pay off the debt? And I had the same question. And furthermore, I was curious, right, if, right, like whether that claim that we can achieve these goals without targeting capitalist wealth kind of subverts or also kind of claims implicitly that that kind of class struggle, that element of class struggle is not necessary. So what would you say about taxing the rich?
Oh, I absolutely think we should tax the rich. I don't think we should tax them to pay off debts. I think the debt should be abolished, right? Like this is the idea that debts have to be paid is a myth. And one thing we saw in 2008 was banks were saved despite their debts and their bad bets. And earlier in 2020, what we saw was massive corporate debt relief. So in 2020, part of the problem for companies and why there was this crisis in the economy was that the corporate sector was just incredibly over leveraged. They had all these bad debts. So what happened? Steve Mnuchin made it a priority to save them, to save corporate debtors. The government stepped in and was like, we've got this, don't worry, you won't have to go through bankruptcy. So, we want to tax the rich. We want to tax the rich mainly so that they don't have incredible economic power and a kind of anti-democratic power. But we don't need to, we don't need them to pay off the debts. One thing that, Congress can, the federal government can seize debts. It can seize property, right? So it could seize past due medical debts and just extinguish them. Again, we're not asking for anyone to pay anything to cancel federal student loans. The government simply has to stop collecting. What we want then is for the federal government to provide free, quality, beautiful public education for anyone who wants it, so that people can learn without having to think of themselves as, without having that anxiety of like, okay, now I'm going to have to get a return on investment and I'm going to have to get a really high paying job so that I can pay off my debts. So, I might want to be a public interest lawyer, but I'm going to go work on Wall Street instead, right? Like we want to couple debt relief with the provision of the public goods that we deserve. So we want medical debt cancellation coupled with Medicare for all, right? We want the end of the payday lending industry coupled with high wages, dignified and meaningful work, and a jobs guarantee and all of that. So I think we should tax the rich because there just shouldn't be obscenely rich people.
Awesome.
But the rich get their debts canceled all the time. I mean, look at former President Trump, right? I mean, was the king, he called himself the king of debt. So there's also this incredible double standard there where wealthy people know how to leverage their debts and they can walk away when it's convenient. And so it's one of those things, there's that meme, right? Like, this is cool if you're rich and this is like, what's classy if you're rich or something and not if you're poor. And, bankruptcy is one of those things, like rich people go through bankruptcy and they're savvy and poor people go through bankruptcy and they're considered, moral failures. So yeah, don't pay these debts. We need them to be abolished. And we're very clear about the language of abolition because we don't like forgiveness. We think you don't need to be forgiven for having medical debts. You didn't do anything wrong. You don't need to be forgiven for having student loans. You didn't do anything wrong, right? You're asking for justice, which is a different paradigm.
Awesome. Thank you. That was a really helpful and compelling response. I want to also ask Emmeline's question in the chat. Could you elaborate a bit more on the causes of financialization under capitalism and how it impacts our organizing?
Yeah, I mean, so, the causes are that there was a conscious, there are different interpretations of what it is exactly that happened in the 1970s that caused this neoliberal revolution. I mean, there was part of it was a sort of ideological formation that came into being, and part of it was just a conscious corporate counterattack on the what some people called the excessive democracy of the 60s, right? There were all these social movements, civil rights, women's rights, gay liberation. There were a lot of wildcat strikes, and they were basically like, we need to suppress all of this and de-democratize society. And again, you had, these sort of figures like Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher rise to power, and they used the rhetoric of the free market, but really they weren't interested in the free market. They were interested in wielding the power of the state to protect markets from democracy, from regular people, right? From the prospect of anything resembling socialism. And this allowed the financial sector to bloat, to become more powerful. So for example, until the 80s, there were limits on usury, right? Which is that means a limit on how much interest somebody can charge you for a loan. And that's sort of an ancient principle, that there's something immoral about charging people huge sums of interest when they need to borrow money. But in the 80s, they were like, no, it's a free for all, right? So that was part of it, was just deregulating the banking sector, famously, right? Getting rid of Glass-Steagall. Why do we need these protections from the New Deal era? Let's let these investors, they're so smart. Let's let them play around with regular people's deposits. Who cares that it puts the entire economy at risk? So the financial sector was, very strategic about getting rid of regulations, and about presenting the idea that they knew best, and that they finance and all these things should be left to them, right? Left to the bankers, left to the experts. For our organizing, I think it means we have to see that this is how the economy is organized and address it. And so we have to look at ways, again, follow these chains of debt. How does it impact? How does it impact a situation? So, I think a robust movement for free, public higher education needs lots of things. It needs teachers and faculty unions fighting for that agenda. It needs students fighting for that agenda. It needs communities recognizing like, hey, we'll be better off if the rising generation isn't buried in debt. And it needs a debtor's angle too, an angle where you go, oh, we actually see the way these student loan servicers work and how they actually ultimately, the people who hold the institution that holds this debt is the federal government. So it's one part of, it needs to be part of any campaign, I think, that is aimed at aimed at providing public goods. There's also the way that our communities, I'm thinking of local governments and cities are affected by financialization. So what you should do now, there's arguments now about how the federal government can print money and deficit spend. It definitely can deficit spend. That's true. Cities, for example, can't deficit spend endlessly. They can't print money. They have to tax the rich in order to provide the services the community needs, the schools, the roads, the parks, all of that. But what we've done is we've moved away from that model. And what we do instead is we borrow from rich people. That's what bonds are. Bonds are saying, hey, rich people, we're not going to tax you to pay for things, but instead the school is going to issue a bond. So we'll borrow your money. Could we have it, please? And we'll pay you interest, often without charging you tax on it. Like, that's just twisted. It becomes, we shouldn't be like, we need your money, so we're going to give you this incentive to lend it to us. It's like, no, you should be taxed to fund public goods. So that's an example of financialization, in our communities. It's part of why our communities are impoverished at this moment. And it leads to things like municipalities going bankrupt when they shouldn't be.
Awesome. Thank you so much. There's a couple really good questions in the Q&A. So I think I'm going to ask Steph's question first. So they say that, it seems like somehow the political climate is friendlier right now to the notion of debt cancellation than to free, tuition-free college. Obviously, the two are tied together. So how can we work to address both?
Yeah, I think we do absolutely need to address both because they're, sometimes you need to, a phrase that you will hear from many Marxists is enhance the contradictions, right? And so when you push the issue of debt cancellation, people's brains go like, okay, but hold on, it doesn't solve the problem, which is true. It doesn't, right? That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it because it's a way to materially improve people's lives. And it's a way to show that all debts don't have to be paid, that debts can be erased. And sometimes we've made a mistake and we just need to admit it. And we need to do what we can to set things right. But it absolutely invites the question like, okay, well, how do we prevent this problem in the future? And the only logical thing to do is to make college publicly funded and free. I think there's so many interesting, I think we have to seize this moment and organize. The answer, as often is the case with things, is organize, 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 right? This moment of pandemic doesn't just make the case for debt cancellation more urgent. It actually makes the case for free college more urgent. This is what I wrote at length in the New Republic piece I mentioned. The only rational source of funding for universities is public money. Because what did we see at this pandemic? A lot of students who were saying, hold on, should I really be paying the sky-high tuition because of COVID? Or maybe I don't want to go to class in this moment. Also, so that caused tuition revenues to contract. Also, universities had been bringing in more revenue for things like sports. Suddenly there weren't stadiums full of people, right? So that money was gone. So all of these other things that universities were doing to bring in revenue collapsed. And so what you realize there is like, okay, yeah, public funding is actually what is stable and viable. I think there's a bigger philosophical question about what we mean by a public institution and what we mean by free. Because I want schools to be free as in cost and free as in aimed at liberation. You're not on a free campus if you're being heavily policed in a racist manner or just policed in an oppressive way at all. You're not free if you are only able to study in a vocational mode and not able to explore and learn widely, right? You're not free if you're it's not a free education if you're in a, if you're suffering from, if your school system's suffering from austerity and the building's crumbling, or if you're being taught by an adjunct who's working multiple jobs, right, without healthcare. And so I actually have a film coming up on the Intercept website that's a kind of collaboration with the Debt Collective called You Are Not Alone, where some debt strikers, people with the Debt Collective, I host this conversation, and the economist Stephanie Kelton and the historian Barbara Ransby and the political philosopher Wendy Brown, and we kind of dig into this question of like, well, what is the horizon that we're really reaching towards? Like, what would liberatory democratic public education be, and what are some of the pitfalls as we make that demand, as we make free college demand? What are some of the pitfalls we want to avoid? But I think now is the time to push that as a movement demand.
Awesome, thank you so much. I see Mike has another question, so some context. When a union pension fund buys the bonds sold by government agency and the bonds are defaulted, either the workers lose or other workers are taxed to pay off the debts. So the question is, if a union pension fund buys debt, will they be hurt if debt is canceled?
Yeah, they shouldn't be, right? I mean, this is the thing. We have to fight so that people aren't this bind. This is one way financialization it impacts us. I think pensions are a really important example. I mean, we see workers' pensions investing in things like Uber, right? In big tech companies that hurt workers. And this is because we should have public retirement. I mean, I think there's a bigger question here about the fact that this is the way that so many public service workers are securing their futures. But yeah, I mean, this is a real problem. So I'm not going to say, I can't really say, oh, it would never happen, right? This is one of the dilemmas that we have to face head on. And it's interesting because so many of these financial relationships actually point to the question of retirement, right? Like, why are we so obsessed with homeownership? Well, part of it is we want a place to live, but also, you know, the baby boomer generation was able to basically use their investments in their houses and property as kind of, yeah, retirement account, right? So you could know, okay, I'm going to have a safe and secure old age. And so, you know, pensions are a really critical thing to think about. I think it's an important example of financialization. It shows the way we're both kind of often, that some people, not everyone, because not everyone has a pension, right? Not everyone has a 401k. But, you know, where people have relationships where they're kind of both debtors and creditors in complex ways, and we're really tied up in these systems. So it's something, you know, that's something that people would have to fight for, is a just settlement to these issues, right? And to say, okay, who is made whole? I mean, when companies go bankrupt, there's always this question of like, well, who's made whole first? Typically workers are at the bottom. So part of what we want to do is reevaluate, you know, who is the first creditor at the table. And we actually did this in an interesting way with the Corinthian debt strikers, because Corinthian colleges collapsed, it went bankrupt. And so we asserted them through a legal means. We asserted them then as creditors. We turned the debtors into creditors and saying, hold on, Corinthian, you have to pay these people who you screwed over first. So there's all sorts of complexities. I think we have to think about the individual cases, but the question is spot on.
Awesome, thank you. I see Eli has a question, but I think it's a really good question to end on, so I'm going to hold it for a second. I have another question, and if anybody else wants to put any in the chat or the Q&A, we probably have time for maybe like one more beyond that. So my other question is, so does arguing in favor of monetary sovereignty for all countries kind of like reify the form that the international economy takes in this division into national units? And so likewise, you know, how do we eventually go beyond national monetary sovereignty towards like the abolition of capitalism and an internationalist, like socialist society?
I don't have a perfect blueprint for my future democratic socialist internationalist order, I'm sad to say. I mean, you know, it's interesting. This is something I explore this, like I gesture towards, you know, the problem, which is a real problem in the film I made that was released in 2018 called What is Democracy? And one thing that film underscores, but I think is really interesting, is if we look back through history, is how debtors' revolts have been tied to democratic progress. So you go back to the ancient world, and it was often debtors rising up and refusing to pay their debts that created these sort of democratic breakthroughs. And so it's this history, you know, we can't just think in terms of the shift to financialization in the late 70s. We also have to think about how credit, we have to go back to the New Deal era and think about how access to credit on fair terms backed by the federal government created the white middle class, right? That certain people were able to get loans in a kind of reasonable way. And that built, you know, the mythic American dream and the class of people who had access to it. You go back further and you get this ancient history of debtors' revolts and jubilees. So in that film, I kind of gesture towards that long history and then look at the example of Greece. I was there filming in 2015, 16, when there was the debt crisis, the sovereign debt crisis. And basically they didn't have monetary sovereignty, right? They're part of the European Union, which is a currency union. And so they couldn't muster the power to renegotiate their debts. And that points to the fact that, you know, I guess the monetary sovereignty thing is important, right? Because that was an example where a country didn't have sovereignty and so wasn't able to use the financial or, you know, monetary tools it might have had. But it also to me pointed to the fact that, you know, one country can't do it alone. So this idea that like nationalism or retreating to the national level is going to bring us, you know, a kind of, you know, unproblematically a different economic paradigm just doesn't seem valid to me. I mean, I think what's interesting is that we have so many international institutions, but it's like we have the wrong ones, right? Like instead of a global EPA that's like really functional, we have the WTO. You know, instead of a robust, you know, international labor organization, you know, we have a shell of what we should have. So I'm kind of, you know, again, I don't have the blueprint. I think part of what's interesting about movements is that so many of these questions, like we really have to think together. And one thing I'm fond of saying is that for me, my vision of democratic socialism is a world in which we have like way more interesting political and philosophical debates, because right now under capitalism as we know it, we're like, should billionaires exist? Like, hold on, like, should like 4 or 5 people really have all that money? And should a few guys be on the brink of being trillionaires so they get to colonize Mars? I mean, it's like the answer is just so obviously no. It's such a boring question. The question of how you create a just, and not just, but like a reparative global economic system, a system that repairs all of the violence of colonialism, of extraction, of capitalism, and also can set us on a course to a sustainable future where generations to come have a chance at a decent life. Like we don't know the answer to that yet. But I think, and there's a tension there between, I do think there's a tension. We do have to build power. You can't skip to this global level. You do have to build power where you are, right? Not necessarily nationally. I mean, sometimes the federal government's a target, but if we want to have these global ambitions, it actually will require, really rooting ourselves in communities, in relationships of solidarity, and in a power analysis, so we can have a chance of being the internationalists that leftists have long aspired to be.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to ask 2 more questions. One of them is, you've kind of touched on a little bit. So coming back to the idea of free college and student debt and its connection with all, that it's all interconnected, even retirement, all of this. Is it even possible to get student debt cancellation without achieving full social democracy or democratic socialism?
Yeah, I think so. Achieving full democratic socialism is a big ambition. Like canceling all student debt is low-hanging fruit. So that's part of why I'm going for it. It's like, it really is low-hanging fruit. Why? I mean, it's harder to win things that require investment. That's why it's hard to win Medicare for all, or why it's harder to win free college. Now, I think we should fight for those things urgently in the now. I think we could have universal healthcare before we have democratic socialism. That might be because I'm a dual citizen of Canada, but I have seen it with my own eyes. But debt cancellation is low-hanging fruit. It costs the government nothing. And in fact, there are a lot, I don't like to lean on them, but there are lots of economic arguments for doing so. There are an increasing number of mainstream economists who say this has gotten so out of hand, it's dragging the economy. I mean, there's a whole generation of people who are delaying having families. They're never going to own homes. In fact, they can't even afford rent. So they're living with their parents if they have that ability, what we could even consider a privilege, right? They're not starting businesses, so it's suppressing entrepreneurialism, and also that student debt cancellation would allow all of the money currently going to loan servicers to go into the economy to support businesses as we know it and stuff like that. So there's just, it's one of these things where you can emphasize those values if that's what matters to you. So and again, it doesn't require, it doesn't cost business anything. Like I was reading a brilliant history called Enabling Acts about the passage of the ADA, the American with the Disability Rights Act. And this is something that forced businesses to spend money on ramps and adaptations, right? And that was something that was passed under a Republican in like 1991, 1992. So I don't know, to me, I can't bear the idea that we can't do this, right? This should be low-hanging fruit, which is why I call everyone to join us in this quest. This is achievable, right? This is something that can actually be done. We're not asking for very much. And I hope that getting it will motivate us to ask for more, because we're entitled to a lot more than just a debt jubilee.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask.
Somebody said something I think which is really a point on with not if you can alleviate suffering with a signature, to not do this is a policy choice, and it's the choice to continue this failure and this violence, right? And I think framing is that it's not a big ask, and in fact, what's telling is not doing it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This is gonna be the last question that I'm gonna ask on behalf of our participants, and then I'm gonna pass it over to our tuition strikers to transition to the next panel. So thank you so much, Astra, for coming to speak with us today, and thanks everyone for coming to this panel. So I think Eli's question is, I think, a really great note to end on. Could you tell us a little bit more about the strategy for the Biden Jubilee 100 campaign and how the Debt Collective and DSA can work together in coalition?
I love it. Yeah, the Biden Jubilee 100 campaign, in a way, is modeled on the Corinthian 15 that I told you about. These for-profit college strikers that declared non-payment or politicized what they were already doing. Many of them are already not paying and suffering the consequences, and then through various strategies, pressured the Obama administration into canceling debt. So I think we have to be realistic about where our leverage is at this moment, right? One of the things about student debt that's actually unique is that, again, it's not needed for the economy or for the government to function. There's been a student loan suspension thanks to Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump has issued more debt relief than any Democratic at this point. So so that's also a telling thing. But people haven't been paying their loans since March. And it hasn't brought down the system. So that is proof that these loans, that's kind of piece of evidence that it's not going to cause a crisis if these loans are canceled. But it also points to the fact that the leverage there isn't strictly economic, right? Because millions and millions of people are defaulting. We need to create a kind of moral movement, and I think to create policy pressure and political power to get this done. And certainly there's been a seismic shift in the political discussion of this issue. I mean, we went from being mocked 10 years ago for raising the idea of debt cancellation and free college to having a growing number of allies in Washington pushing this and shifting the public discourse. So I think this is something where, it's actually, a lot of this campaign is about building the political pressure and the public will to do it, and to just remind the powerful that this is actually not a heavy lift, and it's the least they can fucking do to improve people's lives in a pandemic. And so the strategy, is one of, targeting representatives, making noise about this. We will have various direct actions to come. We've structured this campaign around the first 100 days. And if it's not done, there will definitely be further escalation. So this isn't over. But right now, I think, we would love to have a co-hosted event with YDSA, maybe at the Department of Education, some direct actions. And it's something that every representative should hear about, because there aren't a lot of issues where I would say this, but this is one. But this is actually a bipartisan issue. This is something that's actually really popular across the political spectrum, which, it's understandable why. It's like, do you want your debt canceled? Yes or no? Most people like that idea. And so, we should expand the group of representatives who have endorsed this beyond the wonderful squad and people who are obviously on our side. Because I think this is something, overcoming that shame and stigma, that sense that, okay, as a debtor, you're just doomed to suffer. I mean, the truth is people want that lifeline. People don't want to fucking feel like it's their fault that they're economically struggling. And so I think this is something that we can really build a big movement of people who are ready to not just see their debts canceled, but have a different perception of themselves and what they're entitled to.
Right, amazing. Thanks so much, Astra. This was so helpful and informative. I'm going to make just a few announcements before we move to our next panel. So I shared the link to the Debt Collective website in the chat, so you can check out the organizing that they're doing. And also there's some actions here for the tuition strike. Like I said earlier, we're doing a letter campaign, as well as circulating the strike fund. So both of those links are there if you want to help out with that. Strongly encourage you to join DSA or YDSA if you're a student. And I also especially want to plug this panel on February 5th that we're doing, because Astra will also, this is another collaboration between YDSA and Debt Collective that we're doing. Here, I'll share the link to that. As well as the YDSA Winter Conference, which is going to be really exciting. Sorry, let me share this in the chat. And then also just want to plug again the petition for Mobilize African Diaspora, which is one of our coalition partners. So with that, I will hand it over to Becca to introduce the next panel.
Hi, everyone. We're so excited to be introducing this next panel, and I'm going to pass things off to Dave from CUNY for Abolition and Safety to get the panel started with some intros to the speakers and their fellow organizers.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I'll just give everyone like another minute just to log in and make sure everything is up and running. Yeah, until then, super excited for everyone joining us today on this this particular portion of our panel, where we're going to talk about policing, about prison abolition, and everything sort of in between. I think most folks are logged in now. Okay, awesome, we'll get started. So again, hello everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion where we're going to talk about policing, about prison abolition, and like I mentioned, everything in between. And so 1 hour is by no means enough time to talk about all the components and nuances of this important and increasingly relevant topic, but we're going to just kick off the conversation today and make some connections between the larger movement to end carceral punishment systems and logic, and the tuition strike demand for Columbia to defund public safety and invest in solutions that prioritize the safety of Black students and West Harlem residents and repair harm caused by prior racist practices of public safety. And so today I'm delighted to introduce my guests. First, Dr. Toussaint Lougier is an assistant professor in the W.E.B. Du Bois Department of Afro-American Studies at UMass Amherst. And he's the co-author of Rethinking American Prison Movement with Dan Berger, and is preparing a book manuscript titled War for the City, Black Chicago and the Rise of the Carceral State. And he's joined by George Ciccarello Marr, who is an organizer, writer, and radical political theorist, and is currently working on a book called A World Without Police, set to be released this year. And then he's also joined by Anissa Sabur, who's the coordinator of the Coalition for Women Prisoners, an organizer with the Halt Solidarity campaign to end solitary confinement, and a solitary confinement survivor. And then they're joined by Scott Paltrowitz, who's an activist, organizer, and an advocate for human rights and racial, economic, and social justice, as well as a lecturer at the Columbia School of Social Work. Scott has been most focused on efforts challenging New York's incarceration system and is also active in the Halt Solitary campaign. And finally, I welcome my colleagues, Jada Shannon, Diana Kennedy, Gus Fisher, and myself, Dave, today. And we're from CUNY for Abolition and Safety, an anti-racist cross-campus coalition of students pressuring CUNY to divest from policing, prisons, and to invest in Black safety and well-being on campus. And so I'm so excited. And with that, while we know there's a lot of voices missing from this panel, we're delighted to be joined by such distinguished guests. So thank you again for everyone listening. And so please make sure to write down your questions, and we'll open it up for Q&A for about 15 minutes at the end of the panel. And let's start. And so beginning with you, Dr. Lozier, followed by Ms. Sabur, Professors Ciccarello Marr and Paltrowitz, and then CUNY for Abolition and Safety, I'm hoping that you each can tell us a little bit about how you came to this work, what abolition means to you, and why we can't talk about abolition without also talking about racism and white supremacy. So please, Dr. Lozier.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and very honored to be a part of this panel with the esteemed folks who are on it, and really to do what little I can, at least in our conversation here, to support the work that you all are doing at CUNY. And I just want to just speak from my own perspective as an 80s baby, somebody who grew up in West Philadelphia. You know, my sort of interest in abolition was really sparked by just, you know, growing up in the shadow of mass incarceration, and really trying to kind of make sense of the emergence of really this expansion of the criminal justice system, and sort of what were some of the ways in which folks, especially those on the sort of cutting edge, are trying to figure out how to make sense of this phenomenon. We're trying to call for, or at least point towards a direction in terms of how to contend with it. And the ways in which we saw folks, at least during the course of the late 90s, respond to the beating and torturing of Abner Louima, the killing of Amadou Diallo, kind of helped to frame abolition as maybe not as immediately winnable a goal as kind of what was talked about in just the last panel, but really as a horizon of possibility. And that also combined with kind of my own understanding of really the role of the abolition of slavery in the history of people of African descent, both in the United States and across the Western Hemisphere. And the way in which abolition of prisons made sense as a way of kind of connecting to that history and thinking about the ways in which prisons today were talked about as sort of a new form of slavery. And if abolition was successful in some respect in terms of dealing with the problem of chattel slavery, then again, abolition might make sense as a way of kind of contending with not only the current place of prisons in our society, but also the kind of broader landscape of racism and white supremacy. And I think we've kind of seen this play out a bit more in terms of thinking about how at least some of the more recent conversation has framed how we understand abolition in the context of a period when it was more difficult to talk about socialism, much less communism. It was more difficult to talk about a kind of more thoroughgoing revolutionary politics. And so for a period of time, I would say at least through the 90s and the kind of early 2000s, abolition also was sort of a way for us to talk about how we wanted to radically change the world without kind of stepping into kind of political conversations that were a little bit more fraught, at least at that period of time. And so one of the things I think is interesting about how we're talking about abolition now is it's a much richer conversation in regards to the much more robust ways in which we're talking about questions of socialism, questions of revolution, and really trying to think through what are the ways in which abolition helps to inform our vision of the kind of world that we want to create.
Thank you so much. Professor Chikarala Mar.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. I don't know how I'm going to follow you, Professor, but I'm coming to you from a lived experience. And I come to this work through my own lived experience of incarceration. And my thoughts of abolition come from wanting to end the horrific practices that I had to live through, that I've seen others live through in our carceral state, especially around the way we are policed and over-policed in communities of color. And so this is where my background comes from. I've been in this field for the last 16 years. Upon my release, I started to look for ways to do things differently and how to address communities that was most impacted. And so this is why I coordinate the Coalition for Women's Prisoners and really try to bring the voices of women who are directly impacted by these systems. And so I also am a part of the National Council for Incarcerated and Formerly Incarcerated Women and Girls, which is mostly made up of formerly incarcerated women who are abolitionists, who wants to end the use of this punishment paradigm and to really bring some restorative justice into our communities and doing things like reimagining what our communities would look like without police. How do we really reduce the harm in our communities, along with bringing folks to the table to really think restoratively about bringing back some of the peacemaking methods that we could use, and really thinking about abolition from a standpoint of, if we can see our communities with no prisons or jails, we can see love, we can see healing, we can see justice. And so this is where my experience comes from and why I come to this work. So I'm really excited to hear more from others on this panel. And I really appreciate the opportunity to share in this conversation with you. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sabor. And my apologies, I overlooked the order. So Professor Chikarala Mar, please go for it.
First of all, thank you all for having me. I'm incredibly honored to be in the presence of such a strong group of comrades, and particularly in conjunction with such an important strike as y'all are organizing at Columbia. So that's a thank you for for allowing me to be a part of this conversation. My organizing around abolition really begins on a personal level with the killing of Oscar Grant in Oakland, California, and which showed not only the absolute imperative to abolish not only prisons, which was becoming a part of the narrative at the time, but the police, right? To adopt an expansive view of this broader system. But the events of Oakland also showed the dramatic potential of mass struggles in the streets toward putting the question of abolition, I think, on the table. And what we've seen, and this is something that I think that Comrade Toussaint pointed to, we have seen a dramatic shift in the narrative, particularly around prison abolition. We've seen an arguably fringe perspective, a distant utopian horizon, become absolutely taken for granted. Everybody knows that there's a crisis of mass incarceration today. The question is, what do we do about it? And now I think what we're seeing, particularly with the dramatic shift of last May and June, is that police abolition is reaching that same level of mainstream common sense. And this is an important part of abolition as a method. I think it's important to point out the fact that when critical resistance is formed in 1997, nothing could seem crazier. We're talking about 1994, the Omnibus Crime Bill, bipartisan support for criminalization of mass incarceration. And it's through the organizing and the struggles of not only people in the streets, but small numbers of organizers and activists and intellectuals that we have turned the corner when it comes to these narratives, that we have put these alternatives onto the table. The question now is, how do we expand this vision? Of course, to get to the second piece of the question, there's no distinguishing abolition from the question of whiteness and white supremacy, because it's not an abstract concept. It emerges in a historical context, which is, of course, the abolition of slavery. But we also learned something else from that progression, which is that we are fighting against institutions today that are the product of the abolition of slavery, right? They're the new institutional alternatives that white America institutionalizes to maintain the legacies of slavery in the present. So we have this refinement of white supremacy that we need to struggle against, not only the prisons, but also the police. The police are born of the great betrayal by poor whites of the poor Black, their poor Black compatriots in Reconstruction, after Reconstruction, and the institutionalization of Jim Crow segregation, mass incarceration, and widespread policing. Policing and whiteness are born as the same thing. And one of the questions is, how do we fight both of these things at the same time?
Thank you so much, Professor. Professor Poltrowitz?
Hi, everybody. I am, awe-inspired to be here. The efforts of the strike are just incredible and so inspiring. And the comments by my colleagues on this panel, I feel very deficient to be part of it, but I am super happy to be connected with you all and able to be here. Several years ago, I was part of community efforts investigating atrocities happening behind prison walls here in New York State. And I went to Clinton Correctional Facility, which is one of the maximum security prisons here in New York, up near the Canadian border. And when I walked out of that prison, I thought to myself, never again is going to be a cry that's going to be held for the prison system in this country. I was reminded of the slave dungeons in Ghana or the Dachau concentration camps in Germany, and that the palpable oppression and racism that was in the air of that prison, and just seeing the tiers of cage after cage after cage after cage stacked one on top of the other of human beings, and primarily Black and brown human beings, just for me solidified what had been years in the making, but solidified for me that not only is abolition necessary and urgent, but that we will in the not too distant future be looking again at saying never again to what's happening here. I wholeheartedly agree that there can be no talk about abolition or prisons without talking about white supremacy and the racism that's endemic to the entire system. I can't add much to what my colleagues already said. I'll just give a fact just in New York State as an example of how blatant it is. But In all of New York State, Black New Yorkers represent about 18%, 1/8 of all people in the state. In New York's prisons, 48%, nearly half of all people in New York's prisons are Black people. And in solitary confinement, which is, an extreme punishment within the prisons, 57% of the people in solitary are Black people. There's no way to separate, that this entire system has been designed and is carried out, to oppress Black and brown and poor people. And so, just glad to be part of this conversation and efforts to dismantle the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And over to my colleagues at CUNY for Abolition and Safety, just as a reminder, what does abolition mean to you, and why can't we talk about abolition without also talking about racism and white supremacy?
Yeah, so I think also part of the beginning of the question was how we came to this work. And so at the beginning of the summer, around May, when Black Lives Matter really exploded after the video of George Floyd getting murdered at the hands of police was made viral, I was really sort of pushed to call for action from my university. So I joined with other students that were acting similarly and calling for CUNY to cut ties with police and with prison labor. And so that's how I came to know the people of CUNY for Abolition and Safety, and we grew together over the summer. And I was also very inspired by CUNY's history of producing revolutionaries. So from Hunter College, I can name Audre Lorde, Polly Murray, Assata Shakur went to CCNY. So obviously there is a huge building block from CUNY as an institution. And what abolition means to me, I think it's about seeking solutions that exist outside of the current systems that constrict us. So I think a lot of what we're fed and what we're taught as we grow older is that legislative changes are the end all be all to societal issues. And as an abolitionist, you begin to understand that it's more of a dialectic and that you really have to take into account grassroots organizing and really boots on the ground work as something that can really heal our communities and achieve the outcomes that we really envision for our future. And I think that we can't separate the discussion of white supremacy and racism from discussions of abolition simply because our entire economic system has a basis in slavery. All the systems that we're trying to abolish, like my comrades have said before, are rooted in chattel slavery, police, prisons, capitalism. And so it's really, in order to talk about abolition, you can't ignore white supremacy because it's a huge root of it, a huge root of capitalist oppression. And so, yeah, thank you so much for having me on this panel. I mean, I'm overjoyed to be accompanied by so many great panelists. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Jada.
Yes, hi, thank you so much for having me on this panel.
Yeah, I'm Jada. I'm a sophomore at Hunter College with other friends at CUNY for Abolition and Safety. And yeah, I came to this work as Diana had described and following the murder of George Floyd. I think that moment for me channeled other moments of the police and the state executing Black people. It also reminded me of Eric Garner and Trayvon Martin and so on. And it became extremely clear to me that the only way we can create a world in which Black Lives Matter is a reality instead of just words is through abolishing the police and prisons. And so I would say that abolition means to me creating a world in which all human beings in which no human beings are treated as though they're disposable. Because in part, the prison industry is profiting off of the forced labor of incarcerated people, as well as detaining Black and brown bodies. And their ability to do that is rooted in our racist culture that sees Black and brown people as disposable. And so abolition requires us to create a society in which everyone is valued, and policing in prisons is not thought of as a solution to problems. Yeah, and I'm going to pass it off to my colleague, Gus.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, everyone. I'm Gus, I'm a recent graduate of the CUNY Graduate School of Journalism, and I joined CAS this summer when we formed. And abolition, like at least me, how I understand it, is it's both a long-term vision and everyday strategy for addressing the root forms of violence, whether it's interpersonal violence, economic violence, state violence. And we ask, are these problems going to be solved by putting people in cages, or are they going to be solved by investing in communities? And this punishment culture here is really a product of white supremacy. Like, we know that prisons haven't always existed, and indigenous peacemaking systems and other ways of addressing harm have predated prisons and predated colonization. And so we really see this current struggle as, like everyone else has said, coming out of the legacy of slavery and white supremacy and colonization.
Thank you so much, CUNY for Abolition and Safety. And so moving on to our next question, and you all have already touched a little bit about this, but we know that folks talking and working towards prison abolition is nothing new. In 2003, Dr. Angela Davis wrote, "Are Prisons Obsolete?" making this very case. In 1998, critical resistance formed to build power and oppose the prison industrial complex. And before that, Scandinavian philosophers in the 1970s were talking about the end of prisons. So this is a conversation built on decades of organizing, theorizing, and struggle. So I'm wondering if you can help orient us to the current moment. How have you observed the conversation around abolition shifting in recent years or months, and what do you attribute that to? And we can start with Dr. Lozier.
Sure. I'll try not to take up too much time, because I think this is it's a really interesting topic, and it's worth digging into this question a little bit. But I just want to say first and foremost that in addition to the folks that you mentioned, some of the most, I think, profound and important organizing, theorizing around prison abolition really came out of the prisoner rights movement, prison rebellions of the late 1960s and 70s. You're talking about folks like George Jackson, the Attica brothers, the impact of the prison rebellions that took place really across the country that really foregrounded some of the theorizing about prison abolition, whether you're talking about the work of Angela Davis, whether you're talking about the writing of French philosopher Michel Foucault, that it was really those struggles that took place behind bars that really helped lay the foundation for a lot of the kind of earlier rounds of these sort of conversations that took place. And one of the things that I think is most important in terms of setting the context for how we find ourselves in this conversation about abolition, prison abolition today, is to recognize that in some ways the buildup of mass incarceration really came in the wake of those prison rebellions, and came in an effort to find ways to not only build up the prison system, but do so more securely and in a way that would prevent similar sort of outbreaks of resistance from taking place again. And so it's really in the wake of those rebellions that we get the proliferation of the sort of supermax prisons, the sort of long-term solitary confinement, and really the really stark conditions that we find behind bars today, really an outgrowth of the backlash against really a period of radical organizing. In terms of how we're thinking about it in this moment, obviously we see the emergence of critical resistance, as you said. Also important is, as was mentioned earlier, the Oscar Grant organizing that took place during the late 2000s and the early 2010s. The Ferguson Rebellion of 2014 really helped put the question of abolition back on the map. But one of the things I think has really been worth noting about sort of the recent conversations around the questions of abolition is how much, especially with the rise of Black Lives Matter, we've gotten a really kind of a bifurcation, right, in terms of this discussion where police abolition and prison abolition have been talked about somewhat separately. And that there's been sort of a little bit of a limitation in terms of how willing we've been to talk about those in concert with each other. Some of this has been influenced by some of the theorizing around Afro-pessimism, and some of the sort of organizing efforts that have been really important, but have talked about questions of abolition somewhat in silos. One of the things that I think has also been an important part of some of the sort of theorizing and discussion around abolition, obviously we've seen the resurgence of prison organizing with the Free Alabama movement, organizing with groups like Jailhouse Lawyers Speak that's helped to kind of launch these national prison strikes that have taken place in 2016 and 2018, and sort of talked about abolition in the context of dealing with this sort of loophole created by the 13th Amendment that's allowed forms of slavery to continue to exist behind bars. And discussions of abolition in the context of non-reformist reforms, and questions particularly spurred by the movement for Black Lives in terms of defund policing. And recently, there's been somewhat of a debate around what does abolition mean? Are we talking about sort of more reformist abolition, or in the vein of what's emerged this past summer in terms of discussions of revolutionary abolition? And the ways in which, as much as we might talk about questions of budget priorities and how much money goes towards police departments, the burning of the 3rd Precinct in Minneapolis is an example of another form of abolition that really is kind of stands in contrast. And in some ways, we've seen sort of an opposition between what could be seen as sort of a more reformist or a more sort of revolutionary approach to abolition. And then lastly, I would say there's been some discussions of abolition that have kind of tried to frame it in more of an international context. So with groups like Black Alliance for Peace, we've seen efforts to link questions of domestic policing with the operations of U.S. military abroad, how those two are directly connected through the Pentagon's 1033 program that's taken surplus military weapons and put them in the hands of local police departments, but also how AFRICOM and other sort of military or aspects of the U.S. military have kind of helped to extend a form of kind of broad scale, full spectrum dominance policing around the world, and the need to put questions of abolition not just on the table when it comes to dealing with police and prisons at home, but the way in which we see an extension of that around the world in places like Guantanamo and other sort of forms of kind of replicating those forms of domestic social control abroad. And all I would say is that those have often been sort of separate conversations. And I think one of the things that we really have an opportunity to do, especially coming out of the rebellions of the summer, is really think about how do we put these different strands of a conversation around abolition in concert with each other and really start to weave them into our intellectual work, our everyday conversations, and our organizing.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And over to you, Ms. Sabur.
So I'm going to tell you the conversations that I've been a part of and been hearing is from directly impacted people. The professor said it, you know, all the uprisings that have happened across the country in different correctional facilities, the folks on the ground really organizing are directly impacted people who have lived experiences, who know that the only true way to end this horrific practice is through abolition, and really coming together and bringing the different pieces of abolition, like police defunding and removing the police from our communities. All of these things really should be collectively worked on and organized around in a way that people who have experienced this are at the forefront, so that they can then be the ones really shutting down the prison system because they know what it's like on the inside, right? I mean, it's good to have people in collaboration with you, but when you have people who have lived experiences, who can really talk and walk the movement, this is what it means for me to be an abolitionist, right? Someone who have lived through it and can now turn around and go back and shut it down. And so this is some of the conversations that, you know, the National Council have been having across states with, you know, different people from different communities who have lived experiences, and telling them, like, you guys need to be at the forefront of shutting down the over-policing in your own communities, right? You need to be at the forefront of shutting down the city jails in your communities. And so I've been a part of those conversations and really inspired by other people who have lived through it and is here with me now, organizing and working around finding ways to bring the restorative justice back to our communities the way it should be, and shutting down all the racist, as we spoke about, punishment paradigms that they use in our communities, and really thinking about ways in which the abolitionist form can take form, and then really begin to uplift those who have been impacted by these systems of racist punishment. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sabor. And over to you, Professor Chikrel Lamar.
Yeah, just to agree with a lot of what folks have been saying in terms of bringing together organizing against the police and organizing against prison. I think there's a reason that these things are not always discussed in conjunction with one another. There's been this kind of time lag where prison abolition jumped ahead and the policing question receded a little bit. And I think part of that has to do with, like, for example, when we're looking for this historic trajectory of organizing, it raises different questions, right? When we're looking for the historic trajectory of organizing against the police and organizing alternatives to the police, it opens up onto questions of, for example, self-defense, community self-defense. It opens up onto experiences like the Deacons for Defense, like Robert F. Williams and the Black Panther Party. I look at experiences across Latin America for self-defense of communities without the police. And these are the kind of models that we need to talk about, along with models that prefigure an alternative to prisons. And one of the main things that we learned from the history of the first wave of abolition, the shortcomings of the first wave in particular, was, and many have said this, have made this point, that the negative side, in other words, the dismantling side of slavery was primary. And what fell away was the socioeconomic construction side, right? The building of alternatives, the 40 acres and a mule, the socioeconomic and political community alternatives to what would then become policing, mass incarceration. And so the question is, how do we build these alternative structures? How do we build community alternatives, strengthen community organizations, build alternatives for people to call when they are in danger, right? So that they won't be calling the police. One of the myths, the fundamental myths that the police rely upon is the fact that they actually make people safer. And so there's this logic which is tempting, which says, well, as long as we don't have these alternatives, people need someone to call. And that's absolutely true, except when you get into the numbers and you realize the police actually don't make these things better, right? They don't deal with domestic violence, gendered sexual violence, community violence. They make it worse. And moreover, on top of that, and I don't have to tell anyone on this panel this, the millions, indeed billions nationwide that they soak up could be much better dedicated to making communities safe, communities that, in the words of Angela Davis and so many others, in which policing are obsolete. The police are obsolete because they're useless, they're irrelevant, and they're fully unnecessary.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Poltrowitz.
You're all brilliant. It's amazing. In terms of, how are things shifting, I just would echo, I think the mass uprisings, both behind the walls and in the streets, are what's shifting the conversation and what's shifting the possibility and what's shifting what, opportunities are out there to create a different world that we all want to see. And I think I'll just take the opportunity just to mention, a couple of efforts here in New York that, are moving toward abolition, are not, achieving abolition in the today, but are, working towards, I guess, in the words of non-reformist reforms, and including, work to bring people home from prison, and groups like the Release Aging People in Prison campaign right here in New York that are working tirelessly and growing all across the state to try to bring people home, people who are leaders of the movements inside and should be leaders of the movement out here. And I'll use this as a way also just to plug this week on Wednesday, the 27th, if anybody wants to join, there's a statewide virtual advocacy day for parole justice. And I'm just gonna put the link in the chat. So in case anybody wants to join, and since I'm using this chance to plug events here in New York, there's also a series of advocacy days to end solitary confinement as well. So I'm gonna put that in the chat. And I think, you know, I just mentioned those efforts because I believe they are abolitionist in nature, and they are working towards, you know, primarily bringing about freedom for people who are currently locked up. And so, you know, just want that to be part of the conversation.
Thank you so much, Professor, for sharing those critical events, and they're in the chat. So if folks want to click on those and save those and mark those dates, that would be incredible. And so moving on to our third question, and this one is directed particularly towards CUNY for Abolition and Safety. So my colleagues, the question is what does abolition look like at CUNY, and how does it connect to the larger movement for abolition or the work we see happening on campuses to defund public safety or sever ties with local police departments and prisons? And then how does this also connect to the strike? Is there a responsibility for private universities to collaborate with public institutions, especially in New York? What does that all look like for you all?
I can start to answer that one. I would say that the connection between the larger movement for abolition and CUNY, I think the prison industrial complex has its roots in nearly every system, and CUNY just happens to be the one that we are the closest to right now and operate within. And I think in universities, especially in connection to this strike, that systems of oppression are replicated and reinforced. And so at CUNY, I would say this works in that campus security is utilized by administration as a means of racial control. So CUNY was established in 1841, and their public safety department was established in 1991. And their ties with the NYPD, was established in 1992. So over 100 years exist without policing on campuses, and what had changed over those 100 years is that CUNY became a campus in which there were more Black and Brown students. And so now Black and Brown students make up over 70% of CUNY's population, while the faculty and administration remain predominantly white. And so when I think about abolition, it's very apparent to me the way in which our administration utilizes campus security to control Black and Brown students, to prevent us from protesting for a free public university as CUNY had used to be free, and also generally just as a means of policing us and reinforcing the prison industrial complex that exists outside of CUNY. And so when I think about abolition, it's very important that for the sake of Black and Brown students on campus, as well as for the New York City, that we divest from campus policing, abolish our existing public safety department, and cut ties between CUNY and the NYPD.
Yeah, just to add on to what my colleague Jada said so eloquently, I think that it's very necessary to recognize and acknowledge the roots that the prison industrial complex has in institutions like CUNY, institutions that serve predominantly working class students, Black and Brown students, and how that tie to prison labor is really sort of like another reiteration of the school to prison pipeline, if you think about it. And how, as an institution, CUNY being one that serves mainly students of color and having it being over-policed is just sort of like a reflection of what happens in communities on the outside. So I feel like CUNY is really like a microcosm of a lot of what's happening in larger communities. And so how I see abolition happening at CUNY is sort of through groups like CAS and collaboration with other student groups that are really calling our universities to action, really calling them to sever all ties that they have with institutions like Corecraft, which is a manufacturer that utilizes prison labor. And so in order to do that, we really have to think about what the purpose of CUNY is, and it's to support the working class, and it's to support Black and Brown communities. And in order to do that well, and in order to do that effectively, we can't have ties with the police, we can't have ties with prisons, which are the very systems that operate to break down our communities and to harm us. And so I think, to the point about collaborating with private institutions, I think it's wonderful that Columbia is hosting this tuition strike, but I also think we have to acknowledge the elitism and the white supremacy that is inherent in academia, and that creates certain systems where CUNY, a system that I love and that is wonderful and that supports me and other students like me, but is incredibly underfunded by the state. And so I think we really need to acknowledge the fact that private universities do need to have a role in this collaborative effort to support underfunded institutions like CUNY. And so, yeah, I really think that CUNY as an institution itself, it's necessary to abolish these ties that we have with these different systems for us to thrive. I don't see any other future without that happening. But yeah, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Gus.
Absolutely, and just to expand on that, with Corecraft, the New York State-owned prison labor industry, this is Diana and I have been interviewing 10 people who have worked for Corecraft, and it's really, we dug into our work when we realized that our own desks at our own schools are being made by incarcerated people being paid 16 cents an hour. And so we see that the prison industrial complex extends far beyond the walls of the prison itself. And of course, these cents per hour wages are modern day slavery, and they have very tangible consequences. In New York State, when you get out of prison, you are sent out with literally, you can look it up, no more than $40 and a bus ticket. And so people are being extracted from their communities, stolen from their communities, then thrown back in, far worse off than when they entered, and they're vulnerable to be re-ensnared by this parasitic system. And we also, from the interviews, we interviewed many incarcerated women who worked for Corecraft, and we're making the hand sanitizer that happened that Governor Cuomo was flaunting on TV over the summer. And when they're getting paid 16 cents an hour, multiple women we spoke to talked about being vulnerable to gender-based violence and coercion by prison guards. They don't have any money to pay for any of the necessities on the inside that are not free. So we've really seen since the 1970s a 500% increase in mass incarceration. You can look up the Sentencing Project, they have this data. And we know that this exponential expansion is not due to some out of nowhere need for safety. No, it is a solution to the inherent problems of neoliberal capitalism, and it is to profit off of predominantly Black people through the prison industrial complex. Well, to answer the question, what should we do? And there's a lot of things that could be done, but I think the number one thing to the theme of this panel is, and to W.E.B. Du Bois, is general strike. I think we have to organize and have a general strike. So I think that's the solution.
Yeah, thank you so much for all those incredible words from all of the panelists, and I'm sure we could spend a lot more time talking about that, but I want to make sure that we can get to some questions from the audience, and we have a few already. So please, folks, if you want to ask questions, the Q&A function would be the best bet, but you can also type it in the chat as you see fit. So for our first question, we have a question from Tim O'Shea, who asks, can the panelists speak towards and problematize the idea of community policing, particularly school resource officers in public schools, and how these programs function as tools of surveillance and coercion? So is there anyone that wants to take this question first?
I mean, I could say a couple of things. One is that there's a couple different pieces here, right? One is school policing. School policing, as many have been pointing out when it comes to campus policing, these are relatively new phenomena. We did not have police in schools until relatively recently, just like we didn't have police on campus. This is part of a creeping police apparatus that wants to extend into all realms of society. School resource officers, of course, play a very specific role. And I think it's important to point out the distinctions that sort of Diana was pointing toward in the fact that what do the police do at CUNY versus what the police do at Columbia, right? What do police in poor, under-resourced public schools do, which is to terrorize and brutalize their own students. versus police and school resource officers at small, private, wealthier schools where they see their goal as protecting the students from the community, right? And we need to, and so a segregation, sort of function. And we need to understand these differences as we fight against them. On the point of community policing itself, community policing is code for the police infiltrating, breaking up, destroying community solidarity, and replacing it with their own hierarchical vision. In other words, they go in, they infiltrate, they choose which voices they want involved in policing. They build selective relationships with people who own property, with people who are maybe a little more conservative, with people who have slightly more maybe respectability politics as an orientation. And they use that to strategically divide the community. This has been part of a broader century-long process of so-called police reform. Police reform is as old as policing itself, and all it does is try to change the image of the police. It never has tried to change the function of the police. And as a result, it makes the police seem more legitimate, it covers for their crimes, and you can see this all the way from the past, from the 1920s up to Obama's Blue Ribbon Commission and the police reform proposals now, which propose all of the same things: more community policing, more diversity, which has never made a difference, and nothing changes when it comes to the function of the police.
Thank you. Ms. Sabor, I saw that you wanted to jump in on this question as well.
I was going to, but the professor took it over. He said exactly what I wanted to say. And in many ways, it is just another form of prison pipelining, right? And with, especially in New York City public schools and in the communities that I come from, the things that I see that the police, or as they call them, school safety officers up here in the Bronx, do is they cause more trauma. They're the ones that cause more violence. They're not thinking in a way of what is this, if this child is just having a bad day, right? And so everything around it is around punishment, right? And I'm just going to tell you one quick story about a young man who was having a bad day, who was here. I don't know if he was illegal or not, but his family was illegal. And he was in school and he got into an altercation. They got him arrested, got his whole family deported. So now he's here, he's incarcerated, and his family is deported. So where was the real justice in that, right? And so I don't believe that there should be police in our schools for any reason, because that's not what schools were made for. They're places to learn, right? Why do we have police on our campuses, right? It's a place to learn. It's an educational institution. I think it's just so wrong of us to be able to spend our tax dollars in putting people into place of security, which they're not doing anything. They're not making us any safer. So yeah, so I just wanted to get that in, but I'm definitely wholeheartedly against police in schools and on campuses. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sabor. And I guess this question, Dr. Lozier, I would love to hear your thoughts about this question that we have from Milo, who asks, does abolish the police mean abolish the police today or abolish the police in 100 years? They don't really understand the time frame when people discuss this.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the question from Milo, and I can understand maybe where some of the confusion comes from. And I kind of hinted at this a little bit earlier when I talked about sort of like the question of abolition sometimes being like a horizon of possibility. Like, this is the direction that we're headed in, and this is what we're working towards. I don't know if it's Critical Resistance or another organization, but one of the mottos that used to be central to a lot of discussions of abolition was just the question of abolition now. Like, we don't have to waste 100 years. We don't have to bide our time and think about what's going to happen for several generations later. It should be right now. And part of what I think has been a way in which abolitionists have worked towards making sense of how do we progress towards winning abolition is to demand abolition now and work towards making it a realization without giving up hope, without sort of throwing our hands up in the air and saying, okay, the day is over, going to bed, police haven't been abolished, what do we do? Does that mean I have to throw in the towel and, give up on what's something that seems like it was impossible. And I think part of what demanding abolition now and working towards bringing it into effect as soon as possible is it cuts against what everyone has really spoken about, but the way in which a key aspect of an abolitionist politics is the way in which it cuts against the ideas that are sort of thrust upon us by the ruling class, by white supremacist culture, which is that we need the police, we need prisons. Oftentimes in a degree where the discussion is, if we don't have police, people would be killing each other, right? People would be taking advantage of the bad people would be coming to get us. And I think part of what is central towards demanding abolition now and working towards it with the urgency that it requires, not with the sense that it's going to take place in 100 years, but who knows, just as if we had had this conversation in February, we would be thinking that people would be burning down police stations and burning police cars and all sorts of stuff that happened this past summer, that it would be happening. That if we work towards it every day, that we are not simply doing what needs to be done to bring it into effect, but we're also cutting against what we're told is the necessity of police, the necessity of prisons, and the assumption that these are institutions that have always been with us and that need to always be with us in the future. So part of the confusion that might be evident in sort of part of our discussion of abolition is the way in which it's in some ways kind of just sort of the rallying cry of what it means to kind of lift up the call for abolition, but it's also about cutting against the presumption that abolition is an impossibility, and the sort of institutions that maintain a particular form of class domination and racial oppression and imperialism on a global scale, that these are sort of mechanisms of social control that we have to make do with and accept rather than fight against.
Thank you so much, Professor. And so for our final question, before we wrap up from the evening, I would love to hear from every panelist a very brief answer because we're coming up on our time limit. I would love to just spend hours talking about this. It's such an incredible panel today. So our final question for today that each of you could tackle in a quick answer would be, Savannah asks, what are your common responses to critics who ask abolitionists, well, if not prisons, then what? What does alternative specifically look like? And a little bit related to that, Samuelis also asks, how can we educate people in the community about the benefits of abolition and defunding? So I can start with Ms. Sabor on this.
So the quick answer for me is join a campaign of abolitionists, right? And work with them to make the change you want to see, especially within your own communities. I think I answered both of them at one time, right?
Yeah, incredible.
And so that's it for me. So thank you. Thank you for having me this evening.
Thank you so much, Professor Ciccarello. Mar?
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer to the police and to prisons is one and the same, and it's community, 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 right? The question is, what alternatives do we have and can we build to make policing obsolete, to make it irrelevant? And that takes a lot of different forms. Organizations like MPD 150 in Minneapolis and others, Critical Resistance, have put out very small scale, small level things that you can do to begin to expand this world without police, right? There's no police on my block right now. We know how to interact with neighbors. We all know what it looks like to live without police because we do it amongst our friends and our comrades and our families all the time. What we are told is impossible is the idea that this can be scaled up to the level of society. But the problem is, and as others have pointed out, that we are blinded to the possibilities that might exist by the fact that our world is so determined by policing and prisons. These are cancers that have wrapped themselves around the heart of our society, and it makes it very, very hard to think in any different way. But the advantage, and maybe just to give it like a note of optimism, the advantage to the centrality that policing and prisons have to our society is that small changes can create huge implications. We know that policing is a third rail of this country, because of white supremacy, because of the legacy of slavery, and because when we push on it, it creates chaos, in the symbolic order of this country. It creates the possibility of restructuring how we think about the world, what happened in a dramatic fashion over the past year. And so even small changes in conjunction with these massive demands, total demands for abolition, have transformed the way we think about prisons and are transforming the way that we think about police today.
Thank you so much, Professor Poltrowitz.
Thank you. I really appreciate the questions. And I think my first response to the question is to push back on the question, because if we know that these are systems, racialized systems of social control, if these are systems of repression, if these are systems of violence by the state, we don't need an alternative form of repression or violence or racialized social control. So basically, going back to the previous question and the great responses from the professors, is that we need to end these things today because they actually are just these systems of violence and state repression. And so we don't need an alternative to that in order to end them. And if the purported justification of these systems is about violence, addressing violence and promoting safety, then these are systems that are the exact opposite of that. They actually foster violence, they create violence, they're violent themselves, but they also create more violence in our communities. So the first alternative is just to end it completely. And then if we're talking about, well, what if we, to me, it's instead of what's the alternative, it's if we were going to start from scratch and we were to figure out how do we promote healing and safety and community in our communities, how do we build from there? And I agree with the comments that have been made, till now, which is those are rooted in community structures that already exist, and to build upon it. We know the things that make us safe. We know the things that make us healthy, and that is access to education and healthcare and housing, and the things that make us and economic security. All of those things are what actually address violence and actually make us safe. And so that's where we would have to start. But to me, first and foremost, we don't need an alternative to these systems, because these systems are the problem. They are the violence. They are the state repression. They are the racist systems that they are.
Thank you so much. And before we close out, Diana from Cass, if you wanted to just comment on this question.
Yeah, I think one of the main things we have to understand is that we have to eliminate this culture of punishment and the idea that the only way to react to harm is through punitive measure. I think something that we really need to emphasize is love and community healing, and really reinforcing resources that allow growth and foster healing, instead of thinking that policing and prisons are the only solution, that they're a solution at all, because they're not. So I think the greatest takeaway is that we can't grow, we can't move forward unless we eliminate these systems that cause us harm and reap violence.
Thank you so much. And what a great way to end this incredible panel. Thank you so much. It's been an honor being here moderating with such incredible voices. And so I will pass it over to Dara to transition to the next panel. Thank you all.
Thank you. And really just want to take a moment to thank all of the panelists for sharing your insights and your expertise with us today, and also to all the attendees for this panel and others who are joining in the discussion. In the last few moments, we really just wanted to post a few resources in the chat in addition to what's already been shared, for ways that you can get involved with efforts on Columbia, at CUNY's campus, at all of these different places to really make abolition a reality. And so I'm going to be posting some of those links and resources, and we'll stay on for just a few moments so that you can pull from it what you are interested in getting involved in. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, for the great panel. Really, yeah, super educational, super interesting, a lot of great discussion. Next steps, yeah, posted in the chat. Also, we have them here up on the screen. You should definitely feel free to get in touch with people and continue these conversations.
Yeah, Towns, if it's all right with you, could I take a second to just go through these resources and give a bit of context for people who might want to get involved?
Go for it.
Okay. So first off, we want to plug the work of our comrades who joined us from CUNY for Abolition and Safety. They're working alongside Mobilized African Diaspora, which is a group organizing at Columbia, to conduct this survey for New York City students and faculty to share their experiences with police on campus and about what public safety looks like to them. So I really encourage you to fill out this survey. And CUNY for Abolition and Safety's work also includes a petition pressuring CUNY to divest from prisons. So there's an option both to sign on as an individual and as an organization. You can find both of those links here. I also want to plug the work of one of our coalition partners, Mobilized African Diaspora, who are circulating a petition to President Bollinger to support Black students in the West Harlem community, which you can find here. And they'll also be speaking more to this at our panel at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, which will be about Columbia's role in the gentrification of Harlem. And finally, I wanted to give a shout out to our comrades from the Action Lab for Social Justice and Action for Black Lives at the Columbia School for Social Work. They were a huge help in putting this panel together. You can find their website at that link there. They're working on a huge range of campaigns that you can get involved in. This includes demanding that CU remove criminalizing suspect photographs from school-wide Clary crime alerts, and also making sure that we're holding Columbia accountable to issues like paid leave of administrators who have been arrested for assault. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it off to, sorry, does someone from YDSA want to go through those announcements real quick? I don't want to steamroll over anyone.
I can do them really quickly. So yeah, we're doing this ongoing letter campaign. Apologies if you've already heard this, because if you've been on the teach-in. Yeah, it'll just take a second to sort of boost our demand city administration. We're also circulating this strike fund in case the administration decides to retaliate with late fees. And also really want to make a pitch for people to join DSA or YDSA if you're a student, as well as to come to our winter conference if you're interested in learning more. And yeah, we already shared this petition, but it's very important, so I'll just share it again. So yeah, thank you. And that was a great panel, so thank you to all the panelists.
All right. Up next, we have our panel on the 1968 Columbia Student Uprising. I'm really glad to be joined by Eleanor Stein, Mike Golish, and Mark Rudd, 3 organizers and some of the key players in that movement. And yeah, hopefully we'll just get a chance to discuss a little bit about the legacy of those protests, how they got involved with them, how the struggle for justice at Columbia has continued throughout the institution's history, and how that connects with our work today. So thank you all so much for being here. It's great to have you. I was thinking maybe we could just start with some introductions, maybe just a little bit about what your role was in the 1968 occupation, how'd you get involved, and what that's kind of led you to do now, what you're involved with, what you do. I'll pass it off to Eleanor first, if you want to start.
Great, thank you. And what a wonderful day this has been. I want to congratulate you on the fantastic panelists and really vibrant and groundbreaking discussions. And I also want to congratulate you on the capitulation by Columbia University in terms of its investments in fossil fuels. It's really so important. And to let you know that just within the last couple of weeks, New York State also announced that it was divesting its pension funds and its investments held by the comptroller in fossil fuels. So we're all part of the same movement. It's really a great step. So great work. So I was a law student at Columbia in 1968, and I participated in the demonstrations that led to the takeover of 5 buildings. And I don't know how familiar people are with what happened, but I'm sure in the course of the next, whatever we have, 45 minutes, you'll give you a good sense. There were only 5 law students who actually participated in the building takeovers. And I was sitting in my contracts class in the back of the class. It was a beautiful April afternoon, and I heard chanting outside and went out with my partner in crime, Gus Reichbach, who died several years ago, but was a great leader at Columbia. And we saw a group of students marching on the site of the new gymnasium that Columbia was proposing to build in Morningside Park, one of the few green spaces in Harlem. And I joined that group. We tore down some fence. We tried to disrupt the site, and then we came back, and one of the women in the demonstration said, "Let's go to Hamilton Hall and have a sit-in." And so that's what we did. And it soon became a move-in, and we were, in the end, occupied 5 university buildings. We were there for 1 week, and on April 30th, the university called the police, and I think about 730 people were arrested in a pretty violent retaking of the property by the police. So I was involved. When I first got there, I had an armband that said legal observer, because I was a law student and I wasn't completely committed to doing this yet. But I took that off after about a day, and I later met a friend who was at the medical school who had an armband that said medical presence. So I think those of us who had a sort of professional self-image were challenged to shed that privilege in the course of those 7 days in the buildings, which was a larger theme for everyone, I think, who participated. So I think we'll talk later about what the demands were and what the issues were, but that was my role. But since then, I spent many years doing radical work when I left Columbia, and finally went back to law school. I tried to get back to Columbia, but they wouldn't readmit me. And for the last many years, I've been working in the field of climate change as a practitioner, as an advocate, and as a teacher since 2005. So that is the core of my work at this point, and I'll be talking more about that later.
Great, thank you so much, Eleanor. Definitely a lot of different issues around justice, all kind of intertwined here, that I think is definitely room for a lot more discussion. But I want to pass it off to Mark, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
I don't see Mark.
Unmute.
Oh, this is Mike.
Okay. Oh.
I think you're on mute, Mark. Yeah, we're
Mike
good.
or Mark?
Mark. Mark Rudd.
I don't see Mark. Is he here?
Okay.
There he is.
I have an unstable connection. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Townsend, should I continue?
Yeah, please go for it. I think we're good.
Okay, good. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks for putting this together, and thank everybody who's involved in the strike. It seems fabulous. It seems like you're doing most everything right, and that's great. I was 20 years old in April of 1968, a junior at Columbia College. I had entered as a freshman in September of '65, which was only a few months after the United States invaded Vietnam with main force troops in March and April of '65. The first people I met at Columbia were people who were in the predecessor of the Students for Democratic Society chapter. It was called the Independent Committee on Vietnam. And those people were already studying the war and trying to figure out what it was about and protesting the war. So I fell in with these people, kind of like they were the coolest people around, and they wanted to change the world. And many of them were red diaper babies, meaning they had grown up in families in the labor movement, socialist or communist. These were people who knew about something called organizing. And so I didn't know anything at all. I was just in New Jersey. So, they said, well, we have to build a base. We have to figure out how our war movement. And over the next years, the strategy we followed, or the goal of the strategy, was to politicize the campus. In other words, to make Vietnam and racism important issues to people's lives. So there's a lot that happened in the next years, and in fact, this organizing had been going on for several years. Before I got there, I was just a freshman in '65, but by '68, a number of things. I call it the perfect storm of the spring of '68: the Tet Offensive, the murder of Martin Luther King, the abdication of LBJ, and he decided not to run again. All of these things came together, but on a base. This is the thing, of a lot of activity over a lot of years, especially education and agitation. And so in March of '68, or maybe I was elected chairman of the chapter. Bunch of things happened to set things off, and Eleanor has told some of what happened, but I just want to stress one more point, which was that the activist group of Black students on campus was known as the Student Afro-American Society. We call it SAS. They had been developing really close relationships with the Harlem community, and they many of them had come out of families that had been involved in the civil rights movement, or historically probably, and they felt a deep connection with the community, and so when the community started protesting and the construction of the gym in Morningside Park, they felt that they needed to act by a wonderful series of happenstance. Right before a big demonstration to be held on April 23rd, I met with leadership of the SAS, the Student Afro-American Society, and they decided to co-sponsor a rally opposing certain discipline action from previous demonstration, and also protesting the gym. And so they were very present at that big demonstration on April 23rd. And as a consequence of a bunch of different things that happened spontaneously and almost unplanned, they and we found ourselves not only at tearing down the fence at the construction site, but occupying Hamilton Hall together. Later, they asked us to leave later that night, and this was the key point. The Black students held Hamilton Hall, and the other 4 buildings and all the people outside the buildings were there in solidarity. And one rallying cry that we had was, "We can't abandon the Black students." So it's taken a long time for people to understand. I mean, for white people to understand, including myself, that the key factor was this coalition that got built. So when I talk about Columbia and Columbia with people, I tend to stress both the organizing that went into it over a long period of time and the coalition that got built. And certain of the leaders of SAS have written and said over the years that the Black students who held Hamilton Hall were the strategic strength of the strike. That's something to consider. Any kind of successful movement that we build in the past and the future has got to have long-term strategic organizing, and which includes coalition building. That's all I want to say at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I totally agree with that. Thank you so much for emphasizing, the absolute essentialness of solidarity and the role that like Black organizers had to play in 1968. Certainly essential. I'll pass it off to Mike, if we could just get, kind of your involvement in the strike and what your reflections on it are.
Okay, well, my involvement was, I was on the SDS expansion committee. I was chairman of the committee, and that basically was the group with inside SDS that developed opposition to the gym among the students and reached out to community members to join in opposition. So about 3 or 4 months before the strike began, William Ryan, who was the congressman on the Upper West Side, had a community meeting, and we organized some community members and students to break into that meeting and insist that he take a stand against Columbia's building the gymnasium. He didn't do that, obviously, but it made it clear to many community members that the community and students were against the gym construction. Then about a month or so, 6 weeks, I remember the exact, before the big demonstrations, began construction on the gym. And myself and a few other Columbia students, Kendall Smith, who was a Harlem minister, we went over to the gym site and wouldn't let them start. We sat down in front of the machines, they arrested us, and they started construction, basically. About 2 weeks later, we did the same thing again, different group of people. I'd already been arrested once, I did my duty. So we got another group of people arrested. And this basically, through this and a lot of agitation all around the campus, we basically switched the story from one where I think in the beginning of the semester, like they had a poll and like 75 or 80% of the students were in favor of building the gymnasium. By the time of the march and the sit-ins, I say 90% of the students had switched to being opposed to building the gymnasium, basically. So that agitational work, educational work, the relations we developed with the community, and then the key role of Black students actually agreeing to participate in the struggle made a big difference, basically. So that was my role. And in the particular, before that, what I got involved, when I first arrived at Columbia, I was a graduate student in engineering. I got involved in the Committee Against the Vietnam War, the Peace Committee. I worked with Seymour Melvin to do research on the atrocities, the American military in Vietnam. I went to Chicago with a bunch of other people from Columbia to the Peace Committee, Conference on Peace, Politics thing was called. Martin Luther King spoke there. We, got me revved up. We came back, we organized for the October 1967 March on the UN. King spoke again. So those are the type of things that got me involved. And what do I do now? I'm retired. I worked for the Metro, the transit system in Washington for 35 years. I became union president, led a big strike of 6,000 workers, illegal strike, got fired, got my job back, went on to an illustrious career, or some would say an infamous career, depending on your political outlook with Metro.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks so much, Mike. And I think, it all began with something that we don't get a lot on the left, which is a victory, you know, that the movement at Columbia, the protests, they worked. They didn't build the gym, you know, they stopped the investment with the Vietnam organization, the Department of Defense investment or research, I guess it was. So, right.
Right.
So yeah, I want to kind of pivot then to talking about just a little bit, you know, you all have kind of gone disparate paths, and it started with this one point that combined a lot of different issues. You know, you have on the one hand, the war in Vietnam happening halfway across the world. And on the other hand, gentrification, segregation happening in Columbia's own backyard. So yeah, I'm wondering if you could just talk a little bit. I mean, I know for us organizing this tuition strike, we are constantly faced with the question from people of like, why do you have so many issues? You know, why not just pick one and go with it? And, you know, I to help me out, if you could answer that question, you know, what is the relationship between these issues? Why do you think they're all kind of intertwined? And what kind of broader vision of the university do you think comes out of this?
Well, I think that that's a great question. Let me just add before I go into that, just a little more of the context which Mark laid out so well, because I think until this year, 1968 was a year of unparalleled upheaval. But I think this year has been a lot like 1968, although obviously different in many ways. I mean, you know, between 40 and 50,000 Americans were killed in Vietnam. We've had 10 times that number have died of the coronavirus this year. It's a staggering concept. But 68, you know, there was, it was a revolutionary year, and it was not just in the United States. It was students and workers in France and Japan and Germany and Mexico, all over the world. And so we did have a sense of being part of an international movement. We had, as Mark said, there was a long history of organizing against the Vietnam War and educating people, teach-ins like the one you're doing, a very familiar form, although ours were in person. And so all of that was a basis. You know, almost 15,000 Americans were killed in Vietnam just in the year 1968. And so for us, the cost of an unjust and illegal war and the torment of understanding that it was our country that was fighting this war in our name was all consuming. And then you had, you know, we'd been through the civil rights movement, and then in April 1968, King was killed, April 4th, and the cities around the country just exploded in rebellion and in military repression. Rebellion on a similar scale to what we saw this year from the movement for Black Lives, and then military repression on a whole other level, including in the Capitol. So those things set the stage. And they also created the situation where we began to see the interrelationship of issues. And that's why this is relevant to your question. And that we were seeing a system at work and recognizing a system and naming it. We called it imperialism. I think now we're calling it racial capitalism. A lot of people today tried on different names, but I think we're all getting at the same thing. Understanding the relationship between a system of international exploitation by the US government and the system of oppression and subjugation of people of color within the United States, and then coming to understand or to grapple with what was our role of people in a privileged university, you know, at this moment in our lives, and how did we see ourselves and our own lives. So I honor you for this range of issues, for understanding and presenting the fundamental interrelationship that comes from the system of oppression that we're talking about, and to be willing to take on some of the toughest issues. And in particular, I'll call you out on the issue of Palestine, which is an issue that a lot of progressive organizations and movements and people won't touch. And you had a wonderful, wonderful panel on Palestine today, groundbreaking. So you're not afraid to take on the tough issues, and you understand that that's a moral obligation. So I give you all the credit for doing that.
Well, thank you so much, Eleanor. I mean, we wouldn't be where we're at without our coalition partners and so many other people who contributed to this movement. You know, we're standing on the shoulders of many giants that have contributed to the activist, the leftist work at Columbia. Mark or Mike, do you have anything else to add? If not,
I think that we centered on a number of different issues, but really the issue of the interrelation between the war and racism is what drove the movement forward and made it successful, basically. If we hadn't had the issue of racism front and center and had the leadership of those Black students, I'm not sure if the whole thing would have succeeded or not. And I think that's really an important point for people to understand. Even today, it's Black workers in this country who are going to provide the leadership for social transformation, basically.
You know, there's another point that one of your panelists on the Palestinian hour made, I think it was on that discussion, which was talking about the idea of the interrelationship among issues, and that it's not just a slogan. It also creates the conditions where you can mobilize many different constituencies together, and that augments the strength of your organizing work enormously. And I think you've shown that by creating such a strong coalition. So it's not just the words, it's actually very meaningful on the ground.
Absolutely. Actions speak much louder than words. Mark, go ahead. Is Mark there?
Mike's mentioning that he was a graduate student set off a whole train of thought that is relevant to your question. I was an undergraduate and really didn't know very much about imperialism, nor the Black struggle in the South. But the graduate students that were involved in SDS were incredibly important to the rest of us. They taught us. They probably taught us much more. People like Mike taught us much more than our professors, in terms, because they had been trying to figure out what was going on in the world, not just imperialism, but domestically too. And so it was the graduate students who made the difference for me in understanding all these connections. So I have a question for you, which is, I'm sorry I haven't been able to participate in the webinar today, but I have a question concerning the organization. Are graduate students heavily involved? The reason I ask this question is, in other struggles that I've seen over the years, the graduate students have not been involved. They've been kind of segregated in their own work. About the role of graduate students?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're really great to have a lot of really good coalition partners and a lot of core organizers that are graduate students. The GWC, the Graduate Workers Coalition, that's the UAW union that is currently organizing graduate workers, has been one of our core allies in this fight. That one of our 5 demands is demanding that the university bargain in good faith, which is something that they just have never done with GWC. And as well as we have had the postdoctoral workers union sign on. And then we also have some of our core organizers, our students at Teachers College. We have tons of support amongst the School of Social Work, as you might expect, So we really have appreciated just how supportive, enthusiastic graduate workers have been, and we definitely wouldn't be here where we are without them. I just want to, before we move on to the next question, we've been joined by Tom Hurwitz, another organizer of the tuition strike. So we'd love to get Tom Love to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. Do you want to just introduce yourself, say maybe a word or two about your role in the 1968 protests?
Hello, everybody. It's great to see you all.
Hi, Tom.
It seems to come every several years now.
Mhm.
Less than once a decade, which is good. So I was in Math Hall and in the leadership in Math Hall during the strike, and I was a student at the college. And then I was active in SDS for the next year after that. And then I was an organizer in the anti-war GI movement for a few years after that, until I went, and now I'm a documentary filmmaker.
Awesome.
And have been for 40 years or more.
Yes, yes. No, I think I've actually seen some of your documentary films. But in any case, I think, it's great to have you here. Glad to have you join. We were just talking about how some of the core issues of the strike, or rather of the occupation in 1968, were all interrelated. How, racism, militancy, capitalism, they're all part of this broader system of oppression that we need to oppose. And yeah, it's, I think, really important to be able to get your perspective and hear from that kind of experience and how that continues on to today. But one thing I'm wondering about is looking back at your experience and at that legacy of movement building. Obviously, this was part of a much broader student movement that stretched from, Jackson State to Berkeley. I'm wondering if maybe you all could say a little bit about what do you think that student movement got right? What do you think it got wrong? What would you have done differently if you did it again today?
Well, let me say, I think what the whole movement got right was the idea that capitalism, imperialism was at the root of the problem, basically. I think that was became a fairly widespread idea, basically within the whole movement. But I think there was a lot of things done wrong. One is I don't think we understood the centrality of racism to the maintenance of the capitalist system. That racism is, a key ingredient to maintain capitalism. It's a class question. It hurts all workers, Black workers, people of color, worse than white workers, but it hurts all workers. I don't think we had a really clear understanding of that at the time, basically. And then I don't think we had a real clear understanding of what to do about this stuff. In other words, I came to the conclusion the only way we're going to get rid of this whole system is getting rid of capitalism itself, building a revolutionary party, organizing among the working class, fighting racism and sexism, and getting rid of this capitalist system and building an organization which is capable of doing that. The whole history of the communist movement is scarred with China, Russia, Eastern Europe, et cetera, and overcoming all those obstacles. No, communism is the next stage of human history, getting people to understand that. And that's the only way we're going to have true freedom and truly a decent life. We still really don't fully understand that, but I think that's the direction we have to move. So, like this meeting today, I didn't hear anybody talk about revolution. It's about, oh, Bernie, he did a great job. Oh, he's another capitalist politician. Yeah, so what? Let's build a movement of the working class to destroy capitalism.
I think there was a lot of discussion about that today, actually, but I think, I actually think that when I look back at Columbia, I take away the message of solidarity. Mark brought this up strongly with the Black struggle. And so I think, obviously, we didn't overcome privilege. There was much more that could have been done. But I think the concept of solidarity as key for building a left movement in this country was strongly part of what happened there. And when I look back, did we sustain it? We all spent a lot of our lives since then fighting for change and of different kinds, and keeping that message of anti-racism as key, and understanding our system as a system of racial capitalism as key. So that's a strong legacy. Did we overthrow the government? We did not. Even the French students didn't succeed in overthrowing the government, and they had a strong alliance with the workers. So what can I say? You know, the revolutionary history is littered with partial successes and large failures until it isn't. So I feel like that is a strong legacy. I think the other strong legacy is the importance of activism, both organizing and also taking to the streets, being willing to take over property, make it our own, at least for a week. And I think we definitely posed a threat to the university. There were some great portraits of the university all day today during the different sessions. And I was struck by how little it's changed, in the sense that it's still a gigantic real estate conglomerate with a small subsidiary in higher education. And that hasn't changed at all since 1968. So, but it is one of the key pillars of capitalist system in this city and in the country. And I think we shook it. We didn't bring it to the ground, but we did shake it. And we're all still in it. So what more can you do?
Absolutely. Yeah, does anyone have any other thoughts on this question? Otherwise, I'd be happy to move on.
One of the things I took away from the '68 struggle, Eleanor mentioned it, but is the primacy of organizing. We forgot that, some of us, but the importance of organizing and educating, it just can't be understated, can't be overstated. We really have to. We have to be out there working with people, and the Georgia election makes that very clear. Calling for things and proclaiming things and doing dramatic action, and I was very much in favor of that at the time, is very important. But the down-to-earth work of organizing is just crucial to any movement, and explaining, because I got to tell you, the ultra-right is organizing, and if there's to be a viable left, and I mean, I think I think you guys are doing really extraordinary work, and I think that's great. And I think we need to be aware that anti-fascism is going to be probably the task of the moment. It's not the task of the left at any given time isn't always the same. We have to be strategic, and we have to be tactical, and we have to understand where we are and what we should do in relation to that. And fascism is a huge danger in this country, I think we need to think very seriously about that while you build your strength and do what you need to do at Columbia in terms of the issues that you're facing.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. Thank you for that. Mark, do you want to go ahead?
Just following up on Tom's comment about organizing. Before Tom came when I spoke last time, I mentioned learning from the red diaper babies the mantra, build the base, build the base, build the base. And that's what we got right, especially at Columbia, I think. And everything else that people have talked about interrelationships of issues and imperialism at the core and capitalism, but I'm just going to speak for myself now. Post Columbia, before I get into this, the student movement as a whole was part of the civil rights movement, or the Black freedom movement, and and part of the anti-war movement, the movement against the war in Vietnam. And in both, the student movements played huge roles in these successful movements. So that's the main thing that has to be understood. We were part of these bigger movements and we fed into them. And they were successful movements in limited ways. We did not end imperialism. We did not end white supremacy, but that's a big story. Having said that the student movements were part of successful movements, I want to go into a problem that occurred with me and the people closest with me, which was that we forgot about the organizing, literally. And we thought that our militancy leading up to April 23rd, 68 had been what was important. And of course, this doesn't pertain to a lot of people like Mike, but it does pertain to those of us who got involved in a fact which came directly. I just got am I still on?
Yeah, you're
breaking up a little.
You're breaking up a bit, but you're there.
Which came it came directly out of Columbia in a way. And it was this emphasis on militancy that we misunderstood. It's kind of like, you might call it self-expression. We had a theory that if we did active militancy, many other people would join us. It didn't work. It didn't work. And this faction grew to be moderately big within SDS and led a year later in '69 to a faction fight within SDS over the question, who is going to be the revolutionary agent or the agency of revolution? This is the kind of things that Marxist intellectuals love to talk about, the agency of revolution. In other words, we have ideas and we push these ideas. We were part of a huge fantasy that this country was ripe for revolution. And that fantasy was not only in the student movement, it existed a lot of movements. In fact, it was at the core of Black Power. It's time for revolution and by any means necessary. And the interaction of Black Power with white students like myself, that's an enormous question that in other words, we pushed each other reciprocally. But this fantasy played out in negative ways. Namely, not long, a little over a year after Columbia '68, the weather faction of SDS was in control of the national organization. And a small, tiny cabal, a grouping of which I was a member, decided to close SDS because it wasn't revolutionary enough. That's crazy. That was insane. And in addition to that, well, I won't go into all the ramifications, but by the time of Kent State in May of 1970, in other words, 2 years after Columbia, we had an anomalous situation in which millions of students were out on strike against the war and against the murders, and protesting the murders at Jackson State and because we had destroyed it because it wasn't revolutionary enough. In other words, we got all caught up in our ideas, our revolutionary ideas, and we thought they were real, and we acted on them. That's a mistake, terrible mistake. we didn't, the only proof we had of our ideas was that we had them. That's not very much proof. I'll stop with this little story other than to say, we've got to be rooted in data and accountability. And I'm really happy now that, for example, DSA and Jacobin and are moving in the direction that it's much more realistic. And so there's a lot more to be said about that, but I'll show you.
I would say, Mark, that I totally agree with you. The thing that gives me faith is actually Black Lives Matter. I think that their work has been extraordinary, and their sophistication in the way that they organize and the way that they see the situation. They've been quieter during the election, and during this last period, but they are tremendous. I have tremendous respect for the people that I know and I've heard in that group. And there are similar people in the Latinx movement as well. And there's a kind of a sophistication and a clarity about in the new mass movements that I find very impressive at this point. And I think the danger, Mark, is I agree with you very much about that. It's very easy, and it's not only easy for students, it's easy for a lot of people to get flipped out into their ideas. And I think, I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but I think we can see something of that danger happening in Seattle and Portland right now, in which people have kind of stopped. They don't really even know why they're in the street, but they're in the street. And because that's what they have defined themselves as. So I think that, anyway, I agree with you. I think looking at the truth and looking at reality and analyzing the reality and figuring out what our task is in relationship to the reality is a very difficult process, but you can't have a left if you don't do it. Otherwise, it'll go into a tailspin and destroy itself.
You know, I see a history a little differently, although probably less differently than I did certainly less than I did at the time. But I do think that that the anarchists and the Antifa people today are actually they are holding a core of an important idea. Although I completely agree with everything that you said, Tom, about Movement for Black Lives, which also preceded this, volcanic year with years of organizing. So it did not just arise this year by any means. But I think that we are facing, and we are in the midst of really something that feels like a civil war. And looking, Trump is gone, but 73 million people who voted for him are not gone. And his ideology is not gone, and his delusions are not gone. And I think it's very hard to see from where we're standing how that's going to play out over the next few years. But I think, this is a triumphant week in many ways, but it's also a sobering week because we know how hard it's going to be to get really anything done. In the sense of the urgency of moving on racism and moving on climate justice at the same time, and all the other things, the incredible immiseration of people in this country in the last year, the deaths. I mean, and are we going to be able to do it given the scale of the opposition? I think that's a major issue. I'm not suggesting that we make the same choices that we did in 1969, however. But I would be curious, Towns, to know if we have time to know from you, how do you and your colleagues in the different groups in your coalition, what is your view of, what is this historical moment? What is the meaning of this year? How do you see your efforts in this larger context?
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say first, I have no idea if I'm qualified to speak on this. I mean, I think we're figuring it out, and we certainly don't know exactly what the ramifications of everything is going to be. But I think, for us, it is absolutely, I think, a lot of what you all have been touching on, which is like, we need to put this kind of material reality before our ideals. We can't just get carried away by having the right ideas. We need to be taking the world where it's at and figuring out, how can we actually make change in it? How can we make real material, practical change in it? And so this tuition strike emerged over the summer, having a series of town hall meetings with students from across Columbia University, talking to them about, hey, what are your biggest issues? What do you think are the things that you'd like to see changed at Columbia? And realizing, finances, money, is the through line through a lot of it, that getting Columbia to lower tuition would go a huge way in helping people resolve a lot of different issues and just qualitatively improving the quality of people's lives. So yeah, we kind of realized that. And then we thought, okay, well, how can we take real direct material action to do something about that? Not just say it, but take the action. And so that was when we started to kick around the idea of a tuition strike, and yeah, we've been really, sort of encouraged by how much success we've had so far. And yeah, continue, I think, to want to, use this, I think, as a stepping off point to continue to develop the sort of political force of the university, to develop the sort of democratic will of students and staff and faculty and the broader community, having that be expressed in Columbia's decision-making process, and using this as a stepping stone in political education, because ultimately students are only at school for 4 years. So we need to be thinking about, okay, how do we take this beyond just Columbia? How do we take this to other schools and to people's lives for the rest of the time that they're going to be working and living in the world? Which I think is a kind of perfect pivot to my last question. Well, second to last. I'll have a short one at the very end. But I want to know, what do you think is the role of student organizing in society with these kind of conditions? You're at school for 4 years. You're in an obviously very rarefied, very elite space at Columbia. What do you think that students can really do with that, particular privilege and the particular constraints therein of being at like a school?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. One is they can renew and intensify the fight against racism. And that fight, others. If you look at Columbia, I'm not sure what the demographics are, but I'm willing to bet that the average income family of Columbia is over $100,000, which means you probably have excluded most people of color from an opportunity of going to Columbia, basically. So, that issue really has to be addressed. Otherwise, that poorer people should be able to go to better institutions. All college should be free, but, we're at Columbia. Let's try and deal with that issue, basically. Why do only people that make a lot of money go to Columbia? Every once in a while, they let a poor person in, yes, but that's not the demographics of the population. So that issue has to be addressed, particularly for people of color, but also for people from poor working class families, which there are a lot of them, basically. The second thing is I think students have to fight capitalist ideology, which you're taught a lot of nonsense in schools. And that has to be broken down, basically. That's what Marxism, communism is all about. A scientific approach to the world, dialectic materialism. People should learn about that stuff. They don't. You teach just the opposite. You teach idealism and religion and a lot of nonsense, basically. And the other thing is I think students have to win to be supporting workers' struggles. In other words, students aren't going to change the world. They can stimulate struggle. They can stimulate rebellions. That's what happened in France in 1968. But it was really up to the working class to pick up on that and provide leadership and transform society. And so, that's the role that students can play. But while they're in this process, they can learn how to build an actual organization which can lead to working class revolution, basically. They can inculcate themselves with that idea. I've talked to a lot of students. There's still a lot of anti-communism. There's still a lot of organizations, authoritarianism is anti-democratic. So a lot of, they got to get away from those ideas. If you don't have an organization that's structured and has good set of ideas, you're not going to transform society. You're not going to do it by doing your own thing, basically.
I would say that we were very fortunate to be young in the 1960s. And I think you and the people who were speaking today are very fortunate to be young in this moment in time, where in some ways the odds are so high. They're so high, and the stakes are so high. The stakes on climate, we only have a few years to get it right and to get off fossil fuels. As Bill McKibben said recently, in climate, winning slowly is the same as losing. We have so little time. And of course, all the other issues that you were talking about today. And, I think you've really defined a great panoply of roles for students. Being willing to take risks, being far-seeing, seeing the connection among issues, linking up different groups with tremendous energy and courage. So I think you know what the role of students are, and I think you're expanding it and giving us lots of new ideas about the ways it can be expanded. So keep it up.
An anonymous attendee wrote in and said, so should we not be utopian? Is it a mistake to want to make revolutionary changes? And I've only got a piece of an answer to that. I think it's great to have a utopian goal and a utopian faith in human beings. And at the same time, we need to keep our eyes on so that's keeping our eyes on the prize. And at the same time, we have to keep our eyes on what's in front of us and what's happening now. If you only have one, you're in serious trouble.
Mm-hmm.
You get stuck in the ins and outs of the Democratic Party on one side, and you become what we became by mistake in our worst aspect at the end of the student movement. So you gotta strike a balance. That's the key to all of this. It's essential, and you have to re-examine what that balance is continually. You have to keep an eye on yourself and what's going on out there. You have to constantly be analytical. It's critical.
I think I spent most of my life organizing for revolution, but I also kept my eye on the fact I have to do things to improve people's lives as best I can today. So there is a dialectic between the two things. If you go to Washington, D.C. and talk to the transit workers there, you'll find out they're some of the best paid workers in the country. They have a guaranteed pension for the rest of their life. They have health insurance to the day they die. So those were accomplishments we fought for. But now in a period of neoliberalism and political and economic crisis, they're trying to take away all those things. So we've got to win the works to understand these gains that we made today are not permanent as long as we allow the capitalists to hold state power and to run our society. So if you want to hold on to a decent life for yourself and your children, you better have a utopian vision of the future, because the future without that is hell, fascism, whatever you want to call it. It's not particularly good. So I'm for building a revolutionary party. I'm for helping workers in their day-to-day struggle, but I'm also keeping my eye on the prize, getting rid of capitalism. That's why I joined the Progressive Labor Party 40 years ago, why I'm still organizing it today, and I'll organize it to the day I die, and I'll try to recruit as many people as I can to it so we can accomplish this historic goal. I'm probably not going to see it in my lifetime, but maybe my children or my grandchildren will do it. Amen.
Yeah. I hope we will. I mean, I hope someone will someday. I think you all have basically answered my last question, which was just going to be, do you have any advice for students today?
Towns.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah. I think the role of students is, I'm going to take the point of view, energy, youth energy. That's what you got. And it's wonderful. And utopianism, unfortunately, is part of it, but it's got to be part of it. But watch out for ideologies. Myself, I've settled with Northern European style social democracy. I think if we can balance between capital and labor, capital up here and labor way down here, if we can bring that balance a little better. But anyway, youth energy. That's what you guys got, and thank God for it. And I'm waiting for you to come and save the day.
Let me just add a little piece of analysis to this Mark's enthusiasm and Mike's discipline, and that is this: capitalism. When capitalism is in crisis, it tends to move toward fascism. It tends to answer its problems with the answer of fascism, and we saw it in the last century. And we're seeing it in this one. And capitalism is in crisis now. It is in crisis. It does not have the room to maneuver that it has had previously. And we're in a situation of vast disparate wealth from between poverty and great wealth in the hands of the capitalists. And they're scared. If you don't know it, they are. And this is a very dangerous time, a very, very dangerous time. So as part of your struggle, you have to keep your eye on the reactionary right, and you have to work against them. And that does not mean picking fights with them in the street, as the fights were between the Spartakists and the SA in Germany. That's not the way to do it. The way to do it, we don't really even know what the way to do it is, but it involves keeping on track with doing things that are good for the people, and presenting options for them, and presenting the truth as loudly as we possibly can. I know those things are part of it. What the program should be, I can't tell you. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I can't say any of us know, but I think you all have really provided some really interesting, helpful advice and words of warning and wisdom. I mean, it's just like, I think something someone said in the chat, it's so interesting and like inspirational to have this kind of space where we can talk to people who were involved with movements of the past, learn from them, and see, what can develop from what we have going now. So I really appreciate all of you being here. It's been a really great panel, a really great discussion. And I think I will pass it off to our next panel. So stick around.
Great.
Education economy coming up next.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much, Towns. For those who were just watching the 1968 panel with members of the great 1968 protests at Columbia, we'd love if you want to stick around. This panel is going to be about the economics of higher education. We're going to talk about the question that a lot of people have been discussing recently, which is that of student debt cancellation, and how student debt cancellation fits into the larger picture of an affordable education for all. Before we start, I'm just going to make a couple of brief announcements. Today has been a fantastic day for the Columbia teach-in. We've had more than 300 people come watch the different panels throughout the day related to our demands on climate change, Palestine, affordable education, organizing, as well as Columbia's relationship to the Harlem community. It's been a great day, and I'm really looking forward to this next panel. Emmeline is going to drop some links in the chat. As you all probably know, this panel is a part of Education for Columbia's tuition strike, Right now, we are in the process of ramping up the pressure on Columbia to meet our demands. There are thousands of students who have begun going on tuition strikes starting today. And we have the great news that was announced earlier this afternoon that on the first day of our tuition strike, Columbia has already started to meet some of our demands, and they announced divestment from fossil fuels, which is a great victory for student organizing. For this next panel, we have 4 guests, and I'm really looking forward to having everyone here. I guess I need to introduce myself. My name is Willem Morris. I'm a senior at Columbia studying history and economics. I am an organizer for YDSA, and joining me today is Marshall Steinbaum, who is a professor of economics at the University of Utah. I'd like to give a brief thank you to Professor Steinbaum. He has been fantastic throughout the tuition strike on giving advice, on discussing how to frame this question of economics of higher education, and we really appreciate him for that advice and being here tonight. Marshall is joined by Laura Beamer, who is a Columbia alum and also a researcher on student debt. Also, Andrew Ross, who is an NYU professor and social activist. Andrew Ross is an author or editor of more than 20 books, including Creditocracy and the Case for Debt Refusal. He is also a founding member of Occupy Student Debt Campaign, Strike Debt, and the Debt Collective. Finally, we're joined by Ben Burgess. Ben is a professor of philosophy at Georgia State and also a Jacobin columnist. So thank you everyone for being here tonight. We're really looking forward to this next panel. And to get us started, we're going to go to Marshall and Laura to discuss this question of student debt cancellation. This question of the politics and also the regressiveness of student debt cancellation has been one that's discussed a lot. And I would like for both Marshall and Laura to explain the argument that opponents of student debt cancellation use to argue that student debt cancellation is regressive, and then also to explain why this is a misconception.
Yeah, so I'll kick us off with just a little bit of background about the student debt crisis and what Marshall and I have found in the research we've done, because I think it's really important to know these things and go over them before we address that debate. But yeah, so I study the student debt crisis with a focus on young adults, 18 to 35, and with a post-recession lens. The student debt crisis already was in the workings of being a crisis before the Great Recession, but what the Great Recession did is it hit the fast forward button on the student debt crisis, and that's because of the massive amount of enrollment that happened post-recession. So many people went back to school, or they went to school for the first time. They were looking for higher incomes, future insurance against unemployment spells. And what this meant also was a huge diversification in the student body. Low-income individuals going to school at much higher rates than before, students of color. And what this means because of the racial wealth gap and wealth inequality is that, the average amount of debt that each borrower took up increased. The number of borrowers on average, the rate of borrowers increased as well. And race has a whole lot to do with it. In our research, we found that people who live in predominantly communities of color, they have to spend more at college. They face higher prices than those that live in majority white communities. We've also found that there's, whenever there's more private institutions than public institutions available to a certain geographic area, prices are higher. And that has so much to do with debt because, we know that the, average price is higher at private universities, and for people who live in communities of color who already are suffering from the racial wealth gap and they're facing higher prices, that means that debt is going to go up. All of this debt, again, hinges on the promise of higher income down the road. But as we've seen over the last 10 years since the Great Recession, income is stagnant. The labor market is weak. There's just not jobs there for people. So all these people that went back to school, there's just not jobs. There's not high income. They have all this new debt now that they were promised would bring them prosperity down the road. And that's just not coming to fruition. All borrowers of all income levels are suffering higher debt loads. They're subjected to higher repayment amounts, and it's bad across the board. But who is suffering the worst? It's borrowers of low income. It's borrowers of color, and that's because of wealth inequality and the racial wealth gap. Our recent report that Marshall came out with late last year, goes into the repayment rates because of this higher debt amount and this growth in student debt, which again, like the average student debt for 2009 versus 2019 is much higher for people with lower income. And repayment rates are, of course, being affected by these things, by the racial wealth gap, by wealth inequality. In 2009, only 28% of student loans had current balances that were higher than the origination amount of that student loan. In 2019, it was up to 55%. So the idea that 55% of student loans in 2019 have a higher balance than they did when they were originated, that's like jarring. And obviously, it's going to get worse if we don't do anything about it. And obviously, it's much worse for students of color. I don't know how much more I can say this, and it's worse for low-income individuals, obviously. So I'll pass off to Marshall, and he can really talk about the debate.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. So as Laura said, we were sort of already headed into a crisis even before the Great Recession, which accelerated it. And that is in large part due to the defunding of public higher education in particular, which created, insofar as we ever had a sort of public good type dynamic when it comes to higher education, that was due to robust public funding, mostly at the state level. And we have basically, over the course of many decades, replaced that robust public support for higher education, in which the main burden of it fell on state governments, with a burden on individuals. We've individualized the financing of higher education. And when you individualize a major expense like that, you inevitably make the outcomes more unequal, because individuals are less able to carry that burden, and there's more diversity among them than there is when you think about public budgets. So I think we have to understand the student debt crisis is arising from a decades-long privatization, as well as from a 10-year-long or 15-year-long sluggish recovery from the Great Recession and the labor market dynamics that sent a lot of people back to school or to school for the first time to get more degrees than they would otherwise have gotten. I called that phenomenon credentialization of the labor market, where essentially it takes more degrees and therefore more student debt to get a given job. So I want to speak to this question of the regressivity of canceling student debt, and it arises from the same, I think, misguided approach that led to the privatization of the higher education system to begin with, which is that because people, if you look at the cross-section of people, the set of people that have been to college tends to earn more than the set of people who haven't been to college. The idea is that this public higher ed is a giveaway from the state, which is to say funded by taxpayers, to well-off students, and especially the children of well-off parents. And therefore, cutting state appropriations to higher education, for example, would be a progressive reform, because it would mean that, uncollege educated taxpayers wouldn't be paying anymore for the benefit of college educated students and children of college educated parents. I think that's like profoundly misguided. It suggests that, I would say higher education in the public sector is how higher education is ever egalitarian. So when you privatize something like that, you make people's outcomes within that system much more dependent on their individual circumstances and on their family background. And the student debt crisis that arises is because we have this much more diverse student body coming into contact with the higher education system that has become a system in which tuition is going up in response to state cuts, and consequently debt is going up, and it's going up for people whose parents can't afford to pay it. So I would kind of sum this point up by saying, if you look at the whole population, and in particular the population of any given age cohort, the set of people who have student debt used to be a relatively privileged set of the population. Because that would be people who went to professional school, that had higher tuition and required debt to complete it. And the people who didn't have student debt is the rest of the population, which is to say less well off than the people who have it. Nowadays, if you look at the population, especially of younger age cohorts, the set of people who don't have student debt is the people whose parents had the means to help them through higher education, because the experience of higher education has become more or less universal, and that what varies is whether you need to take on debt to pay for it or whether you can rely on your family. So why is student debt cancellation progressive? I think, I have said this many times, and I think it's basically indisputable. We've seen this in the credit reporting data that Laura and I have analyzed, as well as survey data from the Federal Reserve. The student debt to income ratio is highest among people with the lowest incomes. So higher income people who have student debt tend to have a higher dollar amount of student debt than lower income people who have student debt, but the share of their income that the debt of lower income people carry is higher, and that means that canceling it would make the income distribution or the wealth distribution more equal, more egalitarian, because you're giving relatively more help to people nearer the bottom. The argument that it's regressive relies not on these ratios of student debt to income, but rather on the dollar amount. That is, canceling student debt would cancel a higher number of dollars of debt of richer borrowers than poorer borrowers. That's not how we measure regressivity in general, and it would mean that, for example, a flat tax is a progressive tax. The whole point of, or like Herman Cain's 999 program of property taxes, sales taxes, and income taxes, all of those types of taxes that we normally understand as being regressive taxes collect the same share of income, or even or the same share of income from high income people as low income people, which means a higher number of dollars from high income people than lower income people. And yet we would understand a move to a regressive tax system like that as making the income distribution more inegalitarian, because it would shift the burden of taxation away from the rich and towards the poor. Basically, that's what we've done by privatizing the higher education system. We've shifted the burden of supporting the higher education system from taking that burden from the rich taxpayers and giving it to the poor students, more or less. And canceling student debt would therefore be a progressive transfer, because it would be a reversal of that regressive shifting of the burden of higher education to individuals. So that's my claim that student debt cancellation is progressive.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And thank you so much, both of you, for being here today. And we're going to come back to this question later on in the panel of the political feasibility of debt cancellation and the best way to move forward with this. But first, I'd like to move to Andrew. And earlier on today, we had another member of the debt collective, Astra Taylor, come and speak. But Andrew, if you could please explain the history of the debt collective and the theory behind debt collective, and also just because we're here for a tuition strike, just if you could speak about the power of collective action and direct action in taking action against something like the student debt crisis.
Yeah, sure, Willem. Hello, people, and thanks to all the attendees for giving up part of their Friday evening. Very precious time. First of all, I want to say I'm bringing solidarity uptown from NYU, which is an institution that has a lot in common with Columbia. Both campuses sit on the traditional homelands of the Lenni Lenape peoples, which we must acknowledge here. Neither of these institutions pays taxes on these lands. Both of them have graduate employee unions that have had to fight tooth and nail for contracts, and they're still embroiled in the contract negotiations. And both colleges are major players in New York's real estate economy. and they have a history of ignoring local community sentiment about development in neighborhoods that are vulnerable to rent inflation. And at least until today, both of them maintain fiscal policies that flew in the face of student resolutions calling for divestment in fossil fuel. Congratulations on the win. But we also have these investments that prop up the Israeli apartheid economy to work on. I could go on, but I think you're familiar with most of the other issues that are, boldly set out in the list of demands adopted by the strike. I'd say that, these issues are both specific to Columbia, but they're also very intimately shared by private universities, private urban universities across the country that increasingly serve as anchors and drivers of their city's growth machines. And the things they have in common are basically an expression of shared class interest. Class interest, in other words, that is shared among senior administrators, trustees, real estate elites, and the Wall Street investment banks that manage and underwrite the credit lines that keep these universities above water. And the public universities are not really in a separate category, by the way. I mean, increasingly they operate according to the same logic. It strikes me that we don't really have a systematic analysis and understanding of how tightly all of these class interests are shared. But one of the things this tuition strike and its agenda is doing is helping us connect the dots. To get a fuller picture, we need more financial literacy, which, like it or not, all of us need in an increasingly financialized society. And as we know, the language of finance is often very esoteric and impenetrable to outsiders, which is the intention, after all, to exclude and then to swindle the outsiders. And finance is also very heavily dependent on mystique. So learning about the financial structure of your university helps to dispel that mystique and provide ammunition for making demands on really what should be a common resource, which is the institution's accumulated wealth. And a tuition strike is a vehicle for that kind of learning. And it's also an effective instrument for making those moral claims on the institution. I guess the simplest way of putting it for me is that students and their families really have a fundamental right to know how their tuition dollars are being used. For this to happen, the fiscal affairs of private universities in particular have to become fully transparent, which the executive class has been reluctant to do. And the next step is to insist on the rights of students, faculty, and other employees to have a real say in these fiscal affairs. There's even more resistance to that happening, but it must happen. And I salute the strikers who've interpreted the strike in that more expansive two-step or even three-step way. So as Willem mentioned, I've been involved in the debt resistance movement since really 2011, the founding of the Occupy Student Debt Campaign. One of the founders of the Debt Collective, which has utilized student debt strikes as a tactic to extract debt relief. Debt Collective won more than $1 billion worth of debt relief from the Department of Education on the back of a debt strike, the Corinthian student debtors strike in 2016. And this week, we launched a new debt strike, the Biden 100 campaign, as a way of pressuring Sleepy Joe Biden's administration to cancel the full student debt burden in its first 100 days, and also to pass a very strong College for All bill that delivers tuition-free education at all the nation's public colleges. And that's a place for me to make a shout out to the Free CUNY Coalition. I don't know if it's been mentioned today yet, but tuition-free CUNY is, you know, the frontline fight on the doorsteps of those of us who live in New York City. And we have to support it in every way we can. The Debt Collective's vision for College for All also insists that any version of College for All must include reparative financing for past harms accumulated from land theft, enslavement, and racial exclusion. And I'm interested to see if Ben will agree on that, because he's going to be talking about college for all in a minute. So like the tuition strike, a debt strike is a public tactic of economic disobedience. It's a withdrawal of consent for agreed upon roles. It's a bargaining tool. And if the numbers are large enough, it can be an exercise of real economic power. But above all, it's an expression of collective action. Why is that so important? It's because the debt economy, like the tuition economy, is an individualizing operation. The door, after all, the door is always open for individuals to renegotiate. You can negotiate over your repayment options. You can negotiate over financial aid, but rule number one is you're only allowed to do it on an individual basis and not collectively. This rule also applies to sovereign nations. If you're a global South nation caught in a very tight debt trap, you can go to the Club of Paris and grovel for debt relief and for restructuring your debt payment obligations, but you can't do it in twos or threes. You can't do it in dozens. It's not, that's a taboo thing to do in the finance economy. So the debt collective not only believes that collective action delivers results, we also have a track record to support that. Our long-term goal has always been to create a debtors union, which we see as central to the 21st century financialized economy in the same way as labor unions were and still are to the industrial economy. The synergy between labor and debtors unions should be obvious. And both of them are centrally about, the distribution of income and so on and so forth. I'll just close by saying that, from our perspective, a tuition strike is actually a preemptive debt strike. It's a debt strike on the front end because it reduces the obligations that for most students will likely materialize after graduation in the form of wages going to debt service. So it's an action that will have consequences for decades to come potentially. And that burden in the decades to come, as we know from all evidence, and Laura's made that point very strongly already here, is disproportionately borne by Black and brown students. So we also hold the position that student debt is an immoral form of wage theft, since basically when you sign a loan agreement, you are promising your future wages. The material impact of a tuition strike then is to claw back some of that stolen income and exercise our political and collective power to do so. We only have economic power if we act together. That really cannot be said enough, even if organizing around it remains the biggest challenge. So I just want to close by inviting folks on this Zoom call to join the debtors, the Debt Collective and our Debtors Union. We also have a New York City chapter of the Debt Collective in formation, which I also invite you to join. And I'll put in a link on chat for that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And thank you so much for your organizing work for the Debt Collective. Next, we're going to move to Ben. And Ben is going to talk a little bit about his article in which he makes the case to rename Yale UConn New Haven. And so we understand that debt cancellation is an important part of affordable education, but that we also must fight for affordable education now so that future generations are not saddled with the same debt problem. Bernie Sanders legitimized the idea that tuition should be free at public universities, but Ben has written that it's not good enough if tuition still costs tens of thousands of dollars at private schools. Ben, can you explain why and also make the case for nationalizing schools like Yale and Columbia?
Yeah. So I actually didn't include Columbia. I didn't really mention the Columbia rename in the article, so I was thinking about it just now. I guess that'll be CUNY Morningside Heights. But yeah, I think that there's a pretty straightforward case here, and I think one that ties in very naturally to the discussion earlier about student debt. Because you think about that argument about whether student debt cancellation is regressive or not. And there's a sort of way of arranging the facts that makes it sort of sound like it is, because people who go to college are relatively privileged, on average, compared to the rest of the population. There's a way of arranging, there's a different way of assembling the same facts that makes it seem like it absolutely is not, because as we heard earlier, it falls disproportionately on the least privileged people in that group, and would overall, tend to lend itself towards greater economic inequality. And I think that second argument is important, but I think there's also an important issue of principle, which is that even if it was the case that only people who come from relatively privileged backgrounds were taking out student loans, or only people maybe who would be doing well later in life, I think we should still support student debt cancellation in that hypothetical. And understanding why, I think, fits in very nicely with the idea that of abolishing university tuition in general. The same way that if you have Medicare for all, it would be obviously unreasonable to continue to charge people for old hospital bills. And if you had, if you legalize weed, it's unreasonable to keep people in prison, for having violated that while the laws were on the books. And I think there's a pretty direct parallel here. If you think that higher education should be a public good, that it's not something that should be treated as a commodity, it's not something people should be charged for, then it's, as a pretty straightforward matter of principle, nobody should continue to be charged for it by paying off student debt. And then the question is, are we just talking about public universities, which is what Bernie Sanders talks about for the most part when he talks about ending university tuition, or are we talking about universities in general? So, and I think thinking about that, I think there's a suggestive parallel between the healthcare debate and the debate here, because the equivalent for healthcare of just abolishing tuition at public universities while keeping private universities that continue to charge tuition wouldn't be Medicare for all. It would be the public option that until recently the newly inaugurated president pretended to support. And I think that some of the same considerations that would lead the left to support going all the way to Medicare for all, not just having a public option, but having a public monopoly in health insurance, would also apply here. That the same way you don't want the kind of two-tiered system which we have now. Now the bottom tier isn't available to everybody, but we've got it anyway, where Medicaid exists. Medicare exists for seniors, but Medicaid exists, but lots of doctors won't take it, etc. You have different tiers of healthcare for rich people and for poor people, and for the same sorts of reasons that I think we should find that objectionable, we should also find the idea of different tiers of education for rich people and for poor people objectionable. Or even having, tying it again back into the debt cancellation discussion. Sure, everybody can have that tier possibly if they can, if they can make their way in past the considerable disadvantages created by legacy admissions, etc. But if you come from a less economically advantaged background, you have to spend decades, with paying off student loan debt, that you might not have to. Otherwise, that seems similarly unjust. And I think that one way of getting at the kind of main intuition here is to think about what the purpose is of your Columbias, your Harvards, your Yales, your Browns, all of those. So, what's the service that's being sold by these universities? If you think that it's a higher quality of education, right? That's what you're paying for when you pay Columbia tuition, when you pay Harvard tuition, whatever, rather than paying the vastly lower tuition at public, most public universities, or the zero tuition that you'd be paying at public universities under the Sanders plan. If what that extra money is paying for is a higher tier of education, is that you get to be taught classes by more impressive people, maybe smaller classes, maybe et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can multiply all the ways in which somebody might think the education is better. Then it is intrinsically unreasonable that who has access to that should have anything to do with money. That this is something that some people at best have to jump through a lot more hoops to get, from scholarships, or have to, really make some very hard decisions about what kind of risks they want to take later in their life in terms of their student loan burdens, depending on what kind of job they get when they get out. Whereas other people from other economic backgrounds don't have to think twice about it because they don't have to worry about either of those things. So if you think that you're getting a superior caliber of education, that seems like a very good reason to make it, UMass Cambridge and Columbia Morningside Heights and all that. But on the other hand, if you think, not unreasonably, that at some of these universities, certainly that's not the main service that's being sold. That's not the main thing that you're paying for. That it's not really that the quality of the education is all that much amazingly better. Certainly not enough better to justify the tuition. But what you're really paying for is the credential. You're really paying, maybe for some networking, but certainly you're really paying to be able to say for the rest of your life that you went there. Then it's not obvious, at least to me, why if we were trying to construct a more just society, this is the kind of institution that we would want to exist in that society. That especially because it tends by its very nature to add an extra layer to already existing privilege. So I think either way, I don't really see much of a case for keeping the Ivies and other elite private universities in the kind of status that they have now as tuition charging private entities. And I guess the last point I would make about this is just this, that somebody could look at this and say, well, hold on, right? If it was UConn, New Haven, and UMass Cambridge and CUNY Morningside Heights, then you wouldn't be distributing this higher caliber of education to more people because more people, would be able to go there, or even, perhaps you'd have just as many seats, but you wouldn't have that economic way of deciding who got to go there or not. It just wouldn't stay higher quality for very long because they would have, especially if as part of the process of taking these places under public ownership, you redistributed their endowments for the long list of better social purposes that you could come up with for all that money, than just keeping them as the slush fund or permanent secure long-term security of that particular university. Then they would have a much lower ability as time went on to attract better quality faculty, et cetera, all the things that might make it a better quality of education. And I think that there is probably some truth to that argument. Unfortunately, I don't think that the difference, the gap would disappear, certainly not immediately, maybe not at all, entirely. If you look even at some public university systems where places that have a certain name, a certain history, are able to finagle a lot more money from state legislatures than places that don't. I'm cautiously optimistic that if we federalized funding, which essentially was a big part of the Sanders plan in any case, that we might be able to do something about that issue. But it could be that, yes, over the course of time, there would be much less of a difference because, they wouldn't be able to offer more money. There wouldn't be it wouldn't be the case that it had quite as much prestige, even if you knew that it used to be Harvard, teaching at UMass Cambridge might just not be that much more of a plum thing that, that would draw you there than teaching at UMass Amherst. And I think if so, that would be a good thing. That because again, that tends to relatively equalize the experience of students at different kinds of universities. That that more that to the extent that you believe that those differences make a difference in the quality of the education, I think it's debatable, but to the extent that you believe that, then then it makes the relative quality of a lot of places better as you disperse those faculties. And I could see somebody saying, maybe a certain kind of conservative critic, oh, well, you just want to equalize things downward. This really wouldn't make these other places that much better. It would just mean that you didn't have, you didn't have these places that are, allegedly amazing. And I guess to me, what that has to be balanced against is a couple things, but most obviously that the general program that it would be part of eliminating economic obstacles to pursuing higher education in the first place, which I should say, I do think we have to be honest about this. We can't treat as some sort of like great victory over overall economic inequality, because the value of a college degree in the job market, would go, it goes down the more people can get one. I think that we have to, like, the way to pitch this is that higher education is a human good that everybody should be able to have because it's valuable, even though its ability to give you a ticket to to better jobs is going to diminish as more people have access to that good. Our program for helping people out at the bottom of the economic ladder should be different from that, right? That's the difference between leftism and standard versions of American liberalism. In any case, that we don't want to slightly tweak Eugene V. Debs. We don't want to make it easier for people. Our primary solution to economic inequality is not making it easier for people to rise through the ranks. It's rising the level of the rank. It's making it easier for people to rise with the ranks, to increase the position of people at the bottom of society. So I think that this, but that said, I also think that even though it wouldn't be a solution to economic inequality itself, having a system where access to higher education wasn't hindered for anybody by economic factors, where nobody had to make choices about whether to have access to the better or worse education by thinking about the economic consequences that they might be dealing with as they pay back all the money they borrowed for decades, perhaps, to go to the better places. I think it would still do quite a bit to unlock untapped human potential by people who don't right now pursue those educational opportunities at all, because they know better, because they have that the reason why the germ of truth in this argument that student debt cancellation is regressive is that there are an awful lot of people from the bottom of the ladder who never bother in the first place because they know that if they had, they would have to negotiate all kinds of bureaucracy to just figure out how to pay for the thing in the first place, that they would have to spend perhaps decades paying it off. And so ending that situation would also have this massive good of letting people have access to educational pathways, to career pathways that they wouldn't have otherwise. That doesn't mean that there'd be more people who would have these careers. That is the economic limitation of the argument. But it does mean that there are people who have them who wouldn't, who could make interesting contributions to society as a whole that they never make under the current system.
Great. Yeah, and thank you so much for that answer. And when you were speaking about this gap between private and public universities, it reminded me of when Marshall was speaking earlier about the consequences of defunding public education. And this exacerbates this gap between private schools like Columbia and places like other public schools. And Marshall, do you have anything that you'd like to add on to that?
Yeah, I mean, I strongly agree with a lot of what Ben said, and I have favored the abolition of the Ivy League for a long time. I I guess there are 2 points that I would want to make in response to what Ben said. One is that the sort of alternative world that he put forward has, UConn, New Haven, CUNY, Morningside Heights, UMass, Cambridge. That's a reference to state public higher education systems and their campuses. And those systems tend to be highly segregated and privatized and neoliberalized in a similar way as existing as existing private universities are. So I worry, and I mean, this gets to one of the concerns that I had about the free college proposal put forward by Sanders during the 2020 primary, is that it's basically saying, well, we have this neoliberalized higher education system. Let's back up a dump truck full of federal money and pour it into that system, and hopefully have the effect of, I mean, I guess it goes along with a price regulation on undergraduate tuition of zero. That's the schema. And certainly the last thing is definitely a progressive development in higher education, but I worry about sort of not regulating and deconstructing the university as it exists and has been parasitized since the 60s, when the sort of ideal of public higher education became unfashionable and states started defunding. Like, if you took the administration of most universities today and just handed them way more federal money than they've ever had access to before, you would not get a fundamentally different type of university, at least not immediately, and the type of university that we would want to see, which is to say egalitarian rather than hierarchical. And so that's why I think that we want to kind of phrase this idea about, say, nationalizing the Ivy League or doing away with private higher education as one that would de-neoliberalize and public goodize the higher education system to make them much more egalitarian than they currently are. I mean, I would just say, I guess, a final point, and I would say, I guess, that is more likely to happen in the context of a federal university than the existing state university systems. So I would stop short of abolishing public state university systems. I teach at one, and I don't want it to go away, or at least that's my official position. But I do think that what we want to highlight is the extent to which a federal university could serve as a leveling up type of influence on the overall higher education system by making something like existing private universities into much more egalitarian structures. Final point, I would just say, we don't have to give up on the idea that the point of higher education is social mobility in order to reject the existing system. The Ivy Leagues and in general private universities do a terrible job at social mobility altogether. So they've always been bad at it, notwithstanding some of their agitprop. The public universities that used to be good at it are getting worse exactly because of the privatization and defunding and the withdrawal of public funding. That is to say, public universities that once were open to first generation students have essentially closed their doors to them by needing to rely more on tuition and less on state funding, which means that the type of students that can pay the tuition that you need them to pay in order to fund the university has to change. So you have, for example, at public universities, many more full tuition paying either out of state or international students. All of these things have made public universities into kind of simulacra of private universities. That's the direction of higher education altogether. And so that's just kind of gets back to my initial point, which is, instead of saying not the private ones we have now, instead the public ones we have now kind of gives up too much in terms of the inadequacy of the entire higher education system and its reliance on segregation, on excessive reliance on tuition, and therefore on student debt.
Yeah. I mean, I would say to my mind, the part and parcel of this proposal is like the core of it is the original Sanders plan to abolish tuition. So at least as far as that goes, that part of the objection is kind of pre-handled. But look, I agree. I agree with you. Like, I'm very sympathetic to saying that that. I mean, I don't think that this is a panacea. I'm very sympathetic to saying that that after getting rid of tuition and getting rid of private universities, a further good step would be taking steps to considerably federalize public university systems. I think that there's a lot to be said about this, but I think there's a lot to be said in favor of doing that. But to my mind, it's a related question, but it's a slightly different one. On the last point about social mobility, my one hesitation is just that the social mobility, to the extent that you think the social mobility advantage of even the best run, or the most, even the best versions of a university system is about comparative advantages in the labor market, then the more obstacles you eliminate to everybody who wants to being able to do that, then the less social mobility advantage you're going to end up having on the other side. Obviously, I think that that's still, I certainly don't think that's a reason not to do any of this, but I think it is something that, to be honest about this, that we need to, that we need to acknowledge. But then again, presumably on the left, we never really thought that the solution to poverty or the solution to economic inequality was primarily about mobility within a hierarchical economic structure.
Great. Yeah, and these answers have all been really informative so far, and we only have about 10 minutes left, and so these last two follow-up questions are going to be quick. But just one's for Laura and then one for Andrew. But for Laura, and we've spoken about the progressivity of student debt cancellation, but there is, even if we understand that it's a misconception, there is politically some pushback, especially from those who didn't go to school or who are not interested in going to school. And these are people that are important to have as a part of the coalition on the left. And so for you, are there other policies or ways of framing debt cancellation in the political arena in which you can move forward with this important economic vehicle without alienating those who have not been able to go to college themselves?
I guess I would say to that, there is all of this macroeconomic evidence that says forgiving student debt will have massive impacts on the economy and will hit everyone, all different types of in all different types of industries. So I think that's probably the best argument to make from my point of view. I mean, we can just look in the past. We forgave so much debt during the Great Recession, corporate debt, and it's taken time to sluggishly build back the economy. But if we hadn't have done that, we don't know what the counterfactual is. But arguably, forgiving that debt made huge impacts on people that didn't get their debt forgiven at that point. And so if we look at the student debt crisis, forgiving student debt, we would absolutely assuredly see the impacts. Like Andrew said, everyone's in this together. It's a collective action. So 45 million people hold on to student debt. That's a huge part of the population. So I can't imagine that there's a single person that wouldn't feel some sort of economic impact, maybe not directly, but indirectly for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting point of thinking of debt cancellation as some kind of stimulus package, and that is what it is in a way, is trying to put cash into the economy, and that does benefit all of us. And it is interesting, we would probably be having a different conversation if it weren't for the unique power of the president to cancel student debt through executive order. It would probably be, and this would probably be a different conversation, but it would probably be more egalitarian and effective to just give every single person $50,000 instead of canceling $50,000 for students. And that would possibly take away that political problem of this only affecting students. But because this is one of the vehicles that we have, there is something to be said about the fact that this is one of the only possibilities to kind of eliminate this racial wealth gap, and also just the wealth gap in general, with something like debt cancellation.
Can I just say, I think you're absolutely right that the ability to do this unilaterally by executive authority is framing this conversation. It's certainly doable. I don't agree that this is a policy proposal that people who don't have student debt have objected to or would find fault with. I don't think that there's strong evidence for that. In fact, I think there's strong evidence against that. I think that people, insofar as we know what public opinion is on this matter, are broadly supportive of student debt cancellation, even among people who don't have student debt themselves, because they rightly see it as a liberatory experience for the people whose debt would be canceled. And I don't think we should write that off as, you know, if it were true that student debt cancellation were a regressive giveaway, you would expect the people who don't benefit from it to be resentful of the people who do, and that is not what we see in the public opinion.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point in terms of like public opinion. Like I think it's like something over 70% of people support this policy, and you can't let the 30% of people who are going to oppose this all the time kind of dictate the policy on this. But I guess last question, and I want to go back to Andrew, and because this is a tuition strike and because we are talking about the tactic of this direct action, could you just briefly like explain, with something like a debtors union or a tuition strike, are there limitations to the effectiveness of something like this debt strike because we do not actually have labor to withhold? And on this line, is it still useful to refer to this as a debt strike or a tuition strike, even though it doesn't fit the conventional definition of what a strike is?
Yeah, I welcome that question. I mean, it's really what you make of it, because strike can be used and interpreted in all sorts of different ways. And I think that the tuition strike, the Columbia one, is a case in point, because it's not just about tuition discounts. It's not just about the question of, can Columbia afford a tuition discount? I mean, that's a question that is really an insult to anyone's intelligence, because in what possible world could the answer be no? The additional demands are the pathways beyond that. And to my mind, the additional demands really speak to debts of a different nature than those owed to, bondholders or Wall Street banks. They are fundamentally social debts, and they're debts that are owed to one another. The labor policy agenda, these are debts owed to employees. The demands about obligations to West Harlem communities, to neighbors on our doorstep, and in respect to Palestine, of course, to communities that are very far away with an occupier's boot on their necks. Can Columbia and other universities be pushed to pay these social debts in the same way as they service the bondholders? It seems to me this is one of the big questions that the tuition strike has raised. You might ask, in the context of what happened today, why is fossil fuel disinvestment being the first and big win, and how likely is it that the other items on the agenda will be realized too? Why in a way was it easier to move the needle on fossil fuel divestment than it was on Palestine or the other issues? So even though initially I made a plea for more financial literacy for everyone, including myself, I always feel so deficient, even though I feel I've tried to educate myself and not an economist in these matters. The issues are not simply economic in nature. And I would also, thinking about the questions that Ben raised, the US, and here we have to take an internationalist view. The US is an outlier, not just because of the outsized role that student debt plays in household debt, but also because of the number of private universities and the role that they play in this state. There's no other country in the world where private universities proliferate and play a role like that. A lot of countries around the world, the private universities are illegal. So the US, again, is a big outlier, and the role that elite private universities play is not simply economic. It also has a lot to do with power. There's a lot to do with how this state exercises and reproduces its power. because these elite private universities are ways of, lubricating the networks of influence that supply and legitimate policy and influence in all sorts of ways. And, we could have a much greater analysis of that, but that's a much more a difficult nut to crack. I mean, to strike at that power, and much more difficult to understand in a way, because these networks are not at all transparent. Economic networks are easier to understand in some ways. But in general, there's nothing that makes me happier than to see private universities be rolled up under a public aegis. I think we're going to see a lot of that actually in the next few years. Some of the smaller private colleges that are unable to survive might get rolled up into the public system. And if indeed any version of college for all comes to pass, then once public universities are, very and eminently affordable, private universities will have to rethink what they do. I mean, not just economically, but in many other aspects, because the competition will be much more intense on students. A large number of students will obviously prefer to be at a very good, affordable public university than, to sign away a lifetime of debt sentence by enrolling at NYU or Columbia or so on and so forth.
Great. And before we move on to our last panel of the night, we've successfully put on 11 panels tonight, and they've all been fantastic. I just wanted to say that for all of our scholars and our activists and our organizers today, I have been, and all of us have been, admirers of your work, of your writing, of your material on social media for a long time. And it's just really great that you all took time out of your lives to help us as students, and to be in conversation with you has been just one of the best parts of this tuition strike, and being able to use this platform as a larger movement for education on these issues. It's really great. So thank you everyone for being here. And now I think, Becca, are you handling the screening of our last panel of the night?
Yeah, so our last panel is going to be a combination of a screening of a recording of a teach-in that Mobilized African Diaspora did over the summer, that's on Columbia's gentrification of Harlem and its role as an anchor institution in West Harlem, by Brianna Sturkey, who's a former Columbia student. So I'm just going to set that up real quick so that we can watch it. And then once that's finished up, which should be exactly at 9 p.m. Sorry, I have to calculate time changes in my head. That's right? Yeah, cool. Once that's wrapped up, then we're going to hear from a phenomenal panel of community and student organizers who are going to comment on Brianna Sturkey's thesis, and also just answer audience questions beyond that. So hopefully this works okay. You'll have to let me know in the chat if it's like lagging or anything.
I actually am working with Matt on drafting some of the demands.
Can someone tell me how that sounds and looks? Awesome. Okay. Here we go.
Especially the ones related to West Harlem and Community Board number 9. So for you guys are all here, you know about, or hopefully you do know about my thesis, or you're wanting to learn about it. So my focus is on Columbia University and their expansion project, Manhattanville, the Manhattanville project plan, and how it has directly affected and displaced local long-term residents in the area. And focusing on how they are an anchor institution and how that enables them to gentrify the area with the sanction of the state and with state support, basically. So I just graduated, by the way. I am working, that's why I'm all dressed up. I just came from work. And I'm working at a local law firm, at a big law firm in New York City. So I will go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. Okay. All right. Can everyone see it? I think so. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the title of my thesis is The Ascension of Anchor Institutions and the Threat of Gentrification, Evaluating Columbia University's Manhattanville Project. So some of you guys might be asking, what is an anchor institution? I didn't even know what this term meant until I started my research, because originally I wanted to frame Columbia as a corporation, but my thesis advisor advised me to look more deeply into the term anchor institution and how that might apply better in the terms of what I was focusing on. So an anchor institution, the term, it was coined by Michael Porter in 2002 within urban development studies to highlight the current power and future potential of universities, hospitals, and other institutions with long-term rooted investment. Sorry, I can only see a little bit. With long-term rooted investment in particular locations to transform neighborhoods, cities, and regions. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to minimize this. Okay. So basically this definition focuses on institutions' ability to transform communities through community engagement, supporting local businesses, high quality educational facilities, and through capital investment, which is really big because these kinds of institutions, they bring an infusion of capital, of real estate, of community, of resources into whatever area they're located in. So that is why they're called anchor institutions, because unlike corporations, which can pick up and leave, universities and hospitals can't easily do that. Like, could we imagine Columbia University being anywhere else besides where they're located at right now? No. So that's why they're more considered an anchor institution versus a corporation, because they cannot easily pick up and leave. So the next slide. So some of the reasons why I've chosen to define Columbia University as an anchor institution is because Columbia University is one of 3 largest landowners in New York City after the Catholic Church and New York State itself. This university is one of the top employers, employing a faculty of 4,000 professional staff, and then more than 16,600 people in non-faculty jobs who combined earn more than $1.2 billion a year in wages. So as one of the largest landowners and economic contributors to the New York State economy, it's critical to examine Columbia's unique role in the community, given that it's situated between 2 historically Black and Latinx neighborhoods, Harlem and Washington Heights, both with the disproportionate share of New York City's low-income housing. And the real estate that Columbia possesses directly ties them to these local communities. So research about the costs and benefits of anchor institutions has become, it's a relatively new field, and it's become really critical since the early 2000s as universities have increasingly leveraged their identity as non-market actors in ways that obscure how their priorities are more similar to those of corporations rather than of institutions pursuing the well-being of all residents. And I just want to make this clear before we even start, other universities like Harvard, Syracuse, Johns Hopkins, UChicago, they all play similar roles in their communities, and they all have expansion projects, which are basically community revitalization strategies. And they focus almost exclusively on the economic benefits that accrue to the immediate surroundings, while ignoring how their expansion and their presence in the neighborhood adversely affects racial and ethnic minorities and low-income residents. So let's talk about Harlem. Let's understand how we even got to this point that we're at today with Columbia in regards to Harlem. So the transformation of Harlem into a Black Mecca occurred directly after the Civil War. So after the Civil War, over 6 million African Americans were escaping Jim Crow oppression in the South, and they fled to northern and western cities such as Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, and New York during a wave known as the Great Migration. For some context, before the Great Migration, in 1910, Black people constituted about 10% of Central Harlem's population. During the Great Migration, around 300,000 people settled in Harlem because other neighborhoods in Manhattan were unwelcoming to them. And this move during the Great Migration transformed the neighborhood into a 70% Black majority. So the Great Migration was really key into making Harlem, how we understand Harlem to be a predominantly Black neighborhood. And so in efforts to understand the complexities and not homogenize the neighborhood, the area consists of two major areas. There's East Harlem and West Harlem. So my research is focused specifically on West Harlem. So a little bit of history, West Harlem also known as Manhattanville. So a little bit of history about that area is Manhattanville begins roughly at 123rd Street and extends northward to 135th Street. The discovery of a freshwater spring in 1832 initiated the start of industrialization, and this led to the construction of the city's first cable car system in Manhattanville, and is where the very first cable car was tested. In addition, the Manhattan Free School was established in 1927, and it provided tuition-free education to the local community. And many credit this very institution for having a significant influence on the formation of the public school systems throughout the United States. So Manhattanville itself has a very unique history that's separate from 125th Street and how we all understand that as it is today. Another huge turning point in Harlem that made it this mecca of Blackness and a cultural hub was the Harlem Renaissance, where we know prominent Black icons such as W. Du Bois, Zora Neale Hurston, Langston Hughes all lived in central Harlem during this time and elevated the reputation of Harlem. And it was known worldwide as this center of Black excellence and artistic innovation. So all of these things combined in the early 20th century established Harlem as this great place, up and coming place for Black people to live. And this would directly change in the 1950s. So from the 1950s to the 1990s, you have a hyper ghettoization of Harlem. And this can be attributed to government disinvestment in the area, even more pronounced than it had been in the past. And just the racial tension of the 60s and how the government refused to invest in the communities during this time period and directly afterwards. So the Harlem Renaissance built up a great reputation for Harlem, but it could not protect them from several decades of nationwide pattern of systemic government and market underinvestment in Black communities through policies known as urban renewal. So what's urban renewal? Urban renewal was a nationwide program, federal programs that gave cities massive federal grants to rebuild their downtown areas in the 1950s and 60s. And the goal of this was to keep cities economically viable because they had lost a large part of their middle-class residents to the suburbs. Because as we all know, well, as I know, because I study history intensely, is in 1945, that's when you get the GI Bill, and that is when the suburbs are popping up and white people are moving there. The government is throwing money basically at them, and they're spending a lot of money and investment in building these suburban neighborhoods and highways, and white people are fleeing the city and going there, and Black and brown people are stuck in these areas, and the government is no longer looking to invest there because all of the white people and their money and resources are moving outwards. So they put their focus there during these years. And so, for example, in April of 1964, Manhattanville and Central Harlem were among 5 of New York City neighborhoods targeted for slum clearance. According to a New York City Planning Commission report, these areas where blight and deterioration were so advanced that much of the recommended renewal treatment was likely to be redevelopment. So the government was already looking to push out these neighborhoods, push out these residents in Harlem. So in addition with neighborhood demolition, the government was talking about redeveloping the area, and coupled with intense racism of the 1960s, tensions culminated in 1964 when a white off-duty police officer shot a 15-year-old James Powell. This event sparked a race riot, and this civil unrest lasted for 6 days, resulted in 1 resident's death, more than 100 people injured, 450 arrested, and about $1 million in property damage, which is a lot in the 1964. And so this uprising really marked the decline. I'm sorry, someone speaking? Does someone have something to say?
No, I think the audio just went a little funny.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thanks. Go back down. So basically that Harlem race riot marked officially the decline of Harlem and its hyper-ghettoization. So then fast forward to the 1980s, things get even worse as the crack epidemic hit Black and brown communities the worst. As we all know, the war on drugs and how the CIA admitted to putting crack in Black and brown neighborhoods. This was terrible for Harlem. During this time period, the New York City government couldn't even sell homes in Harlem for $1. The city acquired these homes after owners failed to meet tax obligations. And also in the context of plummeting property values, the banks refused to grant loans to finance renovations which were needed after all the violence of the 60s and the 70s. And then in addition, as we all know, during this time period, there is a mass exodus of white people all over the nation from cities to suburbs. So we have less government investment in the area, white people fleeing, we have the crack epidemic, and we have all the violence and terror of the 1960s, which all culminated and created a terrible and a desperate housing situation for Harlemites. So fast forwarding to the 1990s, things would change because now there was renewed government interest in the areas. In the 1990s, that is when the world starts to realize, hey, cities are actually really important. A lot of money, a lot of capital. This is where the jobs are. People start to look at cities again in a more favorable light. And this is when you start to see people investing more in Harlem, but to the expense of low income and minorities. So what is gentrification? This is in the 1990s is when gentrification starts to really become a thing. Gentrification was originally coined in 1964 by a sociologist, Ruth Glass, in London. And so in the United States, there's many scholars that write about this. Neil Smith gentrification, here is what I wrote about in my paper. That is a brief screenshot. This is a little cute GIF that I thought summarized it. It's basically, I'm just going to summarize, I'm not going to read the whole thing, is when government investment and buildings and new apartment buildings are built and new commercial retail stores are coming into the area, and they are increasing the property values, they're adding new resources to the area, But by increasing the property values, landlords increase their rent, therefore transforming the area into it's no longer financially affordable for low-income residents who were residing there prior to this investment, and they can no longer afford to stay in these areas. So it's basically making room for wealthier tenants and flushing and pushing out and pressuring low-income and minority residents to leave. When we all, as I've just explained before, these low-income and minority residents were literally contained there during the 1930s and 40s because nowhere else wanted them. Jim Crow was still a thing, even in the North. People like to pretend. So it's messed up because Black people were forced to live in these neighborhoods, and as soon as they became popular and became trendy, they were pushed out. After they had spent years and decades making, homes, families, neighborhoods out of these areas that they were quite literally confined into. Redlining is a real thing, and it affected how Black and brown communities were formed in the early 19th century. So I want to make it clear is that my paper, I do not blame everything going on in Harlem with Columbia University. The state actually was one of the very first actors who began gentrification processes in Harlem. My argument in my paper is that Columbia was able to expand upon these state policies in the 1990s and early 2000s. And by doing that, they basically function as an apparatus of the state, and that they have increased the speed and scope of gentrification because the foundation was already laid for them by the state. So how did the state do this? First, we can look at the Rent Regulation Act of 1997. This act is very important to the beginning of the decreasing housing affordability in Harlem. So this act allowed landlords to increase the rent of regulated apartments by between 18 to 20% upon each vacancy. And once the rent reached $2,000, the landlord would be able to remove the unit from the regulated housing stock. This encouraged landlords to engage in various tactics, some of them illegal, in order to create opportunities for them to increase rent. So they would sometimes charge excessive rents for a stabilized unit, not provide services in order to pressure residents to leave, low-income residents to leave. They would rotate tenants in different units in the building in order to capture the rent increase. And all of this is really important to the state because by increasing the rent, they also are increasing the property values, and by increasing the property values, they're increasing the tax revenue that the state gets from the neighborhood. So the state is benefiting from higher rents, and landlords are benefiting from higher rents. Everyone's winning in this situation except for low-income people and the minorities who live there and who cannot afford these rent increases. Next, we're looking at, so that's one aspect. The next is the chain retail investment. So increasing commercial reinvestment, increasing commercial development exacerbated pressure on housing as more people sought homes in Harlem, and increasing housing demands, and landlords were now able to find tenants willing to pay higher rents. The area transformed to start to cater the needs of the more affluent residents that they were trying to attract. So in the 1990s, an array of New York State agencies facilitated the development of today's 125th Street, a 24-hour destination filled with retail and entertainment venues. So the Harlem Community Development Corporation in the Upper Manhattan Empowerment Zone, established by Congress in 1997, together supported commercial investment through a series of coordinated policies and interrelated organizations. So the Upper Manhattan Empowerment Zone did a $300 million cash infusion in this area, and their program granted loans to new retail stores. And so basically everything we know about 125th Street right now, the AMC, the Magic Johnson movie theater, Old Navy, the sporting goods, the Disney store, all of that stuff came in the 1990s. That, except for Apollo, everything else, many of the things that you see in Harlem now are in recent memory. This is not the Harlem of the Harlem Renaissance or of the Harlem of the 1950s or 60s. And so this emergence of chain retail investment led to a lot of small businesses, mom and pop shops. These businesses that had been in the community, had been local, were shut down. So between 2003 and 2005, 55 small businesses were shut down in this one area. That is a lot of businesses for this one famous corridor. That's really crazy if you think about it. And then in addition to this, rezoning was happening. So the government rezoned avenues in Harlem to permit the construction of high-rise apartment buildings with retail stores on the ground floor. They offered tax reduction and abatements to private real estate developers if they included some affordable apartments in their residential projects. The exact number was never specified. And so the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development defines unaffordable housing as paying 30% or more of one's income. In 1970, prior to all of this, 30.3% of West Harlem's population paid 35% or more of their income for housing. But in the early 2000s, that percentage rose to 35.5%. So that to rise 5% in terms of unaffordable housing is significant. That is, it seems small, but it is very significant. And then in addition to this, Mayors Giuliani and Mayors Bloomberg, they also contributed to this gentrification of Harlem. So Mayor Rudolph Giuliani was in office from 1994 to 2001, and his regime was focused on a zero tolerance policy. So basically during his time in office, he would forcibly remove drug addicts, dealers, homeless persons, street merchants from public spaces in Harlem in order to improve their image. This is basically because they wanted to continue to attract private investment in the area by depicting Harlem as safe and as a place where socioeconomically advantaged people could find services and goods they desired, hence the chain retail investment, because all of those stores now catered to their more wealthy tenants. And then under Bloomberg, he was in office from 2002 to 2013. He rezoned over 80 neighborhoods in New York City. And in 2008, he was the 8th richest person in the United States. And it's commonly known he built his wealth by maintaining close relationships with the financial and real estate sectors. And Bloomberg is really important because it's under his administration that Columbia University announces their Manhattanville project, which directly coincided with Bloomberg's own goals of widespread redevelopment. And he was also trying to redevelop in the early 2000s the Hudson River. And as we all know, Manhattanville is taking over all the space parallel to Hudson River. So those two initiatives actually coincided, and they actually, when Columbia won their lawsuits against them, the mayor, Bloomberg, expressed how happy he was because he knew their development project, Manhattanville, was going to coincide so well with what he was trying to do with the Hudson Riverfront. So this is all very important to understand, and just understand the context in which Harlem came to be a Black neighborhood and why we are in the predicament that we are now. So again, why this matters. State-sponsored gentrification paved a path for Columbia University to expand into Harlem and experience little backlash because they had support of the government. The government was already doing many of the things that the university was trying to do. So they essentially expanded upon modern state policy that spurred gentrification. However, Columbia has increased the speed and scope of gentrification in West Harlem, thus revealing the university as a for-profit agency. So the next slide is, what is eminent domain and how does that relate to gentrification? Cool question. So eminent domain law is outlined in a clause in the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution. It states that the United States government, states, and municipalities can take private property for public use with the payment of just compensation. Really key here is in 2004, a landmark Supreme Court case, a Supreme Court decision in Kelo v. New London established a precedent for property being able to be transferred to a private entity or owner for the purpose of economic development. This means that the law now grants private corporations and economic development agencies the power to force business and landowners to sell their properties to them with minimal government interference or protections. And so this is really key because in the eminent domain law has been around since 1876. And so it's really key to understanding this shift in Kelo v. London, because before that, it was primarily only the federal government that was seizing properties for public purposes. And these public purposes were building a post office, naval bases, transportation infrastructure. For example, in the 1930s, during the New Deal policies, eminent domain established national parks and they built large-scale irrigation projects. In World War II, 20 million acres of land were acquired through eminent domain, and those properties were converted into airports, naval stations. In the 1950s, eminent domain was also used for urban renewal. Even though it was very problematic, when they were seizing lands, they were transformed into new public housing units, also known as what we know as Section 8. So prior to this case in 2004, it was widely understood that public use meant a tangible project that's designed to benefit the public as a whole. Kelo v. London changed the game because now public good just meant that you were creating jobs now, or that you were increasing the property values. It no longer meant everyone had to use that whatever they built or they took the land away to build something for could be used by everybody. That's no longer what it meant. It widened the definition of public use and established the precedent for property to be able to be transferred to a private entity or owner for the purposes of economic development. And this is really key because that is exactly the justification that Columbia uses for their eminent domain takings. Next slide. So what are some problems with eminent domain? So in order to define an area as blighted, so in order to invoke eminent domain in the first place, you have to declare an area blighted. And to do that, you have to do a neighborhood condition study. So the problem with blight is that every state has different eminent domain processes and uses different measurements and definitions of blight. Generally, to determine that a property is blighted, the condemning authority must prove that the area indicates one or more factors that are detrimental to the safety, health, morals, or welfare of the community. Blight can range from economic factors to physical property damage. Some of these arguments are stagnant property values, excessive liquor in adult stores, high business vacancy rates, and most controversial of all, economic stagnation. In New York State, claims that a property is underdeveloped or economically stagnant can be grounds for declaring it blighted. Now, if we remember what I was just talking about about Harlem in the 1950s, these are all conditions in which primarily Black and Brown communities suffer from because of decades of government disinvestment. So this economic stagnation and being underdeveloped is not the fault of the residents. It is quite literally the fault of the federal government. But eminent domain doesn't take that into account, doesn't take history and race into an account, because the law rarely does. And then also in New York State, they concede considerable eminent domain powers to corporations and quasi-government agencies. So they defer all eminent domain taking to the legislative branches. And this is particularly dangerous for minority communities because they have been primed for declarations of blight due to serious government disinvestment in urban renewal programs dating back to the 1950s, as we can see with Harlem. So this deference to the legislative branch is terrible because Black and Brown communities are often targeted by private redevelopers, as we see with Harlem. A study conducted by the Institute of Justice revealed that eminent domain abuse in New York City disproportionately, I'm so sorry, I think that's my dog. I have 5 dogs. I'm sorry. A study conducted by the Institute of Justice revealed that eminent domain abuse in New York City disproportionately affects communities with substantial numbers of ethnic and racial minorities. So since the decision in Kelo, the Supreme Court has expressed the view that public use should be referred to the legislator instead of the judiciary branches. And this has paved the way for redevelopment authorities to exploit eminent domain law, so long as their development can at least be partially tied to a public use. Permitting economic stagnation to be a factor in blight determination exacerbates this issue because it punishes people with low incomes for not using their property in a desirable way from the government's perspective. People with low incomes and minority groups have for centuries endured racism and discrimination, which has affected their access to housing and economic markets, leading them to have far less political influence and consequently makes them very vulnerable to the people who control eminent domain procedures. So by the judiciary refusing to intervene on the behalf of residents in regards to eminent domain, it leaves them very vulnerable because the judiciary branch is their last resort, their last avenue for interference and to help fight back against gentrification of eminent domain. Because if it's just left to the legislative branch, there's nothing that they can do. No, the courts are not, it's very hard for communities to take these cases to court because the judges will refuse to review the reports and refuse to determine what is blight and what is not. They leave those decisions up to economic development agencies. And so the community in the courts do nothing to protect these people who are most vulnerable to displacement. So here is a timeline of the legal battles of Columbia University against eminent domain. You guys can take a screenshot of this because it's really cool, but I will talk briefly about Columbia University and their legal battles in regards to eminent domain. So we all know Columbia announced their Manhattanville project in 2003, but what very few people know, which I didn't even know until I started doing my research, was that Columbia actually began working with the EDC, which is the same organization that declared Harlem blighted and invoked eminent domain on behalf of the university. They began working with that agency in 2001 towards their joint goal of redeveloping Manhattanville. And in 2002, the university began purchasing properties outlined in the EDC's master plan for redevelopment. Hence, also, it coincided with their Manhattanville project. And so by the time Columbia announced their campus expansion project, they already gained control of 51% of the properties in the project area outlined in the EDC master plan. So it's really crazy. Not a lot of people know that, and that's because Columbia is very good at covering their tracks. There was literally 2 sources that I found in my year-long research that specifically had that information because it is buried. It is so hard to find. So this is a timeline of all of their actions. Basically, in 2005, The Spectator exposed a secret deal between Columbia and the state of New York in which they funneled the ESDC $300,000 to initiate a neighborhood condition study in West Harlem, which is the same study that found the area blighted, which is the same reason why they were able to invoke eminent domain. So Columbia basically paid for the study to be done. And so by 2005, they owned 60% of the land and the neighborhood condition study, and they controlled 80% of the vacant properties in the area. So any measurements of blight or anything that was found was actually Columbia's fault because they were the landlord. So they were responsible for upkeeping the properties. So that's exactly what the appellate division found. In addition to a bunch of collusion between Columbia, the SDC, and then when they tried to appear impartial and hire other economic development agencies, those same agencies were still working for Columbia, were already working for them or working for the ESDC. So there was a lot of collusion. So the appellate division actually ruled in favor of, there was 2 remaining businesses who refused to sell. It was the Tuck It Away self-storage owner, Nick Spragan, and a gas station owner, Gergen Singham and Pandamer Kerr. So the appellate division originally ruled in their favor, saying that the use of eminent domain in Manhattanville was illegal and did not constitute a public good, and they also pointed out the irony that Columbia owned or had under agreement 72% of the lots in the project area, and that the deterioration and blight conditions that were found were the fault of the university as a part of their redevelopment efforts. But in 2010, the Court of Appeals overturned the appellate's decision, basically because, like I said, with Kelo, the courts refused to intervene in regards to eminent domain. The Court of Appeal said that the appellate division substituted their own judgment for the ESDC study, and that's why ultimately Columbia won, was because they felt the courts overstepped their bounds, that they did not have the authority to determine what was considered blighted or not, which is problematic, as we can see. So just take a screenshot if you want to read that for later. It's also in my paper. So let's move to the community benefits agreement. So my question is, in order to kind of smooth tensions between the community and Columbia, especially after these court cases, the city commissioned money towards the development of a community benefits agreement. So my question is this really a tool of equitable development, or is it a mechanism of community pacification? So what is a community benefits agreement? A community benefits agreement is typically a document that requires the developer to provide specific amenities or opportunities for local workers in exchange for community support for an urban redevelopment project. So Community Board number 9, which is the area in West Harlem where Columbia is expanding, they were created, this community board, which is filled with residents and volunteers, it was created in the 1970s as a response to the failures of the urban renewal projects of 1950s. It is a means through which the community can directly influence urban planning efforts in its neighborhood. CB9, which is Community Board number 9, it runs from 110th Street to 155th Street west of Morningside, St. Nicholas, and Jackie Robinson Parks. Any resolutions the community comes up with are not legally binding, which is key to understanding why they were rejected in their 197A plan. So they developed the 197A plan, which began construction in 1991 and had undergone almost 15 years of public hearings and efforts to incorporate community input to ensure that the development and future of West Harlem was inclusive and sustainable. They actually even adjusted the plan when they knew about Columbia's expansion, because they knew Columbia was going to expand, and they just wanted they wanted to include Columbia's expansion in order to make sure that they weren't displacing residents. So in June 18th of 2007, the plan went public. Some of their key recommendations were, it relates to zoning, mandating affordable housing, forbidding the use of eminent domain, which Columbia blatantly disregarded, and identify sites for a new public school. In 2007, they issued a revised version of this plan, and they requested the adoption of a mandatory inclusion zoning provision that promoted the creation of affordable housing as a component of the Manhattanville project. And they also proposed adjustments to boundary lines between sub-districts in order to favor more community access that benefited small businesses. So they had to present this plan to the City Planning Commission, and the City Planning Commission rejected a majority of the things in their 197A plan. And they actually proposed that the community board work with the Upper Manhattan Empowerment Zone, the EDC, and other local organizations to promote economic development. Now, if we remember, the Upper Manhattan Empowerment Zone was responsible for the commercial retail redevelopment in Harlem in the 1990s, which spurred gentrification. And the EDC was the same entity that conducted the neighborhood condition study that found the area blighted for Columbia in order to expand. So the City Planning Commission is telling the community board and these community members to work with the very entities that have been gentrifying their neighborhoods since the 1990s, which a lot of people don't know unless you do your history about it. So that's pretty messed up. And then also the report, the City Planning Commission, they affirmed Columbia's importance to New York City's economy by stating Columbia is a significant importance to the city and the state as a center of educational excellence and a source of economic growth. So that ties back into Columbia University and it being an anchor institution. And so it being an anchor institution, it is extremely vital to the New York State economy in general. And so basically what the commission is saying is that they will give Columbia whatever it is that they want, because the more money Columbia produces, the more professors, the more clout basically it gains. It is all going to directly benefit the state as a whole. It's going to put more money into officials' pockets, going to put more money into the local community. So quite literally, they are putting profits over people. They don't care about the community. They care about what Columbia can do for them. And Columbia can do a lot as a huge elite Ivy League institution in New York City. So the 1978 plan failed. And so basically in 2009, the community board and Columbia signed this agreement. And Columbia agreed to invest $150 million through the CBA to improve the local community. A part of the CBA is that they promised job readiness programs, a $20 million affordable housing fund, access to a variety of Columbia facilities as a part of the in-kinds agreement, and a high-achieving public school in the area, and local scholarships for students, and the prioritization of university hiring for construction in university jobs and various social programs. Important caveat of the CBA is that it expires on December 31st, 2040. And that means that after that date, Columbia is no longer legally required to provide anything that they have outlined in their community benefits agreement, which is a sore sticking point between the community and the university, because if they are going to, their whole spiel about their Manhattanville project is, oh my God, it's going to bring so much investment and resources to the local neighborhood. It's going to be great. We're going to be intertwined with Harlem. So how can this experience with the community have an expiration date? It's not temporary. You're permanently located in this area. Therefore, your commitment to the neighborhood and its people should be permanent and long, and it should be long-term. It should not have a date of expiration, in my personal opinion, which I argue in my paper. So let's look at some pros and cons of the community benefits agreement. Pros, they have invested millions of dollars. So from 2009 to 2018, Columbia has paid $33,250,000 of the $76 million fund to the West Harlem Development Corporation, which is in charge of distributing the funds and monitoring Columbia's compliance with the CBA. These grants have gone to 59 nonprofit organizations, which have affected 12,000 public school students. They have done summer youth employment, which have placed more than 2,000 community board youth in summer jobs. So they have done a lot in terms of monetary contribution to local nonprofits in the area. That is undeniable, and that is great work. However, that does not absolve them from the cons. So moving on to the cons list, a misleading hiring report. So one of Columbia's major commitments in the CBA is the promise to have 50% of construction workers from Manhattanville consist of women, minorities, and locals from Community Board Number 9. In 2018, a hiring report by the university states that they surpassed these goals. However, these statistics are misleading because when people look at them closely, it reveals that work hours are not being evenly distributed amongst the three categories. Local subtractors have received 21% of the total spending on the project, but local workers are documented to only have completed less than 8% of the total work hours. As we know, the promise in the CBA was that 50% of the construction workforce would consist of women, minorities, and locals, yet locals only have completed less than 8% of the total work hours on the project. So this has raised concerns in the community because although the university is legally checking off boxes, the prioritization of local workers is illusionary. It's not really there. It's a smokescreen. Another huge issue is the affordable housing crisis. in New York City. So soaring real estate values throughout the city, and then especially in Harlem, have made it almost impossible for the West Harlem Development Corporation to use a $20 million affordable housing fund to purchase properties. The fund is designed to be released in a weird way. It's designed to be released in 2 lump sum payments of $10 million in accordance to phase 1 and phase 2 of the Manhattanville project. In 2018, the Columbia Daily Spectator discovered that 1%, only about $100,000 of the first $10 million installment has been spent on affordable housing. And this is not the fault of anybody. It is directly the fault of the gentrification that's happening in the area. The president of the West Harlem Development Corporation, Kofi Boateng, he explains that that money is no longer sufficient buying power in Manhattanville. For example, they tried to purchase a parking lot in front of their office as a potential location for redevelopment, but it would have cost them $36 million for a parking lot. And the entire affordable housing fund is only $20 million, and they only get it in 2 $10 million payments. So this money is no longer commensurate with the current real estate values of the neighborhood, thanks to Columbia University's expansion and the state doing things in the 90s. So basically they've pivoted and they've transformed the fund into a home ownership assistance program in attempts to salvage the purpose of the Affordable Housing Fund, which expires in 2024. So that is not good. And then also false promises of building a school on 125th and Broadway. So if you're from Columbia, then you know that the school recently tore down the McDonald's on 125th and Broadway. And originally the community was against it, but Columbia told them that that was going to be the site where they were going to build the new school, which they promised in the CBA. So the community agreed to it. Now the university is saying that that site is not appropriate for a school, that they cannot build one there. And so instead they're building high-rise apartments. There's a spec article about it, actually, if you Google it, and the community is outraged because, as we know, the community benefits agreement expires in 2040. And after 2040, Columbia no longer has to provide the school that they promised. And so the community feels like they're just dragging their feet and trying to run out time on the clock until they no longer have to fulfill these promises that they made to them. So, and all this is to say is that this community benefits agreement and the failure to fulfill the promises has a real impact on people. Like, these aren't abstract promises. So as we know, the Department of Housing defines unaffordable housing as paying 30% or more of one's income. In 2019, the Community Board number 9 found that 23% of their residents were paying 50% or more of their income. And then this screenshot on the screen that you're looking at is actually a report from the West Harlem Development Corporation that says the lack of affordable housing is actively contributing to the shifting demographics in the area. So you see in 2018, the population of Black residents was 30,319. And then in 2016, it shrunk to 27,924. Meanwhile, the white population in 2008 was 28,512. That grew significantly to 37,000 and 94 residents in 2016. So the lack of affordable housing and all of these issues is contributing to shifting the racial dynamics of the neighborhood. So it is so important to look at it because these changes are slow, but they're happening over time. And it's in 20 years, I could see Harlem being 5% Black. I really could see it if things keep going at the rate that they're going at. And there's nothing done to protect affordable housing or providing schools in the district that cater to the residents, and not having enough job opportunities for local residents as well. So all this to say is, I'm a sociology and human rights major. So part of my thesis, I had to incorporate human rights. So looking to the future, there is a specific relationship between gentrification and human rights. The modern human rights movement against gentrification has been coined right to the city. It stems from a Marxist ideology that defines marginalized groups' collective reclamation of urban space. It was created by a Marxist geographer, Henry Lefebvre. Geographer David Henry repopularized the term in 2008 by championing the idea that citizens should shape everything in a city, and that this right should not just be limited to improvements in their individual statuses. So here's a really impactful quote that I really like. The right to the city is far more than the individual liberty to access urban resources. It is a right to change ourselves by changing the city. It is moreover a common rather than an individual right, since this transformation inevitably depends upon the exercise of a collective power to reshape the processes of urbanization. The freedom to make and remake our city and ourselves is, I want to argue, one of the most precious yet most neglected of our human rights. So his definition is not meant to be understood as an individual legal right, but instead as a collective social movement that's aimed towards fighting against the increasing privatization of public infrastructure, housing, and utilities. So looking at where can we tie housing as a human right, we can look no further than the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and using it as a framework to address gentrification concerns. So housing is universally understood as one of the most basic human rights because it directly impacts one's physical, mental, emotional states, as well as one's overall quality of life. Although there's no specific language in human rights to describe gentrification, it does not mean that it does not have human rights implications. The right to housing was codified in the International Convent on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which came into fruition in 1966. Article 11 of this covenant recognizes the right of everyone to an adequate standard of living for himself and his family, including adequate food, clothing, and housing, and to the continuous improvement of living conditions. In 1992, the United States ratified the ICSCR, this international covenant. And so basically that means that if they ratified it, that means the United States is signed it, meaning that they meant to uphold everything in this covenant because they did not put any reservations or anything. So by signing this act, this is a framework for people to fight back because clearly the United States is not fulfilling this right to adequate housing in a continuous improvement of living conditions, meaning that where someone lives should continuously get better, that they should continue to get resources and investment in the area. It should not be a one-time thing. It should be continuous. They should be elevating every year. But rapidly escalating home prices in Manhattanville, an area that has been historically deprived of economic opportunities on the basis of the neighborhood's racial composition, this constitutes a human rights issue. And the deficiency of affordable housing, it cannot be underemphasized because it is a main driver contributing to the decreasing amount of Black and Hispanic people in Harlem, in low-income areas, everywhere. So I end this slide to say that Columbia University is not unique in terms of gentrifying their local neighborhoods. NYU has been accused of this. University of Chicago, I'm from Chicago. I've seen it firsthand in Hyde Park. University of Pennsylvania is a very famous case of gentrification, actually one of the very first ones where people start to think of universities as gentrifying forces. Look up penetration, that's what they call it. So I say all of this to say, for example, New York University, they're in the process of a development project called NYU 2031, which plans to extend their university in and around Greenwich Village. That expansion has ignited gentrification concerns. Similar to Columbia, they had court cases brought against them in that the Court of Appeals ruled in their favor. And that's no coincidence that the Court of Appeals was the deciding factor in both Columbia University's Manhattanville Project and NYU's 2031 plan. In fact, it signals that in the future, more elite educational institutions like Harvard, like University of Chicago, will model these mechanisms and actions employed by Columbia to achieve their expansion goals if nothing is done to curtail this type of behavior. In the end, housing means so much more than just a roof over one's head. To fully understand the significance of the harmful effects that gentrification elicits in local communities and that anchor institutions encourage, one need not look further than the example set by Columbia University and their Manhattanville project. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm sorry, I really tried to cut it down a lot. I actually cut out so much, but that is the end of it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So that was just an absolutely amazing educational video. And just, I think after watching that, it's like impossible to deny that Columbia's treatment of the community is not just a blatant disrespect of the residents of these areas, but it's also just a blatant perpetuation of human rights violations that we should all oppose. And that's why I'm so glad that we have our panelists here today. We have folks from Housing Equity Project, from the CU Tenants Association, from MAD, and then from the Morningside Heights Community Coalition. And these are all groups that have done tremendous activism surrounding Columbia's blatant disregard of housing rights and to support and uplift the surrounding community. So I'm super happy to be here with everyone. And so for this panel, we'll have a series of questions that we'll be asking folks who are representing these activist organizations, and then we can transition to audience questions. So if you have questions based on the video that you saw in the prior panel, if you were here for that teach-in, or just based on the questions that we're going to be asking over the next few minutes, then please type them in the chat as we go, and then we can answer them afterwards. So I'd love to start this with a round of introductions. If all of our guest speakers and panelists can introduce yourselves, describe which organization you're affiliated with, the history of your organization and its relationship to the surrounding community in West Harlem, that would be awesome. We can start with somebody from HEP.
Hi everyone, my name is Jayron. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a member of the Housing Equity Project.
And hi, I'm Thea Conifal. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm also a member.
Would you like us to just jump in with the introductions of the group?
I'll pass it over to Joanna from CU Tenants.
Hi, I'm Joanna. I'm a PhD student at Columbia University, but I also was very actively involved in the creation of a tenants association at Columbia. So amongst those of us who rent apartments from Columbia. Yeah, so I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome, thank you. And then I'll pass it over to Dan from the Morningside Heights Community Coalition.
Yeah, hey, thanks a lot for having me. Right off the bat, I just want to say thank you very much for organizing this. It's an incredible effort, and that last presentation was just incredible. So I really salute all the work that's going on in the Columbia community. I'm here representing the Morningside Heights Community Coalition. So that's one hat that I wear as a local advocate. The two other hats that I wear in the context of this discussion are I was born in the neighborhood, spent a lot of my childhood here, so I consider myself a longtime lover of Morningside Heights. And then the third hat is I happen to be a Columbia alum myself. I graduated from SEPA. So that's given me an opportunity to understand these issues in a variety of different ways. And I very much look forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and we're so appreciative to have you here. And then I'll pass it over to Mad.
Hey, I'm here representing Mad. I'm a senior in Columbia Seas, and we just try to keep it like a little bit anonymous, but anyway, sorry for my video being off. Mad is Mobilized African Diaspora, and we put out a list of demands in September, and we've been working towards fighting anti-Blackness both on and off campus for a couple years now, since around 2015.
Awesome, thank you. So yeah, we'll start with some questions kind of just around like the general relationship between your groups and Columbia's gentrification process. So the first question that I have for you all is how does your group's work relate to the effects of gentrification by Columbia? And so we can go in the same order that we did in the intro. So HEP, CU tenants, MHCC, and then MAD.
All right, so first off, a little bit of history into Housing Equity Project and what we do. So we were originally called Project for the Homeless, and it's been a student service organization for around 30 years. We were originally just focusing on staffing homeless shelters and sending volunteers there to make sure that they will be open for guests at night. But recently we have been able to integrate other initiatives that are more directly focused on the community around Columbia and kind of, mitigating the negative effects of the gentrification on the members of the community. We have several initiatives that focus on this. One of our most active initiatives right now is called Direct Outreach, and that's focused on providing emergency relief in forms of food, toiletries, other supplies, and friendly conversation to folks that have been negatively affected by Columbia's gentrification, whether in terms of displacement, homelessness, food insecurity, etc. We have another initiative called Advocacy, which is just getting off the ground right now. And we'll touch on that a little bit more, but that's mostly focused on coalition building and building connections with community organizations like Community Board 9, and kind of working on elevating those voices and those messages in any way that we can as students.
So I think going back to your question about how HEP's work relates to the effects of gentrification, I think touching on advocacy a little bit more, we have a lot of intentions about this branch of HEP as a way to sort of spread information among Columbia students and maybe the community surrounding Columbia, because of our unique relationship. As students with Columbia, we're able to have access to conversations among students. And going forward with HEP, something we're looking into is building on our advocacy branch, serving as a watchdog for looking at Columbia public safety, looking at Columbia's actions related to housing justice, or lack thereof. And also our relationship, building a relationship with the Community Board 9 can teach us a lot about what's going on in the community. And then we can use our relationship to sort of spread that information among students too.
Yeah, I really love what you said kind of about how as students you have kind of like a particularly duty to be having those conversations, especially because we have access to the campus and to administrators. So it's kind of part of our job to be having those conversations with community residents and with the university. I'll pass it over to Joanna.
Thanks. So our tenants association started in the wake of the start of the pandemic, which has now turned into a very long, drawn out process, along with many other movements in the city in conjunction with Housing Justice for All, because many of us were people who had Columbia as a landlord and were struggling to pay our rent in the wake of a variety of struggles created by the pandemic. I can speak for, a variety of graduate students whose grants were rescinded, whose research opportunities were taken away and teaching opportunities were taken away, and therefore they found themselves without income. And a vast majority of international students found themselves in a situation where they couldn't return to New York because of the pandemic and were obliged to continue paying rent to Columbia. And those were the beginnings of our activism around the question of housing. But as we started to dig deeper into some of those problems, we started discovering that we couldn't really think about this problem independent of the broader process of, and sort of hearkening back to the teach-in, this process of dispossession, this process of accumulation that Columbia was doing by purchasing properties. And as we were starting to think more about sort of how Columbia establishes rent rates and things like that, we began to realize that Columbia purchases a lot of property in the area and is able to do that successfully, partly because of this graduate student market that it has, that it's captured. So for many of us, we want to live near the university for practical reasons. And so the university has this kind of captured monopoly of the Morningside area and the Harlem area. And they sort of have bought properties in the area to service this graduate student market. And because of that, they also have the freedom to set the prices at what they want it to be. So often when I was enrolled, they actually told me like, oh, you're going to get the best rates from us because like we give you affordable rates because we know you're a student, you're struggling. But what we've discovered is that they actually dispossess communities in order to sort of buy these properties and then raise the prices and tell graduate students that this is really the only option that you have. So a lot of our activism ended up being very connected to issues of expansion that Columbia has undertaken, throughout the 20th century, really, as part of this process of gentrification of both Morningside Heights and Harlem. So a lot of, eventually when we did organize a rent strike, many of our demands were also connected to telling Columbia to firstly be more transparent about their process, but secondly also find ways to stop it and to be responsible to the community.
Great. So on the part of Morningside Heights Community Coalition, just some quick background. We've been around for about 5 years and we've been working very hard, but we're an outgrowth of an older organization, which is the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee, which still also exists. And we work in 3 main areas. The first is to limit overdevelopment in Morningside Heights. That occurs clearly in large part by the institutions, but also by private developers that operate in partnership with or by the sale of land and air rights from the institutions. So that's the first part of it, the limiting of the overdevelopment. Second part of it is promoting local affordable housing. And Joanna, your points resonate very deeply with me because I happen to live in a Columbia-owned building, half of which is longtime residents, the other half are graduate students. And I think some of those issues will come up later in the conversation, but clearly there is a nexus there of influences that we should be addressing and we need to address if we're going to accomplish our third mission, which is to preserve the character and the quality of life in Morningside Heights. Now, all of these things clearly relate to the presence and the role of Columbia because it's the largest landlord in the neighborhood and because we have a constant inflow and outflow of university affiliates, whether that means students or faculty and staff. So we see ourselves as the leading civic group for Morningside Heights, but we're very proud of the fact that we have a lot of collaborators, formally and informally, that help us to understand what our priorities should be and how we can most effectively work to prevent gentrification. It's been going on for decades. It's an understandable process. And the more that we discuss it and engage on this issue in very tangible ways, the better off all of us will be, because at the end of the day, Morningside Heights needs to be an integrated community.
Sorry, I was unmuted. Thank you so much, Dan. That was really great. And Joanna and everyone from HEP. So as far as MAD goes, Black students have been organizing on Columbia's campus literally forever, since 1968, since they first were admitted. And so the development of Black student life on campus has sometimes run at odds with the development of like Black residents within the community. So in the beginning, Columbia used to admit most of their Black students from Harlem. And then after 1968, because there was such unity between Black students on Columbia's campus and Black students in the surrounding neighborhoods, and that ended up being horrific for Columbia, they in large part stopped admitting Black students who were local and who came from, let's say, like Title I schools in the neighborhood. And so because of that, Columbia has often admitted Black students who maybe don't feel like they connect with community members. And so even in the way that they deal with Black student demands, a lot of times they'll commit to student-centered demands. So like more funding for departments or more space on campus. But a lot of places where they fall short is always like our community-centered demands. So if you look at a history of like Black student organizing, for example, like the 10 demands that Boss wrote in 1968, a lot of those ended up being fulfilled. Like they created the Zora Neale Hurston Lounge, but they still, like, number one, the thing they didn't stop was like public safety and the harassment of Black women by like Columbia safety people, as well as also like stopping exploitation of West Harlem. And so when MAD was created, that was something that we really wanted to commit to, is to value the voices and the experiences of Black residents to like at the same level that we value Black students on campus. And so that's why if you look at our demand letter, the first demand, like the one that we wanted to put front and center, was our community demand. And what we are trying to be right now and going forward is a liaison, kind of like what Hep was talking about with their advocacy branch, between like Black students and Black community members. So we started attending CB9 meetings. We actually like reached out to Kwesi from MHCC, I don't know, like over the summer. And so we were able to have a lot of really important conversations and also drafted our demands. Actually, some of our demands take up MHCC demands that we were able to get through CPCR over the summer. And so this is something that we're really, really committed to, because gentrification affects Black community members so deeply. And that's something that we care about a lot as Black students. And I know like Columbia always tries to make a separation or to make us feel like the exploitation and the eviction of people who look like us somehow wouldn't affect us as Black students, but that's just never been the case. So yeah, that's kind of like MAD's, I guess, position within the school and the community.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for all those kind of like insightful responses. I think like a sentiment that I heard kind of over and over again is that Columbia kind of takes from the community, and then it also takes from students, and then it tells both of those groups that it's doing the most that it can while simultaneously exploiting both of them and actively tries to divide them. And this is a lot of the times the brunt of that burden is like bore by the community. And so I think it's really, really important that, you know, we as students kind of, you know, research the community, understand the community, and kind of feel like we're rooted in it so that we can help it. Because again, this division is kind of what hurts all of our movements. So kind of as a follow-up question to that, I wanted to ask, how do you guys think that student organizers should work in tandem with community organizations to support community aims? And why do you think that it's so important that they do?
So one thing that I think personally is really important to acknowledge, especially as someone that is not native to the area, and I think the most important thing is to learn as much as possible from the community and the community organizations that do work related to housing justice. I think it's essential to recognize that the community itself knows what's best for them. And we have to be ready to offer our support in any way that the community deems necessary for us, instead of coming in with some form of, you know, savory complex, thinking that we know what's best for the community. And that's something that we're trying to be very cognizant of in HEP, which as we mentioned before, is kind of what we're trying to establish right now and working in partnership and learning as much as we can by attending community board meetings and other housing and land use committee meetings, and just kind of trying to learn, engage as much as possible. Yeah, Thea, if you want to jump in on that.
Yeah, I think you said that beautifully. I'd also like to add, in addition to like listening to the Housing and Land Use Committee, which can be super, super valuable and provide a lot of information, we get a lot of insight also from people we talk to through direct outreach, just folks on the street who have like tons of insight on what's going on within the city and their experiences.
I think one of the things that is really useful to think about is also the relationship that students have to the university that give us different types of leverage with the university. And conversely, I think many members of the community also have a different relationships to the community that they can leverage on. So I know, for example, CB9 and Morningside Heights Community Coalition and many other groups have been able to, for example, dialogue very directly with the university president in ways that students cannot. But I think if we think about the context of the YDSA tuition strike, we think about past iterations of graduate student and labor strikes, and if we think about the rent strike that CUDA, the Columbia University Tenants Association, did over the summer, in each of those, there's a different relationship to the university, but also therefore different leverage that we can use to pressure the university collectively. And I think that one of the ways to collaborate is to actually sort of utilize those different types of leverage all at the same time together with the community to think about how we can pressure Columbia to meet some of the demands that I think we all share with regards to the problem of gentrification in the community.
Sorry, my unmute wasn't working there. Those are great points. What I would say is just as Morningside Heights or any community, and certainly New York City, is not monolithic, the university is not monolithic. And so to the extent that we can identify commonalities with the various stakeholders and constituents of Columbia and vice versa, we can start to shape specific campaigns, and this is one of them, in which different people can be involved for different reasons, different motivations, but with a common vision for what they want to achieve. And so that's easier said than done. A, because people are busy. B, because there might not be the level of trust that's necessary, because a lot of times people don't know each other. C, people speak different languages, literally and figuratively. So it takes a lot of shoe leather work, knocking on doors, getting to know people on a personal level, and then in the appropriate ways, introducing suggestions, ideas for how we can collaborate. And I know that seems quite amorphous, but at the end of the day, if people show up, if we can create common ground and we can establish a common type of vision, and it's not difficult to do that because I think we all intuitively understand that what we want to do at the end of the day is improve this community and create healthy relationships with our institutions, specifically in this case, Columbia. We can make the kinds of advances that we need to make. And one of the artificial challenges here is the fact that a lot of the students are here for 4 years and then rotate out. So how do we build consistency in that kind of a context? Those are simultaneously very simple questions and very complicated questions. But as we all know, it begins with having dialogue. We have to speak out and we have to help people understand what our perspectives are, what our visions are, and how we can work together. That didn't sound too idealistic.
No, that was great. Yeah, I think that the transience of students sometimes is used, I don't know if it's like as an excuse, but also as a reason maybe not to get as involved, maybe not to like show up and speak out because you're like, oh, I'm not from here. Like, I don't know this place. It's not my place to, I don't know, speak. And so I think that while it's important to not speak on behalf of people, it is important to show up. So for example, I know from like the last Housing and Land Use Committee meeting in CB9, they were talking about staging or having like a press release at the church where Malcolm X had a funerary service because they wanted to get like historical, I don't remember what that thing is called, but like from the city to designate it as a historical building. So that's an example of something where students should show up. And I think it really sucks because a lot of times like we go to community board meetings and we ask like, what are your experiences? What is this? How do you feel about Columbia? Like blah, blah, blah. And we're constantly asking questions. And then community organizers like plan their own strikes and plan their own events. Like students don't often show up in the way that they should. And so if you want to build trust and if you want to build a partnership, like it needs to, like we also need to show up in the same ways that we want West Harlem to show up for us. And because students historically have not shown up for West Harlem, and then even something that wasn't covered in like Brianna's teach-in is the ways in which students have actually really harmed West Harlem and how like students in the 70s and 80s wrote articles to spec and petition the university to actually increase policing and to increase Columbia's presence within the neighborhood. So not only have students been like apathetic and transient, they've also been actively harmful. And so that's the legacy that like we come into as Columbia students. And so we just need to be like cognizant of that and to show up equally and to create some sort of mutual partnership, because the way that we exist in the structure is already taking, and we don't want to like add that and take more. Like you already live in a building that was probably like the result of resident evictions in the 70s. So anyway, I think it's just important as students, when you also talk about transients and new students coming in, one thing that I think is important is education. So when you come into Columbia, understanding what happened here, understanding what Manhattanville is, like how you obtained your dorm, like all that type of stuff. So then you have a little bit more of a platform to like start attending community board meetings or to start showing up to things, and also to like pass that knowledge on so that it's not lost with every 4 years, like all that replacement that goes on. So yeah, I think that's what we definitely try to do with MAD, but I think it's something that everyone like is currently trying to do and is really important.
Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't want it, from my point of view, don't want it to seem like it's a one-way street. The incredible value that students bring to the community is something that we really have to celebrate. And I'm thinking specifically, as I'm sure it's been mentioned today, the incredible legacy of 1968 and the fact that the students back then partnered with, in some cases, with local residents to prevent the construction of the gym. Each of the stakeholders here has different strengths and abilities. And so what I was saying earlier is that we just got to figure out how to best structure these so that we can work towards a common end. But the students are so important in Morningside Heights. And I just wanted to mention that because I don't want it to seem like a community resident advocate. I really respect and admire the role of the students here.
Wow, that was, first of all, so kind. Thank you, Dan. I really can't begin to say how like amazing the community surrounding Columbia is, how amazing the work of the community board and the Morningside Heights Community Coalition is. Your activism has just insanely like influenced ours, and I'm sure the work of everyone here. So a huge thank you for that as well. And I really want to bring up kind of this idea. I'd actually wanted to ask after the question I had, how we can build consistency in movements. And I think you guys answered that kind of really wonderfully in saying that it starts with kind of showing up and building that expectation of showing up, right? And not just, asking for participation in our movements, but actively like working together as a unit to help each other rather than, ask and take. So I thought that that was really lovely. And I want to note something that I remembered HEP said earlier, kind of about listening to the community and having that almost as like a basis. And then something that Mad said about how students have actively historically contributed to the process of gentrification. So kind of going off of those ideas, I wanted to ask in relation to affordable housing specifically, what has the role of students been in both like upholding systems of gentrification and trying to actively dismantle those? And then how can we ensure that students are doing the latter of those two and, you know, dismantling those systems rather than mistakenly or complacently upholding them?
Yeah, I think we've been touching a lot on sort of the privilege that students hold, specifically with housing right now. I'm seeing a lot of kids moving to off-campus housing since campus has been closed, moving into apartments all around campus, like within the past year because of COVID school cancellations. So that's just one example right now, but more generally speaking, housing off campus, surveillance of the community, encouraging surveillance of the community, adhering to this sort of air of exclusivity that Columbia likes to promote through even something as simple as not acknowledging the community surrounding on campus, not saying hi to people on the street, stuff like this all sort of furthers Columbia's own presence. And as students, we sort of perpetuate Columbia's exploitative presence here.
I think one of the things that I want to think about is also, I think one of the challenges of organizing on this front is the kind of institutional power that Columbia has. And really the only way that we can combat institutional power of this scale, I mean, being one of the biggest landlords in the city, really, and also being, you know, one of the most prestigious institutions, educational institutions in the United States. One of the ways that we can combat that is through collective action, I think. And I think it's worth thinking about, you know, how can we take what is initially like individual action and turn it into something that's more collective? Because that's the only way you can really fight against something like Columbia. You know, like we can try our best to be really responsible to the community on an individual level. And that's really different from getting to the heart of how this institution functions. And I think one of the things that Columbia students need to do better is actually move away from this kind of individual framework, because I think we see this a lot when we're organizing, where the individual concern, my individual safety, my individual degree, my individual education is the priority over a lot of the things that are happening around us. You know, and it is Columbia's intention to atomize us that way. It's the reason why it's so difficult to organize with the community, because Columbia insists on the fact that, like, you know, you're here for 4 years, like just get your degree, do the thing that you need to do and get out. You know, why form alliances with the community? Why work? Why form these relationships? And I think that that's one of the ways to really fight the institution, is to kind of think of how we can band together as a student body, but also with the broader community that has a very long history of organizing in this area that we can learn a lot from. But how can we turn it into like a collective movement where we're all working together against an institution that has a lot of power? And the only way we can do that is, you know, with the sheer number of us working together. And I mean, speaking from experience, one of the struggles of organizing a rent strike was precisely that concern about, you know, what about my apartment? What about my housing situation? And that's very real. You know, nobody wants to find themselves losing their apartment in the middle of a pandemic when there's a shelter-in-place order. But how do we think beyond the individual concern and feel solidarity with the entire neighborhood against this landlordist institution?
Yeah, these are all attributes, as we know, of the system, right? So we live in the era of global capitalism, and we're kind of like at the epicenter of it in New York City. And so community values don't have a lot of money attached to them, unfortunately. And I hate to sound preachy, but to answer the question, how do students uphold systems of oppression? I think it's simply when, if and when they don't engage personally and locally with other members of the community. And a very clear example of that is, for example, students not bothering to get to know their neighbors that might have been there a long time, or maybe being a little unconcerned with their neighbors if they're throwing loud parties, especially during COVID, which has been occurring. The flip side of it, however, is how do students dismantle systems of oppression? And I see it very clearly in my own life, as one of the other groups I work with is the 111th Street Block Association. And some of the most valuable participants in that group have been Columbia undergrads. One young man in particular, Andrew Thomas, he's on our planning committee. He's volunteering all the time, going way above and beyond to get to know neighbors and to help us out with things that need to occur. So the potential to go in either of those directions exists. And we want it to go in the right direction, obviously. And so I guess that means that we have to establish better working relationships and get to know people on a personal level in the context of a specific community, which I keep referring to as Morningside Heights. Please forgive me, West Harlem clearly is also part of this community. So it has to do with getting to know folks and putting in front of them or asking them to contribute to brainstorming and planning on specific campaigns. That's what I think is really needed. And so to the extent that we can clarify those, the better off we'll all be.
Yeah, I think everyone did a really good job like answering this question. I think the only thing I would say is that to me, I feel like it's exists on both the individual level of like joining your block association, meeting your neighbors, being a good resident, and like understanding that you are part of a neighborhood and you're part of a community and you're not just coming in and coming out, while also engaging in processes of advocacy and activism. So something that exists outside the structure of like just you and your house. And so I think what Joanna was saying about like, and also everything that we've said about Columbia pitting different groups against each other, I just wanted to share this because when MAD was meeting with administration in the fall, we asked to have a meeting with Community Board 9 members present, and CB9 actually passed a resolution in support of our demands. Like we worked really closely with them over the summer. And we went back and forth with like Suzanne Goldberg and different Columbia admins for so many weeks because they refused to have a meeting with both us and community members. They literally like on the record were like, we don't need you guys to broker our relationship with the community. They can use their own, basically what Joanna was saying, how like people who have, Suzanne Goldberg, who's now working on the Biden-Harris administration, basically Suzanne Goldberg said the community has their own avenues to reach the university and students have theirs, and we don't want to combine those in any way. They wouldn't even have a 1-hour meeting that would have like somebody from CB9 and some of our organizers there. So Columbia, it's not just like about accepting students and stuff like that. Like they really put in work. Like this is an active process to separate groups and to like prevent us from coming together. So yeah, just to close, same thing everyone was saying, exist on a personal level, like go to local restaurants, do the whole thing, support your community, but also not more importantly, but equally importantly, engage in processes of advocacy which fight against larger systems.
Yeah, wow. I entirely agree with what everybody here said, especially on like thinking of it like on a systemic scale. And I also want to talk about like a little bit the challenges that your specific organizations have faced when opposing Columbia. I think that, you know, Columbia promotes these sort of like everybody here has kind of been saying these atomized like feelings and atomized movements even. It tries to prevent us from like coalescing together. And I feel that all of our movements have kind of had this like staunch opposition from Columbia in like various ways, this evasiveness, this inadequacy in response, and just because it's like atomizing us and separating us, it's hard to address that. So I'm really interested in hearing kind of like what challenges and limitations have you each kind of faced against Columbia? And then what are some ways you think we can overcome those challenges as organizers that are coming together in this moment, and hopefully going to stay together in the future.
A huge challenge that Housing Equity Project has been facing recently, especially in light of the pandemic, is that we have actually received zero funding this year from the university. And as a group that is part of the Community Impact Governing Board, which is part of Columbia University, we have seen a severe cut in our funding from the university. And frankly, this has been something that the university has been trying to do for quite a long time. It's very apparent that the university prefers its funding to go to organizations that keep the money within the university and directly just benefits the students. And obviously, as a service organization, we want to redistribute these funds, and trying to prove that this money somehow benefits the students goes against our very mission in the first place. So there's kind of this back and forth about justification as to why we haven't been receiving funding this year, whether it's, lack of student contribution fees, lower enrollment, etc. But to be very honest, there is this conversation about, this is just the chance that the university has been waiting for to limit the funding that is going beyond the Columbia community. So that's the biggest issue that we've been facing right now. And we, as a service organization, are already severely limited and restricted in the way that we are able to fundraise and to kind of collect donations or supplies that we deem fit in order to kind of serve the community, especially in terms of direct outreach, whether that's receiving supplies donations, PPE, which obviously is very, very necessary right now, and kind of making sure that we're able to serve the community as safely as possible and making sure that we don't put anyone at unnecessary risk. This has been a very significant challenge for us right now.
Yeah, I think that was all beautifully said. I also wanted to add, there's sort of this history of Columbia just blatantly disregarding student initiatives and then turning around a couple years later and advertising this university as an activist community and as a way to make it attractive. And I think that in doing this work, that's a narrative that we need to make sure to counter.
One of the challenges and limitations I've been thinking about in the context of the Tenants Association that I've been a part of is sort of the limitations of the rent strikes that happened throughout the city, especially as it related to corporate landlords like Columbia. So landlords that have such a large portfolio that if a portion of people withheld their rent, the kind of financial impact was not sufficient necessarily to create the kind of leverage that we needed to get some of the demands met. And some of those demands were, on top of rent cancellation, we also included demands around maintaining a percentage of rent stabilized apartments for low income groups in the community, as well as, demands around Columbia halting aspects of their expansion. And it was extremely challenging to get the momentum necessary for the kind of financial impact we needed to make on the university. Because Columbia is a multi-billion-dollar institution, the kind of leverage that we can make on them was very challenging. And I think one aspect of that, going back to what I was saying before, is that the kind of horizon of possibility for collective action has receded significantly from so what we saw in 1968. And that has very much to do with the kind of change in student activism. We saw this kind of very active student involvement in the 60s and 70s. And that has kind of receded from, I guess, what I would call historical memory, because of the way, students are now selected for, many of them are now upper middle class students. Many of them are very comfortable. Many of them are very job oriented, degree oriented, and that is part of the corporatization of the university, I think, where they intentionally recruit those students because the model of the university now is for them to continually grow endowments. And the whole idea of endowments in the first place was to weather crises like the current one that we're in. But instead it's turned into just continually growing the endowment. And I think that's reflected somewhat in the way student activism, what seems possible nowadays. And the idea of 5,000 students going on rent strike seems impossible, right? But how do we keep pushing that horizon of possibility to say, actually, if we just stretch our imaginations a little bit, that's something that we can do, and it will hurt Columbia in a way where they have to respond. And that's very much the way, if you think about a 1968 protest, that's how they thought, how do we create an action big enough that Columbia has to respond? And I think that that's not really at the forefront of organizing, or hasn't been for a long time. And I will say that this tuition strike and the momentum that it's creating is bringing that back to the front of our organizing.
Yeah, those are great points. I'll just describe 3 challenges that we've got, mainly with gentrification in Columbia, but also more broadly. The first is, what's going on with the 125th Street Tower? We would like to know a little bit more, and information is hard to come by. We want the right things to happen there. We don't think another tower really is necessary in Morningside Heights. We've got several underway already. So that's one issue that we are focused on. We should understand that. We should understand what role the school that was supposed to be there is going to play in that development. And we are working to gather that information. Second one is, we've been very diligent about the fact that Columbia has not engaged with neighbors on its COVID planning. The community, the health compact is very comprehensive, and that's great to see. But while these plans were emerging, neighbors were not consulted. We made several proactive attempts to be involved in that, and we did have some meetings and some constructive conversations, but our views really were not taken into consideration to the level we thought was appropriate for a university in a broader, diverse community. So the COVID issue continues. And then the third one, and this is a very important one, is, as the largest landlord, Columbia has hundreds of rent-regulated apartments right now that are being rented to non-affiliates. And we are putting forth a proposal to Columbia to maintain those in perpetuity. Just like the New York State guidelines say, rent-regulated apartments should maintain their status. Columbia, what it does now is, once the tenant either dies or moves away, they put it back in the market rate pool. And that's just not the right thing to do. There's people that have been living in these apartments for generations, and if they're not a direct blood relative, they can't get the lease. Columbia really should allow these rent-regulated apartments to maintain that way for the good of all, for the good of a diverse community that helps the university students learn about the nuances of the world, and that promotes a healthy community right beyond its gates. So those are 3 areas that we're focused on, and we're making headway, but we see those as opportunities to create those coalitions that we were describing before. Those are things I think that people can rally around and act upon and make some change. So those are 3 ideas right there, 3 things that we're doing.
Yeah, actually that is one of the things that we included in our demand letter, is the maintenance of rent-regulated units, as well as one of the things we were also asking for is in any new buildings to maintain, to maintain the amount of rent-regulated housing, both in buildings that Columbia owns and then in any that they purchase in the future as well. So to make that just standard policy, as well as other longer term asks. So I think for us, some challenges that we've had with Columbia, they've been stated by other people, but lack of leverage, kind of like Joanna was saying, has definitely been one. as Black students, we comprise a small amount of campus. Like there just aren't that many of us. And so it's hard to make cases for why our demands are like so important. And I think it's really easy for the university to brush our demands under the rug, or to just wait for 4 years and just to wait to get a new batch of students who don't know and who ask for the same things over and over again. I think that's our biggest frustration, is that like we've been making the same asks about public safety for 50 years. Like we've been making the same asks about West Harlem for 50 years, because every single time like anything happens, these students graduate, new students come in, they have to learn, they have to take that time to do like political education. And then by the time they are in a position to make these asks, they are also seniors. And so I think that's our biggest challenge, is just maintaining institutional knowledge so that we're able to like build the coalitions that Dan is talking about. I think the second biggest issue that we have is that even when we get to the bargaining table, it's so easy for them to like claim that they're listening to us. Or I know I keep talking about her, but Suzanne Goldberg once again was like, oh, we're so glad that like our Black students are here, that they're asking these questions. And she was like, I'm also asking these questions. And I was like, ma'am, what questions are you asking? You're executive vice president, like you have the answers. I don't understand like what you're asking. And so I think even from talking to people who organized the sit-in in 2016 for Columbia Divest for climate justice, one of the things they were also talking about is like within their meetings with Bollinger, he echoed the same sentiments of like, well, my hands are tied, like I have to do what the trustees want. And so I think not being able to counter that has been really frustrating, because our university admins can just say like, oh, we would love to do this, but the trustees, or but the endowment is tied up in varied investments. Like, I don't know. I think that's been the other big challenge, is like finding ways to counter that. And I think the tuition strike has been a really amazing like clap back to that, to be like, no, we looked at your financial records and you actually have like this many million in cash. And so I don't know, you can see that when they're actually pushed and we actually have leverage and we have 4,000 students, like then somehow they can respond. So I think it's kind of what Joanna and what Dan and what everyone else was saying, like you just need to have the numbers to push them beyond this fake sort of, oh, we're in the same place you are.
Yeah, Joanna, go ahead.
I wanted to add something to this, that very recently we were actually given a presentation on Columbia finances. I mean, the Graduate Workers Union was given a presentation by the university on Columbia's finances. And what was really interesting was that what they kept emphasizing was the loss of revenue actually from the lack of income from residential housing, because undergrads were not housed. And they were extremely transparent about how dependent they are on essentially rent, right? A form of rent for them to function as a university. But then when you actually press them further, or when you interrogate further, their understanding of, not making enough revenue is not really that, the university is going to go into like long-term deficit. It's short-term. And on top of that, it's this idea that we're just